When I woke up, I found myself reincarnated as an 8-year-old child. And he was even bound to a divine-level biological research system. When Mom was diagnosed with a terminal illness and needed a heart transplant, all the specialists were at a loss. I stormed straight into the International Medical Forum and pulled out the artificial heart I'd cultivated, 100% rejection-free. The experts went from ridiculing to being utterly shocked, their faces practically slapped swollen with disbelief. The surgery will be personally performed by me and broadcast live worldwide, drawing nationwide attention. But at the critical moment just before the surgery was about to begin, a new system task suddenly popped up, demanding that I demonstrate technology far beyond this era. A much-anticipated surgery quietly began. Chapter 1, Is it really hard to cultivate an artificial heart? Zhenjiang City, Zhenjiang Grand Hotel, venue of the 29th Medical Exchange Forum Conference. Distinguished medical experts from around the world have gathered here at this moment. On stage, Professor Chen Mingyuan, a leading authority in cardiothoracic surgery from China, is delivering his speech. The biggest challenge with artificial hearts currently is their incomplete compatibility with patients' bodies. Rejection reactions and long-term stability remain difficult problems to overcome. Before Professor Chen Mingyuan could finish his sentence, the conference hall's doors suddenly swung open. A small, frail figure stood panting at the entrance. Can anyone here perform an artificial heart transplant? My mother needs the surgery immediately. I've even cultivated an artificial heart, but the hospital doctors said they couldn't perform the surgery, so they told me to come find you here. Lin Hao's youthful voice rang out with unusual clarity in the quiet conference hall, instantly silencing all ongoing discussions. 8 years ago, Lin Hao had been reborn into this parallel world resembling Earth after an accident. Thus began their life of mother and son relying solely on each other. Just 1 month ago, Mom was diagnosed with early-onset heart failure. To stay alive, the only option is to get a new heart. Yet according to the current medical standards of this world, the artificial heart technology is currently immature. No one can create a highly compatible artificial heart for patients. Moreover, doctors capable of performing such heart transplant surgeries are extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia. Just as Lin Hao was about to resign himself to fate, he awakened the biological research and development system. He also received a novice's grand gift package from the system, artificial heart cultivation technology. The system even thoughtfully provided a venue, allowing Lin Hao to cultivate an artificial heart compatible with his mother. When Lin Hao learned that renowned medical experts from both domestic and international backgrounds were gathered here, he immediately brought along his cultivated artificial heart to seek them out. At this moment, the gaze of everyone in the venue simultaneously turned toward the entrance, focusing intently on Lin Hao. On stage, Chen Mingyuan froze for a moment before frowning in displeasure. He had dedicated decades to cardiovascular surgery research and participated in countless medical forums. I've never encountered a child running into a conference hall to find a doctor for his mother's surgery, let alone the fact this kid cultivated an artificial heart by himself. Little one, this is a medical conference, not a place for games. Security, please escort the child out. Chen Mingyuan's tone was gentle, yet brooked no argument. The security guard rushed in anxiously, his face full of apology as he tried to pull Lin Hao away. I apologize to all the experts. This child suddenly barged in, and I'll take him out right away. The security guard moved to grab Lin Hao, but Lin Hao swiftly dodged his grasp. I really came here to find a doctor to perform surgery on my mother. I've already cultivated a fully compatible artificial heart using my mother's cells, no rejection risk. But I need a doctor who can perform this surgery. As the words fell, the conference hall briefly fell silent before erupting into uproarious laughter. It was common knowledge that both the cultivation of artificial hearts and post-surgical recovery remained unsolved challenges in the entire medical field. Even top international teams have been troubled by this issue, with many dedicating their entire lives to researching it. And now, a child has come before them, claiming to have cultivated a fully compatible artificial heart. How could this not strike them as ridiculous? A middle-aged expert in a white lab coat stood up, looking at Lin Hao with amusement. Kid, last year our team customized a 3D printed heart model for a patient with dilated cardiomyopathy. During the surgery, we found that just a 2-degree deviation in the aortic valve annulus angle resulted in irreparable regurgitation. The artificial heart you implanted later even caused rejection with the patient's bodily functions. How dare a child like you claim that the artificial heart you cultivated has no rejection issues? Little one, do you understand what an artificial heart is? As the director of the cardiothoracic surgery department at Jinghua Hospital, Wang Jianxin had performed China's first xenogenic heart transplant surgery, giving him the qualifications to make such a statement. Wang Jianxin had barely finished speaking when academician Lu Tao, a leading authority in China's biomaterials field, also stood up and looked at Lin Hao with a gentle expression. We've experimented with scaffolding cultivated from animal myocardial cells and mechanical valves made of titanium alloy, but the side effects were excessive, some even required lifelong medication. Little one, you're saying you cultivated an artificial heart using just the patient's cells. Do you really think you're more capable than our entire team all by yourself? The others were also looking at Lin Hao with amusement. It wasn't exactly malicious, but during what was supposed to be a serious medical research seminar, a child suddenly appeared and confidently claimed to have mastered artificial heart cultivation technology that no one else could achieve. This gave them a feeling of being both amused and exasperated. At that moment, John Wilson, a renowned cardiac surgery expert from the United States, also shook his head and stood up with a hint of mockery as he spoke. The latest artificial heart showcased by our Mayo Clinic in the Eagle Nation only grants patients an average lifespan of 14 months post-surgery. With extremely poor quality of life, 90% of recipients remain bedridden long-term. You Daxia kids do have quite the imagination. This artificial heart he mentioned is something even top international teams can't achieve. Though everyone was discussing this heart transplant topic, he naturally wouldn't miss a chance to mock Daxia. Sitting next to Wilson was William James, an expert from the Sun Never Sets country, whose nation always follows Eagle country's lead. Seeing Wilson seize the moment to belittle Daxia, he immediately chimed in. No wonder your great Xia's medical standards can't compare to ours. When the adults are incompetent, they send a child to spout nonsense. What a disgrace. After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Chen Mingyuan standing on the stage, as if Lin Hao's appearance had been orchestrated by him. Hearing these remarks, Lin Hao clenched his small fists tightly. Although he had come to find a doctor for surgery, he couldn't tolerate such insults against his country. At that moment, a cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Temporary system mission, shatter doubts and prove to the experts present that you have mastered the technology to cultivate rejection-free, 100% compatible artificial hearts. Mission rewards, 1. Heart transplant surgery technique, proficiency, 2. 500 bioresearch points, exchangeable for biotechnology. The system's prompt immediately restored Lin Hao's composure. Indeed, right now, I'm just an 8-year-old child, of course no one would believe me if I said such things. Without the system, who would believe a child could crack a worldwide medical challenge? Recalling the system's mission requirements, Lin Hao took a deep breath and said loudly to Wilson, is cultivating a rejection-proof artificial heart really that difficult? You can't do it because you're too stupid. Chapter 2, The Expert's Doubts, Lin Hao Proves His Strength. After speaking, Lin Hao suddenly slipped through the gap between the two security guards. His short legs burst forth with astonishing speed, and with a few quick steps, he dashed onto the wide podium, rushing straight to Chen Mingyuan's side. Kid, be good and go out with the security guard first. Chen Mingyuan's expression darkened. Decades of medical practice had ingrained rigor and order into his very bones. He simply couldn't believe an elementary school student possessed technology even the world's top laboratories didn't have. Down below, Wang Jianxin was subjected to the sarcastic remarks from Wilson and James. Seeing Lin Hao grow increasingly unrestrained, he suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacup lid to clatter loudly. Security, what are you all doing? Hurry up and drag this troublemaking kid out of here. This is an academic forum for experts, not a daycare center. Academician Lu Tao spoke with grave concern, his eyes filled with disappointment. Such a young age and already spouting nonsense, artificial heart, cell cloning? You must be obsessed with fiction. Who knows how parents educate their kids these days? Faced with skepticism from domestic experts, Lin Hao wasn't angered but quickly explained. The rejection reactions you mentioned occur with foreign materials. I used the patient's own adipose stem cells, their genetic sequences are identical, so how could there be rejection? I know many of you are researching how to construct vascular networks using nanoscale biomaterials, and even considering modifying partial gene sequences with CRISPR technology. But I'm telling you, this path isn't the most suitable. As for the power system, only fools would still use batteries. Myocardial cells themselves can generate energy through glucose oxidation. Lin Hao's words, amplified by the microphone, echoed throughout the conference venue, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. This statement sounds somewhat plausible. It's just that these are things they've been studying for years, even over a decade. How could an 8-year-old child possibly know? The originally mocking and teasing glances began to change, though skepticism still lingered dominantly. How could an elementary school student possibly understand such profound principles of biology and medicine? This is utterly absurd. The security guard noticed the murmurs among the experts gradually fading. For a moment, he also stood still, unsure whether he should continue to step forward and pull the person away. Upon hearing this, Wilson scoffed mockingly. Kid, what you're talking about is just theory. There are still many issues before it can become reality. Besides, even top laboratories in various countries can't achieve stable application of CRISPR gene editing technology yet. What makes you think it won't work? Those who initially found Lin Hao's argument convincing also came back to their senses and nodded in agreement. Yes, all of this is just theory. If we only consider theory, they have countless ways to cultivate an artificial heart suitable for transplantation. Exactly, the theory may sound convincing, but the real test is whether you can actually make it work. This child must have someone behind him instigating him, otherwise how would a kid know so many professional terms? This is just grandstanding, someone's desperate for fame. Security, take him out immediately. Don't delay our important matters. The security guard stepped forward again, this time with even more determination. Lin Hao clenched his little fists tighter, staring at the cold, mocking, or momentarily curious but ultimately disbelieving faces in the audience. He knew words alone couldn't convince them, but fortunately, he'd come prepared. Lin Hao abruptly pulled out a transparent sterile culture box from his jacket and held it up high. "This is the artificial heart I cultivated. See for yourselves." Inside the cultivation chamber, immersed in nutrient fluid, was unmistakably a heart. It wasn't crafted from metal or any other material, but rather presented a warm, flesh-toned appearance with a vital sheen. At this very moment, it was pulsating slightly, its surface covered with delicate myocardial tissue. Through the lighting of the venue, one could even faintly see the traces of blood flowing within the blood vessels. This can't be possible. Chen Mingyuan widened his eyes, instinctively taking 2 steps forward until his glasses were practically pressed against the incubator. As a leading authority in cardiac surgery, he immediately recognized the distinctiveness of this heart. Director Wang Jianxin stood with his mouth gaping, unable to utter a single word, his face full of astonishment. Academician Lu Tao abruptly rose from his seat, leaning forward with his cloudy eyes wide open. Wilson also lowered his crossed arms. The disdain and sense of superiority on his face vanished completely, leaving only a look of near-stunned amazement. James was also dumbfounded, instinctively looking towards Wilson only to find the other man's expression even more exaggerated than his own. As a medical expert, especially one specializing in cardiology, they could naturally see at a glance that this artificial heart far surpassed the existing technological level of this world. At first, others didn't take it seriously, but after seeing the expressions of Chen Mingyuan and the others, they immediately realized this artificial heart was real. Instantly, the gaze of everyone in the room was captured, tightly focused on that beating heart. Regardless of nationality or seniority, everyone lost their usual composure and reserve. At the front, experts rushed toward the podium without regard for decorum, while those at the back stood on tiptoe, straining to stretch their necks. It's moving on its own, without any external power source? How is this possible? My God, those blood vessels, and the texture on the surface. How is this possible? Could it be that decades of our research can't even compare to a child's work? What kind of material is this? What kind of technique? This will revolutionize medicine. Doubt, ridicule, waiting to see a joke. All those emotions turned into astonishment and excitement in that moment. The security guard had already been stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Lin Hao looked at the crowd's reaction, standing on the podium as his gaze swept over everyone. Now, does anyone still think I'm joking or talking nonsense? To cultivate an artificial heart that won't reject. Is it that difficult? These last 3 words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Everyone looked at Lin Hao with complex expressions. That kid actually succeeded in cultivating an artificial heart, accomplishing something they couldn't achieve in their entire lifetimes. No, impossible, I don't believe it. This must have been cultivated by your Daxia in advance, deliberately letting a child bring it out. At that moment, Wilson's expression turned grim as he gnashed his teeth and shouted loudly. James also suddenly came to his senses and quickly chimed in. Exactly, even we can't achieve such technology, how could a child possibly accomplish it? Lin Hao never expected that even after revealing the artificial heart, someone would still doubt him. Is that so? Percent, since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely. Chapter 3. The stunned team began preparing for surgery. After speaking, Lin Hao pulled out a USB drive he had prepared earlier from his pocket. With Chen Mingyuan's consent, he inserted the drive into the computer. Seconds later, the large screen displayed a 3-dimensional heart model and densely packed data charts. These were all records Lin Hao had compiled during the cultivation process. These are cultivation data, including minute-by-minute heart rate, simulated blood pressure values, cell proliferation rates, and gene expression profiles. And how I addressed any cellular abnormalities that arose. Of course, Lin Hao did not reveal certain critical data and techniques. Otherwise, what difference would it make from simply revealing the technology to others? For those who might still doubt, I've also applied for relevant patents, bearing my name and fingerprint authentication. Finally, Lin Hao produced the provisional patent certificate filed with the International Biotechnology Patent Office. After everyone reviewed it, those who had wavered due to Wilson's words regained their conviction. Many experts gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock as they realized that some of the data astonishingly aligned with the research directions they were currently pursuing. Wilson's face turned grim. He strode to the computer, roughly shoving Lin Hao aside to examine the data files himself. This can't be, these protein expression profiles. His voice trailed off, growing fainter. Especially when he saw the seal and anti-counterfeiting code on the certificate of authenticity, he appeared utterly devastated. Now, even Wilson had no choice but to believe. The child before him truly possessed the technology to cultivate artificial hearts. Ding! Host successfully dispelled others' doubts and completed the system task. Congratulations, host, on earning 500 bio research points and mastering heart transplant surgery. A surge of warmth flooded Lin Hao's mind as countless surgical procedures and key techniques flashed through his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao transformed from a child who knew nothing about surgery into an expert proficient in heart transplant procedures. Mission complete. Feeling the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Now, who among you can perform this surgery on my mother? The words sparked eagerness in many. Success would undoubtedly secure a place in medical history. Chen Mingyuan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hao solemnly. I'll perform the surgery, but the risks are extremely high. I need the absolute best team to assist me. Wang Jianxin immediately stepped forward. Count me in. Postoperative monitoring and rejection reaction control can be handled by me. Academician Lu Tao added in a sullen voice from the side. The other domestic and international experts exchanged glances. Finally, Wilson and James also bowed their heads. If you don't mind, we'd be honored to assist. In that moment, all their arrogance was utterly shattered by a child. Soon, a formidable medical team composed of top cardiac specialists from around the world marched into Zhenjiang First Hospital. Zhenjiang First People's Hospital. Where has that child run off to now? Lin Weining murmured weakly, her pale face etched with worry. She did not fear death itself, but the thought of Lin Hao being only 8 years old left entirely alone after her passing sent a sharp pang through her heart. Just then, the ward door burst open. Mom, I found the surgeon who'll operate on you. You'll be fine, I promise. Lin Hao burst in, his face flushed, followed by a group of doctors in white coats. Ever since her heart showed signs of premature failure, she had naturally researched specialists in this field. The people following her son were all figures she'd only ever seen on the news. Hello, Mrs. Lin. I'm Chen Mingyuan. The specialists behind me are all experts in heart transplantation. Your son's artificial heart is remarkable. We've decided to perform a heart transplant for you. Chen Mingyuan addressed Lin Weining, who still seemed unaware of the situation. Hearing this, Lin Weining looked at Lin Hao in shock. Earlier, Lin Hao had been insisting on finding a doctor to perform surgery on him. He even claimed he had developed an artificial heart himself. She had always dismissed it as childish talk. Now someone was telling her it was true. Xiao Hao, this. Lin Hao grabbed Lin Weining's hand. Mom, don't worry. These expert uncles will definitely cure you. No sooner had he spoken than the ward door swung open again. Director Tang Huaxi hurried in with a group of people, among them Dr. Li, Lin Weining's attending physician. Everyone, esteemed experts, what is this? Hearing that so many medical luminaries had gathered at his hospital, Tang Huaxi's legs went weak. He hurried over. We're here to perform a heart transplant on Lin Hao's mother. Lin Hao developed the method for cultivating an artificial heart. Why didn't you contact us sooner? If he hadn't come to the exchange conference, we might never have known someone had already cracked this global medical challenge. Chen Mingyuan's words left Tang Huaxi utterly bewildered, while Dr. Li stood in the corner, his face ashen. Lin Hao had mentioned cultivating an artificial heart suitable for his mother and had even sought her out several times. Yet he had always dismissed it as mere fantasy. The so-called artificial heart was nothing more than a toy heart. Had Lin Hao not pestered him relentlessly, he never would have casually suggested the medical exchange conference. He never imagined the boy would actually gather the nation's top experts. And what's even more unbelievable is that Lin Hao's artificial heart is real. We need to conduct a comprehensive examination of Ms. Lin and formulate a detailed surgical plan. Chen Mingyuan's words instantly tensed the atmosphere in the entire ward. Tang Huaxi snapped out of her daze and responded repeatedly. Yes, Professor Chen. Please follow me, experts. We'll arrange the most comprehensive preoperative tests immediately. The ward instantly bustled with activity. Nurses wheeled in a mobile bed and carefully guided the weakened Lin Weining toward the examination center. Chen Mingyuan and his team swiftly fell into their roles, personally reviewing imaging scans, analyzing data, and discussing the minutest details. Though Wilson and James wore complex expressions, they set aside their earlier arrogance and prejudice, actively throwing themselves into the preoperative preparations. They had to admit that this artificial heart technology, was worth their full commitment. Soon, the surgical plan and timing were finalized. Just then, news broke that Chen Mingyuan and other top experts had abruptly left the medical conference to rush to the hospital for an artificial heart transplant. This sparked heated online debate. Many netizens even suspected political influence at play and began digging into Lin Hao and his mother's background. To everyone's disappointment, however, Lin Hao and his mother turned out to be nothing more than ordinary people. Just as the incident began to fade from public attention, news broke that Lin Hao had developed a non-rejectable artificial heart and had boldly presented it at the medical conference. This reignited nationwide attention, even catching the authorities' attention. You mean my mom's surgery is going to be live-streamed online? And it's government-led? Lin Hao looked at Chen Mingyuan with utter bewilderment, unable to fathom why his mother's simple surgery had caused such a huge stir. Facing Lin Hao's bewilderment, Chen Mingyuan gave a wry smile. When he first received the notice, he too had felt some resistance. After all, it would add unnecessary psychological pressure. If any mistakes occurred, the consequences could be severe. But the higher-ups left him no room to refuse, so he patiently explained the situation. The entire nation is watching your mother's heart transplant surgery. Moreover, this is the world's first surgery using an artificial heart cultivated from the original patient's cells. If successful, it would mean so much for Xia Nation. Though the sentence remained unfinished, Lin Hao understood immediately. To the authorities, this operation had transcended being a routine medical procedure, it had become a political mission. But for Lin Hao, all he wanted was for the surgery to go smoothly and for his mother to come out safely. With that thought, Lin Hao lifted his head, his youthful face set with determination as he looked at Chen Mingyuan. I'm joining this surgery too. I won't allow any mishaps to happen to my mom during the procedure. Chapter 4, Surgical Complications. The operating room's overhead lights glowed harshly, the air thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant, radiating an invisible, suffocating tension. Lin Hao, clad in the smallest size sterile surgical gown, still appeared bulky as he stood beside the operating table, his eyes calm beyond his years. Surrounded by top cardiac surgeons from home and abroad, all eyes were fixed on the operating table. The globally broadcast cameras amplified the tension to its peak. Begin. Chen Mingyuan picked up the scalpel, precisely incising the skin and meticulously dissecting layer by layer. His textbook-perfect movements were steady and fluid. Wang Jianxin worked in perfect sync beside him, assisting with hemostasis and exposing the surgical field. Academician Lu Tao closely monitored Lin Weiniang's vital signs. Though Wilson and James still wore complex expressions, their hands moved with consummate professionalism, responding seamlessly to every command from Professor Chen. Facing this groundbreaking medical procedure, they dared not show the slightest negligence. Lin Hao stood at the optimal observation position, his mind racing. The heart transplant surgery mastery skill granted by the system felt as deeply ingrained as a brand. The surgical steps unfolding before him perfectly matched the simulations in his mind. The initial thoracotomy and removal of the diseased heart were efficiently completed under Professor Chen Mingyuan's masterful technique. When the pink, supple artificial heart cultivated by Lin Hao, pulsing autonomously in its nutrient solution, was carefully extracted, a collective gasp of awe filled the operating room. Even Wilson from Eagle Country and James from the Land of the Rising Sun stared intently at that heart, the last trace of doubt in their eyes replaced by sheer awe. The true test begins: vascular anastomosis. Chen Mingyuan and Wang Jianxin held their breath, performing millimeter-precise maneuvers. Aorta, pulmonary artery, connections were smooth. But then, while handling a coronary artery branch as thin as a strand of hair, SSSSH. A faint yet piercing sound echoed. The suture needle had accidentally lacerated an extremely fragile vessel wall, and dark red blood instantly seeped out in threads. The location was tricky. Deep within the tissue. Conventional hemostatic forceps couldn't effectively clamp it, and electrocoagulation risked damaging the vital nerve bundle nearby. Damn it! Limited visibility, difficult to compress. Wang Jianxin's voice tightened, and beads of sweat began to form on Chen Mingyuan's forehead. This minor bleeding seemed insignificant, but once the heart resumed beating and blood pressure rose, it could easily trigger catastrophic hemorrhage. The air in the operating room seemed to freeze. The live stream comments exploded instantly. It's over. Blood's out. That's a critical spot. Even experts can slip up sometimes. Heart transplants remain one of modern medicine's greatest challenges. Oh my God. Is the surgery going to fail? At this critical moment, a youthful yet resolute voice cut through the tension. I'll give it a try. Swish. All eyes instantly focused on the source of the voice: Lin Hao, clad in the smallest surgical gown. Professor Chen, give me the forceps. Director Wang, maintain the field with low suction. Academician Lu, 30 suture and micro needle holder now. Without warning, Lin Hao had stepped to the very edge of the operating table. His small face was tense, his gaze sharp as a blade, showing not a hint of panic. He extended his small, sterile gloved hand directly toward Chen Mingyuan, his focus unwavering, aiming precisely for those delicate, blood-stained forceps. Lin Hao! This is no game. Step back. Wilson roared, his voice a mix of shock and fury. Shut up. Lin Hao didn't even turn his head, his voice cold and carrying an oppressive weight beyond his years. Professor Chen, I wouldn't gamble with my mother's life. Trust me. Lin Hao's gaze locked onto Chen Mingyuan, radiating an absolute confidence that sent shockwaves through Chen Mingyuan's mind. There was no time to hesitate. Almost instinctively, Chen Mingyuan placed the blood-stained forceps in that small hand. He chose to trust this child who had cultivated an artificial heart. Under the breathless gaze of countless spectators and over a dozen top experts, Lin Hao's small hand remained steady as a rock. His motion to take the forceps was fluid and natural, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Lin Hao's left hand steadied the micro-suction device, precisely drawing out the blood from the bleeding point to reveal a clear field of vision. His right hand darted in with lightning speed, firmly grasping the torn ends of the ruptured vessel. Simultaneously, his left hand took the microscopic needle holder passed by Lu Tao. Working in perfect coordination, the right forceps lifted and secured the vessel while the left needle holder swiftly completed 2 figure-8 sutures and knots within the confined space. The ruptured vessel was perfectly sealed, the bleeding stopped instantly. The entire procedure took less than 15 seconds. Good heavens, am I seeing this correctly? That technique, that level of proficiency. Is this really a child? How come he seems no worse than a professional? Impossible. How could someone so young possess such knowledge? The operating room erupted in an instant, filled with suppressed gasps and exclamations. Academician Lu Tao was so shaken his hands trembled, while Wang Jianqing stood utterly dumbfounded. Wilson and James were struck dumb, their jaws dropped wide enough to fit an egg, their faces etched with utter disbelief. This was beyond belief. Well done, Lin Hao. Chen Ningyuan's voice trembled with unchecked excitement and elation, his gaze toward Lin Hao brimming with unprecedented admiration. Let's continue the surgery. But the moment those words left his lips, Lin Hao cut him off. Professor Chen, I will be taking the lead on this surgery from here on out. The statement left everyone stunned. Led by him? An 8-year-old child leading a globally watched heart transplant surgery? They must have misheard. The live chat exploded with comments in an instant. Holy? Did I hear that right? A kid performing the surgery? Damn it! Playing with people's lives? The experts messed up, so they send in a kid? This hospital is out of its mind. Report them. We have to report this. This is murder. This is scripted. Definitely scripted. They'll do anything for fame. Chen Mingyuan stared into Lin Hao's calm eyes, then took in the professionalism Lin Hao had just displayed, not an ounce less than his own. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Fine. Lin Hao will lead the surgery. Everyone, give it your all. And so, a historic moment unfolded. Under the watchful eyes and assistance of numerous top experts, Lin Hao took his place at the operating table. What followed left every specialist breathless with awe. Lin Hao demonstrated an almost clairvoyant precision in his anticipatory moves, displaying an intimate knowledge of every vascular detail. His technique was concise, efficient, precise, and swift, while he maintained complete control over the entire procedure. His clear instructions guided the team with effortless precision. The experts' reactions evolved from shock and skepticism to admiration and willingness to serve as assistants. Ultimately, only one thought remained. This was no child, he was a god at the operating table. The rest of the procedure proceeded without a hitch. With flawless coordination from the elite team, the artificial heart was successfully implanted into Lin Weiniing's chest cavity. As the final suture was tied, Lin Hao commanded in a deep voice. Prepare to remove the extracorporeal circulation. Restart the heart. A deathly silence fell over the operating room and beyond. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the artificial heart resting quietly within her chest cavity and the connected monitor screen. The extracorporeal circulation machine ceased operation, and the original blood flow resumed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the artificial heart contracted violently and powerfully on its own. Then a second, a third. The rhythm, hesitant at first, quickly became steady, robust, and pulsing with vibrant life. Thump, thump, thump. The clear, powerful heartbeat echoed through the operating room via the speakers, filling the entire space. Simultaneously, it reached every viewer through the live broadcast feed. Heartbeat successfully restored. Sinus rhythm. Blood pressure steadily rising. The monitoring physician reported excitedly. Success! The world's first autologous cell-cultured artificial heart transplant surgery, ultimately guided by an 8-year-old child, had succeeded. A long-suppressed cheer erupted within the operating room. Chen Mingyuan, Wang Jianqing, Lu Tao, and others wore expressions of immense relief and pride. Wilson and James also clapped heartily, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they watched the small figure. All traces of their earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by profound admiration. Dean Tanghuashi was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. The live stream comments exploded. Aha! She jumped! She jumped! She made it! This isn't a child, it's a modern-day miracle doctor. Xia Nation medicine is amazing. Kid brother is amazing. My dad asked why I was kneeling to watch my phone. After I told him, he knelt down too. Lin Hao's tense expression finally relaxed. Through his sterile mask, he gazed at his mother's peaceful profile on the operating table, his eyes filled with relieved reassurance. Chapter 5: Post-surgery recovery is the real challenge? News system task. The thunderous cheers from the operating room still echoed in his ears, yet Lin Hao's world did not immediately return to calm. The world's first successful autologous artificial heart transplant. Especially since the lead surgeon was an 8-year-old child. It was like dropping a nuclear bomb into a calm lake, sending a tidal wave of public opinion crashing across the entire world. Outside the intensive care unit at Zhenjiang First People's Hospital, cameras and microphones were set up in rows. Lin Hao's name, along with keywords like 8-year-old surgeon, artificial heart, and medical prodigy, dominated headlines across global media outlets. Daxia media showered him with praise, hailing him as a medical genius and the beacon of hope for the rise of Xia's medical field, igniting unprecedented national pride among its people. Online, Little Brother became a viral phenomenon, with countless netizens paying homage and memes flooding the internet. Yet beneath the clamor, doubts and murmurs began to stir like an undercurrent, quietly gathering momentum until they erupted into a storm impossible to ignore. Initially, it was just scattered murmurs. 8 years old? Performing a heart transplant? This sounds like a movie script. It's too scripted. An artificial heart? With 100% compatibility and no rejection? That sounds more sci-fi than science fiction. It must be a prop prepared in advance. Hype. Pure hype. Some capitalist force is pushing this, using a child as a gimmick. Disgusting. These voices, thick with conspiracy theories and sour grapes, were quickly amplified by marketing accounts with ulterior motives or foreign forces. Soon after, figures claiming titles like medical experts and senior commentators emerged. Their criticisms appeared more professional, yet were also more deceptive and damaging. A temporary success on the operating table doesn't guarantee long-term survival. Are there no immune risks with autologous cells? Potential rejection reactions caused by microenvironmental differences could manifest weeks or even months after surgery. Postoperative infection is the #1 killer in such major surgeries. Can sterile procedures be guaranteed when an 8-year-old child is leading the operation? Postoperative care is even more critical. How stable is the artificial heart's long-term performance? Mechanical valves wear down. How long can the biological heart's cellular viability last? Can neurological function fully recover? These remain unknowns. Patient Lin Weiniang was extremely frail before surgery. After enduring such a traumatic operation, can her body truly withstand the lengthy recovery period? Suddenly, negative narratives like Lin Hao's surgery is a scam, Lin's mother won't survive long, and artificial heart technology poses significant risks began circulating widely, creating a sharp contrast with the overwhelming praise. Inside the intensive care unit, however, the atmosphere was worlds apart from the external clamor. Lin Weiniang lay in her hospital bed, her face still pale from the surgery. Her breathing was steady, but an undeniable fragility lingered between her brows. Though the artificial heart beat powerfully within her chest, the immense toll of the surgery and the trauma to her body left her looking exceptionally fragile. Lin Hao stood by her side, his small hand tightly clasping his mother's slightly cool fingers. He paid no heed to the gossip swirling outside, but the vicious speculation about his mother's recovery pierced his heart like needles. He didn't care about doubts directed at himself, but he would never tolerate anyone cursing his mother. Seeing her frail state, he too worried about her post-operative recovery. Just then, that familiar cold electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! New mission: ensure Lin Weiniang's perfect post-surgery recovery and crush all doubts. Reward: 800 bio-research points. His eyes narrowed as he immediately communicated with the biological research system in his consciousness. System: search for technologies related to post-operative recovery, cell repair, and immune enhancement. Lin Hao silently commanded, and instantly, a virtual screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes, displaying a dazzling array of technology options scrolling rapidly. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he swiftly filtered through projects that met the current needs and were within his point budget. Finally, his gaze locked onto an icon glowing with a soft blue light. Bioactive Cell Repair Gel Basic. Description: precisely activates dormant stem cells in patients, directing them to migrate to damaged areas. Accelerates repair, significantly suppresses postoperative inflammatory storms, and gently modulates the local immune microenvironment to reduce infection risk. Can be applied topically or via microinjection at acupoints. Rapid onset with pronounced effects. Points required for exchange: 500. This is it. Lin Hao selected the exchange without hesitation. A prompt confirming point deduction flashed, and a palm-sized, specially material-sealed sterile tube materialized within his system space. Lin Hao looked up at Chen Mingyuan, who was reviewing the monitor data. Uncle Chen, I have some leftover special nutrient matrix extract from when I cultivated the heart earlier. I formulated it into a gel myself. I want to use it for Mom. It should help her recover faster. Chen Mingyuan, Wang Jianqin, Lu Tao, and the foreign experts Wilson, James, and others who were permitted to observe from outside the glass window instantly focused their attention on the pale blue, crystalline gel in Lin Hao's hand. Chen Mingyuan's brow furrowed slightly, his mind filled with doubts. Applying any medication without rigorous validation to a post-operative patient was strictly taboo. But looking into Lin Hao's eyes, filled with confidence and hope, and recalling his performance, the scales in his mind began to sway violently. Ultimately, his trust in Lin Hao's unfathomable technique and his hope for Lin Weiniang's swift recovery overpowered his inherent caution. Chen Mingyuan asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with gravity. Lin Hao, are you certain this is safe? What are the expected outcomes? Facing Chen Mingyuan's inquiry, Lin Hao answered with unwavering certainty. I'm certain. It will only activate Mom's own healing abilities, no side effects. The results should be swift. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan took a deep breath and exchanged a complex glance with Wang Jianqin and Lu Tao. Finally, he made his decision. Agreed. But it must be administered under our strict supervision. And only for your mother. With Chen Mingyuan's tacit approval, Lin Hao injected a minute amount of gel through a specially designed fine needle into several specific acupoints on his mother's body, all under the stunned gazes of the experts. The effect was immediate. Lin Weiniing's cheeks, once as pale as paper, regained their rosy glow at an astonishing speed. The monitor showed her blood oxygen saturation steadily climbing, her heartbeat growing stronger and more stable. Just one day later, when she was encouraged to attempt sitting up, though still weak, the strength in her arms and legs had noticeably increased, far exceeding post-operative expectations. The results of the nurse's muscle strength test stunned everyone. Her recovery rate was more than 3 times faster than normal. Chen Mingyuan held the latest stack of comparative data reports, his hands trembling slightly. These figures completely defy existing medical understanding. The inflammation subsided far too quickly. The physical recovery, this is nothing short of a medical miracle. Wang Jianxin rubbed his eyes hard, staring at Lin Weiniing on the hospital bed. Her complexion had visibly improved, and she could even speak softly to Lin Hao. He murmured to himself. After dedicating my entire life to medical research, I never imagined I'd be outperformed by a mere child. Outside the glass window, Wilson and James stared at the irrefutable test results, every shred of their professional skepticism crushed into dust. Wilson even pressed his face against the glass, desperate to etch every detail into his memory, muttering repeatedly. Impossible. This can't be. What principle is this gel actually based on? At the official's behest, the hospital promptly organized a restricted media visit. Before the cameras, Lin Weiniing still bore traces of illness, yet her rosy complexion, clear speech, and evident vitality stood in stark contrast to the vicious online rumors predicting her imminent demise. Official media outlets also released detailed postoperative recovery data reports endorsed by Chen Mingyuan's team. Ironclad facts delivered a resounding slap across the faces of all skeptics. Online sentiment instantly reversed. Does your face hurt, haters? Here's the data slapped right in your face. Little brother's black tech strikes again. Mass-produce that healing gel already. Where are those experts who said Lin's mom couldn't pull it off? Come out and explain yourselves. I'm bowled over. Little brother not only builds hearts and performs surgeries, he's got post-op recovery covered too. Total package. Xiaogua medicine rocks. Little brother rocks. Wilson pressed against the glass looks just like me when I'm starstruck. So satisfying. The storm of skepticism was utterly crushed by sheer prowess and miraculous recovery, transforming into deeper reverence and awe for little brother. Lin Hao stood in the hospital room, gazing at his mother's peaceful, sleeping face and her noticeably improved complexion. A relieved smile finally spread across his small face. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming an orphan. Chapter 6, A Patient Who Seeks Him Out. Opportunity or Crisis? The success of the world's first autologous artificial heart transplant, especially the miracle of an 8-year-old performing the surgery, had stirred turbulent undercurrents that now surged toward Lin Hao and his mother after the initial clamor subsided. With the help of her son's miraculous gel, Lin Weiniing's recovery pace was nothing short of a medical miracle. Her complexion improved day by day, and she was even able to get out of bed for brief periods of activity. This living advertisement effect represents hope for life in the eyes of ordinary people, but to some, it has become a priceless commodity. At first, sharp-eyed men in suits began lurking outside the ward during non-visiting hours. They tried to gather information through nurses, attendants, and even cleaners, offering lavish sums. Then came the direct visits. The first to force his way in was Wang Tianhao, the renowned domestic real estate tycoon. Slightly overweight with slick-back hair, he was flanked by 2 cold-faced bodyguards. Ignoring the nurse blocking the doorway, he pushed open the ward door, his face plastered with a smile that seemed warm but was actually arrogant. Well, this must be young Lin Hao. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Mr. Wang's booming voice echoed as his gaze swept over Lin Hao like appraising a rare treasure, finally settling on Lin Weiniing in the hospital bed. Ms. Lin, you look well. Congratulations. He pulled up a chair and sat down without waiting for an invitation, crossing his legs and casually placing a gold-embossed business card on the bedside table. I'm Wang Tianhao, just a small-time businessman. I hear young Lin Hao has mastered a, remarkable technique? Can he cultivate artificial hearts? Wang Tianhao leaned forward slightly, his tone condescending and patronizing. My old man's been suffering from heart failure for years. He's had 3 bypass surgeries, and the doctors say he's got 6 months at most. Money isn't an issue. He held up 2 fingers in a gesture. 20 million. No, 50 million. If young Lin Hao can cultivate a suitable heart for my old man and get Professor Chen and his team to perform the surgery, this money goes into your account immediately. Any other demands afterward? Just name them. The bodyguard behind him promptly opened an elegant leather briefcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of crisp $100 bills inside. Almost as soon as Mr. Wang finished speaking, the hospital room door swung open again. This time, a middle-aged foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed impeccably, entered, followed by a capable Chinese-American female assistant. Excuse us. The foreign man spoke fluent yet slightly accented Chinese, his face adorned with a standard business smile, though his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Smith, representing Augustus Life Sciences Group and our esteemed director, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson has suffered from dilated cardiomyopathy for many years, and even the world's top medical teams have been unable to help. Smith's gaze bypassed Wang Tianhao entirely, fixing on Lin Hao with an unquestionable authority in his tone. Young Mr. Lin Hao, our group holds immense interest and sincerity in your technology. Should you agree to provide services for Mr. Johnson, you may name your terms. Money, shares, even immigration, and access to the most advanced laboratory resources, none of these would be an issue. What we need is your immediate action. The small hospital room was instantly filled with two distinct, pungent odors of greed. Lin Weiniang gripped her son's hand nervously, her face turning pale. She was just an ordinary person, and the events of recent days had already begun to shatter her worldview. Security personnel arranged by Qin Mingyuan attempted to intervene, but were deliberately or inadvertently blocked outside by Wang Tianhao's bodyguards. In an instant, all eyes focused on Lin Hao. Lin Hao lifted his eyes, his gaze now as still and deep as two pools of water, utterly unlike that of an 8-year-old child. He gently patted his mother's hand, signaling her to relax, then turned to the two uninvited guests before him, his voice clear and steady. Mr. Wang, Mr. Smith. First, thank you for your recognition of my technology. However, his tone abruptly turned cold, carrying an unnerving resolve and detachment beyond his years. I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request at this time. Wang Tianhao's smile froze instantly, while Smith narrowed his eyes slightly. There are 3 reasons. Lin Hao spoke with clear logic, showing no sign of nervousness. First, my mother is in a critical recovery phase after surgery. I need to be by her side to care for her and cannot take on new projects. Second, he glanced at the monitor, the technology is still in its early stages. It requires further research and optimization. Premature application carries significant risks. Third, and most crucially, his voice was unwavering as his gaze swept over the two men. My technology concerns the extension of life. It represents medical progress. It should not, and cannot, be reduced to a luxury item for the wealthy or a commercial cash cow. Its future must serve the broader population of patients who genuinely need it. Lin Hao snorted inwardly. These people spoke so eloquently, asking him to treat them. But in reality, they still wanted to monopolize the method for cultivating non-rejectable artificial hearts, only to offer it at exorbitant prices to those in need. Wang Tianhao's face turned ashen at Lin Hao's response, while Smith's smile vanished instantly, his eyes darkening with menace. Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you. 50 million isn't enough? Countless people begged me for investment. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Tianhao shot to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. He pointed at Lin Hao, spittle flying from his mouth. Smith beside him also stood, his voice icy. Youthful ambition is commendable, but learn to read the situation. Rejecting Augustus's goodwill, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Think about your mother. Think about that perfect heart in her chest. Can it really stay perfect forever? Smith's words carried an unmistakable threat. My skills are not at your service. Leave now and don't disturb my mother's rest. Lin Hao stood tall, meeting their hostile stares without flinching. Fine, fine. You've got guts. We'll see how long you can keep up this tough act. Wang Tianhao trembled with rage. He shot Lin Hao one last furious glare before storming out with his bodyguards, slamming the door behind him. Smith fixed Lin Hao with a piercing gaze, his eyes like venomous snakes. Mr. Lin Hao, you will regret this. I hope you'll be more wise when we meet next. After they left, the hospital room fell briefly silent, the air thick and suffocating. Lin Weiniang clutched her son's hand, her fingertips icy cold. Xiao Hao. Mom, don't be afraid. It's okay. I have the technology. They won't dare do anything. Lin Hao squeezed his mother's hand tightly, but the trouble was far from over. Over the next few days, harassment followed him like a shadow. Whether Lin Hao was getting food from the hospital cafeteria or accompanying his mother on walks in the small garden downstairs, he could always feel several unfriendly gazes fixed on his back. An inconspicuous black sedan would always park at varying distances in different corners near the hospital. In the dead of night, the ward's landline would suddenly ring. Answering it revealed only heavy breathing or sinister, chilling laughter. Occasionally, threatening trash would be dumped outside the ward door. Wang Tianhao had clearly mobilized his media connections. Online tabloids and self-media outlets began flooding the internet with rumors. Child prodigy or demon? The shocking scam behind the 8-year-old surgeon. Failing to save the dying. Medical prodigy Lin Hao refuses treatment for terminally ill patient. Where is his medical ethics? Exclusive, Lin Hao's artificial heart technology holds major risks. Is his mother's recovery just a last flicker of life? These malicious headlines rapidly fermented online, inflaming the emotions of uninformed netizens. They sought to brand Lin Hao as arrogant and conceited and cold-blooded and heartless, aiming to target mother and son with public pressure. Hospital security was tightened, and Professor Chen Mingyuan issued multiple warnings, but the forces represented by Wang Tianhao and Smith clearly ignored these efforts, continuing their harassment. Lin Hao stood at the hospital room window, his brow furrowed as he watched the familiar black sedan parked below. He could sense that their anger at being utterly rejected had now transformed into deeper malice. Bribes had failed, threats proved futile. What methods remained? A shadow of gravity flashed across Lin Hao's eyes. Chapter 7: Kidnapped and Escaping Death. Wang Tianhao and Smith's threats did not remain mere words. Just as Lin Hao had foreseen, the simmering undercurrent erupted into a violent storm. That evening, Lin Hao left the ward as usual to buy fruit, with security guard Xiao Zhang following closely behind. Just as they passed through the quiet alley beside the hospital's side entrance, disaster struck. Squay! A shrill screech of brakes erupted without warning. A gray minivan without license plates, which had been parked at the alley entrance, suddenly surged forward, instantly blocking the narrow exit. Almost simultaneously, another unlicensed black sedan burst out like a ghost from the rear alley entrance, completely sealing off their retreat. No! Xiao Zhang's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly shielded Lin Hao behind him, his right hand darting toward the service weapon at his waist. But the attackers were faster. The doors of both the van and sedan slammed open simultaneously with a clatter. 5 or 6 burly men, their faces concealed by black masks revealing only fierce eyes, pounced like cheetahs. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly the work of trained operatives. 2 men charged directly at Xiao Zhang. One shone a bright flashlight directly into his eyes, while the other wielded a short club wrapped in thick cloth, aiming a vicious blow at the arm reaching for the weapon. The other 3 charged straight for Lin Hao, whom Xiao Zhang was shielding behind him. Lin Hao! Run! Xiao Zhang roared, ignoring the blinding light and the searing pain in his arm. He blocked the club with all his strength while kicking away the closest assailant lunging at Lin Hao. But the enemy outnumbered him. 2 others pinned him down, leaving him unable to break free. Take the target. Now! The leader growled hoarsely. Lin Hao's face instantly drained of color, his heart pounding wildly. He never imagined they'd dare to strike near the hospital in broad daylight and with such professional ruthlessness. Overwhelming terror seized him in an instant. But then, a system alert suddenly blared in his mind. Warning! Host's life is under severe threat. Detecting intense hostility and intent to physically restrain. At this critical moment, Lin Hao forced himself to calm down, his consciousness plunging instantly into the system. System! Redeemed self-defense and escape technology. Now, he roared inwardly. A virtual interface instantly unfolded, countless icons scrolling rapidly. Time seemed to freeze as Lin Hao swiftly locked onto 2 options. Bioelectrostatic release patch single use. Description: disguised as ordinary adhesive patches. Upon contact with the target, instantly releases a powerful bioelectric current, causing muscle spasms and temporary paralysis for several seconds. Requires direct skin contact to activate. Exchange points, 300. Nerve paralyzing microneedles controllable dose. Description: 3 transparent bio-microneedles, as fine as cow hair, concealed between fingers. Upon piercing the target's skin, they release a microdose of neurotoxin, causing localized or systemic temporary paralysis. Exchange points, 350. Microneedles. Exchange for microneedles. Lin Hao chose the latter without hesitation. The single-use patch was clearly unsuitable for his situation. 350 points were instantly deducted, and 3 cold, slender needles appeared between his fingers. The exchange completed, his consciousness snapped back to reality. Only a second or 2 had passed. The 2 kidnappers had already broken through Xiao Zhang's resistance, their iron clamp-like hands violently grabbing at Lin Hao's slender shoulders. Kid! Keep your hands where they are, one of the kidnappers snarled, his gloved hand inches from touching Lin Hao. At that critical moment, Lin Hao's right hand darted out like a serpent, grabbing for the wrist exposed outside the cuff. You little brat, you dare resist. The kidnapper dismissed the threat, attempting to seize Lin Hao's wrist with a backhand grab. But the instant Lin Hao's fingers touched the man's skin, a nerve-paralyzing microneedle concealed between his fingers silently pierced the kidnapper's wrist. A minute dose of biological toxin was instantly injected. Ha! The burly kidnapper's body stiffened abruptly. The hand gripping Lin Hao's shoulder instantly lost all strength, going limp like a piece of noodle. This sudden turn of events stunned the other kidnapper lunging at Lin Hao and the group surrounding Xiao Zhang. What the hell? Third brother? In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao hesitated not a moment. He darted past the fallen kidnapper and charged straight for the gray van blocking his path. Get him! The leader snapped out of it first, roaring in shock and fury. Another kidnapper immediately gave chase, his large hand reaching for Lin Hao's collar. Without looking back, Lin Hao swung his right hand backward in what appeared to be a wild, random motion. The second nerve-paralyzing microneedle pierced the pursuer's outstretched arm with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! The pursuer let out a piercing scream, his body going limp as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Lin Hao had already reached the driver's side of the van. Clearly stunned, the driver stared in horror at his fallen comrade. Without pausing, Lin Hao yanked open the driver's door with his left hand. Under the driver's horrified gaze, his small right hand clutched the final microneedle and slammed it into the driver's bare arm, exposed by his short sleeves. Without even a whimper, the driver's body went limp, slumping onto the steering wheel as a shrill, prolonged honk blared from the horn. 3 needles. 3 men. Instantly incapacitated. Monster. He's a monster. The remaining kidnappers watched this eerie, terrifying scene, their scalps tingling with fear, unable to move forward for a moment. Brother Zhang. Run. Lin Hao shouted at Brother Zhang, who was still grappling with the last 2 kidnappers and staring in stunned disbelief. Without hesitation, he spun around and sprinted with all his might toward the other end of the alley toward the black sedan blocking the road. He knew there were kidnappers there too, but it was the only possible way out. Stop him. The leader, furious, drew a cold, gleaming dagger. But it was too late. Lin Hao unleashed his maximum speed, charging toward the black sedan. Spotting a taxi slowing down behind the sedan, seemingly startled by the honking, he hesitated not a moment. The instant the black sedan's driver pushed open the door and stepped out, Lin Hao ducked low, slipped through the driver's armpit, and sprinted with all his might toward the center of the road. Kid. Danger. The taxi driver, terrified out of his wits at the sudden appearance of a child, slammed on the brakes. With a screech of brakes, the taxi came to a hair-raising halt less than half a meter from Lin Hao. The sudden impact from the close-range braking sent Lin Hao stumbling backward, crashing to the ground. His knees and palms burned with searing pain. He scrambled to his feet, scrambled to the passenger window, his small face panicked and muddy, his voice urgent and tearful. Uncle. Save me. Bad guys kidnapped me. Take me to the city hospital. Quick. Please. The taxi driver glanced back at the masked man with a ferocious expression chasing out of the alley entrance, then looked at the disheveled child before him, his eyes filled with terror yet unusually clear. Instantly, he understood. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Get in the car." Lin Hao yanked open the door and wriggled inside like an eel, slamming the door shut with all his might. Hold on tight. The taxi driver, a man of courage, yanked the steering wheel hard and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The taxi roared to life, swerving past the stunned driver of the black sedan and merging into the main road traffic. He sped toward the nearest police station. Only then did the intense pain and terror of narrowly escaping death wash over him like a tidal wave. 8-year-old Lin Hao's body shook uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, but he bit his lip hard, refusing to let himself cry out. He glanced back through the window and watched the pursuing kidnappers quickly vanish from view. He was safe, for now. Will those people go after Mom? Lin Hao instantly grasped the kidnappers' intentions, his mind immediately flashing back to the threats made by Smith and Wang Tianhao just days earlier. A wave of overwhelming panic washed over him once more. Chapter 8, Official Intervention. Meanwhile, in the hospital's intensive care unit, Lin Weining stared restlessly out the window as the sky darkened. Xiao Hao had gone to buy fruit nearly half an hour ago, much longer than usual. An inexplicable sense of dread made her restless. Just then, the ward door burst open. Professor Chen Mingyuan's face was ashen, followed by Wang Jianxin and several security personnel, all wearing equally grave expressions. His phone had just connected to an urgent call from a police liaison. Ms. Lin. Professor Chen Mingyuan's voice carried unprecedented fury and urgency. Lin Hao may be in trouble. There was a suspected kidnapping attempt in the alley by the hospital's side entrance. Witnesses saw him and security guard Zhang attacked. Zhang is critically injured and unconscious, while Lin Hao is missing. What? Lin Weining felt as if struck by lightning. The world went black before her eyes, and she nearly fainted. Professor Chen. Please save Hao. Lin Weining's voice cracked with tears, her eyes pleading. Seeing Lin Weining's sudden collapse, Chen Mingyuan's eyes blazed with fury. Ms. Lin, rest assured. Chen Mingyuan's voice was unwavering. I, Chen Mingyuan, will put my reputation on the line and pull every string I have. Even if I have to turn the entire city of Zhenjiang upside down, I will bring Lin Hao back safely. Dare to touch him? They're asking for death. He immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly with rage, and dialed a number he rarely used, labeled Security Department Directorly. The moment the call connected, Chen Mingyuan's voice turned icy. Directorly. This is Chen Mingyuan. Lin Hao, the 8-year-old with the artificial heart, just suffered an attack by professional kidnappers near the hospital. Security guards are critically injured, and the child is missing. I demand. Chen Mingyuan abruptly changed his tone. No. I demand. Immediately activate the highest level emergency response. Mobilize all available forces. Seal off every exit route from the city. Search every inch of ground if you must, but find him within the shortest possible time. Now. Immediately. The taxi weaved perilously through the evening rush hour traffic. The driver's palms were drenched in cold sweat as he gripped the steering wheel, nervously glancing at the rearview mirror to confirm no suspicious vehicles were tailing them. In the back seat, Lin Hao's small frame still trembled slightly, yet he forced himself to steady his nerves as he dialed Chen Mingyuan's private number. Hello? Professor. Professor Chen? It's Lin Hao. The moment the call connected, Lin Hao fought to stay composed, explaining the situation as concisely as possible. I'm okay. I was attacked at the hospital's side entrance, but I managed to escape. I'm in a taxi now and out of danger, but I'm afraid those people might go after my mom. The atmosphere on the other end of the line was thick with tension. Professor Chen Mingyuan had his phone on speaker, and Lin Hao's tearful voice echoed clearly throughout the hospital room. Xiao Hao. Lin Weiying abruptly pushed herself up from the hospital bed. A sharp pain shot through her chest, but in that moment, she paid it no mind. Tears instantly streamed down her face. How are you? Where are you? Are you hurt? Don't be afraid. Mom is fine. I'll wait for you to come back. Her voice was hoarse, filled with worry. Chen Mingyuan's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of relief washing over him only to be instantly replaced by a torrent of rage. He took the phone, his voice as heavy as iron, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Xiao Hao, don't be afraid. Stay in the taxi and lock the doors. The police will be there soon. I just confirmed it, your mother is safe here. Don't worry. He turned to Wang Jianxin and the hospital security chief, both equally grim-faced, barking orders, notify the police immediately. Track down the taxi Lin Hao is in. No one, not even a fly, is to enter any of the special care ward floors without my explicit permission or Director Wang's. Almost the moment Chen Mingyuan finished speaking, higher-level forces alerted by his emergency call sprang into high gear. The command center of Zhenjiang Municipal Police Bureau was ablaze with lights. On the massive electronic screen, surveillance footage from surrounding roads near the incident site was continuously pulled up and zoomed in. A red dot raced along the city streets, the real-time location of the taxi carrying Lin Hao. Report. Target taxi confirmed. Traveling east to west on Riverside Road at 60 km h. Driver pacified, passenger safe. Report. One seriously injured security guard found in the side alley, rushed to hospital. 2 unlicensed suspect vehicles abandoned at scene. 4 individuals in gray and deep paralysis of unknown cause secured. Report. Based on the characteristics of the abandoned vehicles, witness accounts, and Skynet system cross-references, we preliminarily identified a local professional kidnapping ring. Their leader, nicknamed Scarface, is a major suspect. Report. Headquarters orders, establish a task force. Implements citywide surveillance. Ensure Lin Hao's absolute safety and uncover the mastermind behind this operation. Police lights flashed, slicing through the city's night sky. Dozens of police vehicles converged on Lin Hao's location from all directions. The roar of police helicopters echoed over the city. Less than 20 minutes later, the taxi carrying Lin Hao was safely escorted by several police vehicles to the entrance of the municipal police headquarters compound. The doors opened, and several SWAT officers swiftly approached. Lin Hao was carefully lifted out of the vehicle, immediately wrapped in a warm police coat. Surrounded by police officers and seeing Professor Chen Mingyuan and Lin Weiying rushing over from afar, Lin Hao's tense body finally relaxed completely. The pent-up fear and dread dissolved into tears that poured forth as he threw himself into his mother's arms, who had stumbled toward him. Mom! The child's cry pierced the night sky, filled with hurt, fear, and the relief of safety regained. Xiao Hao! Lin Weiying clutched her long-lost son, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the police operation continued with relentless efficiency. Using the kidnappers subdued by Lin Hao's nerve-paralyzing microneedles as a breakthrough point, combined with the Skynet system's precise tracking, communication surveillance, and investigation into fund flows, a clear map of the criminal network was swiftly sketched out. Scarface and his crew were merely hired muscle. A staggering sum of 5 million yuan, transferred in multiple installments to Scarface's overseas accounts, traced directly to a notorious domestic real estate tycoon Wang Tianhao. As cold handcuffs snapped around Wang Tianhao's thick wrists, the once powerful tycoon raged into his phone from his luxurious villa. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even capture a child. But instead of the usual meek apologies from his subordinates, several uniformed police officers burst through the door, their expressions impassive. Wang Tianhao. You are suspected of multiple crimes including hiring kidnappers, attempted assault, and illegal detention. You are now under arrest according to the law. The cold voice sounded like a verdict. Wang Tianhao's face drained of color, his entire body shaking uncontrollably as his custom-made phone clattered to the floor. He knew this time, he had truly hit a brick wall. His so-called connections crumbled before the might of the state apparatus. As for Mr. Smith, the representative of Augustus Life Sciences Group, upon learning of the failed kidnapping and Wang Tianhao's capture, he immediately destroyed all relevant communication records. With the backing of his powerful connections, he hastily boarded a private jet departing from Xia Nation. Chapter 9: Lin Hao's choice joining the authorities. The news of Wang Tianhao's imprisonment sent shockwaves through society like a boulder dropped into a lake. Headlines prominently reported the spectacular downfall of this former real estate tycoon, whose vast business empire now teetered on the brink under the relentless investigation of law enforcement. Online, condemnation and scorn flooded the internet as the public rejoiced, finding immense catharsis in the simple justice of what goes around comes around. Yet at the storm's epicenter, the true protagonist of the affair, Lin Hao, remained uncharacteristically silent. In the late-night special care ward, only the steady beep of the monitor and Lin Weiniang's faint, weak breathing filled the air. Under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, Lin Hao sat in a chair beside the hospital bed, his eyes fixed intently on his sleeping mother. Having survived the ordeal, Lin Weiniang's complexion did indeed improve day by day, nourished by her son's miraculous gel. Yet now, as she slept, her hand clutched Lin Hao's small hand tightly, as if fearing she might lose him again like a drowning person grasping their only hope. This silent expression of love pierced Lin Hao's heart. The terrifying scenes replayed uncontrollably in his mind. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet, making him shiver uncontrollably even in the warm hospital room. Never before had danger felt so close. In that moment, an old saying flashed through his mind: the common man bears no guilt, but the possession of a precious jade brings guilt upon him. Once he'd dismissed it as mere wordplay, but now he understood its weight, pressing solidly against his 8-year-old heart. He possessed the biological research system, a technology capable of rewriting life and death, of shifting the world's balance. This technology had saved his mother's life, and one day, it might save countless others. It should have been a blessing, yet this very technology had become the seed of disaster. Wang Tianhao's arrogant smugness when throwing money around, Smith's sinister threats, and today's real-deal kidnapping. The emergence of these individuals had utterly shattered his naive belief that possessing the technology meant everything would be fine. If it happened once, it would surely happen again twice, thrice. He needed protection. He needed power. A powerful force capable of shielding his mother, safeguarding his technology, and protecting himself. Lin Hao's gaze drifted involuntarily toward the ward entrance. There, two men dressed in plain clothes stood as straight as pine trees, like two silent guardian deities. Their presence was unobtrusive, yet inexplicably reassuring. This sense of security did not stem from their individual combat prowess. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that they represented the authorities, the ultimate force on this land of the East. A thought, like a spring bamboo shoot breaking through the soil, began to grow wildly within him, instantly becoming crystal clear and utterly resolute. He must seek out the state. Bind himself to the state. Days later, Lin Weiniang's recovery progressed so rapidly that even Professor Chen Mingyuan marveled at it. During rounds, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Ms. Lin, your recovery is nothing short of a medical miracle. Observe her for another week. If there are no adverse reactions, she can go home to recuperate. Professor Chen Mingyuan flipped through the reports, his tone light. The gaze he cast upon Lin Hao brimmed with an elder's affection and an indescribable, complex emotion. This failed kidnapping attempt made him understand better than anyone else the immense weight this child carried and the dangers lurking around him. As he escorted Chen Mingyuan out of the ward, Lin Hao gently tugged at the hem of his white coat. Uncle Chen, Lin Hao lifted his small face, his eyes no longer the sharp focus of the operating table, nor the earlier panic, but clear and solemn. Can we talk privately for a moment? It's important. Chen Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. He saw the unusual earnestness in the child's eyes and nodded immediately. Sure. The small conference room next door. The small conference room held only the two of them. Lin Hao showed no hesitation. Meeting Chen Mingyuan's eyes that had seen 1,000 storms yet remained gentle, his small face grew tense as he spoke slowly and clearly, enunciating each word. Uncle Chen, I've made up my mind. My heart technology. He paused, avoiding deeper secrets. And any other things I might develop in the future, they can't just be held in my hands. They absolutely cannot become tools for people like Wang Tianhao and Smith to pursue their own interests. He took a deep breath, his small chest puffing out, his voice carrying an unwavering resolve. I'm going to cooperate with the state. I'll hand over all my technology, every last bit of it, to the state. And any future discoveries that could benefit the nation will be handed over as well. At these words, Chen Mingyuan was utterly stunned. Immediately, a wave of burning heat surged into his eyes. Overwhelming relief and emotion nearly made him lose his composure. This was precisely the path he had hoped for countless times, yet had never dared to suggest to an 8-year-old who had just endured such a catastrophe. He never imagined the child would come to this realization on his own, seeing through the treacherous ways of the world and making such a selfless, sensible decision. Lin Hao didn't pause, his small face radiating a sense of mission. If my technology can advance our nation's medicine and give more people a chance to survive, I want it to help millions like my mom live well. His eyes burned with fervor. But, Uncle Chen, I need the country to protect me and my mom, so those bad people won't dare come back. I also need the country to help me put this technology into practice to ensure it's used safely, fairly, and justly where it's truly needed. Chen Mingyuan gazed at the small figure before him, eyes clear, expression solemn, and his eyes instantly welled up. He extended his broad, calloused hand, pressing it firmly and steadily onto Lin Hao's slender shoulder with a weighty promise. His voice trembled slightly, yet his words were unwavering. Good boy. Truly a good boy. His voice caught, then hardened like rock. Uncle Chen understands. Your choice is absolutely right. Chen Mingyuan's gaze burned with intensity as he looked deeply into Lin Hao's eyes. His steady, solemn voice filled the quiet room. Child, your resolve weighs 1,000 pounds. He nodded slightly, his expression blending a physician's rigor with an elder's compassion. As for your safety, rest assured. His words carried an unquestionable authority. I, Chen Mingyuan, stake my reputation on it, the state will protect you. Not even a fly will come near you or your mother. He paused briefly, his tone growing even more solemn. As for your heart cultivation technology, it is a national treasure. We will assemble the most elite team to study and promote it. Chen Mingyuan paused, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. In truth, after your mother's successful surgery, especially as the artificial heart technology demonstrated its immeasurable value, the higher-ups have already been formulating a plan. This kidnapping incident has further accelerated its implementation. Chapter 10, entrusted with a heavy responsibility, facing new crises. Chen Mingyuan lowered his voice slightly, his expression tinged with solemnity. At the national level, it has been decided to establish a dedicated, secure R&D base for you, your mother, and this technology with the highest possible standards. The name has even been tentatively chosen, Qiming, symbolizing the dawn of new hope for life. This Qiming base will be located in the suburbs, in a highly secluded and tranquil area. It was originally the site of a top-secret research institute, with excellent infrastructure. Chen Mingyuan's face broke into a weary yet proud smile. I haven't been idle these past few days. For this matter, I practically wore out my phone, shamelessly reaching out to several old leaders and comrades in arms, mobilizing every connection I possibly could. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously, and the efficiency is remarkable. The special approval documents sailed through without a hitch. Security, construction, and scientific equipment departments are all mobilized. Chen Mingyuan continued, his tone tinged with barely perceptible excitement. I've inspected the site, it's excellent. Security protocols will be elevated to the highest level. The laboratory's core equipment consists of the world's most advanced bioengineering and medical instruments, some requiring special channels for procurement. As for personnel, the state will select a group of young research backbone members from top universities and institutes, individuals with absolutely reliable backgrounds, outstanding professional capabilities, and both potential and drive to form your core team. They will serve as both your assistants and future inheritors of this technology. Naturally, I will personally oversee the team selection and background checks. Chen Mingyuan gave Lin Hao another firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with expectation. Before long, once Qiming is ready, you and your mother can move in. There, you'll be able to focus entirely on your research without any worries about security. In that moment, the weighty authority of a leading medical expert radiated from Chen Mingyuan. He had become the most solid bridge connecting the machinery of the state with the young genius before him. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His earlier performance before Chen Mingyuan hadn't been in vain. The shadow of the kidnapping incident did not linger long in the hearts of Lin Hao and his mother. Under Professor Chen Mingyuan's decisive action, leveraging the full force of the state apparatus, Wang Tianhao and the entire network of interests behind him were uprooted. Smith, the representative of the Augustus Group, was placed under strict surveillance and deported. All malicious harassment and smear campaigns targeting Lin Hao and his mother were swiftly resolved through official clarifications, and public opinion began to shift. Though the dust had settled, Lin Hao's life had been irrevocably altered. He and his mother, Lin Weining, moved out of the hospital and into a secluded, heavily guarded compound provided by the state on the outskirts of the city. Surrounded by greenery, the place was serene and peaceful, a stark contrast to the hospital's noise and sense of crisis. Deep within the compound stood Qiming, a national joint biological research laboratory. Its exterior appeared ordinary, yet inside it housed world-class biological research equipment. At that moment, Lin Hao stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows in Qiming's main control room. Soft light filled the room, where several high-definition screens floated mid-air, displaying complex protein folding animations and real-time cellular activity data streams. Several researchers in white lab coats worked intently at their stations. These were the elite team meticulously selected by Chen Mingyuan, now serving as the capable assistants to this young chief advisor. Laboratory Director Su Cheng projected encrypted data onto the main screen with visible excitement. Advisor Lin, this is the final Phase 3 clinical report for Rapid Recovery 1. In joint trials conducted by the Military General Hospital and 3 top-tier tertiary hospitals, the results for severe trauma, extensive burns, and major post-surgical rehabilitation are nothing short of revolutionary. The data on the screen was clear, yet it stirred the soul. Tissue regeneration rate, average increase of 47.3%. Postoperative infection rate, decreased by 68.2%. Pathological scar hyperplasia inhibition rate, 92.1%. The accompanying clinical imaging comparisons were startling. Under the gel's influence, granulation tissue proliferated vigorously in deep wounds while epidermal cells migrated rapidly. Severely contracted burn scars softened and flattened. Postoperative patients experienced significantly accelerated muscle strength recovery and earlier ambulation. The expert panel unanimously approved it. It's now in the regulatory fast track and expected to gain market approval next month. Su Qing's voice brimmed with excitement. Lin Hao nodded slightly, his small face serene, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Quick Recovery Number 1 was developed based on his core cell repair gel technology, optimized and standardized by the national team. Though slightly less potent than the original, it was sufficient to reshape the industry landscape and benefit hundreds of millions of patients. Moreover, its rapid market entry was largely facilitated by the backing of the state apparatus. The next focus is on process optimization and cost control to ensure accessibility at the grassroots level. Lin Hao's instructions were clear as his gaze shifted to the pulsating 3D heart model and genetic map on the adjacent screen. What is the current status of the Morningstar project? This National Artificial Heart Initiative targets patients with premature heart failure. Progress is smooth. Su Qing switched the display. Led by academician Chen Mingyuan, the first 5 end-stage heart failure volunteers have been selected, and the ethics committee unanimously approved the plan. Following the core cell activation parameters and scaffold cultivation protocols you provided, autologous cell collection and heart cultivation have commenced with stable conditions. Transplantation surgery is projected for 90 days from now. Advisor Lin, Su Qing's tone grew solemn as she retrieved a document marked top secret. Regarding the ongoing monitoring of Ms. Lin's artificial heart, we have concluded the analysis tracing the source of those unusual biological signal fluctuations. Lin Hao's heart tightened. After his mother's discharge, he had deployed Qiming's cutting-edge equipment for rigorous monitoring of that artificial heart. During one checkup, the machine had issued a faint warning of abnormal fluctuations, a thorn in his side ever since. The core findings of the report at the time were wave characteristics, low frequency, low amplitude, exhibiting non-periodic intermittent bursts. Non-pathological nature, all cardiac structural and functional parameters were normal, with Lin Weiniang's health status exceeding that of the average person. Source indication, highly suspected to be a weakly resonating, non-destructive bioenergy field generated by an unannotated latent gene fragment tentatively designated omega within the body. Current impact, no clinically observable adverse effects. Ding! Warning update, confirmed omega gene fragment triggering weak cardiac bioenergy resonance. Nature, unknown. Requires continuous high-precision monitoring. New task, long-term monitoring of resonance phenomenon. Reward, unlock the hidden gene expression regulation basic technology module based on analysis depth. Upon hearing the system prompt, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Hao's mind. This artificial heart was cultivated using the system's provided method. There shouldn't be any unexpected issues. Yet now, the system had specifically issued a task. For a moment, Lin Hao couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 11, an unexpected turn in the operating room. Lin Hao steps in once more. In the sterile operating zone of Qiming Base's 3rd underground level, the air hung heavy as iron. Row upon row of state-of-the-art operating rooms stood with their metal doors sealed shut, red lights blinking to signal ongoing procedures. This was the final stage of the Dawnstar project experiment. 5 cultivated artificial hearts were about to be implanted into 5 volunteer patients. The atmosphere in operating room 1 was the most tense. Beside the lead surgeon, academician Chen Mingyuan, stood a small figure. It was Lin Hao. The first 3 surgeries were completed without incident under Chen Mingyuan's steady hands and Lin Hao's guidance. Blood pressure stable. Extracorporeal circulation successfully disconnected. Hemodynamic parameters stable. Chen Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more so a sense of exhilaration. Close the chest cavity. Prepare for postoperative monitoring. The taut tension in the operating room finally began to ease. Yet, shadows always creep in when vigilance wavers. In the 4th operating room, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Volunteer Wang Jion, 50 years old, had been nearly drained of all vitality by dilated cardiomyopathy. His diseased heart had been removed, and the new heart perfectly matched to his own cells in the cultivation chamber was now being carefully placed into his chest cavity by Chen Mingyuan. Key vessels were sutured, nerve bundles connected. The procedure proceeded methodically. Only the faint clinking of instruments and the nurse's hushed instructions filled the air. The critical moment arrived, removing the extracorporeal circulation machine. Circulatory flow reduced to 50%. Monitor parameters. Chen Mingyuan's voice was low and focused. The dashboard readings fluttered slightly, still within safe limits. Reduced to 25%. But the moment the command was given, disaster struck. On the monitor screen, the waveform representing the heartbeat shot upward violently, then plummeted sharply. Immediately afterward, it began trembling wildly at a terrifyingly high frequency. Beep. 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 The piercing alarm shattered the silence. The regular ECG waveform vanished from the monitor, replaced by a jagged, distorted pattern. The frequency was terrifyingly fast. Damn it! Potassium levels. Have the potassium results come back? Chen Mingyuan's heart raced with alarm. This particular form of ventricular tachycardia was often closely linked to electrolyte imbalances, especially hypokalemia. Chen. Academician Chen. The urgent test results just came in. Potassium. Potassium is only 2.1 mol L. Severe hypokalemia. The lab technician's voice trembled with panic. Quick! Potassium replacement. High concentration. Deep vein. Chen Mingyuan's heart raced with urgency. Severe hypokalemia was the culprit triggering this deadly arrhythmia. But just as the nurse scrambled to prepare the high-concentration potassium solution, another crisis erupted. Wang Ziyong's skin flushed crimson, cold sweat poured from his pores, and his muscles began twitching uncontrollably. Thyrotoxic crisis? But his preoperative thyroid function was normal? A thyrotoxic crisis alone could trigger fatal arrhythmias and hypermetabolism. Combined with severe hypokalemia, it was a deadly combination. Quick! Propylthiouracil. Iodine solution. Physical cooling. Use every possible measure. Chen Mingyuan's voice carried the desperation of a last stand, yet his heart sank to the depths. The drugs would take time to work, yet the patient could go into ventricular fibrillation and cardiac arrest at any moment. High-concentration potassium, antithyroid drugs, cooling blankets, every possible resuscitation measure was deployed simultaneously. Invalid. Prepare to announce. A deathly silence fell over the operating room, a sense of sorrow beginning to permeate the entire space. Everyone understood there was no hope left. Lin Hao, who had remained as still as a statue, activated the control system scan and pinpointed the issue overlooked during routine preoperative checks. Warning, patient Wang Ziyong exhibits 1. Long-term, uncontrolled severe hyperthyroidism. Patient deliberately concealed medication history and recent symptoms of palpitations and excessive sweating. 2. Preoperative latent hypokalemia, triggering torsades de points. 3. Surgical stress triggered full-blown hyperthyroid crisis. Mortality risk, 99.9%. Countdown, 60 seconds. Sole solution, redeemed metabolic stabilizer. Description, rapidly replenishes potassium, swiftly blocks thyroid hormone disruption, and powerfully controls heart rate and metabolism. Points consumed, 80. The mechanical system alert exploded in Lin Hao's mind. Without hesitation, Lin Hao swiftly confirmed the exchange. Give me a 5 ml syringe. Lin Hao's voice cut through the shrill alarm, unnaturally steady. He stepped forward, his small hand reaching toward the sterile instrument tray. The nurse was momentarily stunned by the abrupt command, instinctively handing over an empty syringe. Ignoring the stunned stares around him, Lin Hao's right hand slid effortlessly into a hidden pocket on the side of his sterile gown. When his hand emerged again, the transparent barrel of the empty syringe was now filled with approximately 3 milliliters of a strange, pale blue liquid. Chen Mingyuan, who was about to administer a third, higher-energy defibrillation shock, caught a glimpse of Lin Hao's action out of the corner of his eye. His pupils contracted sharply, but he did not stop him. Immediately. Administer via central venous injection. Full speed. Lin Hao thrust the syringe into the hands of the nurse responsible for the deep venous access. Hurry! There's no time to waste. The nurse instinctively snatched the syringe, stripped off the needle cap, aimed it at the deep venous access port, and forcefully injected the blue liquid into the vein. Seconds later, a distinct, powerful waveform began to rise and stabilize in the center of the monitor. Then a second, a third. Though slow, the heartbeat had resumed its mechanical rhythm. 4 seconds. Blood pressure. Blood pressure's rising. 65-40 millimeters of mercury. The blood pressure monitor's despairing curve finally showed its first upward inflection point. 5 seconds. Oxygen saturation 85%. 89%. 92%. Stable. It's stable, the anesthesiologist cried out. A strong, steady heartbeat once again transmitted clearly through the stethoscope into Chen Mingyuan's ears. Every doctor and nurse present, including the anesthesiologist who had suggested giving up, felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. Everyone present froze in place, mouths agape in disbelief. Their faces were etched with utter shock. What Lin Hao had just accomplished defied everything they had learned in their careers and every medical principle they knew. Miracle, a miracle. The endocrinologist's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees as he murmured in a daze. The predicament they'd faced defeating all drugs and resuscitation methods had been perfectly resolved in 10 seconds by a single syringe of blue liquid. Chen Mingyuan's eyes snapped open. He stared intently at the stable heart rhythm and rapidly recovering vital signs on the monitor, then abruptly shifted his gaze to the empty syringe clutched tightly in the nurse's hand. An indescribable surge of ecstasy, awe, and countless emotions instantly swept through his entire body. Clear the surgical field. Verify. Close. Close the chest. Chen Mingyuan's voice trembled uncontrollably, each word weighing like 1,000 pounds. His hand remained steady as he picked up the instruments, yet everyone could see the faint tremor in the hand holding the needle, a tremor that betrayed the inner turmoil of this medical titan who had witnessed countless births and deaths. The fifth surgery concluded in this deathly quiet atmosphere. All 5 hearts ultimately began to beat. The first batch of surgeries under the Morningstar project, having weathered a crisis born of concealment and then achieved a miraculous reversal from the brink of disaster, had achieved victory. Late into the night, Lin Hao stood alone before the one-way glass of the postoperative observation area. His actions not only saved the patients but also silently declared to all witnesses, Lin Hao possessed the capability to revolutionize the existing medical system and rescue patients from the brink of life and death. Artificial heart technology has matured, and the quick recovery #1 is about to hit the market. Lin Hao murmured softly, his fingertips tracing the cold glass. Hopefully, there will be fewer problems going forward. Chapter 12, Destroyed upon acquisition, public opinion takes a shocking turn. At dawn, crowds gathered outside major pharmacies across Xia Nation's cities. They're opening. They're opening. Don't push. Line up properly. Hey, you up front. Hurry up. My dad's leg needs that medicine. The queue stretched from the pharmacy entrance all the way to the street corner, even winding into the adjacent alley. Every single gaze was fixed on the small white boxes held by the staff, bearing a green leaf emblem and the words Speed Recovery No. 1. The world's first revolutionary trauma repair medication SpeedHeal No. 1, developed by Xiaogua Qiming Biotechnology and endorsed by the state, officially launched globally. The online frenzy was even more astonishing. On the state-designated pharmaceutical e-commerce platform, the dedicated purchase page for SpeedHeal No. 1 nearly crashed the servers as traffic surged the moment sales opened. Countless eyes fixed on the countdown timer as it hit 0. Within seconds of the add to cart and pay now buttons lighting up, they turned gray. The global first-day allocation sold out instantly. Countless users refreshing the page were met only with out-of-stock notices. Social media platforms were instantly flooded with cries of missed out, looking for transfers, and those lightning-fast fingers are terrifying. News headlines, trending topics, and street conversations all ignited by Speed Cure No. 1. Groundbreaking breakthrough. Speed Cure No. 1 foot launches globally, Xia Nation leads new biomedical race. Pharmacies see long lines, online sales sell out instantly. Suyu No. 1 ignites global buying frenzy. National strength benefits the people. Domestic pricing of SpeedHeal No. 1 just 1/5 of international cost. In an official video, a factory worker who suffered severe chemical burns and extensive skin necrosis in an accident demonstrated visible regeneration of healthy granulation tissue at an astonishing rate after using SpeedHeal No. 1. Another video features a rising star of the national track and field team. During intense training, he suffered a severe Achilles tendon rupture, casting doubt on his athletic career. Under the guidance of top sports medicine experts, he underwent postoperative repair and regenerative therapy using Rapid Healing No. 1. What was expected to be a recovery period of at least 6 months or even longer showed remarkable progress after just 3 months. The latest muscle strength tests and imaging scans revealed that the damaged Achilles tendon tissue had essentially healed, with its resilience approaching pre-injury levels. Expert assessment: recovery time has been cut at least in half. This isn't just a triumph of technology, it's a godsend for athletes' careers. Word of mouth exploded. The public's pride and gratitude toward Lin Hao, Qiming Technology, and the nation converged into a surging wave of acclaim. Backed by national resources, Qiming Technology's production capacity exploded at an astonishing rate. More crucially, under Lin Hao's strong advocacy and backed by substantial national subsidies, the domestic market price for Speed Recovery No. 1 was firmly anchored at an astonishingly affordable level, just 1/5 of the international market price. The original purpose of technological development is to benefit all lives, not to become the privilege of a select few, Lin Hao declared emphatically at an internal decision-making meeting. The people of Xia Nation must be the first to enjoy the fruits of this technological advancement at the lowest possible cost. This people-friendly policy detonated like a bombshell, triggering a tidal wave of overwhelming support across the nation. The nation stands by its people. Lin Hao is a scientist who truly cares about the people. What a privilege to be born in Xia. Cheers filled both online and offline spaces, as the unity and national pride of Xia's citizens reached new heights because of this small tube of ointment. Yet on the other side of the globe, the scene was starkly different. Huida, Johnson & Johnson, Bain. These giants that once dominated the pinnacle of the global pharmaceutical pyramid, holding patents for exorbitantly priced drugs, now found their boardrooms thick with a heavy, tense atmosphere. The stock market opened with a crash. Their share price curves plummeted like a cliff, the blinding green numbers causing them physical pain. Panic selling swept through the market, wiping out hundreds of billions in market value within mere hours. It's over, our wound care product line, completely finished, a gray-haired director trembled, staring at the devastating reports. It's not just wound care. The cellular repair potential demonstrated by QuickHeal No. 1, it threatens our entire future market in regenerative medicine and chronic disease treatment. Another executive's face was ashen. Every pair of eyes, filled with searing hatred, turned eastward toward that name, Lin Hao. Toward Qiming Technology, the company they had tried to recruit, threatened, and even resorted to kidnapping to acquire. Augustus headquarters. President Johnson stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his face dark enough to rain. The screen displayed the explosive sales of Xiaogua's Speed Recovery No. 1, searing his nerves. Move, he ordered into the communicator, his voice icy. Operation Voice of Justice, commence immediately. I'll drown that little monster and his damn gel in a sea of spit. The moment the order was issued, a meticulously orchestrated propaganda war erupted. Across several influential global medical forums, multiple research papers bearing different authors yet sharing strikingly identical arguments surfaced almost simultaneously. These reports, cloaked in academic garb, cite copious amounts of data that appear authoritative but are in fact taken out of context. Their sole core contention is a sensationalist claim: the mechanism by which Suyu number 1 accelerates cell division and tissue regeneration carries its significant risk of potentially inducing malignant tumors. The reports emphatically claim that animal studies conducted in independent laboratories observed a significantly higher tumor incidence rate in the treatment group compared to the control group. The text is saturated with inflammatory language like rigorous, concern, and strongly urges regulatory intervention. Good heavens! Is this real? I knew something was fishy with such amazing results. No wonder it hit the market so fast. They're using people as guinea pigs? Authorities come out and explain. Are you hiding the side effects? Paid commenters swarmed these posts and related social media topics like sharks sensing blood, flooding the comments with pre-written panic-mongering statements. Meanwhile, another force focused its fire on demonizing Lin Hao himself. They dug up his old story of performing surgery at age 8, pairing it with distorted interpretations and malicious speculation. Accompanied by a photo of his overly composed, youthful face at the operating table, it spread virally online. Child prodigy or puppet? Uncovering the shocking truth behind the 8-year-old surgeon. Beware! Cold-blooded monster. Was his mother's heart the first victim? Genius? Thief? Suspicions swirl around his rapid healing technique. Could it be stolen from Eagle Nation's secrets? In an instant, online sentiment underwent a dramatic reversal. The fervent praise once heaped upon Lin Hao was now replaced by an equal intensity of skepticism. Chapter 13, Lin Hao at the Eye of the Storm. These sensational headlines, paired with carefully edited, highly suggestive images, successfully sowed seeds of doubt among the uninformed masses. Worse still, certain Western media outlets and religious leaders with extreme conservative ideologies distorted the technical principles behind the artificial heart and rapid healing gel, framing them as blasphemy against God's creation and opening Pandora's box to unleash demons. They exploited religious beliefs to stoke panic. The deluge of negative information instantly overshadowed the excitement generated by the Speedheal number 1. Ximing Base's official website servers were the first to suffer catastrophic damage. A massive-scale server attack struck like a tsunami, with tens of millions of malicious access requests per second instantly overwhelming the servers and crippling the pages. Reporting to Supervisor Su. Official website servers down. Firewall under immense pressure. Suspected multi-source hybrid attack. Internal email system critical. Over 70% of emails contain malicious links or attachments. Quarantine system overloaded. Manager Su. Public forum feedback channels are flooded with negative spam. All targeting consultant Lin and Su Yu. Within the network monitoring center, shrill alarms blared incessantly. On the massive screen, red dots representing malicious traffic swarmed like bloodthirsty insects, relentlessly assaulting the base's blue defensive shield. Base Technical Director Su Qing stood at the command console like a pillar of stability. Her delicate brows furrowed, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, as she swiftly issued a series of commands. Activate the backup server cluster. Load balance to distribute the pressure. Activate the highest level spam filtering rules immediately. All emails from unknown domains must enter sandbox isolation for review. Temporarily disable comments in the forum feedback section. The technical team must prioritize restoring static display on the official website's main page. Trace the attack source. IP proxies, traffic patterns. Now! Her voice was cool and commanding, her direction unwavering. Yet, as she watched the relentless crimson tide surging across the screen and the constantly updating statistics of malicious messages, a shadow of gravity flickered deep in her eyes. This scale and level of organization combining smear campaigns with cyber attacks was far beyond ordinary business competition. This was a premeditated war. The base's tranquility shattered. News inevitably spread, and a heavy atmosphere began to permeate the air. This was especially true for the Morningstar Project volunteers who had just undergone perilous surgeries and were slowly recovering, as well as patients like Lin Weining, whose healing was accelerated by the rapid recovery gel. Lin Weining stared at the vicious speculation and curses directed at her son on her tablet, her face turning slightly pale as she clenched the corner of the blanket tightly. Lin Hao had been urgently summoned to the network center by Su Qing while en route to his mother's ward. As he pushed open the door, he caught sight of the traffic defense diagram on the main screen. Su Qing delivered a brief, rapid briefing, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. They came prepared. Paid commentators, media outlets, and hackers have joined forces for a full-scale smear campaign. The online backlash and spam are just distractions. Their real goal is to undermine public confidence in Speedheal, damage the base's reputation, and even impact the Morningstar Project. Lin Hao walked to the massive monitoring screen, his frame appearing somewhat frail. He remained silent at first, his gaze sweeping over the frantically refreshing stream of malicious keywords before finally settling on the blue light screen representing the base's struggling network defenses. A flash of fury flickered deep in his eyes. Augustus Johnson. Is this the only dirty trick you know how to play? He turned to Su Qing, his voice eerily calm. Once the official website is restored, issue an official statement immediately. Key points: 1. All preclinical and clinical trial data for speed cure number 1 is complete and available for independent verification by any global authority. 2. The so-called carcinogenicity report is a malicious fabrication. Evidence has been secured, and legal action will be taken against those spreading false rumors. 3. Ximing and Lin Hao himself have always been dedicated to the cause of life and health. No amount of slander or attack can halt the progress of technology benefiting the public. His words were clear and forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. This was entirely unlike the reaction one would expect from an 8-year-old facing a massive public relations storm. Additionally, Lin Hao added, his gaze sweeping over the sporadically flashing red alert points on the monitoring center wall, informed Captain Li Feng that the base's physical security measures must not be neglected. Just as the online storm had temporarily subsided and Lin Hao was preparing to leave to comfort his mother, a technician suddenly shouted, "Supervisor Su. Look at this." A new window popped up on the screen, displaying a public statement just released by the International Medical Alliance. International Medical Alliance's serious concerns and urgent appeal regarding rapid recovery gel number 1 and artificial heart transplant technology. The lengthy statement contained only 3 core points. First, it expressed grave concern over the safety of speed recovery number 1, demanding that Xia's drug regulatory authorities immediately suspend sales and submit to a comprehensive review by an independent international expert panel. Second, it raised fundamental doubts about the ethics and long-term safety of artificial heart technology, particularly the Morningstar project, labeling it an unverified dangerous experiment and demanding immediate cessation of all human trials. Third, it calls on the global medical community and governments worldwide to be vigilant against Xia's irresponsible radical practices in the biomedical field and jointly establish a rigorous ethical review framework. This statement, like a manifesto stamped with authority, instantly legitimized the public opinion campaign launched by Augustus. It was no longer merely commercial smear tactics, but had escalated into a suppression targeting international academic discourse and ethical supremacy. Su Qing's expression darkened instantly. The impact and destructive power of this statement far exceeded anything the online trolls could muster. Lin Hao's footsteps halted, the chill in his eyes deepening. He approached his mother's hospital room. Through the observation window in the door, he saw Lin Weiniang leaning against the headboard. Her face remained pale, yet her gaze fixed on the tablet screen was filled with worry and heartache. Lin Hao gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Hearing the movement, Lin Weiniang immediately put down her tablet and forced a smile. "Xiao Hao, you're here? Is everything okay outside?" Lin Hao approached the bedside. Without answering immediately, he reached out and gently clasped his mother's slightly cool fingers. Her hands trembled faintly from tension and worry. "Mom," Lin Hao lifted his head, meeting his mother's eyes. His voice was soft yet carried a strange, calming strength that could soothe the fiercest storm. "It's a bit noisy out there. A few flies are buzzing around. Don't worry about anything." These noises, Lin Hao's gaze returned to his mother's face. "I'll make them shut up for good." Chapter 14, Counterattack. Ximing Base Network Monitoring Center. On the massive main screen, crimson data streams symbolizing malicious attacks repeatedly crashed against the Azure defenses erected by the national-level firewall. Though the most ferocious server assaults had been contained and the official website barely restored, the battle was far from over. Advisor Lin. Su Qing stepped forward immediately, her voice slightly hoarse. After the statement was released, traffic to the official website surged dramatically. Many IP traces indicate visits from renowned medical schools and major hospitals both domestically and internationally. This is a positive sign. She shifted her focus to another split screen displaying the latest crawled online sentiment summaries, where bright red warning markers were jarringly conspicuous. However, the paid commenters and negative sentiment haven't subsided, they've only intensified. Su Qing opened another monitoring window. Several dangerous red dots flashed on the complex network topology diagram. Simultaneously, we've detected several new, better disguised data streams attempting to bypass outer defenses, targeting our internal RD network segment directly. Their methods are highly sophisticated, not typical of ordinary hackers. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the pulsing red dots before settling on the jarring headline representing the International Medical Alliance's statement. His gaze grew colder. Exactly as expected. His voice was low but piercing. Augustus is desperate. That so-called international statement is a knife they're handing us. They want to use us as their weapon. Without hesitation, he issued clear orders. Director Su, activate the highest level internal defense protocol immediately. Issue the highest level cybersecurity alert to all personnel, especially the biological material synthesis team and the Morningstar cultivation data team. Conduct secondary security checks and reinforce awareness. What's the status with Professor Chen? The press conference must be moved up, no further delays. A statement and data alone aren't enough. We need more tangible, impactful ironclad evidence, living, breathing eyewitnesses to slam the truth in every skeptic's face. Request state security assistance. Primary targets, the direct instigators behind the International Medical Alliance's statement. Dig deep into the key figures who voted in favor. Trace all recent anomalous fund flows and secret meeting records. Focus especially on connections to Augustus and its affiliated entities. I need to know how this knife was handed over and who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. The hidden yet formidable gears of the state apparatus began spinning at high speed under the highest directive. Within a heavily guarded command center, massive electronic screens were divided into countless panels displaying international relationship networks, cross-border capital flow diagrams, and encrypted communication monitoring summaries. Report. An offshore foundation under the name of a senior council member of the International Medical Alliance received 2 transfers totaling $1,500,000 over the past 3 months. The source underwent multiple layers of disguise, ultimately pointing to a charitable company under Augustus's umbrella. Remarks on the transfers, strategic consulting fees. An analyst's voice was steady. Report. Our special channels obtained an anonymous audio fragment from an Alliance insider. It confirms the final draft statement was edited by Augustus's lobbying team 24 hours before the vote, amplifying language on uncontrollable risks and calls for suspension. Shocking revelations were highlighted one by one, coalescing into an ironclad chain of evidence. The International Medical Alliance's so-called grave concerns were nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated public opinion assassination by capital. Evidence secured. Compile the report and deliver it directly to the highest authorities and advisor Lin Hao at Chiming Base. The commander's voice was as cold and hard as iron. Simultaneously, initiate the domestic sweep operation. The order was issued, and almost simultaneously, elite teams scattered across multiple provinces and cities moved in unison. At a luxury apartment complex, the door burst open violently. A young man with greasy hair and sunken eyes frantically pounded a keyboard facing 3 screens. New instructions for spreading rumors continuously popped up in the densely packed chat windows. As he was pinned to the floor with his arms twisted behind him, the final unsent message on the screen read, "Cancer cure exposed, internationally certified. Your family could be next." In an inconspicuous office building on the city outskirts, a space disguised as a tech company was seized by police. Server cabinets were sealed with official seals, the technical supervisor's face ashen, while complex command scripts for redirecting and disguising overseas attack traffic remained frozen on computer screens. The operation was swift as thunder. The main troll army leader, core members, and domestic technical support hub were all rounded up in one fell swoop. A massive cache of unpublished, even more vicious and sensationalist fake news scripts was uncovered, thwarting the next wave of attacks before it could begin. The following morning, a brief announcement from an authoritative official media outlet drew widespread attention. Police crack major online rumor case. Recently, public security authorities successfully dismantled a criminal syndicate operating within China's internet sphere. Directed by foreign forces, the group had long been fabricating and disseminating false information. The group maliciously defamed China's significant scientific and technological innovations through paid posts and public opinion manipulation, severely disrupting social order. Primary suspects have been placed under criminal detention in accordance with the law, and the case remains under investigation. Although the statement did not directly name Suyu No. 1 or Augustus, keywords such as instigated by foreign forces and discrediting important scientific and technological innovations still carried significant implications. Countless netizens following the matter suddenly understood so it was. Inside a highly soundproofed conference room at the Chiming Base, the atmosphere was tense. Professor Chen Mingyuan, visibly exhausted from his travels, sat surrounded by Wang Jianxin, Su Qing, and several core team members. "Lin Hao!" Chen Mingyuan exclaimed as Lin Hao pushed open the door. "The press conference is set. 48 hours from now, at the National Convention Center. Deputy Director Li from the Drug Administration and Director Zhang from the Ministry of Health Science and Technology Department will personally attend and oversee proceedings. Invitations have been sent to every major media outlet domestically and internationally, including those with a tendency to be sarcastic or critical. I'll be damned if any of them dare not show up." Lin Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. "What about the hard evidence and witness testimony?" "Rest assured," Wang Jianxin interjected, pointing to the logos of 3 top research institutions projected on the screen. Long-term toxicity studies are being conducted simultaneously by 3 leading independent institutions: the Chinese Academy of Sciences Drug Safety Evaluation Center, the National Center for Drug Screening, and West China Laboratory, all internationally recognized. "Excellent. Independent and multi-center, that's how we shut them up." A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. "What about the witnesses?" Su Qing retrieved 3 files and prepared video materials. Li Rue, National Track and Field Team, suffered a grade 3 Achilles tendon rupture. Post-surgery, he used speed recovery No. 1 and resumed high-intensity training within 3 months. His latest test results broke his personal best record. Zhang Dashan, chemical plant worker. 35% of body surface area with severe chemical burns, deep 2nd to 3rd degree. After using Suyu No. 1, recovery was exceptionally rapid. He has since returned to work. Aunt Wang Sufan, retired teacher, developed grade 4 diabetic foot ulceration with extensive necrosis, facing amputation. After using Speed Heal No. 1, ulceration stabilized and gradually healed, successfully preserving the limb. Lin Hao paused thoughtfully. Prepare an encrypted USB drive for each reporter present. It contains 3 items: the complete, upgraded version of our official safety data package, a line-by-line technical rebuttal of the International Medical Alliance's carcinogenicity report. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the encrypted information summaries just transmitted by Chen Mingyuan and State Security. And an observational advisory document regarding certain members of the International Medical Alliance engaging in non-standard professional interactions with commercial entities. Chen Mingyuan and Wang Jianxin exchanged a glance, instantly grasping Lin Hao's intent. That alert document was a ticking time bomb planted in the enemy's propaganda territory, waiting only for the right moment to detonate. Chapter 15: Lin Hao's direct response. Inside the intensive care unit, the pungent smell of disinfectant was significantly diluted by the sunlight streaming through the window. The television broadcast a police briefing announcing the resolution of a major online rumor case. Lin Weining leaned against the headboard, the cloud of worry between her brows not entirely lifted but tinged with an added layer of anxiety. She turned her head to look at her son, who had just entered. Xiao Hao, her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. The news said it was outsiders? Could they become even more reckless? More ruthless? As a mother, she feared not her own suffering, but only that her precious son might be harmed. Lin Hao walked to the bedside, sat down naturally, and reached out his small hand to gently cover his mother's slightly cool palm. "Mom, don't be afraid," he murmured softly, his voice carrying an oddly soothing power. "Look, the state has intervened. That's the signal." A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he recalled the evidence from State Security about the International Medical Alliance's illicit dealings. "We're pulling their strings. Soon, we'll expose everything they've done." The hospital room was quiet, broken only by the steady beep of the monitor. Lin Hao gazed at his mother's weary yet still gentle face and tightened his grip on her hand. This counterattack must not only be won, but won decisively, won brilliantly, won so thoroughly that those enemies lurking in the shadows would feel pain and fear at the mere mention of the name Qiming. The National Convention Center now held the world's gaze. Flashbulbs flickered in a continuous burst, cameras like silent cannons trained on the podium. Journalists from around the world packed the seats, with people standing shoulder to shoulder in the back rows, their telephoto lenses raised. On the podium, the red and gold banner reading Qiming Technology Speed Cure #1 Global Press Conference exuded solemn dignity. Deputy Director Li of the State Food and Drug Administration and Director Zhang of the Ministry of Health sat centrally, flanked by medical luminaries Chen Mingyuan and Wang Jianxin. Su Qing, representing the technical team, occupied a slightly offset position. Yet the most striking sight was the specially reserved seat at the far right of the podium. There sat a figure. He wore a small, dark suit, his posture straight. His face still bore traces of youth, but his eyes were clear and deep, radiating a calmness beyond his years as he surveyed the entire room. It was Lin Hao. His appearance instantly ignited a flurry of camera flashes and a wave of hushed whispers. The press conference commenced punctually, proceeding with concise efficiency. Deputy Director Li spoke first, representing the authorities and reaffirming their unwavering stance on the safety and efficacy of Rapid Recovery #1. He emphasized the rigorous compliance throughout its development and approval process before formally introducing Lin Hao. Speed Recovery #1 represents a groundbreaking medical achievement. Its core theoretical breakthroughs in key technological pathways were entirely conceived and led by our nation's 9-year-old researcher, Lin Hao. His contributions have been authoritatively recognized by our country's highest scientific institutions. Immediately following, the conference reached its first major highlight: the global live broadcast of the final report from the independent laboratory's long-term toxicity study. Chief pathologists from 3 institutions sequentially appeared via video link, presenting irrefutable data and imagery as they read the final joint assessment report. Based on the results of a 52-week, multi-center long-term toxicity study involving both rodent and non-rodent animals, no carcinogenicity, teratogenicity, or irreversible organ toxicity was observed in Suayu #1, even at levels dozens of times higher than the recommended human dosage. Its safety profile fully supports its regulated use in humans. Irrefutable evidence, live-streamed for all to see. As the lights came back on, the venue fell silent, broken only by the frantic clicking of camera shutters. The conspiracy theories alleging data fabrication and non-independent experiments appeared utterly feeble in the face of this overwhelmingly solid evidence. However, Qiming's counterattack did not stop there. The pivotal moment, the real voices took the stage. 3 beneficiaries of Quick Recovery #1 took the stage. Li Rui, Zhang Dashan, and Wang Sufan spoke without flowery rhetoric, sharing only their unadorned yet profoundly moving personal experiences. Every word powerfully rebutted the online slander. When they finished speaking, they turned in unison toward Lin Hao, bowed deeply, and cried out from the depths of their hearts, "Thank you, researcher Lin Hao. It is you and Speed Recovery #1 that have given us new life." The entire audience was moved, erupting in thunderous applause. Cameras frantically captured Lin Hao's slight nod as he calmly accepted their gratitude. Following the climax came the QA session. The atmosphere remained lively, but the tone had shifted. Most questions focused on constructive topics like the scope of Quick Heal Number One's application, how to purchase it, and future research directions. Yet, the undercurrents had not entirely subsided. Esteemed speakers, and Mr. Lin Hao. A reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up, deliberately drawing out his words. I must raise a core issue of extreme concern to the global scientific community and the public. A child of only 9 years old claims to have independently led such complex, cutting-edge biomedical research? This is simply unbelievable. We seriously question the authenticity of the theoretical origins, the transparency of the development process, and the credibility of the entire project. It's hard not to suspect this is some kind of carefully orchestrated cult of personality campaign. We strongly demand that Mr. Lin Hao, right here before the global media, clearly and comprehensively explain the core mechanism of Speed Cure Number One. He must immediately halt global sales and await a comprehensive, independent, and transparent review led by authoritative international medical institutions. Otherwise, this is not only a disgrace to science but also an extreme irresponsibility toward the lives of patients worldwide. The words were sharp and provocative, directly targeting Lin Hao's age, competence, and the project's fundamental legitimacy. The venue erupted in an instant. Journalists supporting Qiming glared with fury, while opponents began gloating. All cameras instantly focused on that small figure. Academician Chen Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his beard and hair trembling slightly. He slammed his hand on the armrest and rose abruptly. I will answer that question. A clear voice, carrying the distinctive innocence of youth, surged through the microphone before Lin Hao, instantly filling the hall and drowning out all the noise. Lin Hao calmly adjusted the microphone without glancing at any notes. He turned slightly, facing the main screen that had instantly illuminated. Lin Hao's gaze pierced the reporter like a solid ice spike. His voice was not loud, yet each word rang clear, striking every eardrum. Your question is saturated with malicious speculation born of arrogance and ignorance, and sycophantic flattery toward your backer, the Augustus Group. Age has never been the measure of wisdom or contribution. Galois established group theory at 19. Einstein proposed the theory of relativity at 26. History is rife with examples of young achievers. My age is my advantage. It means fewer mental biases and sharper insight. You question the origins of my theories? Doubt my ability to lead development? Challenge the project's legitimacy? Lin Hao's lips curved into a knowing smile. Then, as you wish. Now, allow me to respond to you in the most widely accepted language of the scientific community. First, regarding the core mechanism of action and molecular design principles of rapid recovery Formula 1. Lin Hao's voice suddenly took on a distinctly aggressive tone. He picked up the laser pointer, glancing at no notes, and directed the beam steadily toward the main screen behind him, which illuminated at the perfect moment. On the screen, an exquisitely intricate, unprecedented three-dimensional molecular structure model instantly materialized. Chapter 16, Scientific Proof and the Tide of Public Opinion. Mr. Mark, as you wish. Lin Hao's laser pointer pinpointed the structure's core. The heart of rapid recovery number one isn't a traditional small molecule or monoclonal antibody. It's based on a novel concept I proposed, cell signal navigation. Its core lies in a uniquely designed bispecific aptamer structure. The laser beam traced two critical regions. It can simultaneously and precisely bind with high affinity to both the X receptor overexpressed on diseased cells and the Y protective marker universally present on healthy cells. Only when both binding sites are stably occupied at the same time does its internal activation switch unlock. The screen simultaneously displayed key data plots from molecular docking simulations and in vitro binding assays. The charts were clear, with dense and regular data points, presenting compelling evidence. As for safety assurance, Lin Hao's tone carried a barely perceptible edge of sarcasm as his gaze swept over Mark. Beyond the aforementioned sophisticated targeting and mechanism of action, we have innovatively designed a metabolic safety valve in non-target tissues or healthy cells. The drug rapidly degrades into harmless fragments. This is precisely one of the core conclusions validated by the live long-term toxicity experiments conducted by 3 independent laboratories just moments ago. In just a few minutes, an academic briefing of world-class depth and clarity was delivered. Lin Hao lowered his laser pointer and surveyed the room. Reporters stared in disbelief, while scientists in the back rows nodded frequently, their eyes sparkling with astonishment and ecstasy, as if savoring an academic feast. Academician Chen Mingyuan stroked his beard, his face radiating satisfaction. The room fell silent, broken only by the rapid clicking of countless camera shutters capturing this groundbreaking moment. Now, Mr. Mark. Lin Hao's voice broke the silence, refocusing attention on his now pale opponent. Regarding the scientific aspects of rapid recovery number one itself, I have addressed them all here. Every step of the design logic, every experimental inference, is built upon a solid foundation of data. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. But I understand that you and Augustus behind you have no real interest in the science itself. What you question is my leadership and originality? You believe none of this could possibly belong to a 9-year-old boy? Mark clearly refused to concede. Suppressing his shock, his voice sharpened with urgency. Brilliant presentation, researcher Lin Hao. He deliberately emphasized the word researcher with heavy sarcasm. However, how could a 9-year-old independently conceive such a complex, cutting-edge theoretical framework? How could he lead every critical step from molecular design to animal testing validation? We have ample reason to question whether adult scientists substantially did the work behind the scenes. Present convincing evidence. His accusation carried the desperation of a last-ditch effort. The tension in the hall instantly thickened once more. Supporters seethed with anger, while opponents' eyes flickered with renewed hope. At that moment, a smile unmistakably cold, mocking, and radiating absolute control flashed across Lin Hao's face for the very first time. Evidence? Lin Hao's voice was not loud, yet it struck each person like a heavy hammer. He raised his hand slightly, making a gesture. Here. These are the core papers and original patent documents for Rapid Recovery No. 1 from molecular design and mechanism of action to all critical experimental data. A total of 375 pages. They have been formally published in Nature in Cell subjournals, undergoing the world's most rigorous peer review. Every formula derivation, every experimental data point, stands up to scrutiny and replication by any scientist with professional expertise. If you or the forces behind you fail to comprehend this, that is a matter of your own capability, not my fault. The entire auditorium fell into dead silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by Lin Hao's masterful, age-defying expertise. This was no child, clearly a titan standing at the pinnacle of biomedical science. Lin Hao's gaze pierced Mark like an icy spike, his face ashen and forehead beaded with sweat. His tone turned abruptly harsh. You demand a sales halt? To await an investigation led by Augustus? He let out a short, cold snort. Absolutely preposterous. On what grounds? That flawed, capital-driven fake report? Or your current performance, disregarding facts just to meet your quota? Do you have any idea how many patients like Li Rui, Zhang Dashan, and Ant Wang suffer globally every day? How every second they wait for the lifeline offered by Rapid Recovery No. 1. His casual demand for a suspension was an attempt to personally extinguish their last glimmer of hope, to push them back into the abyss of despair? This was disregard for life. It was cold-blooded murder. You demand transparent review? We welcome it. Qiming Base's doors will always stand open to researchers upholding scientific integrity and the mission to save lives. All raw data and experimental records stand ready for verification against the highest scientific standards at any time. But Lin Hao's voice suddenly rose like thunder, carrying an awe-inspiring authority and unyielding resolve. His small frame seemed to erupt with boundless strength. Any petty thugs who dare cloak suppression and obstruction in the guise of review. Any puppets driven by Augustus' filthy capital. You are unworthy to set foot in my laboratory. And even more unworthy to defile the sacred name of science. The words fell, and deathly silence descended. Then, like a volcano erupting after centuries of suppression. Boom! The entire hall erupted in unprecedented applause and deafening cheers. Lin Hao's razor-sharp rebuttal, striking directly at the heart of the matter, struck like a thunderbolt. The American reporter was left flushed with embarrassment, speechless, and slumped back into his seat amid the scornful stares of his colleagues. The crowd erupted once more in even more fervent, sustained applause. Less than 3 hours after the world-shaking press conference at the National Convention Center concluded, the tide of public opinion had irreversibly turned with unstoppable force. Under the live replay link on Qiming Technologies' official account, comments and shares skyrocketed exponentially, with the server's traffic monitoring curve climbing almost vertically. Mind-blowing. Watching the livestream got my blood pumping. Who dares question this now? Academician Chen was so commanding. Science must not be defiled. Life must not be desecrated. It was deafeningly powerful. International Medical Alliance? Does your face hurt? Your statement is now a joke. Guilty conscience from taking dirty money? Come out and face the music. Those who jumped on the bandwagon to bash Lin Hao and sue you, doesn't your conscience hurt? Come apologize. Enough said. If you need it, order sue you now. Support our shining domestic brand. Mainstream media shifted from watching to flooding the airwaves with positive coverage. Qiming Conference unveils ironclad evidence, sue you No. 1 safety beyond question. Life miracle shocks the world. 3 beneficiaries shatter rumors with facts. Academician Chen Mingyuan speaks out for justice, defending scientific integrity. Accompanying images captured Li Rui's determined strides, Zhang Dashan's scar-revealing contrast, Wang Sufan's walking breakthrough, and Chen Mingyuan's indignant rebuke of injustice. Every word radiated pride and exhilaration. What further inspired the Qiming base team was the international response. Many foreign media outlets, once neutral or even conservative, adjusted their stances in the face of irrefutable evidence. Numerous international patient advocacy groups and chronic wound treatment specialists began voicing their support on social media, urging their respective health authorities to expedite the review process so their patients could benefit sooner. Faced with this irrefutable evidence forged through blood and tears, the international image of Speedheal No. 1 underwent a stunning reversal. Chapter 17: The Dilemma and the Looming Crisis. While the online world cheered for Chiming and lambasted the International Medical Alliance across the ocean, the atmosphere in a sealed conference room at the Alliance headquarters had plummeted to freezing point. A large projection screen still displayed the image of Chen Mingyuan berating reporters, his booming voice seemingly still echoing through the room, the trash statement manipulated by capital. Each word cut like a knife, piercing the hearts of those present. Around the conference table, several core members who had drafted and voted on the statement wore ashen expressions. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Damn it! They were this prepared? And they even did a live stream. Madman! A balding council member tugged impatiently at his loosening tie, muttering curses under his breath. He was clearly referring to the 3 independent labs' live stream of long-term toxicity testing, a ruthless move that had effectively shut down all avenues for technical challenges. That Lin Hao. What did he mean by those last words? Abnormal professional interaction? What was he implying? Another female representative's voice was sharp, tinged with unease. Though Lin Hao hadn't explicitly exposed the alliance's internal corruption during the press conference, his piercing gaze and implied subtext coupled with the recent police bust of a rumor-mongering case in Xia Nation were enough to make those with guilty consciences squirm. What do we do now? Our statement, it's become a badge of shame hanging around our necks. Someone slumped back in their chair. The whole world is laughing at us. The Secretariat's inbox is flooded with emails demanding a reassessment. A brief silence fell. The chief spokesperson cleared his throat, attempting to salvage some dignity, but his voice sounded unnaturally dry. Everyone, calm down. We acted based on reasonable concerns about potential risks. The process was in line with, compliant with what? The bald counselor cut him off abruptly, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Conforming to the recommendations Augustus shoved through? The evidence is ironclad now. The whole world sees us as paid mercenaries. Tell me, does this reasonable concern report hold up to genuine independent scrutiny? Ha! The words poured over them like a bucket of ice water. Some present knew full well how that so-called carcinogenicity report, the very basis of their statement, had been concocted. Stand up to scrutiny? What a joke! The meeting ended in acrimony. The Alliance's official account fell into an eerie silence. No explanation. No apology. Only a terse, almost perfunctory notice: we have noted the relevant developments and will conduct an internal assessment. Faced with the raging tide of public opinion, this statement seemed utterly feeble, only serving to confirm their guilt and lack of justification. The once lofty aura of authority was shattered into pieces by the tidal wave of public outrage unleashed by Chiming. Eagle Nation, a high-rise apartment somewhere. Heavy curtains blocked the sunlight, leaving the room dimly lit. Only the oversized television emitted a faint blue glow, silently replaying footage from Xia Nation's press conference, close-ups of Zhang Dashan's shocking yet reborn scars. Wilson sat frozen like a statue, slumped deep into the expensive leather sofa. The screen's light cast a pallid glow across his face, his eyes hollow and vacant, as if his very soul had been drained away. The meticulously orchestrated, high-stakes media blitz he'd engineered had crumbled within hours, a defeat so utter, so humiliating. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Beside him, James paced like a caged animal, muttering curses under his breath. Those idiots at the Alliance. And that Mark. What kind of stupid questions did he ask? Getting slapped in the face by that old bastard Chen Mingyuan in front of everyone. It's all over. Mr. Johnson will tear us apart. He invested so many resources. Shut up. Wilson's voice was raspy as sandpaper, yet carried a bone-chilling stillness that instantly silenced James. James stared at Wilson in terror. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, Wilson lowered his head to examine his right hand. That long, slender hand, accustomed to wielding scalpels and signing documents, was now clenched into a tight fist. Between his fingers, viscous, dark red liquid seeped out drop by drop, splattering onto the mirror like dark floor with a faint yet bone-chilling drip, drip. Sound. Unconsciously, he had crushed the golden pen that had accompanied him for years, a symbol of his status. Sharp alloy fragments and the pen tip pierced deep into his palm, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. On the screen, the image shifted to a shot of teacher Wang Sufan walking with trembling steps. The thunderous applause from the auditorium seemed to pierce through the screen, slapping him hard across the face. Failure. Utter, complete failure. The meticulously woven web of public opinion he had constructed was crushed to dust before the thunderous tactics and overwhelming might displayed by that young boy from the east and the nation behind him. The sharp sting of the wound in his palm finally registered, yet it paled in comparison to the searing agony of utter humiliation, a shame so profound it felt ingrained in his very bones. That pain mingled with despair, churning into a hysterical madness born of being driven to the edge of a cliff. He snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed on the Chiming logo on the screen. Just one failure. Wilson's voice was bone-chillingly cold, tinged with a terrifying obsession. The game has only just begun. Chiming Base, main control room. On the massive public sentiment monitoring screen, the red zones representing negative information had shrunk dramatically. Warm green hues and waves of supportive voices now dominated the landscape. Su Cheng exhaled deeply, her face breaking into a rare, relaxed smile after days of relentless battle. Advisor Lin, we've won the public opinion war. And we won it beautifully. Lin Hao stood before the screen, his small frame still upright. He gazed at the sea of green symbolizing victory, yet his face showed little joy. We've won this battle, he remarked calmly, his gaze drifting to the gray icon in the corner of the screen, the silent account of the International Medical Alliance, and to the faint red dot flickering stubbornly on the sentiment map, representing deep-seated hostility from across the ocean. Augustus suffered heavy losses this time, losing the public opinion battlefield, exposing the manipulative hand behind the scenes, and we've torn a crack in the International Alliance's authority. Lin Hao turned to face Su Qing, his gaze as clear yet sharp as ever. Given Johnson's style, do you think he'll let this go? Su Qing's smile froze. Notify the base security to lift the temporary reinforcement and revert to level 1 routine alert. However, Lin Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Enhanced protection must be provided for all core members of the Morningstar project team. No materials are to be removed from the base without authorization. Chapter 18. If the open path fails, take the covert route. The press conference's impact far exceeded expectations. Through Lin Hao's meticulous planning and the full force of state machinery, Qiming Bio successfully neutralized Augustus's voice of justice offensive. The credibility of the International Medical Alliance suffered a severe blow. The national security apparatus struck with lightning speed, rounding up all agents stirring up trouble within the country and sending a clear message to the world: Xia Nation's sovereignty is inviolable. Under the night sky, Binhai City shed its daytime bustle. Yet behind this prosperous metropolis, a figure silently blended into the darkness. Codenamed Phantom, this individual was an internationally notorious top-tier spy. Advanced biomimetic materials covered his body, effectively evading conventional visual and thermal imaging detection. Custom's most advanced infrared thermal imaging scanners swept the area, yet the signal points on the screen remained steady and normal, detecting no abnormal heat sources. A barely perceptible smile touched Phantom's lips as his gaze pierced the night sky, fixed on the opposite end of the city, the direction of the Qiming Biotech R&D facility. Augustus's mission was simple yet deadly: steal the core Formula 4 Rapid Recovery 1 and the Morningstar artificial heart cell cultivation technology. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the top lore office of the Augustus Group headquarters, Johnson issued orders through a highly encrypted communication channel. His face on the screen was as cold as ice, his voice tinged with ruthlessness: at any cost. The formula. Or the cultivation technology. I want them on my encrypted server. Failure is not an option. The signal cut out, plunging the office back into dead silence, leaving only the unfathomable gloom in Johnson's eyes. Inside Qiming Base, another form of invisible pressure was spreading. Li Wei, the young biomaterials PhD and core researcher of Su Qing's team, sat pale-faced in Lin Hao's makeshift command center. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt as her body trembled slightly. Just half an hour earlier, she had received a call purportedly from her hometown hospital. Her mother, her sole family, had suffered a severe myocardial infarction during morning exercises and was undergoing emergency treatment. She had even received a critical condition notice. The doctor's urgent, convincing tone on the other end instantly shattered her composure, leaving her desperate to fly back to her mother's side immediately. Advisor Lin. My mother. Li Wei's voice choked with fear and helplessness. Lin Hao sat across from her, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fingers flying across the tablet in front of him as he reviewed Li Wei's mother's electronic medical records and the so-called emergency treatment video clips just sent by the hospital. Behind Lin Hao stood Night Owl, a state security technician, his expression unreadable in the cold glow of the screen. Calm down, Dr. Li. Lin Hao's voice was steady as a mountain, carrying a compelling authority. I've reviewed your mother's physical exam reports from the past 3 years. Her cardiovascular health has consistently been excellent. This heart attack report contains multiple logical inconsistencies and obvious signs of fabrication. His fingertip tapped precisely on an anomaly highlighted by the system on the screen. As for this video, Lin Hao handed the tablet to Night Owl. Night Owl immediately imported the clip into a professional analysis platform. Results cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. The ambient background noise exhibits a cyclical pattern. The ECG monitoring waveform from seconds 3 to 5 matches a generic ventricular fibrillation template, inconsistent with the patient's real-time vital signs. Preliminary assessment: synthetic forgery. Medium-level technical skill, highly targeted. Li Wei's tears abruptly stopped, her pallor turning to an angry flush. Who? Why would someone do this to my mother? The target is you. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy. More precisely, it's your access to the core database of the biocompatible coding for the Morningstar artificial heart. He turned to Night Owl. Trace the origin of that doctor's call? Night Owl's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, leaving trails of light. The number belongs to a virtual carrier's ghost SIM. The last active signal was detected near the Blue Bay Express Hotel, 3 kilometers east of the base, before vanishing. We just received intelligence confirming that the top-tier spy codenamed Phantom has infiltrated our territory. The modus operandi in this incident matches his signature. So he's made his move. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. This insidious blackmail had precisely struck Li Wei's weak spot, nearly tearing open a breach in Qiming's core database. Fortunately, the base's communications and personnel movements were under strict surveillance. Li Wei's abnormal reaction after answering the call immediately triggered an alert. Dr. Li, rest assured. Regarding your mother, state security has coordinated with local police to verify her whereabouts. She is currently dancing in the square at the park, safe and sound. Lin Hao's words acted like a soothing balm, finally relaxing Li Wei's taut nerves as she exhaled a long breath. Lin Hao rose and walked to the massive real-time security situation map of the base. On the display, the area representing the newly deployed biological sensing network glowed with a soft blue light. At that moment, within the dedicated counter-espionage command center, a massive screen displayed the dynamic security map of the Qiming base. Countless data streams surged, intersected, and interlinked silently. Night Owl encrypted and synchronized intelligence regarding the Li Wei incident to Lin Hao. Advisor Lin, intelligence confirmed. Phantom has locked onto Qiming's core database as its primary target. Standing before the security map, Lin Hao watched as the areas representing traps in the biosensing network lit up on the screen, a faint smile curving his lips. Copy that. Honeypot activated. Perceptors online. Lin Hao's voice returned through the encrypted channel, steady and commanding. Now, we wait for our Mr. Phantom to walk straight into the trap. Deep within the base, the alloy corridors outside the core data center lay in utter silence. Countless microscopic biosensors, like invisible electronic hounds, greedily scanned every cubic centimeter of space. The deadly trap had been meticulously laid, its net spread wide. In the core sector of Qiming Base's third underground level, a silent standoff reached its climax. The man codenamed Phantom clung to the cold alloy corridor wall outside the core server room like a spider. The specialized biomimetic material covering his body perfectly replicated the texture and faint thermal signature of the surrounding metal walls. Exploiting a microsecond defensive lapse during a power switch, he swiftly bypassed the final laser barrier. His fingertips were mere inches from the heavy airlock door marked in scarlet, top secret facility. Beyond that door lay the core server array housing the complete molecular conformation map of Rapid Recovery 1 and the full cultivation parameters for the Morning Star Heart. A cold smile of certainty flashed across his face. Augustus's hefty commission was already beckoning him. Chapter 19, Spy Captured, Project Withered? Yet, as he moved forward with extreme caution, attempting to place the specially designed data probe against the access sensor zone. Buzz. A faint yet bone-chilling buzz, sharp enough to make Phantom's hair stand on end, seemed to reverberate directly within his skull. It wasn't from the physical world, it was the miniature alarm implanted in his cochlea, screaming. A trap. A biological trap tailored specifically to counter the properties of his disguise material. Phantom's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, his body shot backward like a spring. Simultaneously, his left hand drew a specialized electromagnetic pulse grenade from his waist, slamming it into the ground, while his right hand flung 3 smoke grenades. Zzzzzzzzz. A blinding blue-white arc of electricity erupted with a high-pitched screech, engulfing the entire corridor. Thick grayish-white smoke billowed forth, instantly reducing visibility to 0. Move out. Within the base's security command center, Lin Hao's voice suddenly rang out. On the screen before him, a crimson dot representing Phantom flashed with unmistakable clarity amidst the swirling smoke and chaotic electromagnetic interference. A biological tracking beacon embedded in the folds of his collar was doing its job. Simultaneously, the special biological aerosol marker dispersing through the air traced a blurred human silhouette on Night Owl's surveillance screen. Elite state security operatives, already concealed in ventilation ducts, emergency passages, and even ceiling cavities, surged forward in an instant. Witnessing this, Phantom demonstrated the terrifying skills of a top-tier spy. Under the dual cover of electromagnetic pulses and thick smoke, he darted through the narrow spaces like a ghost, his movements swift and elusive, making him nearly impossible to approach. The alloy corridor became his battlefield, each collision with a special agent producing a dull thud of flesh meeting flesh and a shrill, piercing screech of metal scraping against metal. Using corners and fire hydrant boxes as makeshift cover, he fought with ruthless, unpredictable techniques, every strike lethal. Despite being surrounded by several elite agents, he carved a path through them and charged toward the nearest ventilation shaft entrance. Target moving toward B3 ventilation shaft. Intercept him. Night Owl's voice crackled through the agents' headsets. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Phantom's eyes as his fingers already hooked onto the ventilation grill's latch. At that critical moment. Clang. Snap. Crack. Heavy alloy bars sprang outward, locking steel bolts instantly sealing the grating shut. Simultaneously, the emergency fire door at the end of the corridor ahead, leading to the secure zone, slammed shut with a thunderous clang amidst a shrill alarm, sealing it completely. Remote door access control. Phantom's heart sank. That fraction of a second's delay was a golden opportunity for a top-tier operative. Thud. A powerful blow from the butt of a rifle slammed into Phantom's hastily raised arm, bones cracking with a bone-chilling sound. Ugh. The excruciating pain halted his movement. Immediately, several powerful arms locked onto his neck, arms, and waist joints from different angles. Cold muzzles pressed against his temples and vital points along his spine. "Phantom! You're under arrest." A cold voice rang in his ear. Phantom's face was pressed hard against the cold floor. He gasped for breath, his eyes losing their usual icy arrogance for the first time, replaced by utter disbelief and terror. He stared fixedly at the surveillance camera above the airlock door, as if he could see through the lens to the 9-year-old Lin Hao behind it, the one who had orchestrated this entire trap. The micro-storage card hidden in his sleeve pocket, the very one that had just connected to the core data interface, was discovered by the special agents. Deep within Qiming Base, in a heavily fortified interrogation chamber. The man codenamed Phantom, now stripped of his priceless mimetic disguise, revealing his true face, was restrained by specialized alloy shackles to the interrogation chair. The glare of high-intensity interrogation lights beat down on his face as cold sweat trickled down his temples. Across from him, the senior interrogation expert of state security, Rock, gazed with piercing intensity. The pressure of his silence was more suffocating than any interrogation technique. Night Owl stood motionless in the corner, like a statue fused with the shadows. Time ticked by, broken only by Phantom's slightly labored breathing. "Your equipment is quite advanced," Rock finally spoke, his voice steady as a rock. He picked up a transparent evidence bag containing the confiscated micro-storage device with its internal Augustus encryption chip. "Quantum encryption type 7. The self-destruct command requires triple biometric key synchronization. Unfortunately, you were 0.3 seconds too slow." Phantom's eyelid twitched almost imperceptibly. "Within the encrypted data fragments you attempted to copy," Rock continued, his pace measured yet each word like a hammer blow, "we discovered a highly intriguing directional marker. It connects to the bizarre cargo ship fungal leak incident at Cape Town Harbor in South Africa 3 years ago, and last year's accidental discovery of the ecological observation station beneath the Greenland ice sheet." He fixed his gaze on Phantom's pupils, which instantly contracted. "What Augustus wants, I fear, is far more than just the rapid healing or Morningstar technologies. How far along is Johnson's Project Wither?" The words Project Wither struck like a high-voltage current, shattering Phantom's last psychological defenses. He snapped his head up, his eyes filled with utter shock and a hint of terror at being completely exposed. How could the other party even know this top-secret codename? A long silence fell, sweat soaking through Phantom's clothes. Rock and Night Owl's gazes pierced him like solid ice spikes. Finally, Phantom's lips trembled. His voice was dry and raspy, carrying the utter collapse of a mental fortress. "Wither isn't just a weapon, it was designed to breathe." He swallowed hard, as if uttering the name had drained him of all strength. "Irenaeus. They're cultivating living spores, capable of recognizing specific genetic sequences." The Phantom described the chilling blueprint in halting, fragmented sentences. The core horror of this formulation lay in its ability to be engineered to precisely target specific genetic markers, be it race, region, or even artificially engineered sequences. It wouldn't trigger a violent plague, but like the most vicious toxin, it would silently induce progressive, imperceptible organ failure or immune system collapse in its targets. Symptoms would be meticulously disguised as novel chronic diseases or syndromes of unknown origin. Phantom's knowledge was limited, but it hinted at an ultimate goal: to create mass panic, implement population control, or serve as the ultimate deterrent to reshape the global geopolitical landscape. The intelligence's value was immeasurable, plunging the monitoring room into deathly silence. Chapter 20: Independent Development, Breaking Through Material Blockades. Outside the interrogation room, behind the one-way glass, Lin Hao and Shen Mingyuan heard every word Phantom uttered through the listening devices. Shen Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Through gritted teeth, he spat out 2 words: "Madman." This wasn't mere commercial competition, it was a brazen assault on the very foundations of human civilization. "Irenaeus." Lin Hao murmured the name, drawn from Greek mythology and symbolizing vengeance and curses. A chill instantly shot up his spine. Lin Hao remained silent. He walked to the observation window, watching the haggard figure of the Phantom in the interrogation room. Outside the window, the city lights shimmered brilliantly in the night, outlining a peaceful silhouette. Yet beneath this dazzling surface, a colossal shadow named Irenaeus was rising silently from the depths like an ancient sea monster awakening in the abyss. Augustus's madness was no longer mere commercial greed, it now threatened the very survival of the human race. News of this interrogation reached the highest echelons of Xia Nation, triggering unimaginable fury. Nationwide biosecurity monitoring and defense protocols were instantly elevated to unprecedented levels under silent command. Yet the storm did not subside. For strategic deterrence and to secure international moral standing, Xia selectively disclosed non-core yet damning evidence. The Augustus Group, exposed for espionage and the leak of core Project Wither intelligence, instantly became an international pariah, reviled by all. Yet the Western Alliance, led by the Eagle Nation, reacted with astonishing speed and a dignity that sent chills down the spine. They swiftly distanced themselves from Augustus, officially condemning the reckless actions of individual companies while completely avoiding any mention of state-level knowledge or support. More insidiously, they immediately adjusted their strangulation strategy. Since the security risks and ethical concerns cards had lost their potency due to their own lack of justification, they deployed a more civilized, and thus harder to directly refute, weapon. A comprehensive embargo on high-end biomedical raw materials and critical precision consumables from Xia. A lengthy, highly targeted embargo list tightened like a cold noose around Qiming Technology's neck. It included core materials for manufacturing artificial heart valves and vascular stents, possessing unparalleled long-term biocompatibility and mechanical stability. Xia Nation had yet to master their synthesis process, and depleted stockpiles meant no new valves could be produced. The Western Alliance cloaked its actions in lofty rhetoric, safeguarding critical supply chain security, prioritizing domestic and allied needs, and preventing the undue proliferation of sensitive dual-use technologies. These justifications even carry a degree of legitimacy within the framework of international trade rules, making it difficult for Xia Nation to mount a direct, forceful counterattack in the open. Yet their actual effect was to precisely strangle Qiming's lifeline in the expansion of Phase 2 of the Morningstar project, the development of new artificial organs, and cutting-edge research in gene therapy. A suffocating chill swept through the Qiming base like a cold tide. Professor Chen Mingyuan practically stormed into Lin Hao's makeshift command center, his usually composed face etched with anxiety and fury as he brandished the inventory alert report. How? Our current inventory can only sustain the production of 3 more heart valves. Without them, the surgeries for the volunteers selected for Phase 2 will be indefinitely postponed. At this rate, we can't guarantee the success rate of the surgeries at all. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed at the red alert items on the report. Su Qing also brought bad news. Advisor Lin, our project using AAV vectors to repair rare pediatric cardiomyopathies is completely stalled due to a lack of specific serotype vector raw materials. The cryo-EM team, without specialized grids, the project analyzing key protein interactions at the interface between artificial heart cells and tissues must be suspended indefinitely. Her voice brimmed with frustration and resignation. The atmosphere within the base grew oppressive and heavy. The young researchers stared at the screen, where project listings turned gray and stalled one by one due to material shortages, their faces etched with anger and helplessness. The adversary's ruthlessness exceeded all expectations. This strangulation cloaked in legitimacy felt more suffocating than overt espionage. The West was attempting to use decent means to strangle Qiming, this rising star, along with Xia Nation's newly gained breakthrough advantage in the biomedical field, right in its cradle. Lin Hao stood before the massive data screen, silent, his gaze fixed and unmoving. Just then, that familiar, icy electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Emergency mission issued, breakthrough material blockade. Mission requirements: develop alternative technical solutions to secure supplies for Phase 2 cardiac cell cultivation and artificial valve vascular materials for the Morningstar project, without accessing critical materials on the embargo list. Task difficulty: extremely high. Task duration: 30 days. Rewards: 1, 800 biological research points. 2. Cellular signaling pathway analysis support enhances understanding of biological signaling networks. 3. Unlock basic functions of the biological microenvironment simulator experimental assistance. The mission is here extremely high difficulty, generous rewards. They're focusing on external factors, Lin Hao stated calmly yet distinctly, but there's more than one path to solving the heart issue. He turned, his gaze sharp. Su Qing, Uncle Chen, immediately assembled the core members of the relevant teams. We have no time for hesitation, time is the volunteers' lives. Effective immediately, initiate the breakthrough project. Lin Hao's strategy was now crystal clear. Since the enemy had blocked access to specific critical materials, they must find new methods using more fundamental, readily available substances to achieve equivalent or even superior results. The key lay in understanding what the cells truly required. He immediately spent some points. Exchanged for Advanced Cellular Microenvironment Scanning Spectrum, 350 points, a scanning tool capable of precisely measuring minute environmental changes around cells under specific conditions, ion concentrations, pressure, molecular levels, and more. Exchange for Biomaterial Requirements Analysis Tool, 250 points, capable of analyzing the fundamental needs of cells and their environment to fulfill target tissue functions, based on the data provided by the scan map. Lin Hao activated the Advanced Cellular Microenvironment Scan Map. Invisible scanning waves focused on the healthy, beating human cardiomyocytes in the culture dish. A torrent of data flooded the system interface, fluctuations in calcium ion concentration, minute pressures exerted on the cells, activity levels of specific intracellular proteins, molecular concentrations of intercellular signaling molecules. It was an extraordinarily complex dynamic landscape. System: integrate the map with the requirement analysis tool. Objective: identify the core signaling elements indispensable for sustaining robust myocardial cell contractions. Eliminate all secondary and replaceable components. Lin Hao focused intently as he issued the command. The system's formidable computational power activated, sifting through the vast data, modeling patterns, and seeking out the core mechanisms. In the days that followed, Lin Hao and his team immersed themselves in the laboratory. He repeatedly cross-referenced the core signaling elements identified by the system with established biological knowledge, conducting experiments to validate them. Failure, parameter adjustments, altered combinations, then more experiments. All-nighters became routine. He attempted to simulate those core signals using more fundamental compounds that could be reliably sourced domestically. Chapter 21, Official Support. Uncle Chen, Sister Suching, the situation is worse than anticipated. In the base's core command room, Lin Hao's voice broke the oppressive silence. His youthful face bore a gravity utterly incongruous with his age. Our current domestic production capacity cannot support my continued research on alternative materials. Our raw materials may also require further development. Academician Chen Mingyuan frowned deeply, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously until his knuckles turned white. He understood better than anyone what this meant. How, this isn't just a technical issue, it's our technological backwardness. He abruptly stood up, anger burning in his eyes. The higher-ups must be informed. Immediately. It's already prepared. Lin Hao operated the console before him, and a document marked Top Secret materialized instantly. It detailed the base's predicament, the specific impacts of the embargo, and the framework of his preliminary domestic substitution breakthrough plan. Uncle Chen, you must personally deliver this to the relevant leaders. We need the full force of national will to intervene. Without a word, Chen Mingyuan took the encrypted storage card and gave Lin Hao a firm pat on the shoulder. Rest assured. I'll risk my old bones to make sure this message gets through. With that, he hurriedly left the command room. The official response came faster than anyone could have imagined. Within mere hours, an encrypted directive from the relevant authorities, verified through multiple layers of authentication, reached both the Qiming base and Lin Hao's personal terminal. The breach task force is hereby established. Objective, at all costs, ensure the Qiming Star Project and Qiming's Core RD remain unaffected by the embargo, achieving self-sufficiency and control over critical materials, components, and processes. Comrade Lin Hao was appointed Chief Technical Advisor, granted highest priority resource allocation authority and cross-departmental command coordination powers. The National Strategic Reserve Resource Repository is to be unconditionally open to Project Zero. Top talent nationwide in relevant fields, research institutes, military-industrial complexes, and major state-owned enterprises shall provide full cooperation and await mobilization. This order is to be executed with the highest priority. The order was brief, yet each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. A surge of fervor instantly dispelled the gloom within the base. Project Breakthrough, commence! Lin Hao's voice echoed through the base's broadcast system to every corner. Objective, achieve reverse engineering breakthroughs in domestic substitution in the shortest possible time. Deep within Qiming base, Lin Hao stood beside the imported ultra-precision bioreactor, now idle due to a critical consumable shortage. The problem lay at its core: a specialized bioinert nanocoating designed to prevent abnormal cell adhesion and ensure uniform growth of three-dimensional cardiac tissue. The coating demands nanoscale uniformity, absolute biological inertness, and long-term stability. The original formula and deposition process are their core patents. Su Cheng studied the intricate schematic, her brow furrowed. There's nothing comparable domestically. Basic research on this is scarce. If it doesn't exist, we'll create it. Lin Hao's eyes sharpened. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system interface within his mind. Search, biologically inert nano-coating technology. A light flashed, and an option illuminated. Exchange, specialized biologically inert nanocoating formula vapor deposition process optimized version. Description, zirconia silicon composite nanowire structure-based PVD self-assembly process. Performance, inertness exceeds Xenomers-3 coating by 15%, cell adhesion inhibition rate greater than 99.99%, stability improved by 30%. Key raw materials, zirconium dioxide, pyrogenic silica, specialized catalyst. Points required, 300. Redeem. Lin Hao acted without hesitation. Opening his eyes, a molecular-level formula and a set of intricate vapor deposition process parameters instantly imprinted in his mind. He immediately summoned the Qiming materials team. Listen carefully, Lin Hao's voice was steady and authoritative, as if rehearsed countless times. Abandon the original synthesis route. We're taking a new path: vapor phase self-assembly. The core formula is. He clearly outlined the key raw materials, ratios, and critical nodes of the synthesis pathway, emphasizing the essential modifications needed for the vapor deposition equipment. Domestic high-purity substitutes for the raw materials exist. Now, what we need is to realize the process. Reverse engineering team, immediately disassemble the coating module of this reactor. Combine it with the new formula process to reverse engineer the equipment modification plan. Sister Su Ching, coordinate with the Materials Institute to prioritize securing high-purity raw material supply and test according to the parameters I provided. A spark ignited in the team members' eyes. With a clear direction and the key technological solutions in hand, their confusion instantly gave way to determination. The silent imported equipment was dissected, its precision components meticulously measured and analyzed on dust-free workbenches. Thousands of miles away, at the Kuanping Military Precision Manufacturing Plant. The Kuanping Group's precision manufacturing workshop, urgently mobilized, buzzed with wartime intensity. Master Zhang, an 8th grade fitter with graying hair and reading glasses, held the modified coating nozzle blueprint sent via encrypted channel by Lin Hao marked with tolerances so tight they made one's scalp tingle. A coating thickness of 0.5 microns with uniformity tolerance of 0.02 microns? Plus resistance to high temperatures and special atmosphere corrosion? The young engineer beside him sucked in a sharp breath. This precision? Even our existing ultra-precision lathes might not. If the kid dares to draw it, we dare to make it. Master Zhang slammed his hand on the blueprint, his cloudy old eyes flashing with determination. Not precise enough? We'll make up for it with craftsmanship. The hands of Xia Nation craftsmen are the most precise lathes. Assemble the technical backbone from every team to form a task force. Work in 3 shifts. If we lack equipment, we'll make up for it with manpower. I refuse to believe Xia Nation steel can't achieve the precision of those foreign devils. In the workshop, the roar of machine tools grew deafening. Amid flying sparks, calloused hands pushed the limits of industrial precision. Meanwhile, the workshop of a major domestic chemical conglomerate glowed with lights. Originally producing civilian polymer materials, their production lines were now undergoing unprecedented emergency modifications. The critical specialty solvents and film-forming process control parameters required for Lin Hao's multi-stage self-assembling nanofiber membrane preparation technology primary had the seasoned engineers on high alert. Chief Engineer Li's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. The ternary copolymer solvent ratio, electric field gradient, template precision, every parameter affects the whole system. The slightest deviation will compromise fiber diameter and pore uniformity. Record everything. Every debugging parameter and result, not a single detail can be wrong. Beside the control console, stacks of logbooks piled up like small mountains. Failure after failure, parameter adjustment after parameter adjustment. After 72 hours of relentless work, when the central control panel finally displayed real-time monitoring data for the latest batch of filter membrane samples stabilizing just above the pass threshold, the monitoring room erupted in thunderous cheers. We did it! Pale gold. Pore size distribution is within spec. Engineer Li stared at the pass signal from the sensor, a weary smile finally spreading across his face as he slammed his fist hard onto the console. Chapter 22, Domestic Coated Nozzles, Domestic Filter Membranes Achieved. Qiming Base Command Center. The massive screen displayed split-screen views, the sparks flying during the Kunpeng Workshop S. Lin Hao sat at the command console, connected in real-time via encrypted video feeds to all parties. Master Zhang of Kunpeng, execute the 3rd version of the nozzle inner wall polishing plan. Pay close attention to controlling thermal deformation. Engineer Li, optimize the parameters of the electric field stabilizer for the filter membrane self-assembly by another 0.5%. Sacrifice a bit of speed to achieve uniformity. Director Wang of the Materials Institute, reduce the calcination temperature for the next batch of high-purity zirconium dioxide by 10 degrees to ensure crystal structure stability. His commands were clear and precise, seemingly piercing through the screen to directly influence equipment and personnel thousands of miles away. Information flows, material flows, and technology flows raced and integrated at unprecedented speeds, propelled by the relentless drive of Project Zero. National will crystallized into a massive, precision-engineered war machine, firing on all cylinders to breach the technological barrier. Academician Chen Mingyuan returned to the base, weary from his journey. Witnessing the astonishing efficiency with which the nation's resources mobilized upon receiving the highest directive from headquarters, and observing Lin Hao's uncommonly composed and wise demeanor in the command center despite his youth, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. He was no longer merely a concerned physician, but had become a steadfast supporter and coordinator of the Breaking the Barrier initiative. Xiaohao, I've already coordinated with the Medical Ethics Committee. The Phase 2 surgery volunteers have signed special informed consent forms. They're willing to wait and trust us. He slapped Lin Hao on the shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. This old man's connection still holds some weight. If you need any medical testing resources, just ask. Breaking through barriers? Count me in. He opened his entire contact list to the special task force. Su Qing, meanwhile, led her testing team like a tireless precision instrument. Using the base's still functional analytical equipment, they subjected the steady stream of domestically produced replacement samples to extreme testing. Coating sample batch 17 passes biological inertness test. Cell adhesion rate below 1/10,000th. Filter membrane sample batch 9, separation efficiency reaches 98.5% of the original imported product, but pressure loss is slightly higher by 0.8 points. Record this and relay it to the chemical group for pore structure optimization. Her voice carried weariness yet unwavering resolve. Each data report tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Hold on, everyone. Every additional set of precise data we gather means our brothers in the frontline workshop can avoid detours and get one step closer to breaking through the cell wall. In the lab, recorders hummed, keyboards clattered incessantly, and the line between failure and success grew clearer with each successive test. Augusta's headquarters, intelligence monitoring room. Wilson stared intently at the fragmented intelligence fed by satellites and infiltrators, abnormal activity in the precision workshops of Xia's military industrial giants, emergency modifications to major chemical production lines, a surge in requests for specific high-purity raw materials from the National Strategic Reserve. Damn it! What are they doing? Wilson slammed his fist onto the console. Reverse engineering? With their capabilities? Those coating and filter membrane processes are decades of our accumulated expertise. James's face darkened. Intelligence indicates that Lin Hao seems to have provided explicit direction? The entire state apparatus of Xia has been mobilized. Direction? Wilson hissed like a cat with its tail stepped on, his voice sharp. Direction is worthless without core formulas and process parameters. It's just a death throw. Increase infiltration efforts. I need to know what the hell they're up to. We absolutely cannot let that little monster come up with anything else. Yet a profound unease crept silently into his heart. The terrifying resource mobilization and coordination capabilities Xia Nation demonstrated under its national system, coupled with the inexplicable technological ambushes repeatedly emerging from Lin Hao, instilled genuine dread within him. The coffee cup before him creaked under his trembling grip before shattering with a crack. Brown liquid spread across the floor like an omen of failure. Deep within Qiming Base, the lingering aura of intense, round-the-clock operations persisted. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Amid this heavy atmosphere, a message like an electric current instantly ignited the entire base. Report! Emergency communication incoming from Kunpeng Group. The dispatcher's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Hao immediately answered. On the screen appeared Master Zhang's weary yet radiant face, covered in oil stains. Behind him stood a brand new spray nozzle assembly, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen and precision engineering. Consultant Lin. We did it! The first batch of fully domestically produced reactor coating nozzles has rolled off the line. We used our own ground base material, following the process you provided. Master Zhang's voice boomed with the pride of an old-school craftsman. Our own high-purity materials, our own craftsmanship. Just installed on the simulation platform for a 24-hour stress test, the inertness metrics beat the original parts by at least 10%. Projected coating lifespan increased by 15%. Performance reports and data logs are already sent over. Almost simultaneously, the encrypted communication from the chemical group's rock arrived. Engineer Lee appeared on the screen, his eyes bloodshot yet wearing a broad grin, holding a roll of film shimmering with a pale golden luster. Consultant Lin. Mission accomplished. The new nanofiber membrane production line is stable. Output meets targets. Yield consistently above 90%. Purity and pore size distribution consistency completely outclass previous imported products. Pressure drop reduced to 1.1 times, fully meeting the high standard purification requirements of Speed Cure No. 1 and the high throughput culture medium filtration demands of Morningstar. The first batch of membranes is already loaded onto the transport aircraft. The news exploded like spring thunder cracking through ice, reverberating throughout every corner of the base. Long-suppressed emotions erupted instantly. Cheers and applause erupted in waves from the control room and laboratories. The exhaustion from continuous hard work seemed swept away by this immense joy. Su Qing's team immediately conducted on-machine testing of the nozzle assembly delivered by Kunpeng. When the imported 3D bioprinter, once silenced by suffocation, hummed back to life, the nozzle smoothly applied an exceptionally uniform new domestic coating. As it flawlessly printed a finely structured, strength-compliant artificial heart stent model, every researcher witnessing this moment held their breath. The equipment ran smoothly, producing precise and flawless output. Test passed. Performance fully meets standards, even exceeds them. Su Qing's voice trembled with disbelief as she announced this decisive result. Chapter 23, Breaking the Blockade, Phase 2 Organ Cultivation Plan. Immediately afterward, domestically produced filter membranes airlifted to the site were urgently deployed in the cell culture filtration process. Flux test data, separation purity data. Each cold metric now transformed into the most fervent cheers. Blood surged anew through the laboratory. Without further delay, an internal briefing initiated by Lin Hao convened urgently in the base's main conference room. Core members of Project Zero and technical support representatives packed the room, spilling into the hallways. A sacred and exhilarating atmosphere permeated the air. The large screen cycled through stunning footage of domestically produced coated nozzles in action, high-resolution electron microscope images of domestic filter membranes with structures as perfect as art, and comparison tables contrasting these with the cold data of pre-blockade imported originals, each domestic metric clearly labeled as on par or surpassing. The figures showing improvements in coating lifespan and membrane flux, in particular, struck like heavy blows to every anxious heart. Lin Hao stepped onto the stage. Today, he wasn't wearing his lab coat but a brand new dark uniform bearing the Qiming emblem. Though small in stature, he stood tall and resolute under the spotlight. Taking the microphone, his gaze swept over the faces below, faces filled with excitement, pride, and even tears. The hall fell instantly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the faint hum of cameras and equipment filled the air. Just days ago, Lin Hao's voice boomed through the speakers, come yet charged with volcanic energy, some sought to shackle us with a cold embargo list. They believed that without their benevolent gifts, we would beg for mercy on our knees, unable to take a single step forward. His voice rose sharply, his gaze sharp as a blade. He held aloft the domestically produced filter membrane in his hand, thin as a cicada's wing, yet radiating a faint golden glow of self-reliance. Today, with this domestically produced stent model born from our own coding technology, with this filter membrane saturated with the blood, sweat, and wisdom of countless people, and with the equipment roaring back to life behind us with all these undeniable facts, we tell them, these chains, they cannot shackle Xia Nation's resolve for scientific self-reliance. This wall, it cannot block the brilliance of Xia Nation's people pursuing independent innovation. Each word was spoken with unwavering conviction, resonating with force. Like the sharpest chisel, it struck relentlessly against the invisible barriers. He paused, his gaze deep and powerful, declaring the dawn of a new era, word by word. Blockade? It will only make us run faster, soar higher. Boom! The venue erupted. Like a dam bursting after years of pent-up pressure. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted instantly, threatening to lift the roof off. Tears of emotion welled up in Chen Mingyuan's eyes as he clapped his hands with all his might, his palms burning with pride. Every participant, whether researchers in the lab, veteran technicians in the Kunpeng workshop on the other side of the screen, or workers in Panshur Group whose uniforms bore sweat stains at this moment, their pride and glory converged around this tiny form. This was a victory for all of them, a triumph achieved by shattering the chains with unyielding will and wisdom. The breakthrough in core consumables meant that the most lethal choke point gripping Qiming's throat had been forcibly pried open. Although high-precision instruments like top-tier cryo-electron microscopes and core chips for gene sequencers still require time for domestic production, the most urgent survival crisis has been averted. A steady flow of domestically produced consumables began to infuse Qiming's Erd veins like unimpeded blood. The Phase 2 cardiac cultivation project of the Qiming Star was swiftly restarted, with a new batch of hearts growing steadily under the protection of domestically produced coatings. The new, improved Process 4 Speed Recovery No. 1 advanced according to schedule. Though news of the Project Zero breakthrough in core technology remained strictly confined to a tiny circle of key participants and high-level insiders, it sparked an indescribable shockwave within these inner circles. In an internal briefing, the nation's highest leadership formally designated Lin Hao as a national treasure for the first time, marking an unprecedented level of trust and reliance. Zhang's master craftsman team behind Kunpeng and Engineer Li's leadership group for Panshur achieved instant renown. Their wartime-level engineering transformation capabilities and problem-solving spirit became widely studied models within the organization. The nation's industrial system demonstrated with ironclad facts that in critical domains, it possessed profound potential and explosive power sufficient to shatter any blockade. The Western Alliance's intelligence networks were not blind. Although specific technical details remained elusive, the abnormal resurgence of activity at Qiming Base, the unusually high production levels at certain industrial facilities in Xia Nation, and unexpected advances in RD progress within sensitive sectors all lit up glaring red flags on intelligence boards. Dispute and skepticism began to emerge within the alliance. Are the embargo measures effective? Have they instead stimulated Xia's innovative capabilities? Lin Hao, just how much more is he hiding from us? Doubts and unease began to fester within the alliance. The base held a simple yet lively internal celebration banquet for the phased victory. Bright lights, laughter, and cheer filled the air. But after the clamor died down, Lin Hao returned alone to the quiet core laboratory. He did not indulge in the joy of success. The light illuminated his youthful yet unusually composed face. He summoned the system panel in his mind. Points balance, 4,200. Pending redemption list, high-dimensional biological structure imaging technology basic 1,500 points, gene-specific editing tool stabilized 2,000 points, high-efficiency targeted drug delivery vector design 1,800 points. A long list of names, each representing the next fortress to be conquered, symbolizing ever more formidable and concealed technological barriers. The system was a formidable weapon, but points were the ammunition that fueled it. He knew well that the breach they had just torn open was merely the first step in breaking through the wall, a measure to secure their survival line. The true challenge, the enemy's more treacherous Wither plan and its genetic weapon, Irenaeus, still hung overhead like a heavy, ominous cloud. The road ahead is long. He murmured to the flickering data on the screen, but this first step, we've taken it steadily. His low voice echoed through the quiet laboratory, filled with an indescribable resolve and sober sense of responsibility beyond his years. The lab lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a few critical monitoring screens glowing with soft blue and green light. Lin Hao's gaze lingered on the massive observation window to the side. There, a large bioreactor, its critical components upgraded and validated with domestically developed coating technology, hummed steadily and deeply as it operated. Within the specially formulated nutrient solution, a brand new prototype artificial heart cultivated for Phase 2 patients of the Morningstar project pulsed vigorously and powerfully, its robust, vibrant beat clearly visible beneath a soft golden glow. Chapter 24, Phase 2 project commences. Deep within the Qiming base, the air hung heavy with silent tension, broken only by the low hum of machinery. Outside the massive observation window, a crowd gathered. All core members of the Morningstar Phase 2 project, along with representatives like Master Zhang and Engineer Li who had rushed over from Kunpeng and Rock, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the enormous one-way glass of the sterile surgical observation area. Inside, a 3D bioreactor now featuring domestically produced critical components operated steadily and quietly. Within the reactor, 3 faintly pulsing, flesh-colored hearts floated in the constant temperature nutrient solution, artificial hearts meticulously cultivated for the first 3 volunteers of Phase 2. Their outer layers were encased in biological scaffolds manufactured by Kunpeng, coated with domestically produced special inert nanocoatings. Under the surgical lights, they glowed with a warm, resilient pale gold luster. The rock filter membrane ensured the nutrient solution's purity and precision, while the Kunpeng coating safeguarded the cell's uniform growth. Report. Rock filter membrane re-inspection of physicochemical indicators complete. Fully compliant. No anomalies. A voice crackled over the channel. Report. Kunpeng coating nozzles and reactor core modules maintain stable operational parameters. Fluctuation values below 0.1%. Su Qing's clear voice followed immediately. In the main control room, Lin Hao stood calmly before the massive monitoring screen. The display was divided into real-time footage from the operating room, high-definition microscopic images from inside the reactor, and cascading streams of vital sign data. Dressed in a simple dark uniform, his sharp gaze steadily scanned every flickering number and image. Advisor Lin, Volunteer 1's vital signs are stable and under anesthesia. Academician Chen requests authorization to commence surgery. The communication from the operating room came through. Proceed. Lin Hao's voice came through the microphone, clear and steady. Execute according to the planned protocol. Reactor status is stable, cardiac activity at the anticipated peak. Focus monitoring on the pressure parameters at the extracorporeal circulation access points. Understood. Chen Mingyuan's steady, authoritative voice carried a hint of restrained excitement. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over his equally prepared top assistants Wang Jianxin, Lu Tao, and others and the domestically modified extracorporeal circulation machine beside the operating table, prominently bearing the Kunpeng manufacturing logo. Qiming Base Morningstar Phase 2, first transplant surgery, commencing now. Chen Mingyuan's voice blared over the intercom, sounding the battle cry. Swish! The sharp scalpel sliced through the skin with precision and steadiness. Under the operating lights, layer upon layer of tissue was peeled back, revealing the patient's original heart swollen and fragile from failure, its color dull and lifeless. The atmosphere grew utterly solemn. Extracorporeal circulation established. Wang Jianxin commanded with unwavering composure. Custom-made tubing was precisely inserted into the blood vessels. The domestically produced extracorporeal circulation machine, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, hummed to life as it smoothly took over the patient's blood circulation. The diseased heart was carefully removed. Everyone held their breath. The most critical moment arrived, implanting the fully cultivated artificial heart into the chest cavity and completing the intricate vascular anastomosis. The massive sterile transfer chamber slid open silently. A domestically produced artificial heart, encased in a pale gold biocompatible scaffold and pulsing with a warm, powerful rhythm, was steadily lifted by Chen Mingyuan and placed into the patient's open chest cavity. Connect the aorta. Connect the pulmonary artery. Coronary artery branches, angle calibration. Chen Mingyuan's voice was steady and authoritative, his commands clear as his movements flowed seamlessly. Wang Jianxin worked in perfect sync, precisely controlling bleeding and exposing the surgical field. Academician Lu Tao's hawk-like gaze remained fixed on the vital signs data. Within the operating room, only the faint clinking of instruments and the crisp, efficient commands remained. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Outside the observation window, Master Zhang's rough hands gripped the railing tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Engineer Li held his breath, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the implanted artificial heart. In the control room, Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on the screen, the pulsating heart image, the pressure curve at the anastomosis site, and the flow readings of the extracorporeal circulation. Any slight anomaly demanded his immediate attention. Extracorporeal circulation flow dropping to 50%. Monitor closely. Chen Mingyuan ordered. On the screen, the artificial heart's contractions visibly intensified as it began actively assuming the role of pumping blood. Flow rate dropping to 25%. Buzz. The waveform representing the artificial heart's activity instantly surged, becoming robust, stable, and vibrant. The load on the extracorporeal circulation machine simultaneously dropped significantly. Disconnect the extracorporeal circulation. The heart is functioning autonomously. Chen Mingyuan's voice carried a barely suppressed tremor. The extracorporeal circulation machine ceased its operation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Clear, powerful, and surging like drumbeats, the heartbeat echoed through the operating room speakers, reverberating throughout the entire Qiming base. Simultaneously, the cardiac recovery signal on the monitor was as steady as a mountain. The blood pressure curve climbed steadily. The blood oxygen saturation level rapidly jumped into the safe range. Success! Heartbeat restored. Sinus rhythm. Hemodynamic stability achieved. The monitoring physician reported excitedly. Inside the operating room, pent-up cheers erupted instantly. Chen Mingyuan, Wang Jianqin, Lu Tao, and others beamed with relieved smiles and immense pride. Outside the observation window, thunderous applause erupted. Master Zhang roughly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, his voice booming yet choked with emotion. It worked. It worked. Our equipment held up. Damn it, it really delivered. Engineer Li and the engineers behind him excitedly pounded each other's shoulders, their eyes reddened but faces beaming with ecstatic smiles. Inside the control room, Su Qing suddenly covered her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Hao's taut jawline finally relaxed slightly, a faint smile curling his lips, though his eyes remained fixed on the steady stream of green data flowing across the screen. Close the chest cavity. Chen Mingyuan's resonant, commanding voice delivered the final instruction. The operation is complete. A resounding success. Inside and outside the operating room, cheers and applause once again surged like a tidal wave. This was not merely the triumph of a single surgery, it was a triumphant victory on the battlefield of life, achieved through domestically produced core consumables, independent cutting-edge technology, and the concerted efforts of the entire nation. Across the ocean, at the Augustus headquarters, Wilson's brow furrowed as he stared intently at several blurry satellite images and fragmented intelligence summaries transmitted from the high-security terminal. The images revealed an unusually heightened security level at Qiming Base today, with an atmosphere of heightened tension permeating the internal activity zones. Combining this with prior intelligence, a cold, mocking curve tugged at the corners of his mouth. Such a commotion? He sipped his icy coffee. Probably that cobbled-together domestic reactor seized up on the spot? Or maybe their little genius's plastic heart just crashed inside a living chest? Setting down his cup, he tapped his knuckles lightly on the expensive rosewood tabletop. Imagining the chaos and despair likely unfolding in the operating room, a twisted, malicious satisfaction welled up within him. Made in Xia? Ha! Maybe they can assemble toys. Kuanpeng? Rock solid? The names sure sound impressive. But building precision life support equipment? It's nothing short of a failed art exhibition. He snorted contemptuously, as if he had already witnessed the collapse of Qiming Base with his own eyes. Chapter 25, Heart Transplant Using Domestic Materials. In the core surgical zone of Qiming Base, the air still carried the exhilaration of yesterday's initial victory, but today's rhythm had already shifted into high gear. In the vast central monitoring room, the main screen expanded into 6 displays, each connected in real time to one of 6 adjacent sterile operating rooms. Beneath each screen, dense streams of data scrolled continuously, clearly displaying corresponding vital signs and critical surgical procedures. Lin Hao stood before the command console, still clad in his dark uniform. His gaze darted rapidly between the 6 main screens, his fingertips occasionally tapping the virtual keyboard to issue concise, precise commands or confirmations to different operating rooms. Room 1, extracorporeal circulation access point pressure stable. Maintain. Room 3, volunteers potassium levels critical. Execute preoperative contingency plan B for fluid replacement. Room 5, vascular anastomosis progress synchronized. Target to wean off circulation in 15 minutes. His voice reached the lead surgeons in each operating room directly through dedicated channels, demonstrating absolute command. The command center was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every staff member remained intensely focused, with technicians in their respective zones swiftly recording and cross-referencing data, striving for flawless execution. Upon receiving Lin Hao's instructions, Su Qing coordinated the rear operations while compiling real-time briefings from each operating room. Inside the operating rooms, 6 elite teams led by China's top cardiac surgeons operated with the precision and speed of finely tuned instruments. The faint scrape of scalpels cutting skin, the low hum of extracorporeal circulation machines, the steady commands of lead surgeons, the seamless coordination of assistants, and the fluid instrument passes by nurses collectively composed a magnificent symphony of life-saving efforts. Time flew by in this highly efficient environment. The core elements of a successful surgery: precision, stability, experience, and collaboration were replicated 6 times with pinpoint accuracy, progressing in parallel. At this moment, the Qiming team and the domestically developed equipment system demonstrated astonishing maturity and exceptional reliability. Hour 1, all 6 surgeries efficiently completed: thoracotomy, removal of diseased hearts, and establishment of extracorporeal circulation. Hours 2-3, the critical stages: artificial heart implantation and meticulous vascular anastomosis progressed steadily in each operating room. Lin Hao's remote monitoring and critical milestone alerts functioned like invisible precision navigation. By the 4th hour, commands to wean patients off extracorporeal circulation were issued across all operating rooms. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. One robust heartbeat after another, amplified through the operating room speakers, sounded like a new symphony of life, resonating throughout the base. With each new heartbeat added, the monitoring center erupted in a wave of uncontrollable, excited murmurs. On the 6 screens, the waveforms symbolizing successful cardiac resumption pulsed steadily like 6 triumphant flags unfurling in unison. Room 1, resuscitation successful. Room 3, success. Room 5, success. Victory reports poured in like a tidal wave. Blood pressure steadily recovered, oxygen saturation normalized, hemodynamic parameters stabilized. All critical metrics firmly anchored within safe ranges. Close the chest cavity. Operation complete. The voices of the lead surgeons, weary yet brimming with excitement and pride, echoed through the 6 operating rooms. The monitoring center erupted instantly. Applause, excited shouts, and even the sound of someone wiping away tears filled the air. Within a single week, 6 artificial heart transplant surgeries representing the world's most challenging procedures were completed consecutively, all declared successful. This transcended mere miracles. It was a glorious milestone forged by sheer capability. The post-operative recovery area was quiet yet filled with hope. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently bathing each hospital bed. The 6 Phase 2 volunteers, each with their own unique journey, now lay peacefully in their beds. Within their chests, brand new, vibrant domestically produced cheeming hearts were beating. As the anesthesia wore off, the first to awaken was a middle-aged teacher in his 40s. Slowly opening his eyes, he clearly senses the unfamiliar yet incredibly strong and powerful beating within his chest. Tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His trembling hand reached up cautiously to press against his chest, feeling the real, vigorous pulse of life. Next to awaken was the 20-year-old athlete. His youthful face was slightly pale, but his eyes shone like stars. He concentrated on moving his fingers and toes, feeling the force of life flowing through him once more. A white-haired elder, a woman with serene eyes. 6 patients reborn to life, gently assisted by medical staff, sat propped up or lay flat. Their gazes met, and without words, a shared, silent joy of having survived the ordeal flowed between them. Someone, unbeknownst to the others, slowly reached out a hand. A hand weathered by time, a hand of a young athlete, a delicate hand of a woman, a warm hand of a middle-aged teacher. One by one, transcending all outward differences, they gently yet resolutely clasped hands beneath the warm sunlight. Silent tears glistened in the sunlight, more eloquent than 1,000 words. This scene, deliberately arranged for the families watching through the glass window nearby, instantly sparked a wave of suppressed sobs and relieved smiles. Even the nurses on duty were deeply moved. Academician Chen Mingyuan stood quietly at the entrance to the recovery area, silently gazing at this silent yet profoundly moving scene. This seasoned elder, who had weathered many storms, could not suppress the surge of emotion welling up inside him. The second phase of the Qiming-based Morningstar project, the first 6 artificial heart transplant surgeries were all successfully completed yesterday. This marks China's entry into the world's forefront of bioartificial organ technology and the establishment of a mature, stable, and efficient clinical treatment system. The following day, the national television network aired a meticulously produced official report during primetime news. The footage showed close-ups of 6 domestically produced artificial hearts beating vigorously within bioreactors, pulsing with vitality. Precious footage of the expert surgical team performing steady operations and domestically produced equipment running reliably in the operating room. A deeply moving scene of the 6 post-operative patients holding hands in the sunlight. Academician Chen Mingyuan interviewed with a resonant voice, "This is the collective wisdom of China's life science researchers. It perfectly embodies the strengths of independent innovation and our national mobilization system. We take immense pride in saving more lives of end-stage heart failure patients." Though Lin Hao himself did not appear directly on camera, when the lens swept across the command center, the small yet deeply etched silhouette of his dark uniform, focused on work before the giant screen, left an indelible mark on countless viewers. As the news aired, the nation erupted in celebration. 6 machines. All successful. So amazing. When I saw them shake hands, I couldn't hold back my tears. Life is so precious. Even academician Shen couldn't hold back. You can imagine the hardship behind it. That little silhouette in the command center? That's definitely little brother. Amazing. Xia Nation's medical breakthrough. Qiming base rocks. Social media exploded instantly. Hashtags like Qiming 6 stars, the handshake of life, and academician Shen's tears dominated trending searches. Comments overflowed with genuine joy, boiling pride, and profound reverence for life. Across the ocean, at the Augustus headquarters, Wilson's face was as still as water, his gaze fixed on the massive screen displaying Xia Nation's official news report, the coverage of the successful Phase 2 Morningstar surgery. Especially when he saw the silent handshake between the 6 post-operative patients and the glistening tears in Chen Mingyuan's eyes, the muscles in his face twitched violently. He violently grabbed the expensive bottle of red wine beside him and hurled the deep crimson liquid at the screen. Splash hiss. The costly screen instantly became covered in murky liquid. The image distorted and vanished, leaving only a jarring static hum. Useless. All of them useless. Wilson snarled at the distorted screen, his voice warped by fury. 6 units. All successful. How did they manage it? Our blockade was nothing but a joke to them. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The terrifying execution, technological maturity, and cohesive national will displayed by Xia Nation weighed on him with an unprecedented sense of oppression. His earlier scornful mockery of the Kunping and Rock projects now felt like poisoned daggers stabbing back into his own heart. That Lin Hao, that damn little monster. Wilson's eyes were so dark they seemed to drip venom as he fixed his gaze on the east. And this damn national machine of Xia. This can't go on. Mr. Johnson was right. We must employ more effective, more thorough measures. He paced restlessly across the wine-stained carpet as a mad plan, brimming with violence and destruction, rapidly took shape in his twisted mind. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Chapter 26, The Cost Revolution. The lights at Qiming Base showed no sign of dimming after the glorious 6 consecutive victories of the second phase of the Morningstar project. In the core biomaterials lab, Lin Hao stood before a massive process flow diagram. The screen displayed the complete process of artificial heart production from cell collection, scaffold printing, bioreactor cultivation, to final encapsulation and testing broken down into hundreds of meticulous nodes. Among these, imported specialty raw materials, patented process consumables, and maintenance costs for foreign equipment significantly inflated the expenses. Cost is the greatest enemy of technological accessibility. Lin Hao's voice echoed through the quiet conference room. He surveyed the members of the core optimization team before him: Su Qing, several key engineers from the Materials Institute, and Chief Process Engineer Li from the Rock Group, who had made a special trip to attend. 6 successful heart implants prove our technology's reliability. Now, we must slash costs. His finger tapped the screen's scaffold printing section. Traditional processes use imported composite bioalloy powders, accounting for 25% of costs. Master Zhang's craftsmanship proves we can create superior coatings. Why can't we develop better foundational scaffolds? He then pointed to the bioreactor cultivation stage. Expensive imported culture media and specialized cell growth factor additives account for 30%. Our domestically produced filter membranes can purify substances. Why can't we optimize the culture medium formula? Combining domestic raw materials, we can develop more efficient and cost-effective growth induction solutions. In packaging and testing, low automation relies on manual labor and imported precision probes. Inefficient and costly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Cost isn't just a number on the ledger, we must cut it off at the root. A cost-focused reverse engineering initiative launched simultaneously at Qiming Base and the Rock Group. Lin Hao accessed the system database and locked onto preparation technology for high biocompatibility polylactic acid-based composite foam materials, consumes 150 credits. This technology utilizes cornstarch derivatives and specific domestic mineral powders as its core components. Through specialized processes, it generates a porous, strong, and highly biocompatible scaffold matrix. Its performance rivals or even surpasses imported alloy scaffolds, yet the raw material cost is a mere tenth. Implementation breakthrough: lights burned late into the night at the Rock Group's materials laboratory. Engineer Li leads his team in repeatedly adjusting starch purity, mineral powder particle size, foaming agent ratio, and mineralization time based on the core formula and process parameters provided by Lin Hao. Strength meets standards. Port distribution is uniform. Cell adhesion test passed. When the first batch of pale beige, lightweight yet resilient domestic scaffold substrates rolled off the production line, the lab erupted in cheers. Leveraging the system's cell metabolic pathway optimization model, 100 points consumed, Lin Hao guided the Qiming team in conducting an in-depth analysis of the culture medium composition. They eliminated redundant, expensive imported additives, instead blending and restructuring with domestically sourced bulk fermentation products. They also introduced Panshur Group's new filter membrane for critical impurity removal and component stabilization. In comparative experiments, the new domestic medium achieved cell proliferation rates matching the original imported version while slashing costs by 70%. Holding the comparison report, Su Qing's hands trembled. This is pure gold. Lin Hao redeemed E. coli recombinant expression optimization for humanized growth factors simplified version, consumed 200 points. This technology bypasses complex mammalian cell culture, utilizing engineered E. coli to efficiently express key growth factors. Combined with rock-solid membrane filtration technology in the purification process, it significantly reduces costs. Rock-Solid urgently repurposed a production line dedicated to fermenting and purifying this growth factor. Huge fermentation tanks roared as technicians intently monitored screen parameters. Potency meets standards. Purity exceeds 99%. Cost, just 1/15 of imported products. Engineer Li's excited voice came through the video feed. Lin Hao spearheaded the design of a new automated packaging and online inspection assembly line. The critical detection probe was developed by Kunpeng Group's Precision Instrumentation Division. Based on parameters provided by Lin Hao, they successfully replaced imported components with domestically produced high-performance sensors and algorithms, achieving a 60% cost reduction and tripling efficiency. When the final cost analysis report was released, even Chen Mingyuan, a man accustomed to major developments, couldn't help but gasp. The comprehensive manufacturing cost per Morningstar artificial heart plummeted from approximately 3.5 million xia currency units to a staggering 280,000 xia currency units, a reduction exceeding 92%. The report was urgently submitted to the highest levels of the National Health Commission and the Medical Security Bureau. A week later, a high-level closed-door meeting convened at the National Medical Security Administration. Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan, and Su Qing attended as technical representatives. Facing them were the head of the National Medical Insurance Bureau, actuarial experts, and representatives from the Ministry of Finance. A large screen displayed footage of the successful Morningstar surgery, showcased samples of the new domestically produced materials, and presented video of the highly efficient automated production line. Finally, the screen froze on that startling cost comparison report. Leaders? Lin Hao's voice was calm yet powerful. The cost of 280,000 yuan includes all expenses, materials, labor, equipment depreciation, and R&D allocation. This is achieved through fully independent technology, large-scale domestic raw material production, and deeply optimized processes. We are confident that as scale expands, costs will decrease further. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the attendees. Morningstar technology is now mature, with high surgical success rates and significant improvements in patients' post-operative quality of life. It saves not just lives, but the pillars of families and the workforce of society. Our founding purpose at the Qiming team and the mission entrusted to us by the nation is to ensure this technology ceases being a luxury for the few, becoming instead a tangible lifeline accessible to all patients with end-stage heart failure. Chen Mingyuan then spoke, elaborating on the medical value and social benefits with earnest determination. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Actuaries rapidly calculated the affordability of inclusion in the medical insurance system and the comprehensive benefits of replacing traditional heart transplants and long-term drug maintenance therapy. Finally, the head of the Medical Insurance Bureau rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Hao and Chen Mingyuan before settling on the cost report. His voice was steady and authoritative. Based on the detailed technical documentation, cost data, and irrefutable clinical value assessment provided by the Qiming base, it has been decided, the Qiming Star artificial heart and its associated transplant surgery costs shall be included in the special coverage scope of the National Basic Medical Insurance Critical Illness Insurance. The reimbursement rate: 90%. Boom! The conference room erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Mingyuan clenched his fists in excitement. Tears glistened in Su Qing's eyes. Lin Hao's tense expression finally softened into a relieved and gratified smile. This meant that a patient with end-stage heart failure would only need to pay 28,000 yuan out of pocket to receive a life-saving Qiming heart and top-tier surgical treatment. Though the news remained strictly confidential, Qiming base was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 27: Setting New Goals. However, the real shockwave hit the first patients benefiting from the new medical insurance policy. A hospital in a northern industrial city. Zhang Weiguo, a 45-year-old senior technician at a steel mill, was a key technical expert and the main breadwinner for his family. A year ago, he was diagnosed with advanced dilated cardiomyopathy. This condition causes gradual heart failure, and doctors gave him no more than 6 months to live. The exorbitant treatment costs and slim chances of survival had nearly driven him to abandon treatment, preparing instead to leave his wife and child with whatever savings remained. His wife, Li Mei, an ordinary female worker at the same factory, now looked haggard, her eyes filled with deep despair and helplessness. Zhang Weiguo's family, please come to the doctor's office, the attending physician's voice called out. Li Mei's heart sank, fearing the worst news. She dragged her heavy footsteps into the office. But the doctor's face bore an unprecedented smile as he slid a document toward her. Sister Li, good news. Great news. The new national healthcare policy has been released. The Morningstar artificial heart is now covered under major illness insurance. You only need to pay 28,000 yuan out of pocket. For the surgery. Academician Chen Mingyuan's team from the Qiming base will be coming to our hospital next week. Engineer Zhang, he can be saved. Li Mei froze, completely unable to process the doctor's words. Her trembling hands grasped the document stamped with a red seal, her eyes fixed on the final figure 28,000 yuan. T28,000? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and she silently counted the digits after the 8 in her mind. Yes. 28,000. The doctor nodded emphatically, his eyes stinging with emotion. An overwhelming, unbelievable joy instantly flooded Li Mei. Tears she'd been holding back burst forth. She covered her mouth and wept uncontrollably. Her words came out in a jumbled rush. Thank you, the country. Thank you, Qiming, thank you, doctor. Old Zhang. Old Zhang can be saved. My husband can be saved. She practically sprinted out of the doctor's office, eager to share this earth-shattering news with her husband lying in the hospital bed. In the hospital room, Zhang Weiguo watched his wife burst in, tears and laughter mingling. Just as he opened his mouth to comfort her, he heard the news that shook his very soul. Weiguo! There's hope! The state will cover it. Only 28,000 yuan. Academician Chen will perform your surgery. You can be saved. Li Mei rushed to the bedside, clutching her husband's hand tightly as tears of joy fell onto his palm. Zhang Wei's once clouded eyes suddenly widened. This news undoubtedly injected hope for survival into him. He stared at the thin piece of paper in his wife's hand, then lifted his gaze to the window. This man of steel, silent his entire life, felt his lips tremble violently before finally letting out a choked sob. Good, good, good. He clasped his wife's hand tightly in return, as if grasping a life regained after loss. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed unusually bright at that moment, warmly bathing the weathered couple and illuminating the future of countless ordinary families like theirs, families once barred from the door of life by astronomical medical bills. The joy of Morningstar bringing affordable healthcare had barely faded when Lin Hao quietly turned his gaze toward a new battlefield. On the massive lab bench, neat rows of classic gel samples of Rapid Recovery No. 1 stood beside several new containers of varying shapes, compact spray bottles, ampoules filled with pale blue liquid, and sterile syringes containing fine suspended particles. Su Cheng stood nearby, her gaze focused and expectant. Speedheal 1 has saved countless lives among critically ill and traumatized patients, yet it still has unavoidable limitations. Lin Hao's voice broke the silence, his fingers tapping lightly on the metal edge of the lab bench as he pondered. Speedheal 1 lacks sufficient deep tissue penetration, shows weak efficacy in nerve damage repair, and requires improved user convenience. We cannot stop here. His gaze swept over Su Cheng and the core R&D team members who had gathered around. Our new objectives for the next phase are twofold. First, develop a more convenient and efficient spray formulation to cover superficial wounds. Second, master the development of injectable sustained-release microspheres, focusing on deep tissue repair and nerve damage. Third, comprehensively enhance tissue repair efficiency and breadth. This marks the beginning of the Rapid Healing Regeneration Initiative. With that, Lin Hao's consciousness sank into his mind. The system interface appeared, his gaze locking onto two critical options. High-efficiency transdermal permeation technology. Utilizing specialized carriers to precisely identify damaged tissues, efficiently penetrate the skin barrier, and reach deep tissue targets. Application, core technology for spray formulations. Resolves penetration efficiency limitations of superficial rapid healing gels. Consumes 200 points. Targeted sustained-release biodegradable microsphere preparation technology. Utilizing a specialized multi-layer microsphere structure, the microspheres degrade slowly at the injury site, continuously releasing active substances for weeks to months. Application, core technology for injectable sustained-release microspheres. Addresses pain points in deep tissue repair and nerve damage restoration. Consumes 300 points. Redeem. Lin Hao acted without hesitation. A vast stream of knowledge surged in instantly. Formulation details, process parameters, critical control points etched with crystal clear precision. Led by Lin Hao, the original gel core repair factors underwent optimization and restructuring. The most suitable combination of active ingredients for the spray formulation was selected, ensuring maximum efficacy when enhanced by permeation-promoting technology. Su Qing's team worked day and night based on the core peptide sequences and self-assembly parameters provided by Lin Hao. Purification, modification, nanostructuring, each step demanded exacting precision. Report. Carrier particle size distribution meets standards. Targeted modification efficiency, 92%, a researcher announced excitedly. The Pansure Group's specialty packaging plant urgently retrofitted its aseptic filling line. Compact, silver spray bottles rolled off the line like flowing water. The first batch of samples was immediately sent back to Qiming for skin penetration simulation experiments and superficial wound repair comparison tests. Neural repair microspheres. This was the real tough nut to crack. The microsphere's structural stability, targeting precision, drug loading capacity, sustained release profile, and neurotrophic factor activity preservation, each aspect posed a world-class challenge. This was a frontier never conquered by even the most advanced pharmaceutical companies globally. Engineer Li personally oversaw the rock specialty formulation workshop, on high alert. The slightest adjustment to any variable during production could undo all their hard work, demanding his full concentration. A tense atmosphere permeated the workshop as engineers worked tirelessly, their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Each person's notebook was densely filled with records of failed data and adjustment plans. Qiming Animal Testing Center. Several groups of experimental dogs with partially severed spinal cords were being meticulously cared for. While awaiting the microsphere samples, Su Qing's team had already begun post-operative basic care and baseline functional assessment testing. A retired military service dog named Grey Shadow lay quietly in a specially designed cage. Though paralyzed in its hind legs, its gaze remained sharp. Its trainer, a young soldier, visited daily, his eyes filled with both anticipation and heartache. Shortly thereafter, the Rapid Healing Regeneration Spray was successfully developed. When applied to simulated wounds, the fluorescently labeled spray demonstrated, through high-definition microscopic imaging, that repair factors penetrated the epidermis and dermis at astonishing speeds and concentrations under the action of the permeation-enhancing carrier, directly reaching the predetermined target sites. Its penetration efficiency exceeded that of the original gel by more than 5-fold. In clinical trials, using a standardized animal burn model, the spray group demonstrated significantly accelerated wound healing, reduced inflammatory response, and newly formed epidermis that more closely resembled normal tissue. Its efficacy surpassed the original gel by 30%. The difference in convenience between the two was like night and day. Linhwa examined the comparison photos and data reports, then finally nodded and declared, Speedheal number 1 spray formulation successful. Prepare to scale up production. Chapter 28, Leadership Visit. After countless failures, the hoarse yet exhilarated voice of Engineer Lee finally echoed through the rock-solid workshop. It worked! Consultant Lin. The first batch of nerve repair microspheres meets specification stability tests passed. Sustained release curve meets standards. 95% active ingredient retention rate. In his hands, the pale blue microsphere suspension shimmered with an enigmatic glow inside the ampoule. The nerve repair microspheres were immediately transported to the Qining Neurological Center. Simultaneously, Gray Shadow was wheeled into the operating room. Under precise imaging guidance, the pale blue suspension of neural repair microspheres was slowly injected into the damaged spinal cord region. The procedure proceeded smoothly. Trainer Xiao Zhang watched through the observation window, his hands clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white from tension. A week later, the morning sun streamed into the observation area. Gray Shadow lay quietly. Su Cheng and several researchers were conducting routine nerve reflex tests. When the test rod gently touched Gray Shadow's hind paw, a miracle occurred. The hind legs, paralyzed for weeks, suddenly contracted backward with a sharp, distinct movement. It moved, the researcher conducting the test exclaimed in a gasp. The entire observation area fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on the hind legs that had just moved. Suppressing her excitement, Su Qing cautiously touched it again. Once, twice. Under the faint yet unmistakable command of consciousness, that hind leg performed another purposeful contraction. Though the movement was slight, it signaled that neural pathways had been reactivated. Quick! Record it! The neural reflex score has risen by 2 levels. Active muscle electrical signals are present. Su Qing's voice trembled with disbelief. Outside the window, Xiao Zhang clamped his hand over his mouth, tears instantly blurring his vision. Watching Gray Shadow, he seemed to sense something too. He lifted his head with effort, a low whimper escaping his throat as if responding to that faint, regained sense of control. Gray Shadow. Good job. Good job. Xiao Zhang choked out, calling softly through the glass. The base buzzed with excitement and euphoria over the spray's success and the awe-inspiring results of the Gray Shadow experiment. Yet standing before the massive lab table, Linhwa stared at the detailed data and video records of the Gray Shadow experiment, his expression solemn. He summoned the core team. The spray's success is a triumph of convenience and deserves widespread adoption. But the neural repair microspheres? Linhwa's gaze swept over the excited faces. The contraction of Gray Shadow's hind legs is merely a signal, a starting point. The journey to truly restoring walking, running, and jumping is still a long way off. He pulled up a complex neural signal transmission model diagram. The signaling factors released by the microspheres activated dormant neurons, reconstructing a preliminary reflex arc. But this represents only an infinitesimal fraction of the vast neural network. Axonal regeneration, myelin repair, reconstruction of higher motor centers, and functional compensation, these are the true hurdles. He picked up a syringe filled with pale blue microspheres, his voice low yet clear. Its efficacy in animal models remains a chasm away from clinical application. We need deeper mechanism research, longer-term stability observations, stricter safety assessments, and unavoidable ethical reviews. Setting down the syringe, his gaze sharpened. Neural repair is the holy grail of human medicine, a perilous peak strewn with thorns. With rapid recovery rebirth, we've taken this step, but we must remain sober and cautious. The road ahead will be longer and more arduous. These words were solemn and professional, utterly unimaginable coming from an 8-year-old child. Across the ocean, the Augustus Intelligence Network was alerted once more. The impending mass release of the rapid recovery, rebirth spray was no secret. But what truly made Wilson's eyelids twitch violently was a low-resolution video clip obtained through special channels of paralyzed military dogs' hind legs exhibiting spontaneous contractions. Combined with earlier intelligence fragments, a terrifying conclusion crystallized in his mind. Nerve regeneration? Wilson stared at the blurry twitching of the hind legs on the screen, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with disbelieving terror. How dare they? How could they possibly have made progress? He suddenly recalled the massively funded yet agonizingly slow-progressing neural regeneration project within Augustus. A crushing sense of dread instantly engulfed him. The spray was just a diversion. He growled at Johnson through the encrypted communicator, losing his composure. That little monster's real target is the nervous system. Paralysis. Vegetative states. Those ultimate realms we considered off-limits. Quick! We must stop him. Now! His wine glass was knocked from his trembling hand, the crimson liquid spreading across the carpet like the bone-chilling sense of impending doom spreading through his mind. An unusual solemnity and anticipation hung in the air at Qining Base. Outside the perimeter, security protocols were elevated to unprecedented levels. Plainclothes state security agents scanned every corner with piercing gazes. Inside the base, the roads were spotless. Researchers in crisp uniforms hurried along, their faces a mix of pride and tension. Today marked a milestone in Qiming Base's history. In the central plaza, the massive Qiming emblem gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan, Su Qing, and core team members stood solemnly in the center of the plaza, dressed in formal attire. Joining them were representatives from partner organizations, including Master Zhang Kuanping and Engineer Li Panshi, who had made the special trip. All eyes were fixed on the base entrance, the air thick with silent anticipation. At exactly 9 a.m., the deep, powerful rumble of engines grew louder from the distance. A convoy of Hongqi sedans and escort vehicles, like a silent and majestic steel torrent, slowly entered the base gates and came to a steady halt before the plaza. The doors opened. An elderly man dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, his face commanding yet benevolent, stepped steadily from the car, accompanied by his entourage. His gaze, deep yet gentle, swept over the solemnly assembled crowd on the plaza, finally settling on Lin Hao. Standing at the very front of the formation, dressed in a well-fitted suit and standing perfectly straight, Lin Hao caught the leader's attention. He was Commander Zhang, the head of science and technology and industry, representing the highest leadership on this inspection and goodwill visit. "Good morning, comrade leader." Chen Mingyuan stepped forward, his voice booming with excitement. "Good day, comrade leader," the crowd chorused in unison. Comrade Zhang nodded in return with a smile, his gaze turning kindly toward Lin Hao. "This young man must be our little scientist, Comrade Lin Hao?" "Good day, Director. I am Lin Hao." Lin Hao stepped forward, lifting his small face, his voice clear and steady, showing no trace of nervousness. He extended his small hand. The smile on Commander Zhang's face deepened. Without hesitation, he bent down and solemnly extended his broad, warm hand, clasping the small one firmly. This handshake bridged the vast age gap, representing the nation's highest authority bestowing its deepest recognition and trust upon this young prodigy. Click. Click. Countless cameras captured this historic moment. Chapter 29, The Glorious Awarding of Medals. Without lengthy briefings, the commander proposed heading straight to the core RD site. The group first arrived at the ultra-large bioreactor cluster workshop, where critical equipment had just completed domestic transformation and successfully supported the second phase of surgeries. "Commander, this is the birthplace of our Morningstar artificial heart." Lin Hao served as the guide, his voice clear. Through the breakthrough efforts of Project Zero, core reactor components including specialized inert nano-coated nozzles, precision temperature control and fluid circulation systems, and high-precision online monitoring modules have all been domestically replaced. Currently, this facility can simultaneously and stably cultivate over 20 artificial hearts tailored to different patient needs. The massive reactor resembled a silent colossus, its pale gold domestically produced coating reflecting a subdued yet resilient sheen under the lights. Real-time data on the hearts undergoing cultivation displayed on the screen showed robust and stable readings. The senior official listened attentively to Lin Hao's presentation, occasionally inquiring about the implementation details and domestic production levels of key technologies. Upon hearing how Master Zhang's Kuanping team overcame the challenge of developing a coating nozzle with 0.5 micron precision, he looked at Master Zhang with approval. "Remarkable. A master craftsman of a great nation, a vital asset to the country." Master Zhang's face flushed with excitement as he stood tall. "Serving the nation is our duty." Engineer Li was questioned by the commander about the mass production stability of the Panhwa filter membrane. Engineer Li pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, sir. The entire process is fully optimized. Yield rates are guaranteed. We've got you covered." This drew a hearty laugh from the commander. Next, the inspection team moved to the newly completed, futuristic Future Life RD Center. It was a world apart. The commander examined everything meticulously, frequently exchanging insights with accompanying scientists and technicians. He lingered especially long before the neural signal platform, inquiring about the recovery progress of Grey Shadow. Upon seeing the latest footage of the decorated military dog's activities, he nodded with satisfaction. The pinnacle of life sciences requires generations of us, especially young people like Comrade Lin Hao, to courageously scale its heights. After the inspection concluded, the group returned to the base's central multipurpose hall. Commander Zhang ascended the podium, his gaze sweeping over every expectant face below. "Comrades!" His steady, powerful voice boomed through the hall via the loudspeaker. "Today, I come here bearing the Central Committee's entrustment and the expectations of our nation's people. I have witnessed firsthand the miracles created by the Qiming Base Morningstar, illuminating life, rapid healing, soothing wounds. And I have witnessed the major breakthroughs you have achieved in the localization of core technologies." His words carried tremendous impact, drawing thunderous applause from the entire audience. Qiming Base, from its origins as a cradle of medical miracles, has rapidly evolved into a strategic high ground for national life science and technology innovation. Your actions prove that technological self-reliance and strength form the bedrock of national prosperity and the cornerstone of security. Thunderous applause erupted. To harness this power into a mighty engine driving the global revolution in life sciences. Commander Zhang's voice soared with the majestic grandeur of a visionary blueprint. Following deliberation by the Central Committee, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The National Biomedical Innovation Center is hereby formally established. It will integrate the nation's top resources, target the most cutting-edge fields of life sciences and health, and lead the future medical revolution. Ximing Base will serve as the headquarters for the National Biomedical Innovation Center. Phase 2 expansion will commence immediately. The state will invest substantial funds to expand cutting-edge laboratory clusters in gene editing, neuroscience, synthetic biology, and spacelife support, forging a world-class biomedical R&D and translation platform. On the massive screen, the grand blueprint for the Ximing 2.0 expansion unfolded: more monumental architecture, more cutting-edge facilities, and a more ambitious vision. Appointment. The leader's gaze swept across the audience. Comrade Chen Mingyuan is appointed director of the National Biomedical Innovation Center. Academician Chen Mingyuan rose with emotion, his eyes welling up as he bowed deeply to both the stage and the audience. Appointment. The leader's gaze finally settled on that small figure. Comrade Lin Hao, as chief scientist of the National Biomedical Innovation Center, concurrently serving as lifetime honorary director of the Ximing Base. The entire hall erupted in a prolonged, thunderous applause. All eyes were fixed on Lin Hao. This was the nation's highest recognition of his irreplaceable contributions. Lin Hao rose to his feet, his young face bearing a composure beyond his years. He walked to the front of the stage and bowed deeply to the commander and the entire audience. The applause continued, like a surging wave. Yet the climax was not over. Two honor guards marched solemnly in step, carrying a tray draped in red velvet to the center of the podium. Commander Zhang solemnly lifted the velvet cloth. A pure gold badge, designed with extreme simplicity yet radiating profound strength, lay quietly on the tray. At its center was the abstract logo of the Ximing Base, beneath which were engraved four ancient yet powerful characters: unparalleled national hero. A second medal, equally simple yet elegant in silver, bore the inscription Ximing Foundation. Comrade Lin Hao. Commander Zhang picked up the solid gold badge, his voice solemn and weighty. This unparalleled national hero medal represents the highest honor from the nation and its people for your pioneering and historic contributions to Xia Nation's life science technology. Under the gaze of the entire audience, filled with profound reverence, Commander Zhang personally bent down and pinned the weighty gold medal onto the left lapel of Lin Hao's suit jacket. Next, academician Chen Mingyuan was awarded the Silver Foundation of Enlightenment medal. Golden radiance and silver brilliance intertwined under the lights, symbolizing both the foundation and pinnacle of the Ximing Base. Though the base upgrade, the establishment of the National Center, and the conferral of the highest honor were not widely publicized, the energy they contained was like a boulder dropped into calm waters, triggering an unimaginable seismic shock within the global circle of top Chinese scientists. That night, the newly established Global Top Talent Liaison Office at Ximing Base was ablaze with lights. Encrypted communication lines buzzed incessantly. Hello? Ximing Base? This is Ming Li from Stanford Medical School. I'd like to inquire about returning to China to join. This is Zhang Wei, head of the neuroengineering group at ETH Zurich. We have significant interest in the Rapid Recovery and Regeneration Neuroscience Project. Could you provide? Professor Wang Hai's team at Cambridge University seeks collaboration with Ximing in synthetic biology. Resumes and letters of intent, each worded with earnestness and aspiration, poured into Ximing's encrypted servers like snowflakes. One stood out in particular. From Zhao Tianhe. Title: Tenured Professor at Mayo Clinic, USA, world-renowned cardiac electrophysiologist who spearheaded multiple revolutionary pacemaker technologies. Subject: Homecoming. The content contained only a few words: witnessing the brilliance of Ximing stirs my heart. The National Merit Medal is truly well-deserved. I, Zhao Tianhe, humbly wish to bring my lifetime of knowledge back to serve my country. Please grant me permission to join and build the future together. Inside the office, the young staff member reviewing the resume trembled with excitement. Professor Zhao Tianhe. He's actually applying to return. Su Qing stared at the name on the screen, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. This is what advisor Lin referred to as the true siphon effect. When the nation demonstrates unwavering resolve and a bright future, the hearts of those who wandered will inevitably return. The observation deck at the base's highest point. Deep into the night, the city lights spread like a dazzling starry river beneath their feet. Chen Mingyuan walked beside him, gazing at the boy who had achieved so many miracles, his voice filled with emotion. Xiao, how does it feel? Lin Hao lifted his head, gazing into the deep night sky dotted with countless stars. Responsibility, he replied softly, his small hand unconsciously brushing the heavy metal on his chest. And hope. Chapter 30, An Unusual Cold. The grand blueprint for Ximing 2.0 had just been unveiled. The construction noise for the base expansion echoed day and night, and offers from top-tier talent poured in like a tidal wave. Yet, a shadow bearing an ominous aura was silently casting itself from a distant corner. In the base's core conference room, the lights were deliberately dimmed. Heavy anti-eavesdropping shielding was activated, and the air was thick with tension. Few attended: Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan, Su Qing, and two middle-aged men with stern expressions and sharp demeanors. One of them was none other than Director Li Jiangming, codenamed Candle 9, head of the State Security Candle Dragon Task Force. Without pleasantries, Li Jiangming activated the encrypted projection. The screen displayed a world map, with a small, war-torn nation at the border of West and Central Africa, the Republic of Aduvaya, highlighted in bold. Gentlemen, Li Jiangming's voice was low and solemn, carrying the characteristic composure of a professional intelligence officer. The Candle Dragon Task Force recently received highly encrypted, greater reliability rated warning intelligence from overseas channels. The intelligence concerns an unusual mass disease phenomenon emerging within the Republic of Aduvaya. The screen shifted to display a redacted medical report summary and several blurred field photographs. Local medical teams have preliminarily diagnosed the disease characteristics as novel respiratory syndrome. Li Jiangming pointed to the critical points. Initial symptoms closely resemble the common cold: low-grade fever, sore throat, runny nose, mild cough. However, there are two significant anomalies. His finger tapped emphatically on the screen. First, the unusually prolonged course of illness. While the common cold typically resolves within 7-10 days, patients with this syndrome generally experience symptoms lasting over 3 weeks, with some cases exceeding 1 month, accompanied by pronounced physical weakness and fatigue. Second, the most alarming aspect is Li Jiangming's gaze sharpened. During routine blood tests on some convalescent patients, multiple immunological indicators showed a persistent, mild yet statistically significant downward trend. Theoretically, this decline exceeds what can be explained by ordinary viral influenza or environmental factors. Below the report summary, a brief note added: notably, some patients from the initial cluster had a history of brief stays or work near the Cultivated mining district in northern Aduvaya. A blurred satellite image was enlarged, revealing a desolate, abandoned mining area with faint outlines of rusted facilities visible. The conference room fell silent. Chen Mingyuan frowned deeply, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. As an experienced physician, he instinctively sensed something unusual. A common cold virus wouldn't cause such persistent and directional minor abnormalities in immune markers. This is more like a low-intensity probe or marking targeting the immune system. Su Qing interjected, her tone grave. As a biological expert, she was acutely sensitive to immunological anomalies. And the connection to that abandoned mining area? It's too deliberate. Lin Hao remained silent throughout, his eyes beyond his ears fixed intently on the information displayed on the screen. His mind raced, rapidly piecing together every fragment: abnormal symptoms, immune markers, mining site background, and running through scenarios. Directorly, Lin Hao finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a sharpness that pierced through appearances. Which specific immune markers are mentioned in this intelligence report? Are there more detailed data on the degree of abnormal decline and the distribution pattern? Additionally, regarding that abandoned mining site, is there more in-depth reconnaissance information? Such as surface activity traces, records of suspicious personnel entering or exiting, or environmental sample analysis? His questions cut straight to the core, without a single superfluous detail. A flicker of approval crossed Li Jiangming's eyes. He immediately pulled up another encrypted attachment. Advisor Lin has hit the nail on the head. We managed to obtain anonymized raw immune test data from some patients. Complex tables and charts filled the screen. Specific indicators include an average 18% decline in protein cell counts, approximately 23% reduction in immune cell killing activity, and slightly suboptimal serum levels. The decline pattern isn't an acute crash but a slow, persistent downward trend, resembling some form of chronic depletion. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Regarding the mining site, our preliminary satellite remote sensing analysis indicates sporadic, weak thermal activity signals on the surface over the past 6 months, inconsistent with an abandoned state. However, constrained by the local situation and our infiltration capabilities, we are currently unable to obtain environmental samples or conduct on-site reconnaissance. Special channels have been activated to attempt analysis of airborne particulate matter, but this will require time. Lin Hao's gaze locked intently on the immune indicator data. His fingers traced rapid patterns across the tabletop, as if constructing an invisible model. For a common viral cold, even if it triggers an immune response, the indicator changes are typically brief and intense, lacking such a distinct, persistent suppression characteristic specifically targeting immune effector cells. Lin Hao's voice carried a cold, analytical tone. This insidious decline pattern, combined with specific exposure history. He snapped his head up, his gaze piercing as it swept over Li Jiangming and Chen Mingyuan. This is absolutely not an ordinary cold. Directorly, I need comprehensive immune profiling data for these patients, ideally dynamic comparisons between the acute and convalescent phases. Also, secure environmental samples from the mine area, even the most minute traces. Uncle Chen, we must immediately mobilize Qiming's immunology team to conduct in-depth modeling analysis on this data, simulating potential mechanisms of action. Behind this lies a biological threat we have yet to comprehend. Lin Hao's decisive judgment thundered through the quiet conference room like a bolt of lightning. Chen Mingyuan and Su Qing instantly felt a chill run up their spines. They trusted Lin Hao's instincts and judgment in the biological field completely. If even he was making such a solemn declaration of abnormality, the nature of the situation was entirely different. Li Zhengming's expression grew grim. Understood. Advisor Lin, your assessment is critical. I'll immediately escalate this to higher command and request full authority to mobilize resources. Candle Dragon will spare no expense to obtain the data you require as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, elevate surveillance protocols for this mining area to the highest level. His gaze toward Lin Hao brimmed with unprecedented respect. The meeting concluded. Lin Hao remained behind, standing alone before the vast world map. His gaze locked onto the distant Republic of Aduvaya, shrouded in war and poverty. That tiny, marked-off abandoned mining area now appeared to him like a black vortex, constantly emitting an ominous aura. A common cold? He murmured, his fingers tracing the area unconsciously. Augustus. Decay. Is this your stepping stone? Chapter 31, The Litigation Storm. Shiming Base was immersed in cautious exploration of the immense potential of the rapid recovery rebirth neural repair microspheres, and the Candle Dragon project's deep concerns over the abnormal flu in Aduvaya. Yet, the claws of capital from across the ocean tore through the calm in a far more direct manner. Aduvaya, outskirts of the abandoned mining zone in Kolovia. A small sampling vehicle disguised as a Doctors Without Borders vehicle was quietly collecting airborne particulate samples. This was a covert operation initiated by Candle Dragon through special channels. Inside, technicians nervously monitored the filtration system, hoping to detect any trace of environmental anomalies. Meanwhile, at the Augustus headquarters, Johnson's encrypted communication channel lit up. Boss, the bait operation shows initial success. Xia Nation's little rat has indeed been drawn by the abnormal immune markers and is starting to peek around. A cold voice reported. A sinister smile curled Johnson's lips. Excellent. Let them fixate on that godforsaken place. Now is the time to deliver them a real gift. Wilson, are you ready? Wilson stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the bustling metropolis below. His eyes flickered with greed and ruthlessness. All systems go. Patent documents, media matrix, troll networks, judge friends, all activated. At your command, the global news titans. This time, we'll overwhelm them completely, leaving them no time for anything else. Execute. Johnson gave the order. The moment the order was given, a meticulously orchestrated global storm erupted. WTO headquarters, Geneva, Augustus, in alliance with global pharmaceutical giants Johnson & Johnson, Roche, and Bayer, formally submitted a multi-hundred-page complaint to the WTO dispute settlement body. The complaint accused the Xia government of condoning Qiming Technologies' systematic, large-scale infringement of their intellectual property rights, demanding the establishment of an expert panel to investigate and authorizing the implementation of trade retaliation measures. The Federal Circuit Court of Appeals of the Eagle Wing Nation, the European Court of Justice, and the Supreme People's Court of Xia Nation simultaneously accepted patent infringement lawsuits filed by the four giants. The lawsuits seek damages totaling hundreds of billions of dollars and demand global sales bans, immediately halting the production, sale, and use of the Rapid Recovery Series sprays and neural repair microspheres. The evidence presented in the lawsuits consists of carefully selected, obscure fragments from Augustus's early laboratory records, with timestamps either deliberately altered or obscured. Additionally, a so-called cost analysis report slandered Qiming's low pricing as dumping under state subsidies, disrupting market order. Simultaneously, mainstream global media, financial channels, and professional medical journals sounded a unified clarion call, instantly inundated with a deluge of breaking news headlines that were nothing short of shocking. For giants draw their swords globally. Augustus et al. Accused Xiaoguo Qiming's rapid recovery technology of plagiarism. Litigation of the century. Global pharmaceutical giants unite to demand worldwide ban on Xiaoguo's infringing life-saving drug. Exclusive, uncovering the technology theft scandal behind the quick recovery miracle. Social media troll factories activated at full capacity, pre-written narratives spreading virally across global platforms. Plagiarism is shameful. Support legal action. You get what you pay for. Who dare use stolen technology? Protect intellectual property rights, boycott Qiming. They are attempting to orchestrate a global public trial. Politicians from multiple Western nations, particularly the hawkish United States, rushed to the forefront. Under the guise of upholding fair trade and protecting the sanctity of intellectual property, they issued statements and pushed legislation to exert diplomatic pressure on the Xia government. Demands escalated, rein in Qiming. Cooperate with the investigation. Inside the Qiming base, the atmosphere grew tense but remained far from chaotic. The shadow of Aduvaya kept everyone hyper-vigilant to potential threats, and this sudden legal storm only confirmed certain suspicions. Su Cheng stormed into Lin Hao's office, tablet in hand, her face ashen. Advisor Lin. Look. They've made their move. A global simultaneous attack. The screen scrolled with headlines from major global media outlets, summaries of legal documents, and a torrent of negative commentary. Chen Mingyuan followed closely behind, his face twisted with fury. Despicable. Shameless. They're distracting us with their schemes in Aduvaya while stabbing us in the back. Unable to create something like speed heal themselves, they resort to these underhanded tactics to smear and suppress us. Their so-called evidence is full of holes. Lin Hao sat behind his expansive desk, his face betraying neither surprise nor anger, only an icy calm. His gaze swept swiftly over the so-called evidence and accusations, sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through the carefully woven lies and smokescreens. Adovia's cold was a feint, or rather, a diversion. This is their real trump card. Lin Hao's voice was eerily calm. When they can't beat us in business or outmaneuver us by the rules, they resort to this old trick, slinging mud, pinning false accusations, and throwing tantrums. He set down the tablet, his gaze sweeping over the furious Chen Mingyuan and the anxious Su Qing. What's the panic? Lin Hao stood up. They want a lawsuit? We'll give them one. They want to play the public opinion game? We'll show them what real, irrefutable evidence looks like. They want political pressure? We'll let the world see what true responsibility of a great nation means. Sister Su Qing. Lin Hao's orders were crisp and decisive. Immediately retrieve every single byte of the complete original records for the Speedheal series, from initial molecular design concepts, computer-simulated structure-activity relationships, and high-throughput screening raw data, to all synthetic pathway explorations, process development, and preclinical and clinical trial documentation. Every last byte. Classify and archive it at the highest confidentiality level. Prepare for global notarization. Notify the relevant departments at the National Intellectual Property Administration, Ministry of Commerce, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Initiate the highest level litigation contingency plan immediately. We need the most elite multinational intellectual property legal team and technical expert witness panel. Uncle Chen, Lin Hao turned to Chen Mingyuan, please contact the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering immediately. Assemble the most authoritative academicians in relevant fields to prepare the most rigorous technical analysis report on Augustus' so-called core patents. Expose their overly broad scope of protection, lack of innovation, fundamentally different technical approaches, and even suspected patent trolling behavior. Got it. I'll get on it right away. Let those academicians see what true originality looks like. Chen Mingyuan perked up, his anger fueling his drive. Understood. All raw data is fully secured with blockchain timestamps and digital signatures, stored on chain for global traceability. I'll personally oversee the compilation, absolutely foolproof. Su Qing's eyes blazed with fierce determination as she swiftly turned to execute the plan. Sling mud? Flip the table? He murmured to himself, a cold, sharp curve forming at the corners of his mouth. This battle will see it through to the end. Outside the window, the media storm raged on, while legal battles had already ignited across the globe. This lawsuit had long transcended the realm of commercial disputes. It was a contest concerning national technological dignity, sovereignty over the path of innovation, and even the ability to confront global biological threats. Chapter 32, Irrefutable Evidence. Deep within the Qiming base, the core data vault, shrouded in multiple layers of physical and electronic shielding, had become the epicenter of the counteroffensive. A circular light screen displayed vast amounts of data, with Lin Hao standing at its center. His fingers darted through the air, manipulating the invisible interface with cool, piercing focus. Sister Su Qing, lock onto the original design log for the core permeation carrier of the Rapid Recovery Spray Trans Shadow Peptide 7. Timestamp, day 47, 9:17 and 33 seconds AM. Lin Hao's clear, commanding voice echoed through the chamber, each timestamp precise to the second. Roger. Retrieving log. Location confirmed. Su Qing's fingers danced across the keyboard as multiple screens before her instantly switched, pinpointing a development log marked with millisecond precise timestamps. Mission record retrieved successfully. Loading original calculation results file. On the massive circular light screen, a complex, faintly blue-glowing molecular 3D model instantly constructed, rotated, and zoomed in. The timestamp at the top of the file displayed starkly: task submission time, 47D 14 hours 8 minutes and 2.478 seconds. Task completion time, 47D 23 hours 41 minutes and 15.099 seconds. This was significantly earlier than the so-called early records Augustus had presented. Not enough. Lin Hao's voice was unwavering. Sister Su Qing, retrieve the full process monitoring footage of the synthesis process for the key intermediate of this molecule provided by the rock group. Focus especially on the first synthesis batch. Immediately, the light screen switched. It displayed the highly automated synthesis workshop of the rock solid group, where robotic arms performed precise operations and reactor parameters were monitored in real time. The timestamps clearly showed that after Qiming completed the molecular design simulation, the synthesis pathway diverged completely from any recorded by the Austrian side. Retrieve the complete approval document chain for this molecule's initial passage through Qiming's internal ethics review and entry into animal testing, along with the raw data records from the first batch of animal experiments. Another stream of documents bearing electronic seals and precise timestamps. The animal testing data was detailed and conclusive, with the timeline once again leaving Alphonse's evidence far behind. Soon, the day of the hearing arrived. Geneva, the dedicated hearing room of the WTO dispute settlement body. The air seemed frozen solid, the vast crystal chandelier casting a cold, harsh light. The lead lawyer for the Austrian delegation, a meticulously coiffed, hawk-nosed elder with an arrogant gaze, was spitting fire as he attempted to rebuild his crumbling evidence fortress. He accused Xia Nation's timestamps and molecular comparisons of harboring systemic forgery risks. Seated calmly at his position was attorney Qin Feng, Xia Nation's chief counsel, a middle-aged man in a dark-tailored suit, possessing scholarly demeanor yet piercing eyes. He did not immediately counter, merely raising his hand slightly to signal his technical assistant. Buzz. The massive circular screen behind attorney Qin Feng suddenly illuminated. Without giving anyone time to react, the footage instantly switched. Scene 1, Global Live Broadcast Connection, a workshop at the rock group within Xia Nation's Qiming base. In the clean and bright modern workshop, machines hum. A high-speed intelligent assembly line was filling bottles with quick recovery spray. Silver canisters flow like a metallic torrent. At the end of the line, a massive electronic display flashes astonishing real-time data. Current batch SUSP 2307085. Production rate 487 cans hour. Total produced 78,423 cans. Pass rate 99.992%. The camera zooms in, revealing laser-etched markings on the can side, production date, batch number, and traceability code all clearly displayed. This is Qiming's speed. This is rapid recovery new life. Attorney Qin Feng's voice was steady and forceful. How could the stolen technology alleged by the Austrian side possibly support such massive, efficient, and high-quality global production capacity? Could it really be achieved with stolen blueprints? Scene 2, Aduvaya Qiming Friendship Trauma Center. The scene shifts to a city in Aduvaya where the fighting has not yet fully subsided. Outside a simple yet tidy tent hospital, a long queue stretches out. The camera focuses on a local boy with a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his leg. A medical worker in a white coat bearing the Xia Nation flag and Qiming emblem skillfully cleans the wound before picking up a silver spray can. Hiss! A fine mist evenly coats the wound. The boy's face, previously contorted in pain, relaxed slightly the moment the spray touched his skin, revealing a hint of surprise. The medic asked through the simultaneous translation device, "How does it feel?" The boy timidly replied in his local dialect, "It feels cool, like, it doesn't hurt as much." The eyes of patients waiting in line nearby lit up with hope. This is rapid recovery new life, putting true life without borders into action. Attorney Qin Feng's voice carried conviction. Yet the Austrian side is attempting to deprive these lives struggling amidst war and illness of their right to treatment through baseless lawsuits. Is this the protection of innovation and fair trade you claim to uphold? Scene 3, New York City, USA Times Square billboard. The screen simulated the world-renowned Times Square billboard. Instead of commercial advertisements, the screen now cycles between two images. Left, a still image of academician Chen Mingyuan at the Academy of Sciences press conference, pointing at the Austrian patent documents and denouncing them as patent trolls. Right, a close-up of the Aduvaya boy's eyes glowing with hope after receiving treatment with the rapid recovery spray. Two massive English slogans alternated across the screen. Science speaks truth. Who blocks the hope? The eyes of the global public are sharp. Attorney Qin Feng's voice carried with piercing clarity, "True innovators save lives. Slanderers block hope. This is the power of facts." A triple combination punch, each blow landing with devastating impact. The chief lawyer for the opposing side completely stalled in his speech, his face turning from red to green and then pale. He reached for his water cup to cover his disarray, but his hand trembled slightly. The entire Austrian legal team squirmed uncomfortably. Faced with Xia Nation's multi-pronged offensive, any evasive argument seemed utterly feeble. Seated at the WTO panel, several senior experts furrowed their brows. Their gaze toward the Austrian delegation now brimmed with scrutiny and disapproval. The Geneva ruling had yet to be formally issued. But at the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals of the Eagle Nation, the solemn courtroom was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Based on the evidence submitted by both prosecution and defense, particularly the defendant's Qiming technology provision of complete timestamped and independently verified RD pathway records, the presiding judge's voice rang clearly through the courtroom speakers. This court finds that the plaintiffs Augustus et al. Have failed to provide sufficient and effective evidence demonstrating substantial infringement of their patent rights. The scope of the patent claims relied upon appears excessively broad and ambiguous, rendering them unsuitable as valid grounds for infringement determination. The plaintiffs' claims for a global sales ban and substantial damages lack both legal and factual support. Therefore, this court rules all claims brought by the plaintiffs are dismissed. The gavel fell. Dismissed. The Eagle Nation court dismissed it. The news spread like wildfire, crossing the Pacific Ocean in an instant and reaching Qiming base. The control room erupted in thunderous cheers. The pressure of the past days was released in an instant. Su Qing gave her colleague a heartfelt hug. Chen Mingyuan slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Yes. Well done." Lin Hao stood before the screen, watching the breaking news report on the verdict. A faint smile touched his lips. Chapter 33, Justice Prevails. capital of Xia Nation. Press conference hall of the Ministry of Commerce. The international spokesperson stood calmly beneath the solemn national emblem, facing the global media's cameras with composure. We acknowledge the fair ruling issued by the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals of the Eagle Nation in the rapid recovery patent litigation case. The spokesperson's voice was steady and authoritative. This reaffirms that science must not be defiled. Innovation will ultimately prevail. Xia Nation remains a steadfast defender and constructive participant in international rules. We respect rulings grounded in facts and law, and firmly oppose all forms of trade bullying and technological hegemony. We urge the relevant parties. The spokesperson's gaze swept across the audience with unwavering authority to immediately cease the unjust suppression and defamation of Xia enterprises and Chinese technology. Withdraw the improper allegations in the WTO and other jurisdictions. Return to the correct path of dialogue and cooperation. China's resolve to advance high-level opening up, promote global technological exchange, and advance the development of healthcare remains unwavering. No force can halt the progress of China's technological innovation. Each word rang out with unwavering conviction, resonating powerfully. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. This was not mere diplomatic rhetoric, but a solemn declaration of national will. On the shores of Lake Geneva, a small farewell dinner was being held for some rotating members of Xia's medical team assisting Aduvaya. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. The medical team members shared their experiences and moving moments of treating the wounded amidst the war. Seated quietly in a corner was a middle-aged scholar with scholarly demeanor, graying temples, and gold-rimmed glasses, Professor Zhao Tianhe. His gaze fell upon the small Qiming insignia pinned to the team members' chests, his expression complex. This was the world-renowned cardiac electrophysiologist who had proactively sent the homecoming email. Professor Zhao, the medical team leader, approached with a glass of wine, speaking sincerely. "We owe so much to your influence in the international medical community for helping us dispel many rumors about rapid recovery." Zhao Tianhe shook his head slightly, his gaze growing steadier. "I merely stated the facts. What truly moved me wasn't the data, but witnessing firsthand in Aduvaya how rapid healing brought a glimmer of hope to ordinary people in despair." And then, he paused, gazing toward the east. That youth wearing the National Hero Medal who fought his way through bloodshed to forge a path for our nation's science and technology. He raised his glass, toasting the medical team present, yet seemingly also to the Qiming base thousands of miles away. This toast is to the peerless national hero. Coming home. The banquet concluded. Zhao Tianhe returned to his hotel room without turning on the lights. Standing alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed out at Lake Geneva. After a long silence, he took out his phone and opened an encrypted email account. Recipient, Qiming-based Global Elite Talent Liaison Office. Subject, Homecoming. Body. The verdict has been heard. The righteous path shines brightly, bringing great satisfaction to the hearts of the people. Witnessing the radiance of Qiming blossom in the face of utter peril, seeing the young national hero take center stage in the cosmic contest, my spirit stirred, and my resolve to return is now firm. Zhao Tianhe, though unworthy, wishes to ride this favorable wind and depart immediately. All my lifelong learning shall be devoted to my homeland. Grant me permission to set sail, and let us journey together across the starry seas. He drew a deep breath and solemnly pressed the send button. After seeing the send confirmation on the screen, Zhao Tianhe slowly rose and gazed into the distance. The lights outside the window seemed to glow a little brighter. A joint task force comprising the Ministry of Commerce, the National Health Commission, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs operated with remarkable efficiency. Exquisitely bound technical documentation packages for the rapid recovery spray, complete with detailed data and a comprehensive chain of evidence, emphasized its convenience, safety, and exceptional value in humanitarian relief. These packages were delivered directly to the World Health Organization headquarters through diplomatic channels. Based on your practical application feedback from locations like Aduvaya and the comprehensive technical documentation we have provided, we earnestly request that you initiate an accelerated assessment pathway for the pre-qualification process. During the formal meeting, China's ambassador to the WHO spoke with earnest conviction. Time is critical for lives struggling with trauma and illness. Within the WHO Technical Review Office, experts swiftly reviewed the documents. Qiming's clinical trial data proved robust, and reliable independent laboratory reports on toxicology and safety were flawless, and the usage reports and visual evidence sent back by medical teams in Aduvaya and other locations served as compelling, heartfelt testimonials. Fast-track approval granted. WHO officials swiftly finalized the decision after comprehensive evaluation. The pre-certification process, symbolizing international recognition of authority, has opened a fast track for the rapid recovery spray to reach global markets, especially conflict-ridden, impoverished regions where it is most urgently needed. West Africa, outskirts of Malabo, capital of the Republic of Aduvaya. Where war-torn ruins once stood, a brand-new, pristine white, low-rise building now rises. On the rooftop, the vibrant flags of Xia and Aduvaya fly side by side. Above the main entrance, a large plaque reads in Chinese, English, and the local language. Qiming Friendship Trauma Treatment Center. Outside the center, a simple yet solemn inauguration ceremony unfolds in the small plaza. The Minister of Health of Aduvaya, the Ambassador of Xia to Aduvaya, the leader of the Qiming medical team, and numerous local residents who had gathered upon hearing the news were all present. The Ambassador of Xia delivered a speech. This center stands as a symbol of Sino-Adovian friendship and embodies Qiming Technology's philosophy of life without borders. Equipped with Xia's most advanced medical technologies, including the rapid recovery spray, it will provide high-quality trauma care services to the people of Aduvaya. The Minister of Health of Aduvaya grasped the ambassador's hand with emotion. Thank you. 1,000 thanks to Xia and Qiming. You have brought not only medicine, but hope. Turning to the crowd, he proclaimed, from this day forward, our doctors will safeguard your health here under the guidance of Xia Republic experts. Amidst thunderous applause and the hopeful gazes of the local people, the red ribbon fell, and the center's doors officially opened. On the afternoon of the third day after the center's opening, the piercing wail of an ambulance grew louder as it approached. A fully loaded ambulance raced through the center's gates at breakneck speed. Emergency. A small-scale cave-in near the northern Kolovia mining area. 5 miners injured. 2 critically, the local doctors shouted anxiously in English. Zhang Wei, captain of the Qiming medical team who had participated in Phase 2 surgical support, was already on high alert. He immediately commanded, quick! Advance to resuscitation rooms 1 and 2. Prepare debridement kits. The casualties were swiftly transferred. 1 critically injured miner, a man in his 40s named Karu. His left lower leg had been crushed by falling rocks, resulting in an open fracture with torn muscles. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, caked with coal dust and gravel, and blood gushed out, staining the stretcher crimson. Intense pain contorted his face as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Deeply contaminated wound. Massive bleeding. Quick! Saline irrigation. Zhang Wei assessed swiftly. However, flushing could only remove some debris. Deep-seated coal dust embedded in flesh made traditional flushing time-consuming and limited in effectiveness. Karu's agonized moans echoed through the emergency room. Use this! Zhang Wei decisively grabbed a silver can of rapid healing regeneration spray, tearing open the sterile packaging. Hiss hiss! A fine mist of pale blue solution precisely covered Karu's wound. The spray's powerful penetrating properties and built-in gentle debridement effect began to take effect. Ah! Karu's pained groan abruptly ceased. He snapped his eyes open, staring at his leg in disbelief. It's cold, like the burning pain was instantly suppressed? An even more astonishing sight followed. Beneath the spray, the stubborn, embedded particles of coal dust were being visibly pushed out by the solution at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bleeding from the wound, which had been seeping continuously, also slowed significantly. The solution formed an ultra-thin transparent protective film over the wound. Hemostatic effect confirmed. Debridement efficiency increased by at least 50%. Dr. Aduvaya, watching nearby, stared in disbelief before erupting into ecstatic joy. Quick! Keep going! Prepare the splint! The subsequent debridement, hemostasis, and bandaging proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Karu's condition stabilized. Though weak, his eyes brimmed with relief at surviving the ordeal and gratitude toward that miraculous spray. Miracle medicine! Miracle medicine from Xia Nation. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the mining district and the city of Malabo. Local residents, who had previously been hesitant about this new center, now flocked to it in droves. Long queues formed at the entrance of the Qiming Friendship Center, seeking medical treatment. Chapter 34, The Prodigy's Misfortune. Deep within the Qiming base, excitement radiated from every face. Just half an hour earlier, Lin Hao had signed off on the final batch of test data for the rapid recovery spray, officially declaring it passed Qiming's Phase 2 validation. Academician Chen Mingyuan's laughter echoed through the Qiming cafeteria. Xiao Hao. This toast is for you. Holding his glass, Chen Mingyuan looked at Lin Hao with palpable emotion. Without your technical roadmap, us old-timers would have been blindly crossing a river, no matter how determined we were. Master Zhang and Engineer Li, surrounded by the crowd, held their elegant wine glasses with slightly awkward hands and feet, yet their faces beamed with pride. Lin Hao, holding a glass of juice, was about to respond to Chen Mingyuan when a sharp ringtone pierced the brief celebration. It was Chen Mingyuan's personal phone. The laughter in the room abruptly stopped, and all eyes turned to Chen Mingyuan. The smile vanished from Chen Mingyuan's face. Setting down his glass, he moved to a quieter corner of the cafeteria to take the call. The call was brief. With his back to the crowd, only fragments of his hushed words could be heard. What? Peking Union Medical College Hospital too? Definitely no hope? Nonsense. Wait, who did you say? When he turned back, his brow was furrowed, his expression more grave than anyone had ever seen. Uncle Chen, what's wrong? Lin Hao, quick to notice the unusual look in Chen Mingyuan's eyes, set down his juice and approached. Chen Mingyuan took a deep breath, as if calming some turbulent emotion, his voice low. An old friend, Professor Liu Mo from the Central Conservatory of Music, one of the nation's foremost piano educators. His last student, a child named Qin Xiaoyu, something happened. He paused, his tone heavy. 12 years old. Already accepted early admission to the Central Conservatory of Music's affiliated middle school. hailed as a piano prodigy who comes along once every decade. Just 2 days ago, while preparing for an international youth music competition, she suddenly experienced severe stiffness and excruciating pain in both hands, followed by loss of sensation. The neurology department at Peking Union Medical College Hospital conducted the most comprehensive examinations. The diagnosis? Lin Hao pressed, sensing from Chen Mingyuan's reaction that this was far from ordinary. Acute, widespread necrosis of the nerves in both upper limbs. Chen Mingyuan uttered these words, each one heavy as lead. Professor Liu Zhenbang personally made the diagnosis. He's the leading authority in China on neurodegenerative diseases and nerve repair. The conclusion is irreversible. This child will likely never touch a piano again in his lifetime. A deathly silence fell over the lab. The joy of success that had filled them moments ago was suddenly doused, as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over their hearts. A rising star in music, not yet fully bloomed, had suddenly dimmed. Professor Liamo, what did he say? Lin Hao's voice was calm, but something was gathering in his eyes, too still for comfort. He's nearly gone mad. Chen Mingyuan gave a bitter smile. He discovered and nurtured the child himself, treating him like his own son. He practically yelled at me on the phone, demanding I ask if you had any solutions. He said, even if there's just a sliver of hope. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Liamo himself, bringing the boy, is begging you on his knees. Lin Hao fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't immediately meet Chen Mingyuan's gaze. Instead, he walked slowly to the lab bench and picked up a petri dish from the counter. Inside lay a cell scaffold slice freshly coated with the domestic material, gleaming with a resilient pale gold sheen under the lab lights. Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Neurology Department. Liu Zhenbang. He murmured the name softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the dish. Neuronal necrosis. Outside the VIP ward of Peking Union Medical College Hospital's Neurology Department. The atmosphere was oppressive. The pungent smell of disinfectant in the corridor was almost suffocating. Several doctors in white coats gathered at the ward entrance, led by Liu Zhenbang, the head of the Neurology Department. In his 50s, his hair was meticulously combed. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze was sharp and tinged with a barely perceptible arrogance. Professor Liamo, his hair streaked with gray and his face haggard, fixed his gaze on Liu Zhenbang. Director Liu. Is there truly no way at all? Xiaoyu is only 12. His hands are his life. Liu Zhenbang adjusted his glasses, his tone professionally cool yet unable to mask a sense of detached superiority. Professor Li, I understand your distress. We've employed every advanced diagnostic method available for Qin Xiaoyu's condition, even performing a pathological biopsy on a live nerve bundle. The findings are unequivocal. Irreversible nerve necrosis and demyelination have occurred across multiple segments of the bilateral brachial plexus trunks, ulnar nerves, radial nerves, and median nerves. This constitutes physical, catastrophic damage. He emphasized each word, his gaze sweeping over Liamo and Xiaoyu's parents, who stood beside him, equally overcome with despair. This isn't a functional impairment, it's the destruction of the neural structure itself. With current medical technology, no medication, surgery, or even science fiction level techniques can regenerate these necrotic nerves. Forcing so-called treatment would only inflict greater suffering on the patient. I recommend accepting reality, focusing on rehabilitation training, and learning to use your feet. No! Xiaoyu's mother let out a stifled wail, her body swaying until her husband steadied her with a firm grip. Just then, the elevator doors chimed open. Chen Mingyuan and Lin Hao stepped out. Chen Mingyuan wore a grave expression, while Lin Hao stood in the distinctive dark uniform of the Qiming base. His figure appeared unusually frail yet strikingly conspicuous in the hospital corridor. Liu Zhenbang's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Hao. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before breaking into a smile tinged with surprise and disdain. Academician Chen? How did you? Liu Zhenbang stepped forward, extending his hand, yet his gaze swept past Chen Mingyuan and settled on Lin Hao. This gentleman must be the renowned consultant Lin Hao? It's truly a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Your reputation precedes you. His tone carried obvious social niceties yet sounded distinctly sarcastic. Director Liu, this is urgent. Let's skip the pleasantries. Ignoring the outstretched hand, Chen Mingyuan cut straight to the point. Lin Hao wishes to review Xiaoyu's condition and all her examination records. Oh? Liu Zhenbang's smile faded. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharpened like a blade as he scrutinized Lin Hao from head to toe. Consultant Lin, with all due respect, your achievements in cardiac surgery are truly remarkable. Creating hearts to save lives is nothing short of miraculous. But neuroscience is a field entirely distinct from cardiac surgery. Its complexity far exceeds the imagination of most people. He tilted his chin slightly, his tone carrying undisguised skepticism and a hint of warning. Academician Chen, Professor Li, I understand the desperation of grasping at straws when faced with a critical illness. But inviting a cardiac surgeon to consult on such a complex and conclusively diagnosed case of neural necrosis. This is a desecration of modern medicine's rigor and an irresponsible betrayal of the patient and their family. This is using a child's suffering as an experiment. His final words rose in volume, echoing clearly down the corridor and drawing glances from distant nurses and other patients. Chapter 35, Biopsy. Professor Li Mo's face instantly drained of color as he looked at Chen Mingyuan for help. The faint glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Xiaoyu's parents' eyes quickly dimmed under Lu Zhenbong's decisive assertion. Chen Mingyuan's face turned ashen, about to retort. Lin Hao stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Zhenbong. Though he only reached the doctor's chest, he met Lu's scrutinizing, arrogant gaze without flinching. Director Lu. Lin Hao's voice was not loud, yet it carried an extraordinary clarity, a calm force that cut through the chaos. You just stated the conclusion was irreversible neural structural necrosis. May I ask, from which specific neural segment was the sample taken for your pathological biopsy? What are the microscopic morphological characteristics of the necrotic cells? Are there any abnormal peaks in the accompanying inflammatory factor spectrum? How many tests were conducted for heavy metal ion residue detection? A barrage of highly specialized, core-detailing questions struck Lu Zhenbong like cold marbles, clattering against his face. The arrogance on Lu Zhenbong's face froze instantly, his pupils behind the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly contracting. He had never anticipated that this child, who looked like a primary school student, would ask questions about the most intricate microscopic details of neuropathology. These were not questions a layperson could possibly ask. Those were certainly done. Lu Zhenbong awkwardly adjusted his glasses, trying to maintain his composure. The reports contain detailed. I've seen the reports. Lin Hao cut him off, his tone eerily calm. 3 biopsies from different stages all show neuronal cell body shrinkage, axonal fragmentation, myelin degeneration, accompanied by massive macrophage infiltration. Classic signs of necrosis. But, his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharp as a scalpel. Director Lu, when analyzing the pathological sections, did you notice an extremely faint, atypical halo of metal oxide-like deposits at the periphery of the necrotic areas? Does the distribution of these deposits exhibit a specific spatial correspondence with the course of small blood vessels within the nerve bundles? As Lin Hao spoke, he casually extended his right index finger, tracing a few points in the air as if sketching a complex neural map. Deep within his consciousness, a cold system alert echoed. Detected anomalous biological signals within patient Chen Xiaoyu, specific binding markers for heavy metal ions thallium-201 low concentration variant. Source, non-natural ingestion. Mechanism of action, mimics neurotransmitters to induce targeted apoptosis in nerve bundles. Targeted lesions, bilateral brachial plexus nerve bundles, ulnar nerve trunk below elbow. Treatment protocol, REDEEM, neural-directed regeneration factor, 150 bio or D credits. Effect, precisely identifies necrotic areas, clears heavy metal deposits, activates dormant neural stem cells for targeted differentiation and repair. What aura? What spatial relationships? Lu Zhenbong was utterly baffled. The details Lin Hao mentioned were completely unfamiliar to him. He'd examined countless pathological slides, focusing solely on the necrosis itself. How could he have noticed any halo at the periphery? The neurologists behind him exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. I demand an immediate enhanced MRI-guided specific needle biopsy of Xiaoyu's brachial plexus nerves. Lin Hao's voice was firm and unquestionable. The sampling site must be positioned at the outer edge of the ulnar nerve bundle necrosis zone, near the superficial venous plexus of the elbow. Additionally, conduct a full-spectrum heavy metal ion blood and urine screening, with a focus on thallium and its organic compound variants. Lu Zhenbong's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt his professional authority being trampled underfoot by a young upstart in front of everyone. Absurd. Utterly absurd. He pointed at Lin Hao in fury. You're questioning the diagnostic capabilities of our entire neurology department. We use the most advanced equipment and employ the world's top expert team. You're just a cardiologist. What gives you the right? Because I can see what you cannot. Lin Hao's voice suddenly rose, his clear, childlike tone now carrying an icy, commanding pressure. Because this child can still be saved. Because he shouldn't be forever deprived of the right to touch piano keys just because of your definitive conclusions and helplessness. He no longer looked at Lu Zhenbong, his gaze shifting to Chen Mingyuan and Professor Li Mo. His tone was unwavering. Uncle Chen, Professor Li, time is critical. Every second we delay increases the difficulty of repairing Xiaoyu's nerves. Arrange the puncture immediately. All costs and liabilities will be covered by the Qiming base. Chen Mingyuan met Lin Hao's unwavering gaze without a moment's hesitation. Understood. I'll contact the imaging department and operating room immediately. Old Li, don't hesitate. Professor Li Mo looked at Lin Hao, then at his beloved student lying pale as paper on the hospital bed, her hands limp and lifeless. Tears finally welled up in his cloudy eyes and rolled down his cheeks. He roughly wiped his face and rasped, Xiaoyu, we'll take one last gamble. Lu Zhenbong froze in place, watching Chen Mingyuan make decisive phone calls and arrange everything, watching Xiaoyu's father tremble as he signed the surgery consent form. His mouth opened, but no words came out. His face burned fiercely, as if being repeatedly struck by invisible slaps. Mad, all of them mad. he muttered, oblivious to his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. Inside Peking Union Medical College Hospital's highest-grade sterile operating room, the atmosphere hung heavy as the eye of a storm. Chen Xiaoyu lay quietly on the operating table under general anesthesia, her slender body covered by sterile drapes, only her right upper arm exposed for the procedure. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and tension. A large enhanced MRI image projected in real time onto the adjacent screen clearly displayed the neurovascular structure of Xiaoyu's right upper arm. The location specified by Lin Hao, the outer edge of the ulnar nerve bundle necrosis area near the superficial venous plexus of the elbow, was precisely marked by a prominent red cursor. The lead surgeon was a nationally renowned expert in image-guided intervention, personally invited by Chen Mingyuan. He gripped the slender needle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In decades of practice, he had never performed a needle biopsy targeting a potentially existing halo with millimeter-level precision. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Lu Zhenbang, wearing a mask, stood in the observation area. Through the thick glass wall, his gaze fixed on the scene inside, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He still didn't trust Lin Hao's diagnosis, yet deep within him, a faint, unwelcome seed of doubt and fear began to stir. Lin Hao, clad in the smallest sterile surgical gown, stood at the optimal observation position. He didn't look at Lu Zhenbang, his entire focus locked on the flickering cursor on the screen and the needle in the operating surgeon's hand. Chapter 36, Silent Keys. Guidance correction, puncture path deviation 0.17 mm, left front correction 0.15 degrees. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. Lin Hao immediately spoke, his voice clear through the microphone into the operating room. Dr. Wang, slight directional adjustment left anterior 0.15 degrees. Reduce needle insertion speed by 10%. Dr. Wang's hand trembled slightly. He glanced up in disbelief at Lin Hao outside the glass, yet still executed the precise adjustment as instructed. Guided by the imaging, the needle tip moved as if possessed by a soul, precisely avoiding the surrounding minute blood vessels as it slowly advanced toward the target point, one that appeared nearly indistinguishable from normal tissue on conventional imaging. Target depth reached. Dr. Wang reported in a low voice, a barely perceptible tremor in his tone. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Aspirate. Minimal tissue sample, no more than 0.05 grams. Negative pressure activated, drawing an extremely minute tissue sample into a specially designed sterile collection tube. The sample was immediately sent to the rapid pathology lab next door. Equipped with the most advanced confocal microscopy system in Peking Union Medical College Hospital, indeed, in the entire nation. Lin Hao personally stood at the microscope. Professors Lu Zhenbang, Chen Mingyuan, Li Mo, and others could only crowd around the perimeter of the workbench, holding their breath in intense concentration. Under high magnification, the freshly extracted tissue was treated with a special stain. Lin Hao's fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, adjusting the light source wavelength and filters. Suddenly, his fingers froze. He shifted slightly to the side, offering the eyepiece port of the microscope, his voice calm and steady. Director Lu, take a look. What is this? Lu Zhenbang's heart skipped a beat as a powerful sense of foreboding seized him. He practically stumbled forward, pressing his eye to the eyepiece. Within the field of view, where the edges of necrotic nerve bundles appeared against a dull background under routine pathological staining, a faint yet undeniably distinct ghostly blue halo suddenly manifested under the illumination of polarized light at a specific wavelength. This glow, like ghostly fire, swirled around the necrotic nerve fibers. Its distribution pattern formed a peculiar spatial correspondence with the network of superficial venous capillaries marked on the imaging data. What sent chills down Lu Zhenbang's spine was that under ultra-high magnification, he could clearly discern the source of these halos, minuscule granular crystals attached to the fragments of nerve fibers. This can't be possible. Lu Zhenbang gasped in shock, his body jerking backward as his face drained to the color of paper. Overwhelmed by shock and dread, he nearly lost his footing, only managing to steady himself by gripping the operating table. Behind him, Chen Mingyuan and Professor Li Mo also witnessed the eerie blue glow. Though they didn't grasp its pathological significance, Lu Zhenbang's reaction spoke volumes. Thallium. Lu Zhenbang's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with belated terror. It's a thallium compound. A specially modified variant that mimics neurotransmitters, precisely binding to and destroying specific nerve bundles. God, we completely overlooked heavy metal screening. Routine tests couldn't possibly detect this variant. He finally understood what Lin Hao meant by halo and spatial relationships. It was the polarized light effect produced when heavy metals bound to neural tissue under specific conditions. It was evidence of the poisoner's meticulously calculated, microenvironment-targeted assault on specific nerve bundles via the bloodstream. So the conclusion remains irreversible, Director Lu? Lin Hao's voice came through the mask, cold as frost. Lu Zhenbang shuddered violently. Shame, regret, and terror washed over him like a frigid tide, drowning him completely. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. He could only close his eyes in agony, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Xiaoyu, is there still hope? Professor Li Mo's voice trembled as he grasped at this last straw. Lin Hao offered no reply. He turned and walked to the sterile instrument table that had been prepared long ago. There sat a special palm-sized thermostatically controlled safe he had brought with him. He entered the code, and the lid slid open silently. Inside lay 3 exquisitely crafted miniature syringes, each loaded with a pale golden liquid. Clear thallium deposits, reverse apoptosis, and activate in situ neural stem cells. Lin Hao picked up one syringe, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, locking onto the damaged ulnar nerve bundle on Xiaoyu's screen. Begin. 6 weeks later, at the concert hall of the Central Conservatory of Music High School. A massive crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the deep red velvet seats filled to capacity. Tension and anticipation filled the air. Today marked Chen Xiaoyu's first public performance since her recovery. In the front row VIP section, Professor Liemo sat ramrod straight, his hands clasped tightly together, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chen Xiaoyu's parents were sweating nervously. In an inconspicuous corner, Lu Zhenbang hid himself in the shadows, wearing a mask and a hat. Ever since that needle biopsy that shattered his worldview, he had taken extended leave. Sitting here now, his heart was filled with complex and intense emotions. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight focused on the Steinway piano at center stage. From the wings, a small figure in a well-fitted white dress took a deep breath and strode with unwavering determination toward the massive black instrument that seemed to hold all his life and dreams. He was Chen Xiaoyu. He reached the piano stool but did not sit immediately. He raised his hands, slowly unfurling his fingers under the spotlight. No trembling. No stiffness. Those hands once declared dead were now steady, pale, and full of strength. He gently traced the cool keys, as if caressing a long-lost treasure. Then he sat upright, spine straight, hands poised elegantly above the keys. The next second, the majestic and magnificent prelude of Ode to the Yellow River, imbued with the indomitable spirit of national resistance, poured forth from his fingers like a bursting flood, overwhelming the hall with its earth-shaking force. The stirring melody surged like the Yellow River's torrent, shaking the entire concert hall. Every note pulsed with surging vitality, every chord striking a chord in the hearts of the audience. Professor Liemo was instantly overcome with tears. Xiaoyu's parents clung tightly to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. In the corner, Lu Zhenbang's body jerked violently as if struck by electricity the moment the first thunderous note sounded. He instinctively reached for the tea prepared for him on the small table beside him, wanting to take a sip to mask the overwhelming waves crashing within his heart. Crash! A sharp crack. The white porcelain teacup slipped from Lu Zhenbang's trembling hands and shattered on the floor. The scalding tea mixed with shards of porcelain splashed onto his trouser leg, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze remained fixed on the stage, where the young pianist poured his life and musical brilliance into every note. Tears, without warning, surged forth like a burst dam, instantly blurring his gold-rimmed glasses. He knew his arrogance had nearly cost the music world a brilliant young pianist with a promising future. Chapter 37, The First Signs of Hidden Worry. The thunderous applause in the concert hall of the Central Conservatory of Music affiliated high school still seemed to echo in Lin Hao's ears. Chen Xiaoyu's performance of Ode to the Yellow River remained an overwhelmingly moving memory. The image of her fingers flying across the keys, along with Lu Zhenbang's flustered expression, became the most talked about topics at Qiming Base for weeks. The successful application of the neural directional regeneration factor on Chen Xiaoyu instantly reignited the research fervor for the base's long-stalled neural repair project. The relevant teams threw themselves into follow-up research with almost no sleep, while Su Qing excitedly compiled all of Chen Xiaoyu's recovery period monitoring data, seeking to uncover more universal patterns to support the upcoming synchronized studies. It's incredible, Advisor Lin. Su Qing pointed at the constantly updating neurophysiological signal graph on the screen. The signal conduction speed in Xiaoyu's damaged nerve bundles has recovered from nearly 0 to 85% of normal levels, and it's still improving. Especially in the fine motor control area, the activity far exceeds expectations. This is simply. Faced with the data, she was so excited she could barely form coherent sentences, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This regenerative factor is the key to reshaping neural networks. We're confident that next, in spinal cord injuries, nerve root pathologies. Lin Hao stood before the massive one-way observation window, gazing at the brightly lit neural repair laboratory beyond. In his hand was a preliminary research report on the long-term safety and metabolic pathways of the neuro-directed regeneration factor in animal models. His gaze didn't linger on the exciting data, but instead fixed on an inconspicuous appendix at the end of the report, a series of tracked blood biochemical indicators. Among them, several indicators related to mitochondrial function and heavy metal metabolism showed extremely subtle, non-pathological fluctuations at different stages following the injection of the regeneration factor. These fluctuations had extremely subtle parallels in Chen Xiaoyu's recovery phase monitoring data. The system did not flag them as harmful, but based on the skill analysis Lin Hao had acquired during this period, such fluctuations more closely resembled a state of metabolic obstruction. Sister Su Qing. Lin Hao's voice cut through Su Qing's excitement, carrying an uncharacteristic gravity for his age. Retrieve all raw data from Xiaoyu and the mouse model concerning heavy metal metabolism, including trace element profiles, metallothionein levels, and dynamic changes in mitochondrial respiratory chain complex activity, and conduct separate modeling analyses. Ha! Su Qing froze, her excitement crashing like a cloudburst. Heavy metals? Mitochondria? What does this have to do with nerve regeneration? She couldn't fathom Lin Hao's focus. Not yet. Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on the report, his fingertips lightly tapping the faint lines of anomalous data. But while the regenerative factor clears thallium deposits and repairs nerves, it also seems to induce a kind of disturbance in the metabolic balance of certain heavy metals within the organism, a disturbance we haven't yet understood. This disturbance itself is harmless, but it might help us uncover something more hidden. He lifted his head to meet Su Qing's gaze, his eyes sharp. Do it immediately. I need to know where the strongest fluctuations of this disturbance occur. Which heavy metal in the environment triggers it most readily? Lin Hao's command was clear and unwavering, carrying an air of finality. Though filled with questions, Su Qing's long-standing trust in Lin Hao spurred her to act immediately. Understood. I'll assemble the metabolomics team right away. 3 days later, in the core conference room of Qiming Base. The air thick with the scent of late nights and strong coffee. A massive screen displayed intricate multidimensional data streams. The head of the metabolomics team, a young doctor with disheveled hair but an intensely focused gaze, pointed to several highlighted curves exhibiting violent, abnormal fluctuations. Target organic tin compounds. Specifically tributyltin and its derivatives. The doctor's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Advisor Lin, your intuition is terrifying. Our models show that the most sensitive target for metabolic disruption by the regenerative factor is precisely environmental organotin pollution. Especially under conditions of high concentration and chronic exposure. He switched screens to display a series of animal pathology simulations. Organotin compounds preferentially accumulate in mitochondria, inhibiting mitochondrial respiratory activity and causing cellular collapse. Simultaneously, they induce oxidative stress, directly leading to mitochondrial necrosis. On the screen, simulated cellular imagery revealed healthy mitochondrial networks becoming swollen and fragmented, resembling pipes corroded by acid. What are the pathological consequences? Lin Hao's voice was low. Multiple organ failure. The doctor retrieved the simulation prediction report. First, the muscles and nervous tissue with the highest energy demands experience muscle weakness and movement disorders. Then, the metabolic and detoxification functions of the liver and kidneys collapse. Ultimately, the heart also stops beating due to energy depletion. Throughout this process, clinical symptoms manifest as a slow, persistent failure highly susceptible to misdiagnosis as unexplained viral myocarditis, Guillain-Barré syndrome, or even progressive muscular dystrophy. A collective gasp filled the conference room. This simulated pathological process was insidious and deadly. Just then, the conference room door burst open. Academician Chen Mingyuan stormed in, his face ashen, clutching a fax document, utterly disregarding the top-secret classification of this core base meeting. Xiao Hao. It's happened. Chen Mingyuan's voice carried uncontrollable urgency and fury. An urgent request for assistance just came in from the Southwest Provincial CDC. A mass outbreak has occurred in Luoyanao, a mountain village under Sangshan County jurisdiction in Yunling Province. Over 70 people are exhibiting severe muscle weakness, atrophy, palpitations, shortness of breath, and abnormal liver and kidney function. The outbreak has persisted for over 2 weeks, with conditions worsening steadily. 3 fatalities have already been reported. The provincial CDC's expert team, led by Deputy Director Wang Lei, has been stationed there for 10 days. Chen Mingyuan slammed the facts onto the table. Their preliminary diagnosis is a highly contagious, unknown virus causing a zoonotic, progressive muscular dystrophy-like syndrome. The entire village has been designated a high-risk epidemic zone and completely sealed off. We're submitting a request to take extreme measures if necessary. Extreme measures? Su Qing gasped, her face turning ashen. Yes. Isolate and incinerate infected livestock. For severely contaminated environments, disinfect and incinerate. Chen Mingyuan's voice was heavy with gravity. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Once the labels epidemic zone, unknown virus, and highly contagious were officially applied, coupled with the devastating diagnosis of progressive muscular dystrophy-like syndrome, this mountain village called Luoyanao risked being erased from the map entirely. The villagers would be branded as walking virus carriers. Luoyanao. Lin Hao murmured the name softly, his gaze fixed intently on the simulated pathological map of organic tin mitochondrial poisoning displayed on the large screen. Mountain village, mass outbreak, muscle weakness, progressive failure, multi-organ damage. Each keyword matched his newly established model's predictions perfectly. Chapter 38, The Epidemic Zone Mystery. Contact Wang Lei at the provincial CDC immediately. Lin Hao sprang to his feet, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. Order them to halt all epidemic zone containment measures immediately. Demand detailed blood and urine samples from every patient, especially comprehensive heavy metal ion screening reports. Also, the environmental sample analysis reports from the vicinity of Luoyanao village. Specifically, water sources, soil, and samples of any pesticides or fertilizers potentially used locally. His speech was rapid yet methodical. Tell them this isn't a virus. This is likely a large-scale organic tin heavy metal environmental poisoning. Ximing Base requests immediate intervention. Chen Mingyuan immediately picked up the secure phone. Lin Hao turned to the metabolomics team. Continue optimizing the model. Immediately prepare high-sensitivity organic tin detection kits. Expedite production of emergency intervention formulations targeting mitochondrial respiratory chain protection and antioxidant stress. Formula codename, Ximing Rebirth Oral Capsules. Ding! Massive public health crisis detected, organic tin compound TBT inducing mitochondrial damage. Redeem, mitochondrial respiratory chain complex stabilization enzyme synthesis technology 200 points. Redeem, high-potency free radical scavenger glutathione peroxidase biomimetic formula 100 points. Chen Mingyuan's expression darkened. On the other end of the line, Wang Lei's voice came through faintly over the receiver, brimming with impatience and skepticism. Academician Chen. I respect you as my senior. But you can't let a child run wild. Our expert panel has ample epidemiological evidence and clinical manifestations supporting the diagnosis of viral muscular dystrophy. An unknown virus. Highly contagious. This is a life-threatening emergency. Heavy metal poisoning? That godforsaken mountain hollow of Luoyanao? What industrial pollution? They don't even have a proper chemical plant. This is pure. Deputy Director Wang. Lin Hao's voice cut through the phone line like an ice pick. West of Luoyanao village, isn't there a soaking pond that's been abandoned for 7 or 8 years? The one used to treat timber from the nearby forestry farm? Doesn't the stream at the southern end of the village flow through a hillside leased for fast-growing eucalyptus plantations? What preservatives and insecticides were used during the eucalyptus cultivation period? Lin Hao's questions were as precise as bullets. Wang Lei on the other end froze instantly. Clearly flustered, he fell silent for several seconds before his voice betrayed panic. What soaking pond? Eucalyptus? How does this relate to the disease? Academician Chen, this child. Answer me. Lin Hao's voice rose sharply. Were forest preservatives and insecticides containing tributyltin used? After the soaking ponds were abandoned, were the silt at the bottom and the seepage wastewater never properly treated? Didn't the mountain floods during the rainy season wash over that hillside and the abandoned pond, carrying pollutants into the streams and villagers' private plots? Every one of Lin Hao's pointed questions was grounded in precise reverse engineering from the system model and integrated environmental data. These details were either completely omitted from Wang Lei's investigation report or dismissed as irrelevant background information. I need to verify. Wang Lei's voice completely lost its conviction, leaving only embarrassment. Verify? Lin Hao sneered coldly. Do you dare examine the concentration of organotin compounds and their metabolites in the patient's blood samples? Do you dare look at the pathological features in the muscle biopsies? Swollen mitochondria, broken cristae, and significantly inhibited respiratory chain complex activity? Only heavy, labored breathing remained on the other end of the line. The villagers of Luoyanao are not walking virus carriers. They are victims of environmental pollution. Lin Hao enunciated each word with crystal clarity. Immediately. Right now. Halt all erroneous epidemic control measures. Lift the lockdown. Ximing sampling and technical teams must depart within 2 hours. Deliver the Ximing Rebirth oral formulation within 48 hours. If another person dies because of your misdiagnosis and delay. Lin Hao's voice turned icy cold. It won't just be negligence, it will be murder. Clunk. A sound like something falling echoed from the other end of the line. Chen Mingyuan silently hung up the phone, staring at Lin Hao with eyes brimming with complex emotions. Su Cheng and everyone else in the conference room felt as though they were seeing this young man for the first time. At the entrance of Luoyanao village, the bright yellow caution tape that had been strung up was roughly cut and discarded in the mud. Epidemic prevention workers clad in full white protective suits and gas masks hurriedly packed away their disinfectant spraying equipment. The heavy scent of disinfectant mingled with the earthy smell of an impending mountain storm. Wang Lei stood beside an epidemic control command vehicle, his face ashen and his eyes darting nervously, all traces of his former arrogance gone. He watched as several SUVs emblazoned with the logos of Ximing Base and the Panchur Group sped toward the village entrance, kicking up dust before screeching to a halt in the open space. The doors swung open, and Lin Hao leaped out first. He still wore the dark uniform, his small figure standing out starkly against the oppressive backdrop of the mountain village. Behind him were Chen Mingyuan, Su Cheng, and the technical team led by Li Gong, chief engineer of the rock group. Li Gong clutched a temperature-controlled safe tightly in his arms. The villagers, who had been waiting at the entrance for days, emaciated by fear and despair, swarmed around them like they had seen a lifeline, led by the white-haired village chief leaning on his cane. Doctor! Are you the doctor from the capital? Please save us. My husband is dying. Captain Wang said we're plague carriers. The old party secretary knelt with a thud in the muddy ground, tears streaming down his weathered face as his voice cracked. Leader. Commander. Our Luoyaneo ancestors have lived upright lives for generations. We are not plague carriers. We are not plague carriers. Lin Hao strode forward and firmly helped the old party secretary to his feet. Get up, old man. You're not plague carriers. You're poisoned. We've come to bring you the antidote. Poisoned? Antidote? A flicker of disbelief flashed in the old party secretary's eyes. Yes. The antidote. Lin Hao retrieved an ordinary white plastic medicine bottle from the safe Su Qing was holding. It was filled with tiny pale yellow capsules. Take 2 capsules 3 times daily with warm water. The medicine bottles were swiftly distributed. The villagers clutched the unassuming little bottles, their hands trembling. Some villagers with milder symptoms were eager to swallow the pills with muddy water from nearby puddles. But Su Qing sternly stopped them, and they quickly switched to the bottled water she had brought, swallowing the capsules. Wang Lei stood on the periphery, watching the scene unfold, his face alternating between red and white. The few epidemic prevention team members he had brought exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but under Lin Hao's icy stare, he closed it again, his eyes filled with complexity as he watched the distributed medicine bottles. Chapter 39, New Life Through Medicine. Time ticked by second. The air seemed to freeze, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the mountain breeze and the villagers' stifled coughs and gasps. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. It seemed nothing had changed immediately. The glimmer of hope in some villagers' eyes began to fade. A barely perceptible curve of disappointment mixed with schadenfreude touched the corner of Wang Lei's mouth. So, it still didn't work? Heavy metal poisoning, in the end. At that very moment. Mass public health crisis, organic tin compound TBT-induced mitochondrial damage rescue mission complete. Reward points, 500. The system's voice abruptly echoed in Lin Hao's mind. The instant he heard it, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The next moment. Old secretary. Old secretary. Look. Li Guai. Li Guai, he. A young villager suddenly pointed toward the distance, his voice cracking with disbelief and horror. All eyes were instantly drawn to the scene. At the doorway of the low-mud brick house at the eastern edge of the village, an emaciated old man Li Guai, who had been lying in bed, struggling even to turn over, was now trembling as he steadied himself against the doorframe and stood up on his own. His back was hunched, his legs still trembling violently, but he had indeed risen on his own strength. His wrinkled face bore eyes that had once been cloudy and lifeless, yet now they shimmered with an extraordinary radiance. He tentatively raised an arm as withered as dry wood, slowly but with unwavering resolve, and waved it toward the old party secretary. He's standing up. Li the bandit can move again. The cry erupted like thunder from a clear blue sky. That cry ignited the fuse. Father! Father, can you sit up? A peasant woman's joyful cry came from another room. Mother! Your hands have strength again. You can hold a bowl. A middle-aged man wept with joy. I feel less suffocated in my chest, breathing so much easier. An old man clutching his chest gasped in delight, drawing in the cool mountain air. As if invisible shackles had been broken. The once lifeless village seemed infused with the living waters of renewal. More and more villagers showed visible improvement in their symptoms. Though still frail, the relentless, despairing decline of their exhaustion had been forcibly halted. Instead, a vibrant reversal had begun. Miracle medicine. Truly miracle medicine. Old Secretary Ji trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He knelt down with a thud and bowed repeatedly toward Lin Hao. Dr. Lin. You're a living Buddha. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you, our savior. Villagers cried out in gratitude, many attempting to kneel and kowtow. The scene briefly spiraled out of control. Su Qing and the medical staff rushed forward to help them up. Lin Hao watched the tearful expressions of gratitude before him, and the tension that had gripped his face finally began to ease. He bent down, poured a few pale yellow capsules from the medicine bottle, and handed them to a little boy beside him who was staring at him eagerly. The boy timidly accepted them, then glanced at his grandfather nearby, who was trying to walk slowly. He broke into a smile, his first in days. Imitating the adults, he clumsily tried to put the capsule in his mouth, but it slipped and fell to the ground. The boy quickly crouched down to search for it, digging frantically in the muddy ground. Just then, a white epidemic control command vehicle suddenly accelerated toward them. The screech of brakes echoed as the wheels rolled over the muddy patch, sending a spray of muddy water splashing all over the little boy. The door swung open. Wang Lei, his face ashen, leaped out, followed by several grim-faced team members. Without a word, he roughly pushed aside the villagers who had gathered around. Who gave you permission to take these drugs indiscriminately? This is an unapproved experimental medication. It's a serious violation of epidemic prevention regulations. There are enormous safety risks. All drugs must be immediately sealed and destroyed. Wang Lei's voice was sharp and piercing, tinged with the fury of a man thoroughly humiliated and driven to a final frenzy. He lunged forward, reaching to snatch the mud-covered medicine bottle from the boy's hands. The boy burst into wails of terror, and the surrounding villagers erupted in chaos. "What are you doing? This is life-saving medicine. Get away. Don't touch our medicine." Chaos was about to erupt. Just as Wang Lei's hand was about to touch the medicine bottle, a large hand speckled with mud yet calloused and iron clamp-like suddenly seized Wang Lei's wrist. It was Li Guai, the old man who had just staggered to his feet. The old man's breathing was slightly labored, yet his grip on Wang Lei's wrist was astonishingly strong. His cloudy eyes were now wide as saucers, fixed intently on Wang Lei. His face trembled with excitement and fury. "Captain Wang!" The old man's voice was hoarse, yet it roared like an enraged lion. "Open your eyes wide and look." With his other bony hand, he pointed toward a nearby field of golden rice. Those were the seedlings he had planted with his own hands before falling ill. Now, the rice ears hung low, promising a bountiful harvest. "I just now used the strength I saved up from the medicine pills Dr. Lin gave me." The old man's voice suddenly rose, filled with a desperate resolve. "I carried the rice from my field back here." As he finished speaking, as if to prove his words, Li Guai suddenly bent down and, with the hand that hadn't grabbed Wang Lei, scooped up a heavy bundle of golden rice lying on the ground beside him. That bundle weighed at least several pounds. The old man's frail, hunched frame erupted with astonishing strength. He roared with fury, his back still bent, yet he steadied the bundle firmly on his shoulder. Shouldering the rice, he straightened his spine and glared at Wang Lei, whose wrist he held and whose face had turned as pale as a ghost. He spoke each word deliberately. "Dr. Lin's medicine pills work better than your disinfectant candy beans. You officials dare to mess with our life-saving medicine again, and I'll fight you with these old bones of mine." His roar echoed through the mountain hollow. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Wang Lei froze completely, his wrist gripped painfully, his face shifting from white to red to green. Staring at the emaciated old man before him, burdened with rice sheaves at the pale yellow pill that had rolled onto the muddy ground yet was clutched like a precious treasure at the villagers' eyes filled with rage, contempt, and the scorn reserved for a clown. A gurgling sound rose from his throat, but no words came out. Hot blood surged to his head, darkness swirled before his eyes, and his body swayed before collapsing backward. His teammates scrambled behind him, frantically catching him. In the distance, a news helicopter bearing the CCTV logo roared toward Luoyanao. The events in Luoyanao village, like a boulder dropped into calm waters, unleashed unimaginable waves through CCTV news channels round-the-clock rolling coverage. The image of the old man carrying rice and angrily rebuking Wang Lei, the mud-stained yet treasured pale yellow capsule, the vibrant faces of villagers after their recovery. Every frame struck the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers. Chapter 40, Premature Aging. Qiming Rebirth, a name originally used only as an internal emergency agent code at the Qiming base, resounded throughout the Great Xia overnight. In response to the tin compound contamination incident at Luoyan Pass, the establishment of an environmental disease monitoring network was urgently placed on the national agenda, placing immense pressure on environmental protection departments nationwide. The hotline of the newly established National Environmental Disease Prevention Center was nearly overwhelmed during this period, flooded with reports from countless patients and families suffering from unexplained ailments, detailing various locally unique symptoms. Deep within the base, the Institute of Environmental Medicine and Metabolic Restoration burned with lights all night. After the Luoyan Pass tin compound contamination incident, Su Cheng, who had taken a brief break, returned to work. She had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters, her eyes bloodshot, yet she remained steadfast at her post, processing mountains of data. This included metabolic curves of residual organic tin in Luoyanao villagers' blood and dynamic curves of mitochondrial function recovery after medication, all laying the groundwork for more precise subsequent treatments. Consultant Lin, 17 regions across Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan with similar pollution histories have submitted aid requests, seeking authorization for the Qiming Rebirth formula and production capacity support. Su Qing massaged her temples. "Just got off the phone with Engineer Li. He said the Rock of Ages facility is overwhelmed even with 3 shifts, the production line can't keep up with demand." Lin Hao stood before the massive national pollution source distribution map. His gaze swept over the high-risk red zones before settling on an inconspicuous dot in the northwest Jinchang City, Longxi Province. He held a freshly received encrypted medical record fax in his hand. "We can grant authorization, but core process control points must be supervised on-site by Qiming technicians." Lin Hao's voice carried an unquestionable resolve. "Additionally, notify the metabolomics and gene regulation teams to prepare for a new case. Jinchang People's Hospital has admitted a special patient." He handed the fax to Su Qing. The paper contained only a few lines of text. Patient, Shi Xiaolei, male, age 9. Condition, progressive skin aging, graying hair, joint stiffness, growth arrest for 5 years. Physical condition, height 105 centimeters, weight 18 kilograms. Appearance aged like a septuagenarian, skin dry and wrinkled with poor elasticity, sparse gray hair throughout the body. Bilateral bowed knees and flexed knee contractures. Preliminary diagnosis, Hutchinson-Gilford progeria syndrome HGPS. In the photograph, a frail boy curls up in a hospital bed. His sparse gray-white hair clings to his forehead, and his face, which should be youthful, is covered with deep wrinkles. Through the photograph, his eyes convey a weariness and a near-numb stillness that does not belong to this age. Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome. Su Qing gasped, her eyes brimming with pity. Childhood premature aging, a terminal condition among telomere diseases, average life expectancy, only 14 years. This was even more cruel than the mitochondrial poisoning at Luoyang Pass. Prolonged medical observation had effectively sealed the fate of the patient's lifespan after diagnosis. Lin Hao's gaze settled on the boy's still eyes in the photograph. His mother entrusted someone to deliver these documents. Jinshan Hospital confirmed the diagnosis but has no treatment plan. Her only request is... Lin Hao paused. For the child to live past his 10th birthday. Just then, Chen Mingyuan entered with a grave expression. He held a tablet displaying a live stream of the Hutchinson Syndrome Diagnosis and Treatment Advances Symposium being held at Jinshan People's Hospital. The keynote speaker was none other than Professor Li Wei, a leading authority in China's field of genetics and aging research and chief advisor to the National Gene Bank. Approaching 60, Professor Li Wei had meticulously combed his graying hair and wore rimless glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and rigor. Standing at the podium, his calm tone carried the weight of a solemn pronouncement. The cause of Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome lies in a point mutation in the gene, leading to abnormal nuclear lumen A and the production of toxic premature aging proteins. This abnormal protein accumulates on the nuclear envelope, causing genomic instability, collapse of DNA damage repair capabilities, accelerated telomere shortening, and ultimately triggering systemic, catastrophic accelerated aging. He switched slides, displaying electron microscope images of distorted nuclear membrane structures and highly complex genetic maps. All targeted drug trials to date, including farnesyltransferase inhibitors, can only provide limited symptom relief. They cannot halt disease progression, much less reverse the aging process. His gaze swept across the audience, tinged with a sorrowful resignation. For patients like young Shi Xiaolei from Jinshan City, what medicine can do is extremely limited. Extending survival and improving quality of life are realistic goals. As for reversing aging? That belongs in the realm of science fiction. He shook his head slightly, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Any attempt to reverse time beyond current scientific understanding is an irresponsible deception of patients and a grave challenge to bioethics. We must maintain rationality and respect scientific principles. The live chat and bullet comments exploded instantly. Professor Li is absolutely right. Respect science. Isn't that Lin Hao from Qiming supposed to be a genius? Why isn't he speaking up this time? A cardiac surgeon trying to play with gene reversal? That's like crossing mountains. Why the sour grapes? Consultant Lin has saved countless lives. Premature aging is a genetic disorder. It's nothing like heavy metal poisoning. Does he really think he's a god? A flood of mocking and skeptical comments flooded the screen, propelling terms like Qiming technology, Lin Hao, and premature aging syndrome back into the spotlight. Many seem to have forgotten the miracle at Luoyang Pass, eagerly anticipating Qiming's spectacular fall at the foot of this medical Mount Everest. Chen Mingyuan's face turned ashen. That Li Wei. Kicking someone when they're down. He's clearly trying to block your path, Xiao Hao. Lin Hao's gaze shifted away from the jarring comments flooding the livestream, settling once more on Shi Xiaolei's prematurely aged photograph. The stillness in the boy's eyes formed a stark, icy contrast to the raucous malice echoing across the internet. Sister Su Qing, Lin Hao's voice was unusually calm, yet carried a force that pierced through all the noise. Prepare the private jet. Fly to Jinchang in 1 hour. Notify the Gene Regulation Lab to activate the Level 1 response protocol. Target, HGPS gene intervention. Also, he turned to Chen Mingyuan, Uncle Chen, contact Shi Xiaolei's mother. Tell her Qiming base has accepted the case. We'll be with him for his 10th birthday. Jinshan City People's Hospital Intensive Care Unit. The pungent smell of disinfectant hung thick in the air. Shi Xiaolei lay still in the hospital bed, his sparse, ashen hair clinging to his forehead. Loose, wrinkled skin stretched over his thin bones. His eyes were half open, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had already departed this shell. His mother, Wang Xiaoyun, a middle-aged woman equally worn down by suffering, sat on a small stool beside the bed, her hands tightly clasping one of her son's equally wrinkled little hands. Her head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly, suppressed sobs broke intermittently. On the bedside table lay a printed fax, a brief acknowledgement of Qiming Base's acceptance of their request, which she pressed down with her fingertips, clutching it like a last lifeline. Chapter 41, Genetic Formulation Breakthrough. The ward door opened softly. Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan, and Su Qing entered, accompanied by no one else. Wang Xiaoyun jerked her head up, bloodshot eyes brimming with hope. But when she recognized Lin Hao's face far too young, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by deeper despair and exhaustion. By all logic, what could a child the same age as her son possibly do? She struggled to her feet, her lips trembling, yet no sound came out. Chen Mingyuan stepped forward and spoke gently, Mrs. Wang, this is Consultant Lin Hao from the Qiming base. We're here to take Xiaolei to the base for treatment. Mr. Lin. Wang Xiaoyun's gaze refocused on Lin Hao, as if hope had ignited within her. Tears streamed down her face. Please, save Xiaolei. If you can just let him live past 10, live to see his 10th birthday. I'll do anything. She stumbled forward, about to kneel. Lin Hao stepped forward swiftly, catching her arms. Auntie Wang, please get up. His voice was soft yet unusually steady and firm. I will do everything in my power to save Shi Xiaolei. After speaking, he didn't look at Wang Xiaoyun. His gaze fell directly on Shi Xiaolei in the hospital bed. The boy seemed to stir, slowly turning his vacant eyes toward Lin Hao. Those eyes held no fear, no curiosity, only a stillness as deep as stagnant water. Lin Hao walked to the bedside, bent down, and met Shi Xiaolei's gaze eye to eye. He said nothing, merely extending a hand to touch the boy's wrinkled forehead with the tip of his finger, with the utmost gentleness. The sensation felt like touching the bark of a dead tree. Deep scan initiated. Target confirmed, LMNA gene-specific mutation. Abnormally elevated senescence protein expression levels. DNA damage repair system efficiency reduced by 87%. Emergency exchange, telomere-targeted RNA stabilizer 300 credits. Mechanism of action, specifically binds to abnormal nucleolar proteins to block protein toxicity, activates telomerase activity to repair telomere attrition, enhances DNA damage repair efficiency. Warning, genetic intervention carries individual tolerance variation risks. The cold system prompt echoed in Lin Hao's mind. The instant the exchange completed, a massive stream of information about the RNA stabilizer's mechanism of action, delivery pathways, and potential risks flooded his consciousness. He straightened up, looking at Su Qing, his command clear and swift. Prepare sterile isolation chamber for transport. Notify base gene regulation team to initiate TARS synthesis protocol using lipid nanoparticle delivery system with particle size controlled at 8100 nanometers. Prepare real-time monitoring equipment for telomere length changes and dynamic detection of key DNA damage repair markers. His gaze shifted to Chen Mingyuan. Uncle Chen, we require the top-tier pediatric intensive care and nutritional support team for full process assurance. Finally, he looked at Wang Xiaoyun, who remained frozen in place, her face a mix of hope and profound bewilderment. Aunt Wang, pack up Xiaolei's things. We're going to Qiming. He'll celebrate his 10th birthday there. Qiming Base, core laboratory of the Gene Regulation Center. Within the massive sterile isolation chamber, Shi Xiaolei's frail body was surrounded by intricate sensors and life support tubing. He lay still on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling, as if everything outside this space held no connection to him. Outside the lab, in the monitoring hall, a massive screen was divided into dozens of sections, displaying Shi Xiaolei's vital signs in real time. Su Cheng and Genome's elite team stood ready. Professor Li Wei had also arrived. He had been invited by Chen Mingyuan under the guise of academic observation. Seated in the front row of the observation area, his gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the constantly fluctuating data streams on the screen. His face bore no expression, only a scrutiny bordering on harshness. He had brought his students and a professional recording team, clearly intending to document the entire process as some form of evidence. Advisor Lin, TARS nanoformulation synthesis complete. Carrier encapsulation rate 98.3%. Particle size distribution meets specifications, reported the head of the gene synthesis team. Prepare for injection. Lin Hao's voice came through the microphone, calm and unruffled. A specialized syringe filled with pale golden liquid slowly pierced Shi Xiaolei's arm vein under the precision control of a robotic arm. Injection complete. Countdown reset. Everyone held their breath. Only the faint hum of machinery filled the monitoring hall. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 3 hours. On the screen, the curves representing heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen remained steady and normal. Risk indicators for inflammatory cytokine storms showed no abnormal fluctuations either. A faint, almost imperceptible, cold curve lifted at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. His assistant beside him began to record in a low voice. 3 hours post-injection, vital signs stable, no significant physiological changes observed. 24 hours. 36 hours. 48 hours. On the screen, the red curve representing premature aging protein expression stubbornly remained in the high-risk zone, showing no sign of decline. The blue bar chart indicating telomere length remained pitifully short. In the observation area, some of Qiming's young researchers began to show signs of anxiety and disappointment. Su Qing bit her lower lip tightly, her face pale. Li Wei shifted slightly in his seat. His voice was quiet but carried clearly through the silent hall. Science demands rigorous verification, but it also requires the courage to face failure. Genetic interventions, especially for terminal diseases like HGPS, are far more complex than. He didn't finish his sentence. Beep. Beep. 2 sharp beeps suddenly pierced the air. Like thunderclaps exploding in everyone's minds. All eyes snapped toward the large screen where the sound originated. There, the previously flat and motionless expression level curve, at the 48-hour and 5-minute mark, suddenly plunged downward, tracing a steep, nearly vertical descent. It instantly breached the warning threshold. Simultaneously, the blue bar chart for telomere length seemed to come alive, visibly and steadily climbing upward. It's dropping. Progaren is dropping, a researcher gasped in shock. Telomere length. 0.1 kb. 0.15 kb. Still increasing, another voice trembled with disbelief. The monitoring hall erupted in an instant. Cheers and gasps, pent up for far too long, nearly shook the roof off. Li Wei's composure froze instantly. He sprang to his feet, leaning forward so close he nearly touched the massive screen before him. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his pupils suddenly contracted to their absolute limit. He stared fixedly at the red curve plummeting like a cliff and the steadily rising blue bar chart, his facial muscles twitching slightly beyond his control. Impossible. This defies. He muttered absently, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with the shock and bewilderment of a worldview utterly shattered. Chapter 42, Emerging from the Cocoon. At that moment, the real-time cellular imaging display expanded across the main screen. A small piece of living tissue taken from Xiao Lei's arm was clearly visible under high magnification. The nuclear membranes, once distorted and deformed due to progaren accumulation, were visibly smoothing out at a rapid pace. The number and activity of mitochondria within the cells were also increasing significantly. Inside the isolation chamber, Wang Xiaoyun, clad in sterile attire, sat beside the bed, still clutching her son's hand tightly. But her gaze had shifted from the initial despair and numbness to something bordering on reverent, cautious hope. Suddenly, she felt the emaciated little hand in hers twitch ever so slightly. Wang Xiaoyun froze, thinking she was hallucinating. She held her breath, staring intently at her son's face. Xiao Lei's tightly closed eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. Then, slowly, they opened. Those eyes were no longer hollow or silent. Though still bearing the weariness of illness, a faint glimmer of light had reignited within them the instinctive, hazy curiosity of a child toward the world. His gaze drifted slowly, settling on his mother's tear-streaked face. His lips moved ever so slightly, uttering a faint, hoarse syllable. Mom! The sound was as light as a sigh, yet to others it sounded like heavenly music. Wang Xiaoyun's body shook violently as overwhelming, unbelievable joy instantly engulfed her. She lunged to the bedside, clutching her son's frail body tightly as she wept uncontrollably. Xiao Lei! My Xiao Lei! You're awake! You recognized your mother! Oh my God! Oh my God! Her cries were heart-wrenching, yet filled with the immense joy of reunion. Outside the observation window, everyone who witnessed this scene felt their eyes grow hot. Su Qing covered her mouth, unable to speak through her sobs. Li Wei froze in place, as if turned to stone. The draft paper in his hand, bearing the words "Preliminary Analysis of TAR's Intervention Ineffectiveness," silently drifted to the floor. 1 month later. Xining Base, Sunlight Activity Room in the living quarters. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in warmth. The room was decorated with colorful balloons and cartoon stickers, the air filled with the sweet scent of cake. Today was Xiao Lei's 10th birthday. The little boy sat in a specially designed wheelchair, dressed in brand new clothes. His hair was no longer a stark, grayish-white instead, a layer of fine, jet-black downy hair had grown in. The deep wrinkles on his face hadn't completely vanished, but they had visibly softened, and his skin had regained some elasticity and luster. Most heartening of all was the light in his eyes no longer dull, but filled with the sparkle of his age and a hint of timid curiosity. His mother, Wang Xiaoyun, stood beside him, her face bearing a smile unseen in months, though her eyes still held tears. The Sunlight Activity Room was crowded with people. Shen Mingyuan, Su Qing, colleagues from the nerve repair team, and even Dr. Wang, the interventional radiologist who had performed his surgery, were present. In a corner of the room, Professor Li Wei sat alone. Today, he had brought neither students nor recording equipment. He had changed out of his formal suit into a plain jacket, silently watching Xiao Lei, who was surrounded by everyone in the center, his gaze complex. Xiao Lei, make a wish and blow out the candles. Su Qing approached with a smile, carrying a cake adorned with 10 colorful candles. Amidst the crowd's encouragement and birthday song, Xiao Lei nervously pursed his lips, puffed out his cheeks, and blew hard at the candles. Puff. All 10 candles went out. Wow. Xiao Lei, you did great. Happy birthday. Applause and well wishes filled the air. Just then, the activity room door swung open. Lin Hao walked in, not wearing his white lab coat but simply the base uniform. Xiao Lei's eyes lit up visibly at the sight of Lin Hao. He struggled to rise from his wheelchair, and Wang Xiaoyun quickly reached out to steady him. With his mother's support, Xiao Lei managed to stand up shaky but steady. Though still unsteady, he had indeed stood upright under his own power. He looked at Lin Hao, his face breaking into a shy yet incredibly sincere smile. With his small hand, now partially regained strength and no longer so emaciated, he picked up a slice of cake and carefully presented it to Lin Hao. Eat cake. His voice, though still weak, was much clearer. His face bore the pure gratitude and joy unique to a child. Sunlight fell upon the black downy hair sprouting on his body, upon his tiny frame straining to stand straight, upon his hand holding the cake, a hand that had regained some vitality. In that moment, time seemed to miraculously reverse itself for this once cursed child. Lin Hao took the cake, a faint yet warm smile spreading across his face. He gently stroked the soft, new black hair on Xiaolei's head. Though he was still a child himself, no one treated him as such anymore. In the corner, Li Wei slowly rose to his feet. He watched the scene before him. The child he had once declared scientifically dead now held a cake, his eyes sparkling with a newfound light. Silently, he walked to the center of the room, approaching Lin Hao. In his hand, he held the printed copy of the paper he had presented at the symposium a month ago, the one that had declared Hutchinson's syndrome irreversible. Under everyone's gaze, Professor Li Wei looked at Lin Hao, then at Xiaolei, who stood shyly smiling with the cake in his arms. Without a word, he seized the thick stack of papers symbolizing the cognitive barriers of the old era and tore it violently in half. The crisp, jarring sound of tearing paper echoed through the room filled with birthday songs. Without pause, he continued tearing, shredding the papers printed with authoritative pronouncements into fragments. The shreds drifted down like snowflakes, scattering at his feet. After tearing the last sheet, Li Wei lifted his head. His face showed neither shame nor anger, only a calmness born of immense upheaval, along with an unprecedented sense of release and resolve. He gave a slight nod to Lin Hao, and to everyone present. Then, bending down amidst the stunned gazes of those present, he retrieved a pristine document from his briefcase. Its title read, Proposal for Establishing a Joint Task Force on Human Premature Aging in Telomere Diseases. Holding the document with both hands, he solemnly presented it to Lin Hao. His gaze no longer held scrutiny or doubt, but instead brimmed with a yearning for collaboration and exploration. Lin Hao looked at Li Wei, at the document embodying a new direction, at the scattered fragments of old papers littering the floor, and finally, his gaze settled on Xiaolei's small hands, now holding the cake and radiating renewed vitality. Chapter 43, Crisis Warning. The scattered paper scraps left behind at Xiaolei's birthday party were swept clean by the service staff of the Qiming base. Professor Li Wei tore up the old papers, and the document he had presented, the joint research proposal on premature aging and telomere diseases, was placed by Lin Hao on Chen Mingyuan's desk. A note lay on top. The key to the genome belongs to those who can hold it steady. The handwriting was hasty, reflecting Lin Hao's characteristic directness. Chen Mingyuan studied the proposal and note, then glanced outside the glass curtain wall where Li Wei stood patiently explaining something to a young researcher, his posture unassuming. Chen Mingyuan sighed and finally signed the proposal. Times were changing, and some people adapted faster than others. Qiming needed Li Wei's meticulousness, but even more so, this courage to break free from his own limitations. Lin Hao declined several high-profile achievement commendation ceremonies, retreating instead to the sprawling database center of the Neural Regeneration Project. Here, the post-celebration euphoria had faded, replaced by the blue glow and hum of data processing. Su Qing directed her team to cross-reference the metabolic data of villagers poisoned by organic tin at Luoyan Pass with microscopic models from Xiaolei, Chen Xiaoyu, and other users of the regenerative factor, aiming to establish a broader predictive model for organismal environmental responses. Time slipped away in the busyness. Until one late night. The main warning screen abruptly shifted from standby blue to blood red. A high-pitched beeping alarm shattered the lab's silence, jolting every drowsy data monkey instantly awake. Highest level biological signal anomaly alert. Coordinates confirmed 104.18 E, 36.74 N Liaoshugatown, Gongquan County, Longxi Province. Anomalous signal characteristics, high compatibility environmental induced mutation pressure source. Targeted at higher emotional cognitive function modules of the central nervous system. Threat level assessment, potential regional mass risk. The cold electronic voice echoed through the silent data hall, each word striking like a hammer to the heart. Lin Hao snapped up from the central console, his gaze instantly locking onto the coordinates of that remote northwest town pinned on the main screen. In the synchronized geographic information window that popped up, an image of a small, impoverished northwest township flickered. Longxi. Gongquan County. Su Qing's voice carried shock. That's the node area we marked last time. Almost the instant the system alarm sounded, the encrypted communicator on Lin Hao's console began vibrating persistently. The screen lit up, displaying an encrypted communication request with no number identifier, marked by a bright red military urgent signal. Lin Hao pressed the answer button. From the receiver came the hoarse, utterly exhausted voice of General Zhou Weigua, director of the Northwest Theater General Hospital. In the background, suppressed sobs and the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. Advisor Lin. It's happened. At the militia training base in Liaoshugatown, Town, Gongquan County. An outbreak of a mysterious illness. Zhou Weigua's voice was taut as a bowstring ready to snap. All patients are young and strong. Onset was sudden. The symptoms are too bizarre. He drew a deep breath, each word squeezed through gritted teeth. After getting sick, it's like they've lost all emotional response, no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Their expressions are completely frozen, like their souls have been sucked out, leaving only a breathing shell. But they still recognize people. They turn when called by name. They can follow commands and simple instructions. But Zhou Weigua's voice carried a hint of indescribable dread. They've completely lost fear, anger, sorrow, those most fundamental human emotions. No pain avoidance reflexes. They don't even flinch at injections. The whole person, it's like they've been formatted. Only the most basic biological instincts and cognitive logic remain. Target indicated, Central Nervous System Advanced Emotional Cognitive Function Module. The system's cold warning in Joe Waigwa's horse report overlapped in Lin Hao's mind like icy plates. Current number of cases? Lin Hao's voice remained unnaturally steady amid the buzzing. 17 confirmed cases so far. All members of the Liashugu town militia camp. Transmission method and route completely unknown. Joe Waigwa reported urgently, 2 teams of local disease control experts have already been dispatched, but sampling and analysis have yielded no clues. It's not a known virus, bacteria, or parasite. Central nervous system imaging shows no typical organic lesions either. The military headquarters expert team was urgently deployed yesterday. Joe Waigwa's tone was heavy. Vice President Lu Wenshan is leading the team. Their preliminary conclusion leans toward collective hysteria triggered by explosive severe post-traumatic stress disorder. They recommend isolation observation and psychiatric medication intervention. Post-traumatic stress? Collective hysteria? Lin Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Military personnel possess willpower far exceeding ordinary people. The probability of collective hysteria erupting is already extremely low, and the symptoms certainly shouldn't be a complete, uniform emotional detachment. It felt like a cold blade, precisely excising a fragment of humanity. Lu Wenshan. Lin Hao murmured the name, instantly retrieving the profile of this neuropsychiatry authority from his mind. Meticulous, conservative, adept at solving problems within established frameworks. Faced with an inexplicable mystery illness, he opted for the most familiar and reliable approach. Have their blood samples been screened for heavy metals and common neurotoxins? Lin Hao pressed. Yes. Heavy metals, organophosphates, common neurotoxin profiles, all negative. Environmental soil and water sources are being analyzed too. No unusual contaminants detected. Joe Waigwa's voice was fraught with anxiety. Consultant Lin. This is utterly bizarre. The soldiers may have lost their emotions, but their physiological indicators are largely stable, and their muscle strength hasn't diminished. Yet seeing those empty stares in their eyes, it's more terrifying than death. The town is in a panic. Rumors are spreading like wildfire. People say they've been cursed and are calling for shamans? Lin Hao paused for a few seconds before saying, notify the Gangquan County Command Center. Cease all treatment measures based on the psychiatric disorder hypothesis, especially sedatives. They may interfere with clues to the true cause. Immediately transfer all cases to the military headquarters designated area with the highest level of biological containment. Seal and transport patient bodily fluid samples, environmental samples especially soil, dust, and plant debris from all suspicious locations near the camp under the highest biosafety protocols. I'm departing immediately. Lin Hao hung up the call without further words, his gaze sweeping over the core team members who had gathered before him: Chen Mingyuan, Su Qing, and Li Wei, who had just arrived upon hearing the news. Li Wei's face no longer bore the serenity seen at the birthday gathering. Instead, it reflected the solemnity of a top-tier scholar and a hint of unease. Sure, Xiaolei's experience had taught him a lesson. Whenever Lin Hao was called upon, it signaled a disease far beyond anything previously known. Chapter 44, Emotional Detachment? A chilling scene. Northwest, Willow Gulch. Lin Hao's voice cut through the thick silence. Emotional detachment, 17 cases. The local authorities and the military headquarters have tentatively diagnosed it as collective hysteria. He repeated Joe Waigwa's description verbatim. Collective hysteria? Su Qing gasped. How is that possible? Complete emotional detachment while retaining cognition? Such precise symptoms? Li Wei pushed his glasses up, his gaze sharp and cautious behind the lenses. The neurolocalization of emotional deprivation is highly complex, involving multiple critical hubs in the prefrontal cortex and limbic system. Such targeted loss of emotional function without evidence of organic pathology is highly unusual in itself. He turned to Lin Hao. Advisor Lin, when you requested discontinuing the sedatives earlier, did you suspect some exogenous substance at play? Similar to the toxin attack at Luoyan Pass? Lin Hao's gaze swept over the red-marked areas on the monitoring screen before slowly nodding. Whatever it is, it's waiting at Gangquan. Lin Hao's voice cut through the lingering doubts. Su Qing, extract all existing metabolic disturbance model data for regenerative factors, especially the sensitivity response profiles for the neural microenvironment. Package and transfer it to the field data center at the Northwest Military General Hospital. Professor Li, I require the nation's foremost neurotransmitter microenvironment analysis team and experts in neuropsychiatric behavioral quantification to accompany the mission. Time is critical for diagnostic evidence. Uncle Chen, secure the highest level access clearance and biosafety support. Prepare the private jet. Departure in 2 hours. The orders were concise and forceful. The base's internal stillness shattered under the efficient directives. Su Qing's fingers danced across the keyboard as models were compressed in data streams packaged and encrypted. Li Wei immediately grabbed the encrypted phone, leveraging his connections to assemble the experts he knew who were most skilled at catching ghosts in the extracellular environment and synaptic clefts. Chen Mingyuan turned and strode away, picking up the dedicated line to report and coordinate with higher-level authorities. Lin Hao headed toward the small storage room housing custom gear and essential supplies. He retrieved a protective suit, folded it neatly, and placed it in his suitcase. The coordinates for the Northwest swirled relentlessly in his mind. When the special aircraft touched down at the military alternate landing site in Longxi, the sky was a murky leaden gray. A biting wind whipped sand and gravel, lashing against the barbed wire fencing beside the runway with a low, mournful wail. An unmarked dark green Dongfeng mighty SUV pulled up beside the boarding stairs. The door swung open, letting in a blast of cold wind. The driver was Xiao Yang, Zhou Weiguo's bodyguard. Dressed in combat fatigues, his face taut, he gave only a hurried nod to Lin Hao and his entourage. Advisor Lin, please get in immediately. Director Zhou was waiting in the ward. The wheels ground over the rough terrain, leaving the base lights and control tower behind in the desolate Gobi Desert. The scenery outside the windows receded rapidly, leaving only the undulating contours of sand dunes and the low, withered yellow camel thorns. The journey took longer than anticipated. Soon, the vehicle was halted at a checkpoint guarded by roadblocks and heavy machine guns. Fully armed officers meticulously inspected Lin Hao and the others' credentials and pass orders. After repeated verification, they saluted solemnly and waved them through, adding in a low voice, "Once inside, you must strictly adhere to the highest level of protective protocols." The vehicle passed through the barbed wire gate and entered the dimly lit quarantine zone. At the entrance to the low-rise building, several figures clad in white, sealed chemical protective suits, gas masks, and positive pressure helmets were already waiting. Leading them was none other than Zhou Weiguo, director of the Northwest Theater General Hospital. Even through the thick visor glass, one could see his sunken eye sockets, bloodshot eyes, and the condensation fogging the mask. Beside him stood another figure fully encased in protective gear, beneath whose visor lay a refined yet weary and defeated-faced Vice President Lu Wenshan. A portable neuropsychiatric assessment recorder was clipped to his left chest. Without small talk, Zhou Weiguo gave Lin Hao a firm nod and gestured sideways toward the disinfection corridor leading deeper into the isolation zone. "Advisor Lin, you're here. Time is critical, proceed immediately. The patients are in Zone B. Change into your gear inside." Passing through the spray disinfection corridor, under the harsh white light of the buffer room, Lin Hao, Su Qing, and Li Wei each collected a set of the same bulky protective suits worn by Zhou Weiguo and his team. "The situation has changed." Zhou Weiguo's muffled voice came through the internal communicator, accompanied by the hiss of airflow inside his protective helmet. "Just yesterday evening." He led the group deeper into the corridor marked Zone B. Rooms lined both sides, some doors open, others tightly shut. Through the observation windows and the doors, figures clad in identical hospital gowns could be seen inside, some standing, some sitting, each in a different posture, yet all sharing one common trait. Like soulless wax figures, expressionless, their eyes void of any emotion. 17 patients, no change in symptoms so far. But Zhou Weiguo halted before one observation room, gesturing for Lin Hao to look inside. "See that one, the bed by the window." Lin Hao peered through the thick observation window. A tall figure with a buzz cut sat on the edge of the bed. Even through the hospital gown, his smooth muscle lines were visible. It was the squad leader, Zhao. His head was tilted slightly, his gaze fixed on the window sealed shut with steel plates, leaving only a narrow slit. He appeared lost in thought. Yet his posture differed from the utter relaxation typical of most patients. It seemed he still maintained some faint, soldierly instinctive alertness. "Professor Lu," Zhou Weiguo turned to Lu Wenshan. "You introduce him." Lu Wenshan wearily removed his breathing mask, wiping the condensation from its interior. His face revealed an expression bordering on despairing blankness. He turned the recorder's display toward Lin Hao and pulled up a video clip. "This is our routine pain reflex observation from yesterday." The footage showed Sergeant Zhao and another patient exhibiting similar symptoms. A doctor in protective gear was conducting standard external stimulus response tests on them. Even when a nurse accidentally knocked over a nearby metal tray, producing a jarring noise and vibration, the other observing patients remained utterly oblivious. But Sergeant Zhao seemed disturbed by something. He shifted the direction of his head muscles in an extremely subtle yet genuine movement, glancing toward the source of the sound before his gaze quickly returned to its vacant state. His eyeballs moved. "Eye tracking function still intact?" Li Wei's voice came through the mask, tinged with disbelief. Eye movement tracking directly links the reticular formation of the brainstem with the higher frontal eye movement area. Its preservation suggested that portions of the complex information input integration circuitry might not be completely destroyed? "Yes." Lu Wenshan's voice was bitter. "That's the strangest part. Physiological reflexes exist. He blinks, he swallows when we give him water, he chews when fed, his bodily functions like urination and defecation are normal, and he can even execute simple commands." He pointed at the physiological waveform on the recorder. "We gave him paper and pen and asked him to draw a straight line. He could do it. Ask him to count from 1 to 10. He can do that too. But ask him to draw a happy face or write a curse word expressing anger? Impossible. Any action requiring personal emotion or emotional cognition, complete blank." Chapter 45. The situation has changed. His voice carried a hint of frustration teetering on the edge of collapse. We've used nearly every assessment tool, electrophysiology tests, projected the most brutal battlefield scenes through VR, played recordings of his child's first cry. His pupils dilate and constrict physiologically, and his skin conductance fluctuates, proof his autonomic nervous system registers stimuli. But his face remains expressionless. His gaze unchanging. His physiological metrics flattened like straightened wire. He's like a machine that moves only when commanded. Do you understand, Consultant Lin? A vacuum. A complete emotional vacuum. Lin Hao's gaze lifted from the recorder and returned to Sergeant Zhao in the observation window. The latter seemed to sense their gaze, slowly withdrawing his vacant stare from the darkness outside the window. Through the thick bulletproof glass of the observation panel, his eyes settled on Lin Hao. That gaze held no emotion, no focus, only a suffocating void. It felt like peering through a glass wall at a soul banished forever. The air around them, along with the recycled breath inside their protective suits, seemed to freeze in that moment. Worse still is the security breach that began early this morning. Zhou Weiguo's voice broke the dead silence, sounding even heavier. Breach? Su Qing asked warily. Zhou Weiguo pointed toward the entrance to Zone B. Last night, during routine disinfection procedures at the temporary work rest area for military experts, that is, Zone A, Dr. Wang, a researcher from Professor Lu's team, discovered a tear smaller than a grain of rice near the wrist inside his protective suit. It had appeared without anyone noticing. It was incredibly tiny, virtually impossible to spot unless he happened to raise his arm. No obvious damage was found on the outer layer of the suit. We suspect it might have been caused by fiber breakage from friction while moving equipment or rubbing against the temporary steel plate structure. It likely happened in the evening. Evening? Li Wei pressed. When Zhao's eye movements were detected? Correct. Zhou Weiguo's voice carried a sense of helplessness. The timing of the protective suit's breach aligns perfectly with the timing of Sergeant Zhao's subtle physiological abnormalities. Dr. Wang was immediately transferred to the highest level single isolation room for observation. Currently, the situation is not looking good. Did he have prior contact with patients? Lin Hao asked. No. Zhou Weiguo shook his head. He discovered the tear while in the decontamination corridor before entering the ward. According to protocol, he found the issue before completing the final airtightness check. So he was definitely in the safety corridor at the time, never entered the ward. But he was handling a batch of freshly collected patient blood and throat swab samples. The samples were sealed. Transfer occurred via a specialized airtight delivery box. Theoretically zero risk. After discovering the tear, he performed emergency local disinfection, changed his protective gear, and reported to us. We immediately conducted biosafety sampling and a thorough full-body examination. At that time, all physiological indicators and mental state assessments showed completely normal results. Lu Wenshan added hoarsely, but just now. Over 2 hours ago. Dr. Wang began exhibiting signs of emotional detachment similar to those seen in Sergeant Zhao and the others. Lu Wenshan pulled up another live surveillance feed and projected it onto the observation window. The footage showed another isolated room where a middle-aged man, also clad in a hospital gown, sat on the edge of his bed, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant. A nurse called his name through the intercom in the door. He lifted his head at the sound, his gaze sharpening. She then handed him a piece of paper and a pen, asking him to write down his current feelings or thoughts. Dr. Wang picked up the pen, his movements somewhat sluggish. He stared at the blank paper for a long time. In the end, he mechanically scribbled countless short, chaotic, meaningless lines across the paper, his strokes growing heavier and heavier. Throughout the entire process, his face remained expressionless. When the nurse tried to get him to stop, he showed no reaction, only continuing to carve furiously. He's lost the will to express emotions or think independently. Lu Wenshan's voice was filled with disbelief. The look in his eyes, it's becoming empty, just like Sergeant Zhao and the others. He's been infected. Under our highest level of protection. In a way none of us can comprehend. Li Wei sucked in a sharp breath, the temperature inside his protective suit seeming to plummet to freezing. Through the air? Impossible. Su Qing frowned. The airtight transfer box is absolutely secure. The breach must have been in the decontamination corridor. The disinfectant sprayed there is a potent agent capable of killing most spores and microorganisms. Plus, Dr. Wang was fully enclosed in his protective suit the entire time. The leak point must be minuscule. We don't know. Zhou Weiguo's voice was taut as a bowstring. We've meticulously reviewed every step of the transfer box process, including the airlock seal integrity and disinfection logs, all met the highest standards. The leak was minuscule and instantly sealed with gel. Aside from those samples, his only exposure was to the air in the decontamination corridor. But that batch of samples. The source was those patients. Sergeant Zhao's team. Lu Wenshan grew agitated. The samples must have carried something we couldn't detect. Something that could penetrate. His words were cut off by a sudden burst of noise. Bang! Bang bang bang! Not gunfire, but the sound of a heavy object violently striking a metal door panel. right outside the lit ward door behind them, where Sergeant Zhao was. They whipped their heads around. Through the ward's observation window, they saw Sergeant Zhao had risen from his bedside at some point. The female researcher who had been engraving the cardboard moments ago had also squeezed her way to the front row. Now, her entire body pressed tightly against the reinforced glass pane on the inside of the cold metal door. Beneath her protective visor, what had been a delicate face was now contorted with terror. Her lips trembled violently as she struggled to silently scream something. Through the double layers of reinforced glass and metal door, her voice was completely muffled. But her mouth formed the words, Zhao. Ji. That was Sergeant Zhao's name. Zhao Jigua. Su Qing suddenly read the silent plea aloud, her voice trembling. As if hearing this silent plea, Sergeant Zhao, who had been frozen before the hospital bed, lifted his head with extreme slowness. His gaze fell upon the figure weeping silently. His lips seemed to move with the utmost difficulty. Once, a silent mouth shape blurred against the cold glass. Thud. The dull thud and violent tremor of the observation window glass were muffled behind the thick double-layered protective door. But the image of Sergeant Zhao's face muscles instantly contorted, veins bulging along with the silent, snarling mouth shape, was displayed in full view to everyone in the isolation corridor. He reacted? Su Qing's voice crackled over the internal comms, tinged with disbelief, as if afraid of disturbing something. Emotion. Pain response. Lu Wenshan lunged toward the observation window, pressing his face almost flush against the reinforced glass, inches from Sergeant Zhao's contorted, pain-twisted profile. Intense pain stimulus. This is advanced pain perception, not a simple spinal reflex. Li Wei pressed close, his eyes beneath the protective visor fixed intently on Sergeant Zhao's still twitching cheek muscles, the bulging blood vessels in his eyes, and the sweat-soaked collar of his hospital gown. Zhou Weiguo's throat moved as he made an instant decision. Guard squad. Target ward, immediately unlock the doors. Monitor patient's status. Roger, came the terse reply over the communicator. Professor Liu. Prepare potent neuroprotective drugs and emergency life support equipment immediately. Zhou Weiguo barked the orders. Lin Hao's gaze shifted away from Sergeant Zhao's face, frozen in intense agony, passing over the tense figures of Su Qing and Lu Wenshan, and landed on the similarly sealed metal door of the single isolation room diagonally behind. Through the narrow observation window, Dr. Wang, who had been engrossed in his carving, slowly lifted his head. His numb face bore eyes that had been utterly lifeless moments before. Now, through the thick glass, they fixed themselves dead and unblinking on Lin Hao. Chapter 46, Deepening the Investigation. The hairs on Lin Hao's back stood on end silently beneath his protective suit. He turned his head away, his gaze returning to the ward door being opened ahead. Sergeant Zhao lay limp on the floor, his body still twitching with physiological spasms. The lingering agony left his breathing ragged and labored. Lu Wenshan directed the medical team to swiftly administer neuroprotective injections and oxygen therapy. Lin Hao did not follow the crowd into the ward. He swiftly retreated to a relatively open wall on the corridor side, his hand pressed against the specialized communicator, his voice lowered to an absolute whisper. Director Zhou. Immediately cut off all internal non-military communication frequencies in Zone B. That includes the external channels reserved for the Research Institute. Effective immediately, the entire isolation Zone B is radio silent. Only the single-point connection between you and the guard squad leader, plus my emergency channel, remain active. Now. Zhou Weiguo hesitated for a moment, but the urgency in Lin Hao's tone compelled him. He immediately executed the order, communication lockdown. Immediately. Total radio silence across Zone B. Activate single-point emergency frequency. Repeat, execute immediately. The urgent directive was transmitted through the dedicated line. Su Qing. Lin Hao's voice cut directly through the internal communication system to Su Qing's earpiece. I need all available environmental monitoring data from the entire isolation zone B from the instant Sergeant Zhao was injured through the following 3 minutes. Everything. The more granular, the better. Immediately filter out any micro disturbances that could have accompanied his pain surge. Roger. Su Qing's response was almost instinctive. She immediately rushed to a device port on the adjacent wall, pulled out a data cable, and forcibly connected her personal terminal. Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on the ward. Secured to a rigid stretcher by guards and medical staff, Sergeant Zhao was being swiftly wheeled out toward the emergency monitoring unit. The instant he passed the doorway, Sergeant Zhao's eyes, momentarily unfocused from excruciating pain, seemed to trace an almost imperceptible arc in the air, briefly glancing toward the observation window of the single-person isolation room diagonally across. The very direction Dr. Wang had just been staring at. As if receiving a signal, Dr. Wang's numb face showed an almost imperceptible, upward twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile, more like a mechanical muscle twitch. Professor Li. Lin Hao's voice severed the fleeting strangeness. I need you to monitor Sergeant Zhao's condition throughout the entire emergency care unit. Primary task, use high-precision EEG and fMRI to pinpoint the core neural pathways where his pain perception was forcibly reactivated. Second, document every behavioral detail after his consciousness returns. Can he describe any emotions from the moment before injury? Even a fleeting sensation? We must capture the most precise neural imaging of his memory replay after the peak pain response. Got it. I'll seize that window. A long absent gleam of focus flared in Li Wei's eyes. Pushing his sweat-fogged glasses back up, he immediately followed the stretcher toward the monitoring unit. Vice President Liu. Lin Hao turned to Lu Wenshan, who stood momentarily dazed. All personnel in Zone A who may have come into contact with Dr. Wang are to be immediately placed under centralized quarantine observation. This includes everyone involved in last night's blood sample transfer and environmental sampling. The single isolation room where Dr. Wang is located, except for essential remote vital sign monitoring, all physical contact must be severed. Lin Hao's cold gaze swept over the tightly sealed isolation door. Also, conduct a thorough screening of Sergeant Zhao's clothing and equipment worn during the previous night's training. Everything. Not a single scrap of fabric should be overlooked. Especially the parts contaminated with poplar forest soil. Sampling must reach deep into the soil layers. After finalizing these arrangements, Lin Hao walked to a wall in the corridor, activated a data interface panel, and pulled up high-resolution military satellite imagery of the area surrounding Liashugu Town in Gangquan County. Gobi Desert, saline alkali flats, wind-eroded hills, parched riverbeds, a lifeless, gray-yellow wasteland. Director Zhou, Lin Hao's voice penetrated his protective visor. I need all large-scale mining exploration and extraction permit approval records from the past decade within a 50-kilometer radius of the Liashugu militia camp base. Focus particularly on geological activity involving deep drilling. The scope can be narrowed to areas adjacent to where Aduvaya Mining previously held exploration rights. Aduvaya Mining? Zhou Weigua's expression instantly turned grim. That company, years ago, they caused a major accident during large-scale underground mining in our western neighbor, Aduvaya. Hundreds of miners died. Later, the Adovian government secretly sealed off that mining area. Rumor has it there was a biochemical-level substance leak. Investigate immediately. Lin Hao's tone remained flat. The more detailed, the better. Inside the emergency monitoring unit, the lights were blindingly bright. Sergeant Zhao lay on a specialized monitoring bed, his head encased in a high-precision EEG electrode cap. Above him, the magnetic field of a large open MRI scanner whirred silently at high speed. Li Wei stood before the control console, his gaze scanning the massive screen like a hawk's. The screen was divided into over a dozen sections. Raw EEG data pulsed wildly like a frantic electrocardiogram. The fMRI pseudo-color regional maps shifted unpredictably. Core vital signs streamed as data. A separate enlarged section displayed a real-time brain activation heat map, red signifying activation, blue denoting quiescence, tracing the path of an emotional storm within the mind. Peak pain stimulus has passed. Initiating capture of target core pathway? Li Wei murmured to himself, his gaze so focused he lost track of time, fingers swiftly fine-tuning the scan frequency and range on the console. Limbic system, limbic system. Amygdala showing intense initial burst response. Signal detected in anterior cingulate cortex. Signal intensity spreading. Emotional processing region briefly unlocked. Though faint. Window narrow. 0.7 seconds. 0.5 seconds. Sweat trickled from beneath his protective visor, dripping onto the pristine white operating table. Lin Hao stood before the observation window, watching the bustling yet orderly scene inside through a thick pane of glass. He did not enter to disturb Li Wei. His personal terminal was connected to the real-time data here. Deep within his consciousness, the emotional detachment risk node signal flagged by the system ensures Xiaolei's medical records was overlapping with the fleeting pain activation window Li Wei had captured on screen. He summoned another small screen displaying a dry environmental sample analysis report previously submitted by Gangquan County CDC. His gaze swept over the repeated result, negative entries, before settling on an inconspicuous line of fine print. Southside depression of the poplar forest sampling point D, trace amounts of unknown organosilicon residue detected in deep soil samples. Concentration below current instrument detection limit. Not listed in standard pollutant catalogs. Nature undetermined. No follow-up conducted. Lin Hao's fingers tapped lightly on that note. 2 hours later. Sergeant Zhao slowly emerged from the drowsy haze temporarily sustained by potent painkillers and protective drugs. Su Qing immediately accessed the internal communication channel of the isolation unit, preparing to inquire about the sensory logs. Li Wei simultaneously increased monitoring sensitivity, with all equipment on standby for recording. The channel remained silent, broken only by the steady beep of the monitoring equipment. Zhao Zhigua? Sergeant Zhao? Su Qing's voice was deliberately soft and slow. Can you hear me? On the screen, Sergeant Zhao's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening. His gaze was no longer purely hollow and despairing, yet it was far from lucid or alert. Chapter 47, Converging Clues. Is Adam's apple Bob as he emitted a hoarse ha? This is Su Qing from Qiming. Don't panic. Do you remember what happened just now? Did you fall? Did your head hit something hard? Su Qing guided him, her voice restraining her anxiety. Zhao's gaze seemed to focus momentarily, settling on the indicator light of Su Qing's communicator. The pain in those bloodshot eyes was unmistakable. But deeper within, something seemed to be struggling to climb out of a viscous mud pit. It hurts. He finally squeezed out the word, his voice muffled, yet the corners of his mouth twitched in an effort to form a smile. Hit the door. It hurts a lot, right? Su Qing pressed immediately, her voice carrying a barely perceptible edge of urgency. It hurts terribly? Sergeant Zhao stiffly nodded his chin, the movement minimal yet unmistakable. It was a response, a confirmation. No longer just robotic compliance to commands. Light. His lips struggled to form the word again. His gaze fixed on the harsh white LED lights on the ceiling. The blinding glare seemed to intensify the pain in his eyes, causing him to instinctively close them for a few seconds. My head feels like it's exploding. Su Qing held her breath and immediately turned to Li Wei. Li Wei's fingers flew across the keyboard, locking the fMRI's real-time feed onto the prefrontal cortex and amygdala regions. Just as Sergeant Zhao struggled to describe that exploding sensation, an extremely minute area in the pseudo-color heat map flashed with an incredibly faint orange-red glow corresponding to the activation of residual emotional memory. Memory! Li Wei nearly shouted, barking orders at breakneck speed to the recording team. Pinpoint the location. Mark the timestamp. Synchronize all recordings. Neuronal activation traces. Data Integration Center. 3 large screens stood side by side. Centered was the time series diagram of that faint, fleeting activation point in the prefrontal cortex Li Wei's captured emotional memory trace. Flanking it were side-by-side fMRI brain region heat map comparisons, one showing Sergeant Zhao's brain activity during the incident, the other analyzing Su Qing's neural patterns during questioning. On the far left were the environmental disturbance status Su Qing had rescreened according to Lin Hao's instructions. The air seemed compressed, leaving only the low hum of server fans. All core personnel involved in the data screening paused their work, their gazes fixed on the small figure standing before the central screen. Lin Hao's gaze sliced through the cold torrent of data like a precision surgical blade, repeatedly comparing, cutting, and peeling away layers. Environmental particle flow dynamics spectrum marker point A. At the instant Sergeant Zhao's backward collision occurred and within the subsequent 0.3 seconds, air sampling data near his head and neck showed irregular peak fluctuations in particle concentration between 1 nanometer and 100 nanometers. These peaks plummeted to background levels within 3 seconds. No corresponding sound pressure or airflow disturbance detected. Temporal correlation confirmed, the peak in environmental particle disturbance perfectly aligns with the peak of intense pain experienced by Sergeant Zhao. It also coincides with the start of his subsequent unconscious emotional reaction window. Temporal correlation confirmed, 1 second after the particulate concentration peak dissipated, environmental sensors on the interior wall of Dr. Wang's single-person isolation room recorded a brief surge in concentration of an unidentified signal carrier, subsequently captured and attenuated by the air filter. Spatial correlation confirmed, abnormal physical stress traces detected at Sergeant Zhao's impact point. Patient gown fibers exhibited instantaneous tearing forces from multiple directions? Irrational distribution. Spatial correlation confirmed, analysis of air filter concentrates from Dr. Wang's room revealed significant quantities of conventional particulates and organic silicon polymer fragments of unknown origin. All fragments, driven by the chain of logic, were forcibly assembled. Lin Hao's finger paused on the faint orange dot marked emotional memory activation on the central screen. He then moved the cursor, dragging a microscopic image to overlay it onto the physical stress fracture pattern scan of a torn, twisted white cotton fiber, the residue found at the point of impact on Sergeant Zhao. A startling similarity emerged. Within the microfiber structure, there existed an irregular cavity fracture surface. The fracture morphology did not indicate a single external impact tear. It resembled a structure torn apart from within by some kind of micro-explosion. Dragging in the microscopic scan of the deformed metal door latch connector for comparison, traces of organic silicon residue were similarly embedded within the gaps of the metal microstructure. It wasn't penetration. Lin Hao's voice broke the silence, sharp as an ice pick slicing through frozen earth. It was activation and detonation. He spun abruptly to face Zhou Weigua. Was the hospital gown Sergeant Zhao wore at the time this very one? The same one he wore during SWAT combat drills? Are there any unusual contamination markers on the collar or cuffs? The clothes were new hospital gowns, disinfected and issued after the training session ended. The CDC sampling assistant nearby immediately retrieved the records. The outfit worn during training, along with all other team members' clothing and gear, was sealed for testing in the temporary supply warehouse. Contamination records exist. They were navigating through shrubbery in the poplar forest that night, and their clothes picked up plenty of dead branches, leaves, and soil. Immediately send Sergeant Zhao's combat uniform from that night's training for testing in its original state. Especially sample deep-seated soil from the inner lining's fiber structure and seams. Send all samples to Professor Li's team. Lin Hao spoke at breakneck speed. Also, immediately send the sealed blood sample transport containers Dr. Wang handled yesterday evening, along with fragments of his own ruptured protective suit, for equivalent level analysis. Focus on silicone residue correlation testing. The orders rippled through the data integration center like pebbles dropped into stagnant water, instantly reigniting its efficient machinery. Lin Hao walked alone toward a data verification terminal isolated in a corner of the center. Unlike others immersed in sifting through the sea of data, he appeared quiet. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for several seconds before finally entering a complex password on an encrypted local drive. The screen lit up. An independent search interface appeared. Within the input field, Lin Hao swiftly and precisely typed 2 lines of text. Search scope, Global Non-Public Incident Database. Target induction focus, advanced neuro-emotional functions. Activation pathway, spatial perturbation coupling directed bioparticles. Environmental cue, residual organosilicon carrier. Incident area correlation, Aduve, a neighboring country. Willow Gulch, Longxi. The enter key clicked. The screen dimmed. A small progress bar began crawling slowly through the darkness. Deep within the encrypted database, vast quantities of dormant classified information were forcibly awakened, filtered, and cross-referenced. An extremely classified satellite remote sensing anomaly report, existing only in the top-secret archives of certain intelligence agencies, appeared on the screen. File No. 221115. Source, Orbit Designation, Sky I-7. Coordinates, Republic of Aduve, core area of Taka Mine, later sealed suspected leakage point in deep underground passage zone X. Anomalies, persistent low-intensity anomalous thermal radiation detected at target surface. Accompanied by intermittent low-frequency acoustic vibrations. Over 3 weeks of observation, significant abnormal activity observed among small rodents and avian species in surrounding areas. Comprehensive assessment, this area exhibits a high-intensity, non-natural bioactive induction field. Extremely high potential unknown risks exist. Recommend continued monitoring and escalation of security classification. Report date, November 5, 2211. Location pinpointed, 10 days after the Willow Gulch Militia Camp Night Squad Combat Training Event, October 26, 2211. Lin Hao's gaze was fixed on the phrases high-intensity unnatural biological activity induction field and intermittent low-frequency acoustic vibrations. It felt as though cold steel wires were slowly tightening along his spine. Taka Mine Core Zone, deep underground seepage point. A frigid, transnational shadow line began to reveal its blurred contours. Chapter 48, Nanosilicon Antagonist. Gangquan Militia Camp Medical Station. Lin Hao entered the zero biological containment zone directly. 17 infected individuals lay motionless on hospital beds, their chests still rising and falling, eyes utterly vacant. Sergeant Zhao was curled up in a bed near the corner. Though the wound on his forehead from the earlier impact had been bandaged, it still oozed a faint trickle of blood. Advisor Lin. The deep, muffled voice of Lu Wenshan from the Military Region General Hospital came from behind his face shield as he held freshly printed brain CT scans. Brain activity is intact, and neurotransmitter levels are even more stable than in healthy individuals. This absolutely cannot be physiological damage. He waved the paper, sounding more like he was trying to convince himself than anyone else. Perhaps it really is some kind of novel stress disorder? Lin Hao strode straight through the aisle between hospital beds, not even glancing at the crumpled report. His gaze fixed on Sergeant Zhao. The echo of Zhao's blood-curdling scream as he slammed his head against the wall still reverberated in his mind. Stress disorders aren't contagious. They couldn't create an infection chain like Dr. Wang's. Lin Hao drew a sealed sample tube from the hidden pocket of his protective suit. A tiny light spot danced across the silver-gray powder. Residue from the air filter in Dr. Wang's room's silicon polymer structure. Soil sample extracted from Sergeant Zhao's training uniform. He raised another vial containing crushed sand and dust, showed identical silicate skeleton deposits. The molecular bonds matched 89.7% of the anomalies detected in the contaminated mud from the Aduve mining area. This isn't a disease. Lin Hao's fingers lifted from Sergeant Zhao's neck as his gaze swept over the freshly completed data analysis on the adjacent screen. 3 cold lines, forcibly twisted and collided by Lin Hao in the virtual space. Not a virus, not bacteria, it's these things. Lin Hao picked up 2 sample tubes and held them side by side under the light. This is an organosilicon polymer core. Something must be embedded inside. The anomalies found in the contaminated mud from the Aduve mining area are this. He slammed the sample tubes down on the alloy table in front of Lu Wenshan. Lu Wenshan's expression behind his mask turned grim. His gaze fixed intently on the 2 tubes, his brow furrowed so deeply not a word could escape him. 20 years of clinical logic were instantly overturned by these polymers before him. Quantum dot fluorescence calibration. Focus on all patients' limbic system regions. Lin Hao's command shattered the dead silence. The powerful magnetic confinement field hummed at the center of the makeshift lab table. Screens precisely marked the dormant particle clusters deep within every patient's brain. The densest cluster of green light pinpointed the neural nuclei of the thalamic limbic system. What exactly triggers the activation? Lin Hao stared at the screen, his voice low as if talking to himself, while his mind rapidly replayed every minute detail of Sergeant Zhao's head-banging episode. Back then, Zhao's muscles had tensed instantly, nerve fibers firing at high frequency, uncontrolled muscle pulses surging like a tsunami. System, any solutions? Lin Hao's voice echoed in his mind, instantly cutting off all external noise. The next instant, the system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. Nano-silicon antagonist. Silicon shell-specific protein encapsulation, forced stripping and expulsion. Points, 200. Neural current suppression microspheres. Thalamus-targeted delivery, suppresses abnormal discharge storms during critical moments. Credits, 150. Dual path activation. Base synthesis unit, initiate highest level authorization. Transmitting, X9 silicon shell protein gene sequence. Y7 ion channel blocking factor template. As Lin Hao issued the command, the synthetic metabolic formulas for the nano-silicon antagonists and neural current suppression microspheres instantly materialized in his mind. He then input the formulas and principles into the base's supercomputer. The deep hum of the supercomputer nearly pierced through the communication background. Synthesis progress, 20%. 45%. Su Qing's voice crackled through the line, taut as a bowstring. The alarm sounded without warning. Bed 3. It was Wang, the researcher whose protective suit had ruptured earlier, causing the infection. His body arched backward into a terrifying curve, like a puppet suspended by invisible strings. His eyes rolled back and a choking gurgle forced its way from his throat. The ECG monitor's waveform twisted wildly, instantly flattening into a deathly straight line. How much longer until the suppression microspheres are ready? Lin Hao's shout drowned out the alarm. Core blocking factor synthesis. 68%. We can't encapsulate it in time. Su Qing's voice trembled with despair. We can't wait. Lin Hao's hand already drew the microcurrent pulse generator from the equipment box. Expose the neck. Prepare for physical blockage. His movements were lightning fast as the electrodes snapped precisely onto Xiao Wang's neck. Hold him steady. The nurse pinned Xiao Wang's contorted shoulders down with all her strength. Lin Hao slammed his thumb down on the pulse generator's switch. Buzz. A faint blue grid of light instantly enveloped Xiao Wang's head. His body, arched like a shrimp, slammed back onto the mattress as if struck by an invisible hammer. On the ECG monitor, the dying flatline jolted violently. Faint, but present. The amygdala detected intense fear signals. Li Wei's voice sounded as if he'd been pulled from ice water, his gaze fixed on the pseudo-color image on the split screen. Just 0.03 seconds before suppression. He was afraid. Pain was the trigger, but fear was the fuse. The deeper key. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the emerald green dots on the central screen before settling back on Xiao Wang's face, briefly contorted by terror. A near-mad yet logically precise thought crystallized in an instant to eliminate them. An explosion from within was required. First batch of antagonists encapsulated. Transferring to delivery pod. Su Qing's urgent breaths crackled over the calm. Lin Hao watched as the transfer pod's indicator light shifted from red to green, and the syringe filled with pale blue liquid slid slowly inside. He glanced one last time at the countdown on the screen, representing the particle activity level, 2317. The halo from the isolation zone's overhead light flickered across the surface of the pale blue antagonist solution. Lin Hao's fingertips brushed the cold wall of the syringe, where silicone shell protein settled deep within the solution. The first syringe slid into the transfer chamber. A column of blue liquid, propelled by air pressure, injected into Sergeant Zhao's elbow vein. Lin Hao didn't glance at the results, his gaze fixed on the emerald green cluster of particles displayed on the central screen. Vital signs stable. The nurse's report was taut. Particle encapsulation process initiated. Slight rise in surface temperature, monitoring localized inflammatory response. Lu Wenshan stared intently at Sergeant Zhao's face. The condensation on his protective visor couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes. His eyes remained hollow, like two dry wells. The countdown flashed crimson on the wall, 1942. Whoa! The alarm exploded without warning. Researcher Xiao Wang in bed 7 arched his body violently. The lingering shadow of his last accidental particle activation hadn't yet faded. But this time, his arching lasted only an instant before he went limp. His ECG monitor rippled violently, and beneath his skin, silver-gray filaments could be seen writhing, as if in a death throe. Chapter 49, Breaching the Barrier. The containment is effective. Li Wei's voice trembled. The particles are restrained. But they're resisting. The emerald dot representing Xiao Wang on the screen didn't vanish instead, its brightness surged sharply. Like an enraged swarm of bees, they violently collided with the fluorescent cage confining them. Xiao Wang's breathing grew heavy, blood-tinged foam spilling from his mouth and nose. It's the particles' inherent bioelectric activity. The technician screamed, they're actively releasing interference signals, trying to backfire on the host's nervous system. The clearance rate is stuck at 72%. We can't break through. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the light dot on the screen, then abruptly fixed on the writhing silver threads beneath Xiao Wang's neck skin. The searing pain pulse that had erupted when Zhao the squad leader slammed into the wall exploded in his mind once more. That key could not only unlock the cage, but also drive the beast within utterly mad. The purge required a force capable of instantly shattering the particle's final bioelectric resistance, yet gentle enough not to tear apart their protective antagonistic outer shell. His gaze swept over the thick concrete ceiling of the isolation zone, piercing through the steel plates, and fixed upon the endless black night of the Gobi Desert. A name sprang to mind: the Wallbreaker. Originally a military phased pulse geophysical weapon for probing deep subterranean structures, it could generate precisely focused, brief crustal tremors. Energy, frequency, controllability, all present. Establish command link with military headquarters. Wallbreaker. Lin Hao's command cut through the alarm. Coordinates: abandoned oil well casing 7 meters underground at the southeast corner of the containment zone's outer wall. Focus the energy beam to a 1 meter diameter. Magnitude: simulate a 3.0 on the Richter scale. Hypocenter depth: 10 meters. Duration: 3 seconds. Precise control. His words flew like bullets. Advisor Lin. The voice on the other end of the communication channel was horrified. The breaker is a deep geological weapon. The slightest deviation in energy control. Deviation? Lin Hao's voice was ice cold. 17 people lie inside. Every one of them a living soul who can cry out pain. The tremor I demand is precise enough to shake them from their beds without shattering their bones. If the error exceeds 5%, I'll tear your control console apart. Execute. Dead silence. 3 seconds. Then, through gritted teeth, came the command: breaker system charging. Target locked. 10-second countdown. Buzz. A low hum, barely perceptible, rose from deep beneath their feet, like an ancient beast stirring in its sleep. The halo of light from the quarantine zone's ceiling lamp began to visibly flicker. The needles on the instruments trembled slightly. Secure all patients. Lin Hao's roar drowned out the rising hum. Reinforce safety belts. Activate cushioning shields. Technicians and medical staff sprang into action like wound-up springs, the clinking of metal buckles locking into place filling the air. Lu Wenshan threw himself beside Xiao Wang's bed, gripping his shoulders with such force that veins bulged on the back of his hands. Li Wei leaned against the cold alloy wall, his face deathly pale. The hum suddenly rose sharply, transforming into tangible vibration. Boom! As if a colossal iron hammer had struck the edge of the Gobi Desert's iron anvil. The floor surged upward violently, then slammed back down. The walls groaned under the unbearable strain. The ceiling lights swung wildly, their sickly white beams dancing like frantic ghostly shadows. Bodies strapped to hospital beds were violently hurled off mattresses, then slammed back down. Metal bed legs screeched shrilly as they scraped against the floor. Ah! A nurse couldn't help but scream. Lin Hao's hands gripped the edge of the central console with deathly force. His body was tossed about by the violent shaking, yet his gaze remained fixed on the monitoring screen like a hawk's. In the instant every body was hurled off the mattress and crashed back down in the split second when the dual stimuli of weightlessness and impact pierced their nerves. Countless needlepoint-sized, blinding crimson bursts erupted simultaneously from within the emerald green light points representing the particles inside all 17 patients. Bioelectric pulse peak. Particle core sensitive crystal overload activation, the technician's voice abruptly rang out. On the screen, the crimson signals instantly drowned out all the emerald green. Now! Lin Hao's fist slammed down on a bright red button on the control console. Full power negative pressure suction. Activate. Boom! Dozens of powerful suction ports concealed behind the ceiling grills in the isolation zone roared to life. A viscous silver-gray mist, like a bizarre, living stream, was violently sucked out from every patient's mouth, nose, and even the pores of their exposed skin by an invisible, immense force. Put! A finger-thick stream of thick silver mist spurted from Sergeant Zhao's mouth and nose. SSSSH. Beneath the skin on researcher Xiao Wang's neck, several silver threads tore through the epidermis, transforming into mist as they were sucked away. SSSSS. On the other patients' bodies, fine silver mist like cold sweat seeped out, swept toward the ceiling by the airflow. The powerful negative pressure acted like a ravenous maw, greedily devouring the silver mist, emitting a dull whine through the specially designed heavy metal filtration ducts. The silver mist grew fainter and thinner. The view gradually cleared. The crimson signals on the screen, like spent embers, rapidly dimmed and extinguished. Every emerald green dot representing the particulate aggregate vanished completely. Particle clearance rate, 100%. Repeat. 100%, the technician's voice announced. Clearance complete. The negative pressure system ceased operation. The last wisp of thin silver mist was sucked away. The surroundings fell instantly silent. Only the monotonous ticking of instruments and the heavy, bovine-like breathing within the protective suits remained. The light stabilized once more, casting a pallid glow over 17 hospital beds where bodies lay still, restrained and silent. Those hollow eyes remained open, staring blankly at the pallid ceiling. Lu Wenshan slumped, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. The inside of his mask was fogged up. Li Wei took off his glasses and rubbed his stinging temples hard. No one spoke. Overwhelming exhaustion and a post-traumatic daze gripped everyone. Lin Hao's hands still rested on the control panel, his fingertips trembling slightly. He slowly straightened his body, his gaze sweeping across the hospital beds. His eyes finally settled on Sergeant Zhao. Those emaciated fingers twitched ever so slightly, as if reaching to grasp something. Lin Hao's gaze shifted past Sergeant Zhao to the massive electronic display on the wall. The countdown representing particle activity had reached 0, and the red light faded. Lu Wenshan slid down the cold alloy wall, his legs numb and lifeless. Exhausted, he removed his heavy helmet. His graying hair, drenched in sweat, clung in strands to his temples. The fog inside his protective visor blurred his vision, obscuring everything before him. Was the clearance complete? Yes, those damn green dots on the screen had vanished. But what about the people? These people, could they still come back? He looked at researcher Xiao Wang, the closest to him. The young face remained pale, eyes fixed on the stark white ceiling, vacant as two dry wells. A faint, almost hallucinatory moan escaped from Sergeant Zhao's parched lips. Ugh. Chapter 50, Awakening, Starlight Founded. Brainwave activity, deep sleep fluctuations weakening, light sleep fluctuations beginning to strengthen. The technician's voice carried an imperceptible tremor, shattering the deathly silence like the first pebble tossed into a deep pool. Everyone snapped their heads up. On the central monitoring screen, the monotonous, slow deep blue waves of deep sleep were diminishing, while slightly faster, larger amplitude light sleep waves were quietly emerging. Li Wei was the first to lunge toward the console, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard as he pulled up the real-time fMRI images. Limbic system. Anterior cingulate cortex. Bold signal elevation. Weak, but fluctuating intensity. His voice was hoarse, his speech rapid as a machine gun. Amygdala region. Response. A very faint response. No sooner had he spoken than, as if responding to some silent summons, Sergeant Zhao's emaciated fingers suddenly twitched. The movement was small, yet unmistakably clear. His nails scraped across the coarse sterile bedsheet beneath him, emitting a faint scratch. Sergeant! The young soldier who had been keeping vigil by Sergeant Zhao's bedside cried out, his voice breaking. He instinctively lunged forward, clasping the cold hand tightly in both of his. That hand, nestled in his palm, gave an almost imperceptible squeeze in return. Lu Wenshan shot upright as if struck by lightning, stumbling toward Zhao's bedside. He slammed his knee against the metal bed rail without feeling a thing. His trembling hands undid a button at the collar of Zhao's uniform. He picked up a cold cotton swab and carefully extended it toward the exposed skin on the side of Zhao's neck, gently swiping it across. No reaction. Those vacant eyes remained fixed on the ceiling. Lu Wenshan's heart sank, despair just beginning to cloud his eyes. Suddenly, Sergeant Zhao's eyebrows furrowed, extremely slowly. Then, with immense effort, his cracked, peeling lips moved slightly. His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he uttered a muffled, hoarse syllable, barely discernible. Pain. The sound was as faint as a sigh, yet it struck everyone's eardrums like a thunderclap. Sergeant! Sergeant, you're awake? Tears instantly welled up in the young soldier's eyes as he shook Zhao's hand forcefully. As if drawn by the call, the sergeant's vacant gaze finally shifted from the ceiling with great effort. It turned slowly, until it finally settled on the young soldier's tear-streaked face. In those eyes, once as dry as a well, a faint glimmer of light suddenly flared. Xiao. Who? Z? His lips moved, uttering the name indistinctly yet unmistakably. Yes. It's me. Squad leader. It's me. The soldier called Xiao Huzi cried out in response, clutching Zhao's hand tightly against his own face. Sobs, stifled whimpers, and incredulous whispers erupted instantly throughout the isolation zone. Lu Wenshan clamped his hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking violently as murky tears surged forth, streaming freely down the deep furrows of his face. It wasn't a dream. He really had come back. Like a chain reaction, movement began to stir on the other hospital beds. A crystal-clear tear slowly spilled from the corner of researcher Xiao Wang's tightly closed eyes, sliding down his pale cheek and disappearing into his temple. His fingers, resting at his side, curled slightly without his awareness, as if grasping something in the void. Another patient emitted a muffled gurgle from his throat, his eyelids fluttering as if calling out to someone. 3 days later, at the Gongquan Base Temporary Command Center, Li Wei approached Lin Hao, holding a thick report dozens of pages long. The once skeptical neuroscience authority who had questioned Lin Hao now wore no trace of arrogance on his face, only the weariness of one weathered by hardship and a settled respect. Advisor Lin, Li Wei's voice was steady and clear, the final analysis confirms it. The pathogen is an artificially synthesized biosilicon composite particle. Its core mechanism involves a silicon polymer shell encapsulating bioactive electrosensitive crystals. Trigger conditions: under intense physical stress or strong emotional fluctuations, high-intensity electromyographic pulses within specific frequency bands activate the crystals. It releases powerful interference signals, disrupting emotional information pathways between the thalamus and key nuclei in the prefrontal cortex and limbic system. He paused, placing the report solemnly on the table before Lin Hao. All experimental data, particle structural diagrams, and pathogenic mechanism simulations are archived. The evidence chain is complete. This thing is designed to turn people into living machines. His tone carried a hint of lingering dread. Lin Hao picked up the report, its cover stamped with the striking red letters "Top Secret." He flipped through the pages, his gaze sweeping over the nanoscale structural diagrams and analytical data before finally settling on the conclusion page. He said nothing, merely nodding. The door opened again as Zhou Weigui entered. He had changed into a crisp uniform, yet the deep fatigue in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Two solemn-faced officers followed behind him. Advisor Lin, Professor Li, Zhou Weigui stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Lin Hao and Li Wei. The Ganquan incident is a wake-up call. A warning. It tells us that threats on invisible battlefronts are just as deadly. With higher-level approval, the Spark Special Biological Defense Unit is hereby established immediately. He stepped forward, taking a badge from a tray held by an officer behind him. The badge's body was a deep navy blue, symbolizing technology and the unknown depths of space. Spark. Zhou Weigui solemnly presented the badge to Lin Hao. Its meaning, to dispel the shadow of biological threats with the flame of technology and safeguard the light of life. Comrade Lin Hao is hereby appointed Chief Scientific Advisor of the Spark Unit, responsible for establishing the National Biological Threat Monitoring Network, constructing rapid response mechanisms, and developing cutting-edge defense technologies. Zhou Weigui's voice echoed through the room. The Spark base will be established at Qiming. From this day forward, you shall be the first, everlasting flame on the nation's biological Great Wall. Li Wei gazed at the insignia, then at Lin Hao's composed face. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a document from his briefcase and presented it with equal solemnity. Advisor Lin, this is my letter of intent for collaboration on defense against neurobiological particle weapons and restoration of central emotional pathways. Where the spark leads, I, Li Wei, pledge my humble strength. Lin Hao accepted the document, his gaze sweeping over the title before meeting Li Wei's eyes. In the old professor's eyes, there was no trace of doubt or scrutiny, only the unwavering resolve and relentless pursuit characteristic of a scientific warrior. Lin Hao nodded, tucking both documents, each bearing its own weight, into his equipment case. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting long patches of light across the floor. Several thoroughly disinfected military medical transport vehicles were already lined up and waiting in the open area outside the base. Stretchers were carefully loaded into the vehicles. Sergeant Zhao lay on a stretcher in one of them, covered with a warm blanket. His eyes gazed out the window at the vast, desolate Gobi Desert. Though still weak, his gaze was no longer vacant. When he saw Lin Hao walking by, he raised his right hand with extreme slowness and performed a weak yet perfectly standard military salute toward him. Lin Hao paused in his steps, raised his hand toward the window, and returned a solemn military salute. Silent respect converged in the morning light. The doors closed, the engine roared to life, and the medical convoy, escorted by armed guards, slowly departed Ganquan Base. Raising a trail of dust, it headed toward the military district's main hospital in the distance. Lin Hao turned and walked toward his own vehicle. As the door slid open, he cast one final glance at the land etched by wind and sand. Then the convoy began its slow ascent, stirring clouds of yellow dust as it vanished into the vast Gobi Desert. Chapter 51, Emergency Rescue on the Plateau. The jeep's engine roared in the thin air, like a beast straining at its limits. The scenery outside the window held a wild, oppressive grandeur. Lin Hao took a deep, forceful breath from the portable oxygen tank. A sharp, cold plastic taste hit his nostrils, barely suppressing the wave of nausea and dizziness surging through him. This was the plateau, announcing its presence in the most primal way. How are you feeling? Zhou Weigui, seated in the passenger seat, turned his head. His face, usually as hard as carved stone, betrayed a hint of unmistakable fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. He handed over a thermos. Have some hot water. Sip slowly. This roof of the world shows no mercy to anyone. He paused, his gaze drifting to the endless snow-capped peaks outside the window. His voice grew low and solemn. But we can't turn back now. This vehicle carries the seeds for the Snow Region Ark. The future of our nation rests beneath our wheels. His gaze finally settled on the heavily modified box truck at the convoy's center. Its sealed cargo compartment bore striking low-temperature warning markings on the exterior. It carried the core equipment for the National Snow Region Ark project and the first precious backup collection of Qinghai Tibet Plateau plant seeds. Destination, Gulmud Frontier Base. Lin Hao took the cup, its warmth radiating through the glass. He understood the gravity of this mission. Amidst the nascent establishment of the Northwest Spark Corps and the lingering aftermath of the Ganquan incident, the highest echelons had issued this top-secret directive launch project, Snow Domain Ark. This is no ordinary research project, but a strategic backup vital to the nation's future. Lin Hao and his team exist to safeguard the physical well-being of the researchers. With accelerating global climate change and a sharp decline in biodiversity, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, Asia's water tower and a world-class gene bank, faces unprecedented threats. The core of the plan is to establish an impregnable underground fortress in Gulmud, using ultra-low temperature technology to preserve hundreds of thousands of plant seeds unique to the plateau, genetic samples of endangered species, and even critical genetic information of human populations. It will be the final Noah's Ark for life under the shadow of doom. Suddenly, the shrill screech of brakes pierced the wind. The entire convoy jolted to a halt. Report. Lead vehicle emergency stop. Professor Feng Yuan's vehicle requesting assistance. Oxygen system failure. Repeat, oxygen system failure. Lin Hao's heart sank. Feng Yuan, chief expert of the National Plant Research Institute and the driving force behind the Snow Region Ark expedition. He flung open the door, a high-altitude wind slicing across his face like a knife. Staggering, he rushed forward. Professor Feng Yuan's car door stood wide open. Two young assistants stood flustered, propping the elderly man's limp body against the seat. Professor Feng's face had taken on a terrifying purplish-blue hue, his lips as dark as overripe plums. He gasped for air, each breath accompanied by a wheezing sound like a broken bellows, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, bulging from their sockets. He clutched his chest, knuckles turning white, as beads of cold sweat rolled down his ashen temples. Altitude sickness. Lungs. An assistant stammered, voice breaking. Acute high-altitude pulmonary edema. Lin Hao's voice was as cold as iron, instantly drowning out the wind. He crouched low to squeeze into the cramped cabin, where a pungent stench of sweat and oxygen-deprived air assaulted his senses. His fingers swiftly pressed against Professor Feng's neck. The pulse was thread-like and rapid, the beats faint and weak. The military medic beside him swiftly handed over a portable oxygen pillow, increasing the flow rate. Yet Professor Feng's breathing showed no improvement. Instead, it grew more labored and desperate. Sweat beaded on the medic's forehead. We've administered standard dexamethasone and furosemide. It's useless. This pulmonary edema is progressing too rapidly. His blood oxygen level has dropped to 65%. The numbers on the pulse oximeter clip flashed alarmingly. Lin Hao's gaze locked onto Professor Feng's contorted, agonized face. The overwhelming suffocation and terror of impending death radiated clearly through his eyes. Oxygen? This low-concentration flow was a drop in the bucket. What was needed was to break through the deadly fluid barrier between the alveoli and interstitium. What was needed was to stabilize the sympathetic storm, severely disrupted by oxygen deprivation and teetering on collapse. Without hesitation, he reached behind him into the depths of his medical kit, a hidden metal compartment accessible only with his authorization. With a soft click, his fingertips touched a cigarette pack-sized spray can emitting a faint blue glow and a vial of solution suspended in special glass, containing fine golden particles. Move aside. Lin Hao growled, shoving aside the flustered military medic. With his left hand, he precisely aimed the nozzle of the pale blue rapid healing spray at Professor Feng's mouth and nose. Put! A mist carrying a peculiar, refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air. High-concentration nano-penetrating mist. Lin Hao's voice was rapid and urgent. Directly penetrates the alveolar walls, forming hydrophobic channels to drain accumulated fluid. His right hand moved in sync, the micro-injection syringe already aimed at the major blood vessel in Professor Feng's neck. His thumb pressed down with force. Neural current stabilizing microspheres. A golden glint flickered within the syringe before vanishing. Without pausing, Lin Hao's other hand pressed against Professor Feng's heaving chest, his fingertips probing with precision. 7th and 8th intercostal spaces, mid-axillary line. The thickest accumulation. Minimally invasive needle. The military doctor snapped out of his daze and immediately handed over the puncture needle. Without a glance, Lin Hao's wrist moved steady and swift as he thrust it in. SSSSHH. Pale yellow fluid surged out through the catheter. The pressure in the chest cavity eased slightly. The wheezing sound in Professor Feng's throat abruptly halted. Immediately afterward, a heavy yet suddenly much smoother breath burst forth from his throat. The terrifying cyanosis on his purple-tinged face faded visibly, the dark purple on his lips rapidly receding. The numbers on the pulse oximeter spiked 75%. 78%. Finally stabilizing around 82% with great effort. As if all his bones had been pulled out, Professor Feng's rigid body instantly went limp. Yet the rise and fall of his chest transformed from deathly spasms into heavy but steady gasps. Sweat soaked through his graying hair, clinging to his forehead. Lin Hao withdrew the minimally invasive needle and his pressing hand, only then noticing his fingertips trembling slightly, his back soaked through with cold sweat. The high-altitude cold winds seeped in, piercingly chilling. An assistant wiped away tears as she carefully tried to close Professor Feng's hardcover notebook that had fallen to the floor. A gust of wind swept through, fluttering open several pages. Lin Hao's gaze inadvertently swept over a page of hastily scribbled notes. Several words were heavily circled. Sample point KX7 meltwater channel at the tip of the Kunlun Glacier. Water sample anomaly, extreme turbidity, high sediment content, abnormal dust deposition. Requires. The writing was abruptly interrupted by a sharp crease and ink smudge, clearly halted by some sudden incident during the recording. Turbid? Kunlun Glacier tongue terminal meltwater? Lin Hao felt an icy spike pierce his heart as a terrible suspicion surged through him. He instantly recalled the silver particles extracted from Gonquan base, remembered the twisted silver threads beneath Sergeant Zhao's skin as he struggled. Professor Phone, Lin Hao picked up the notebook, leaning close to the dazed old man. He pointed to the entry. Here, extremely turbid. Besides silt, did you see anything else, different? Professor Phone Yuan's unfocused gaze struggled to settle on the notebook. A flicker of faint memory and confusion flickered across his cloudy eyes. His lips moved with great effort, uttering only a few indistinct, fragmented syllables before being utterly overwhelmed by immense exhaustion. Gray, not sand, flash, cold. The faint voice faded into the howling wind at the Kunlun Pass. Lin Hao clenched the notebook tighter, yet the chill in his heart only deepened. Chapter 52, Bone Marrow Extraction? That's devil's work. The corrugated iron roof of the Tangula Township Health Center glinted harshly under the midday sun, the air thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant, butter, and dried beef and mutton. Several SUVs were parked outside the crude mud brick courtyard wall, provoking the chained Tibetan mastiffs into a frenzied barking frenzy. Lin Hao pushed open the car door and instinctively squinted. This was the heart of Tangula Mountain Township, the only medical facility within 100 miles. Rows of low-lying cottages stood before him, their walls coated in half-faded whitewash, the red cross emblem blurred by wind and sand. The courtyard was crowded with herders clad in heavy Tibetan robes. They silently scrutinized this group of visitors from the mountains, their gazes a mix of curiosity and distant scrutiny. Advisor Lin, this way please. Old Ma, the clinic's sole Han Chinese doctor, stepped forward to greet them. His skin was dark and weathered, his build sturdy. Rubbing his hands together, his voice carried a sense of relieved urgency. We were notified yesterday that a top expert was coming. Ah, we've finally waited for you. He guided Lin Hao and Su Qing through the crowd. Just then, a hoarse, urgent cry pierced the buzzing crowd. Droma! Droma! Lin Hao looked in the direction of the voice. In a corner of the courtyard, a tall Tibetan man, clad in a faded blue Tibetan robe, crouched low, clutching a small, frail girl tightly to his chest. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old, wrapped in a thick sheepskin coat. Her small hands, exposed outside the coat, clutched her father's robe fiercely, her fingernails an unnatural purplish blue. Her frail body heaved violently with each gasping breath. Tashi, is Dralma wheezing again? Old Ma hurried over, his voice filled with anxiety. The man named Tashi lifted his head, his bronze face etched with worry, deep wrinkles knotted on his forehead. He nodded forcefully, struggling to speak in halting Mandarin. Dr. Ma, she can't walk. 100 steps, her face turns purple, like. He pointed anxiously at a yak nearby that had just been unloaded, like it can't breathe. Lin Hao had already hurried forward and crouched down. Up close, half of the girl Troma's face was visible. Her lips and earlobes were distinctly cyanotic, like the gills of a fish deprived of oxygen. Her eyelids were puffy, and the whites of her eyes had a faint yellow tint. Little Joma, Lin Hao softened his voice, gesturing for Su Qing to open the portable pulse oximeter. Let me see your finger, okay? Startled by the stranger, Joma shrank back, burying her head deeper into her father's embrace. Tashi watched Lin Hao on the flashing red device warily, his arms instinctively tightening around her. Dad, the doctor is here to help Joma, Old Ma quickly explained in Tibetan. Tashi hesitated for a moment, loosening his grip slightly, though his eyes remained guarded. Lin Hao gently took one of Joma's cold little hands. Her fingertips were icy cold, her nails spoon-shaped and concave, with barely a trace of healthy pink beneath the purplish blue nail beds. The pulse oximeter clip gently fastened to her index finger. Seconds later, a jarring number flashed on the screen, 82%. Beside it, the report freshly printed from the clinic's sole outdated blood analyzer, handed over by Old Ma, boldly displayed. Hemoglobin HB, 228 GL. Hematocrit HCT, 68%. A terrifyingly high red blood cell count. A dangerously low oxygen saturation level. Old Ma, this. Su Qing stared at the report, her brow furrowed. With hemoglobin this high, how can the oxygen saturation be only 82%? This machine. The machine's fine. Old Ma gave a bitter smile and lowered his voice. This clinic only has one precious machine, calibrated monthly by the county. Tashi's daughter, Droma, and several other children are all like this. The blood drawn is a frighteningly dark color, thick and viscous. But the people just have no strength, they can't catch their breath after walking a few steps, their lips and fingernails turning purple. The old Tibetan doctor in the township. He nodded toward the prayer flags fluttering outside the courtyard. They say it's the mountain god's punishment, a debt carried in one's destiny. You have to chant sutras for blessings, no needles from outsiders can be used. The mountain god's punishment? Lin Hao's gaze shifted from the contradictory report to Zhuoma's slightly parted lips, struggling for breath. The purple hue stung his eyes. He examined her sunken fingernails and swollen eyelids more closely. This was definitely not simple, high-altitude polycythemia. That condition caused discomfort but never such severity, let alone such pronounced cyanosis and a drastic decline in exercise tolerance. A thought flashed through Lin Hao's mind like lightning. He crouched down, observing Zhuoma's breathing more closely, then gently pressed the anterior edge of her tibia. A shallow indentation slowly rebounded. This isn't simple polycythemia. Lin Hao's voice was low and resolute. It's ineffective hematopoiesis. Her bone marrow function is likely suppressed, producing red blood cells with extremely poor oxygen carrying capacity or worse, completely ineffective. Thickened blood increases cardiac burden, triggering heart failure precursors. Elevated pulmonary vascular pressure further exacerbates hypoxia. A vicious cycle. He looked up at Zaxi and Old Ma. This is likely a specific form of high-altitude illness. For now, I'll call it high-altitude erythropoietic aplastic syndrome. High-altitude erythrocytic aplastic syndrome? Su Cheng and Old Ma froze simultaneously. To confirm the diagnosis, we must perform a bone marrow aspiration. Lin Hao turned his gaze to Zaxi. We need to extract some fluid from Zhuoma's bone marrow to examine what's actually happening inside. Bone marrow? Lao Ma's face paled instantly. Tashi's reaction was even more intense. He sprang to his feet, shielding Zhuoma fiercely behind him. His bloodshot eyes glared viciously at Lin Hao as his arms bulged with tense muscles. He roared in Tibetan, his thunderous voice making the courtyard hum. Old Ma hurriedly translated, his voice bitter. Tashi says. No. Absolutely not. Bones are gifts from the mountain gods, the dwelling place of souls. Draining marrow? That's the devil's work. It would steal Zhama's spirit. He says he'd rather Zhama stay like this than let needles from outside the mountains pierce her bones. The Tibetan villagers gathered in the courtyard stirred, murmuring among themselves. Their gazes toward Lin Hao and his companions bristled with wariness and rejection. Prayer flags fluttered in the wind, their rustling echoing Tashi's fury. Lin Hao stood his ground, neither retreating nor arguing. The collision between science and faith here was harder than the ice and snow of Mount Kunlun. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed toward the faded, yellowed poster on the clinic wall, a diagram illustrating the structure of human organs. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to all the Tibetans present. Brother Tashi, the mountain god gave us strong bones and beating hearts. Zhama's soul doesn't reside in the hollows of her bones, but in every labored beat of her heart, in her lungs striving to breathe. His gaze shifted to Dralma. Every breath she takes now feels like the mountain god lashing her with a whip. Do you want to know why the mountain god punishes her? That whip might be hidden within her very bones. Unless we find that whip, the mountain god's punishment will never cease. Chapter 53, Faith Breaks the Ice. Old Ma hurriedly translated into Tibetan, striving to convey Lin Hao's words in terms the Tibetan villagers could grasp. Tashi's facial muscles twitched, and the arm shielding his daughter loosened slightly. He lowered his gaze to his daughter's pale, bluish-tinged face, listening to the raspy gasps tearing from her throat like a broken bellows. Could the mountain god's punishment truly be lifted by chanting sutras? Over the years, countless butter lamps had been lit, and the scriptures recited countless times, yet Zhuoma grew weaker and weaker. Just then, an assistant hurried through the crowd, handing Su Qing a freshly printed report with a grave expression. Su Qing glanced at it and her expression changed abruptly. She leaned close to Lin Hao, her voice barely above a whisper. Advisor Lin, the microscopic examination of Zhuoma's blood smear has revealed findings. Some red blood cells exhibit abnormal morphology, with serrated protrusions along their edges. Furthermore, her voice was barely a whisper. Professor Li Wei's urgent analysis detected trace amounts of exogenous reverse transcriptase fragments of unknown origin in Zhuoma's blood sample and those of several other children with similar symptoms. Their characteristics closely matched the marker found in Professor Fang's Rongshui sample. Exogenous reverse transcriptase fragments? It again. Lin Hao's heart sank violently, as if pierced by an ice spike. The warning of abnormally turbid from Professor Feng's notebook at Kunlun Pass, the bizarre marker in the glacial meltwater, now it had reappeared in Zhuoma's blood. This was no coincidence. Had the shadow of Project Wither already crept over this isolated plateau? At that very moment, a frail old man stepped into the health clinic. The arrival of His Holiness Sangji silently dispersed the frozen tension within the Tangula Township Health Center. He was not tall, his crimson monk's robe, washed until faded, draped over his gaunt frame. His bronze-colored face bore deep lines etched by wind and frost, his right hand clasping a string of polished Bodhi prayer beads. With measured steps, he crossed the rough cement floor and walked straight toward Tashi and Zhuoma, who stood at the center of the crowd. No pomp, no announcement. Yet the moment he stepped into the courtyard, the clamorous murmurs and the Tibetan mastiffs barking were suddenly silenced, as if smoothed by an invisible force. All eyes focused on him, filled with reverence and expectation. The herders who had been wary of Lin Hao and his companions now bowed slightly, palms pressed together, murmuring Rinpoche. The living Buddha walked straight to Tashi. Tashi's tense body relaxed the instant he saw the living Buddha, like a drifting ship finding its anchor. Clutching the frail Troma in one arm, he frantically wiped his hands on his robe before awkwardly pressing them together in greeting. His voice choked with emotion, Rinpoche. Troma. The living Buddha gave a slight nod, his gaze settling on Droma's small face, pale and tinged with a bluish-purple hue. He extended his hand, his fingers thin yet oddly warm, brushing incredibly gently across Droma's burning forehead. His hand hovered above her chest, rising and falling slightly with each labored breath as he murmured sutras softly. Strangely, amidst the living Buddha's deep, tranquil chanting, Juoma's rapid gasps seemed to slow slightly, and the furrowed lines on her brow eased a little. After the simple blessing, the living Buddha's gaze finally turned to Lin Hao standing nearby. His gaze was serene and unruffled, yet it seemed to pierce straight through one's soul. Doctor from beyond the mountains, he spoke in Mandarin with a heavy Tibetan accent, yet his enunciation was remarkably clear. You say the mountain god's whip is hidden within Juoma's bones? Yes, Rinpoche. Lin Hao bowed slightly, neither humble nor arrogant, needing the lama's deep gaze. It is not the mountain god's punishment, but an illness, a disease deeply embedded in her marrow. Like poisonous weeds on the grasslands, hidden among the green grass. When cattle and sheep eat them, they fall ill. Only by finding that poisonous weed can we know how to eradicate it and save Juoma. He paused, his tone grave. The longer we delay, the harder the whip strikes. The living Buddha listened quietly, his fingers twirling prayer beads with unwavering calm. His deep gaze lingered on Lin Hao's face for a moment, as if weighing the truth of his words. Then it shifted to the frail child in Zaxi's arms, finally settling on Zaxi's pain-twisted face. Tashi, the living Buddha's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. The mountain deity grants us life, and also grants us the wisdom to protect it. Wolves on the grasslands will snatch lambs, but brave herders use bows and arrows and lassos to guard their flocks. Disease is the wolf that snatches away Juoma's health. His gaze swept over the portable ultrasound machine Lin Hao had brought. These doctors from beyond the mountains have brought new bows and arrows. He raised his hand slightly, let the light of the mountain god shine upon Juoma's heart. Old Ma immediately understood, excitedly explaining in Tibetan to Tashi and the other herders. Lin Hao and Su Qing swiftly rolled the portable ultrasound machine to the bedside. Juoma was carefully laid flat on the examination bed. Tashi stood nervously beside the bed, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The living Buddha stood quietly nearby, his gaze gentle and focused. As the cool gel was applied to her chest, Juoma flinched. Lin Hao held the transducer with the utmost gentleness. Su Qing swiftly adjusted the machine. Soon, high-frequency sound waves penetrated her skin and ribs, projecting the interior of her chest cavity onto the small screen. Lin Hao pointed to the beating organ on the screen. Rinpoche, brother Tashi, look, this is Juoma's heart. On the screen, a beating heart was clearly visible, but its size was noticeably larger than that of a normal child, and the ventricular walls were abnormally thick. Because the blood is thick as mud, the heart has to work like a yak just to pump it through the body. Look, it's already exhausted. Lin Hao's voice was steady as his finger moved across the screen. Now look here, the walls of the pulmonary artery have thickened this much. Blood flowing through it is like a blocked riverbed. The heart has to exert even greater force to push it through, and the lungs will suffocate. As Lin Hao explained, the diseased heart twisted by illness, the narrowed pulmonary artery, and the shadowed, suppressed lung tissue were laid bare before everyone's eyes. Zaxi stared fixedly at the screen, watching his daughter's abnormally thickened heart struggle to beat, observing the nearly blocked vessels and the shadows in her lungs. The color drained from his face, his lips trembling violently. He finally saw it. He saw the invisible whip lashing his daughter. So clear, so tangible. The living Buddha's fingers, twirling prayer beads, paused ever so slightly. He looked at the heart on the screen, enduring immense suffering, at the slight frown on Juoma's brow from discomfort. Deep compassion flashed in his clear eyes, then solidified into rock-like resolve. The living Buddha's gaze returned to Tashi's face, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Have the doctor extract some fluid from the bone marrow to locate that poison splinter. Tashi, this is the path to saving Juoma. Tashi's body shook violently. He looked at the living Buddha's face, radiating wisdom and compassion, then at the screen showing his daughter's heart struggling in agony. Finally, his gaze settled on Dralma's pale, fragile little face. He slammed his eyes shut, and two scalding hot tears broke free, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor beneath his feet. He drew a deep, labored breath, as if trying to inhale the entire plateau's air into his lungs, squeezing out the last shred of courage. Then he snapped his eyes open. Bloodshot and fierce, his gaze locked onto Lin Hao. His voice was hoarse yet thunderous, cracking through the silent courtyard. Doctor! Save Juoma! Chapter 54, Identifying the Cause, Beginning Treatment. In the makeshift sterile operating room at Tangula Township Health Center, under the overhead surgical lamp, Juoma lay prone on a simple operating table. Lin Hao, wearing sterile gloves, guided a specialized bone marrow aspiration needle through Juoma's skin, causing a slight indentation. Tashi stood outside the glass window, his face contorted with tension. His fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms. The living Buddha Sangji closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. His deep chanting echoed through the quiet air. As a faint sensation of bone penetration traveled up the needle shaft, Lin Hao shifted his wrist slightly and began to withdraw it slowly. A pale red bone marrow fluid was drawn into the syringe. The entire process was as swift as lightning. Under the effects of the anesthetic, Juoma only let out a faint groan, her brow involuntarily furrowing. All done. Lin Hao's voice came through his mask as he withdrew the needle and swiftly applied sterile gauze to stop the bleeding. The bone marrow fluid was promptly divided into two portions. One was carefully taken away by old Ma, destined for smear preparation in the health center's humming, outdated centrifuge. The other portion was placed by Lin Hao into a temperature-controlled storage unit emitting a faint blue glow, the core component of the Spark portable molecular biology rapid testing device. Bending over the microscope, Lin Hao adjusted the instrument and quickly identified the issue. Lin Hao's voice remained calm. The red blood cells are uniformly small, with asynchronous nuclear and cytoplasmic development. He shifted his field of view. Erythroblasts show coarse chromatin and indistinct nucleoli. This is a classic sign of suppressed hematopoietic function. His voice suddenly grew urgent. The critical factor is the proportion of cells showing positive EPO receptor staining. It's far too low. On the stained bone marrow smear, only a handful of cells bore the red dots marking EPO receptors. In normal bone marrow, these red dots should be extremely dense. Old Tibetan Dr. Gasang leaned closer to the eyepiece. Having practiced medicine for decades relying on ancestral knowledge, he had never imagined disease could be pinpointed so precisely within the marrow. Confirmed. Severe defect in EPO receptor gene expression. Lin Hao lowered the eyepiece, turning to look at Tashi and the anxiously waiting Rinpoche outside the window. We've found the root cause. This is it, it's blocking Jama's bone marrow from producing the life-saving blood. Tashi suddenly covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. There was pain and regret, but more than anything, immense relief at finally pinpointing the cause. The Rinpoche twirled his prayer beads, nodding slightly, his eyes reflecting both compassion and profound understanding. Just then, the operating room door burst open. Su Cheng strode in, clutching a freshly printed report. Her expression was unusually grave. She walked straight to Lin Hao, handed him the report, and spoke in a voice so low it was barely audible, yet every word was clear. Professor Li Wei's rapid screening results on the bone marrow fluid sample show trace amounts of artificially synthesized reverse transcriptase fragments embedded in Zhuoma's hematopoietic stem cell genome. The genetic sequence characteristics are highly homologous to the senescence marker previously discovered in Professor Feng's Rongshui sample and the exogenous fragments detected in Zhuoma's blood. She paused, took a deep breath, and added, preliminary screenings on several other children with similar symptoms show identical results. This is no coincidence. Hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill instantly shot up his spine to the top of his head. The Wither Project. Its tentacles had not only reached into glacial meltwater and the seeds within the seed vault, but more viciously, it had targeted the very lives growing on this land. And it was the most covert, most despicable form of genetic toxin. We must immediately eliminate these foreign fragments and restore the damaged EPO receptor gene expression. Lin Hao's voice was unwavering. Conventional drugs are ineffective. We need intervention at the genetic level. He instantly summoned the system interface. A cold digital screen unfolded across his retina. Exchange request, EPO gene enhanced adenovirus vector construction technology. Technical description, utilizes modified adenovirus as a vector to deliver optimized EPO receptor gene sequences, targeting hematopoietic stem cells for infection to repair gene expression defects. Points consumed, 300. Confirm exchange? Lin Hao hesitated not a moment, instantly confirming with his mind. Command confirmed. 300 points deducted. Technical data transferring. Core vector construction parameters loading. After the exchange, countless data streams surged into his mind: complex gene sequences, viral modification pathways, transfection efficiency optimization parameters, all instantly imprinted deep within his consciousness. Su Qing. Lin Hao spun around, his voice crisp and urgent. Immediately connect to the Qiming-based supercomputing system. Initiate highest priority task. Transfer target, EPO gene viral vector construction. Require completion of target gene sequence optimization and synthesis, adenovirus backbone modification and homologous recombination, viral packaging and purification. Simultaneously prepare sterile filling equipment. Execute immediately. Roger. Without a word, Su Qing dashed to another terminal. An encrypted channel instantly established, and data streams began racing through the network. The ensuing hours became a race against death itself. Within the makeshift mobile Ark laboratory, lights burned all night. Su Qing's technical team operated at full speed, supported by remote supercomputing assistance and Lin Hao's real-time guidance. Lin Hao remained vigilant beside Zhuoma's bedside. The little girl lay unconscious under sedation, yet her breathing remained faint and rapid, the cyanosis on her lips not yet fully receded. He stared at the fluctuating oxygen saturation and heart rate curves on the monitor, his fingers tapping the bedrail unconsciously. Time ticked away in agonizing slowness, the 48-hour countdown hanging like the sword of Damocles over their heads. As the first rays of high-altitude dawn appeared, the airlock door of the mobile Ark laboratory finally slid open. Su Qing emerged, holding a specially designed cryogenic preservation tube no larger than a thumb with extreme care. Inside its walls, a few milliliters of clear liquid remained suspended. Exhaustion etched her face, yet her eyes shone with extraordinary intensity. Advisor Lin, the Everest stem cell stimulator, preparation complete. Sterility test passed. Activity test exceeded expectations. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Hao took the tiny vial and turned toward Zhuoma's hospital bed, where Tashi and the living Buddha Sangji were already waiting. Lin Hao drew the liquid from the preservation tube into a specialized micro-injection syringe and slowly injected the few milliliters into the girl's slender vein. The ward fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the steady beep of the monitor and the suppressed breaths of those present. All eyes were fixed on Zhuoma's pale little face on the monitor screen. An hour passed, then two. Trauma remained unconscious, seemingly unchanged. The glimmer of hope in Tashi's eyes began to fade, replaced by anxiety creeping back onto his face. Old Ma and the Tibetan Dr. Gasang couldn't help but exchange worried glances. Was there truly no solution? Were they powerless to watch Dralma die? Chapter 55, The Treatment Takes Effect. Be patient, Lin Hao's voice was calm and steady, his gaze fixed on the monitor. Gene repair takes time. Look here. He pointed to the blood oxygen saturation reading, 82%. 83%. 84%. It's rising. Indeed. The number, which had been hovering around 82%, began to climb slowly at a visible pace. Though the increments were small, the trend was clear. 24 hours later, the change was remarkable. The cyanotic hue on Zhuoma's lips visibly faded. Her once rapid breathing had steadied. She even rolled over unconsciously in her sleep, filling everyone with joy. 48 hours later. As the Highland sun once again hung high in the sky, Zhuoma's long lashes fluttered slightly before her eyes slowly opened. Those eyes, once clouded by oxygen deprivation and agony, still appeared weak but were free of the torment that had once filled them. Dad. A faint yet crystal clear voice emerged from her parched lips. Tashi's entire body shook violently as overwhelming joy engulfed him. He lunged to the bedside, his trembling hands clasping his daughter's small hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face, uncontrollable. His Holiness Sangji paused, his fingers twirling prayer beads. A flicker of relief flickered in his deep eyes before he resumed murmuring sutras under his breath. Old Tibetan Dr. Gasang stood at the back of the crowd, his wrinkled face filled with shock and almost reverent awe. He watched the pulse oximeter display a stable 92% blood oxygen saturation and saw the healthy flush returning to Zhuoma's cheeks. Finally, his gaze fell upon the empty syringe in Lin Hao's hand. Silently, he stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply to Lin Hao. The news swept through Tanggula Township like the Highland wind. Days later, as Lin Hao and Su Qing stepped out of the clinic, the scene before them sent a shock through their hearts. Outside the clinic, a crowd of over 100 Tibetans had gathered, drawn by the news. They rode horses and drove yaks, all herders who had come from nearby. The men wore heavy Tibetan robes, the women wore bright headscarves, and the children peered curiously from behind the hems of their parents' robes. Highland sunlight poured down as prayer flags fluttered in the wind. At the very front of the crowd, Dralma, now able to stand on her own with her father Tashi's support, held a brand new, pure white kata in both hands. Her steps were still unsteady, and her small face bore traces of illness, but her bright eyes shone with the radiance of rebirth and boundless gratitude. Step by step, she approached Lin Hao, lifting her small face with effort. Holding the kata, a symbol of purity, blessing, and utmost respect, high above her head, she solemnly presented it to him. "Thank you, Dr. Brother." Her voice was soft, yet it conveyed all the reverence she could muster. Lin Hao bowed slightly, accepting the kata with both hands. Tashi's rough, strong hands gripped Lin Hao's tightly, repeating over and over in halting yet profoundly sincere Mandarin, "Tu ji chi. Tu ji chi." Tears glistened in the sunlight, tracing paths across his bronze-colored cheeks. The living Buddha Sangji silently twirled his prayer beads, his gentle gaze fixed on this scene brimming with life. Yet this warmth, like the Highland sun, was intense but fleeting. As Lin Hao's gaze swept past the jubilant crowd toward the distant, undulating Kunlun snow-capped peaks, a chill crept silently up his spine. The trace fragments of synthetic reverse transcriptase in Zhuoma's bloodstream lurked like a venomous snake, silently threatening this fragile peace. The shadow of Project Wither had never truly faded. Advisor Lin Zhou Weigua's deep, solemn voice sounded from behind, breaking the celebratory atmosphere. "Over at the Ark, Professor Feng has regained consciousness and insists on seeing you. Additionally, he requests that you personally visit the Ark's core zone." Lin Hao withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon and gave a slight nod. Beneath the barren Gobi Desert on the outskirts of Gulmud City lay the core of the nation's snow region Ark Project, the Ark Base. After passing through several layers of thick radiation-proof, blast-resistant alloy doors and traversing a long corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant and the low hum of machinery. As the final airlock door slid silently open, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, so intense it seemed capable of freezing the soul. The sudden blast of frigid air caused Lin Hao, who had just stepped out, to pause in his breath. The scene unfolding before him was breathtakingly awe-inspiring. Beneath the immense dome stretched an endless array of cryogenic storage racks, resembling a steel jungle. The racks stood dozens of meters tall, arranged in perfect order, extending to the very edge of sight. Cold air seeped from beneath the storage racks, flowing slowly across the floor, creating an otherworldly illusion. Thick liquid nitrogen pipelines coiled like giant serpents around the dome and walls. Here, hundreds of thousands of plant seeds, frozen embryos of endangered animals, rare microbial strains, and even critical genetic backups of the human population were sealed within this eternal realm, maintained at temperatures near absolute zero. They represent the last repository of civilization and life's embers under the shadow of impending doom. Professor Feng Yuan, wrapped in a thick thermal blanket, sat in a wheelchair pushed by an assistant as they moved slowly through this frigid environment. His face remained pale, a weakness any observer could recognize as post-illness frailty. Yet his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity and near-obsessive focus mingled with profound anxiety. Spotting Lin Hao approaching, he struggled to rise but ultimately failed. "Advisor Lin." Feng Yuan's voice was hoarse and urgent. "You're finally here. Quick! Come see the KX7 sample." He signaled his assistant, who swiftly pushed the wheelchair straight toward an isolated analysis room deep within the core zone. The lab was enclosed by transparent bulletproof glass walls, housing several precision analytical instruments. Feng Yuan trembled as he carefully extracted a small sample vial from a temperature-controlled cryogenic storage unit. The tube's walls were covered in fine frost, containing several milliliters of murky liquid settled with copious amounts of grayish-black flocculent matter. Kunlun Glacier Terminal Tongue, KX7 Meltwater Channel Sampling Point. Feng Yuan's voice trembled slightly as he placed the sample tube into a high-speed centrifuge. "This water sample is unusually turbid. I initially thought it was deep-seated rock debris stirred up by glacial movement, but after centrifugation..." The centrifuge hummed deeply before stopping. Feng Yuan retrieved the tube. The sediment inside the tube was clearly stratified. The bottom layer contained common silt and rock debris, but above it lay a layer of grayish-black, asphalt-like gelatinous substance. And within that gel, countless minute silver particles shimmered with a metallic sheen. This was clearly problematic. Chapter 56, Alarme Conspiracy Targeting Seed Stockpiles. "This isn't natural sediment." Feng Yuan's voice suddenly rose sharply. "I ran elemental analysis and infrared spectroscopy. The composition is terrifyingly complex. A silicone polymer forms the main backbone, embedded with massive amounts of heavy metal particles, and also..." He pointed to the frantically scrolling data stream on the adjacent gene sequencer screen. "The most lethal part is this. We isolated high concentrations of artificially synthesized reverse transcriptase fragments within the gelatinous mass. Their sequence characteristics are highly homologous to the markers you discovered in Zhuoma's blood." Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart sank abruptly. He stared intently at the string of gene sequence fragments on the screen. "That's not even the worst part." Feng Yuan abruptly pulled a hardcover notebook from the briefcase beside his wheelchair, the very one he had clutched tightly before losing consciousness at Kunlun Pass. His hands trembled as he flipped to a page densely covered in data and hastily sketched diagrams. One line was heavily circled in red ink, flanked by a massive exclamation mark. "Control Experiment Group, KX7 aqueous solution diluted and used to soak Highland barley seeds cold-tolerant type for 72 hours. Result, germination rate plummeted to 3%. Chromosomal aberration rate reached 68%. Genetic sequencing revealed key fertility genes in the seed genome were silenced by unknown reverse transcriptase fragments. Conclusion, this contaminant can cause seed sterility." A chill instantly swept through Lin Hao's entire body. He snapped his head up, his gaze sweeping across the endless rows of seed storage shelves. Each faint blue indicator light represented the existence of a living organism. The venom of Project Wither was attempting to infiltrate silently through glacial meltwater, seeking to destroy every single seed. Feng Yuan began coughing violently, a flush of color appearing on his pallid face. "Advisor Lin. This contaminant, it's not natural. It was deliberately released. It's targeting the Ark. It's targeting our nation's strategic reserves. We must establish monitoring immediately. Conduct comprehensive screening of all water sources. Screen the seed inventory. Otherwise. His voice carried a hint of urgency, but before he could finish, his body began gasping for breath again. Lin Hao stood silently, his face expressionless beneath the protective visor. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing the cold bulletproof glass. His gaze pierced through the glass, settling on the vial of murky liquid. It then drifted slowly to the startling word sterility on Feng Yuan's notebook, finally resting on the countless blue dots flickering on the distant storage racks. Operation Wither. What a vicious tactic. What a long-term scheme. From the emotional detachment particles in the northwest, to the genetic toxins in the blood of plateau children, to this reverse transcriptase deep within the glacier contaminating the seeds of life. This is a vast net spanning the nation, infiltrating ecosystems, intent on destroying the very foundation of life's continuity. Professor Feng, Lin Hao's voice finally broke the silence, rest assured. The flame of the Ark shall never be extinguished. He turned away from the vial of deadly contaminant and strode toward the control console in the analysis lab. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, activating the encrypted communication channel. The screen lit up, revealing the solemn faces of Professors Zhou Weiguo and Li Wei. General, Professor Lee, Lin Hao's voice echoed through the communicator in the frigid cryogenic chamber. The core zone of the Snow Domain Ark has confirmed a targeted contamination threat from Operation Wither. The source is synthetic reverse transcriptase fragments carried by Kunlun glacial meltwater, capable of inducing seed sterility. Threat level, maximum. The expressions of the two figures on the screen shifted dramatically upon hearing this. If mishandled, the consequences would be catastrophic. I request. Lin Hao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping across the screen and the dormant seeds behind him, the immediate activation of the Heaven's Eye system for full deployment across Qinghai province. Highest priority. He summoned the virtual map, his finger tracing heavy lines across the Kunlun Mountains, the Three Rivers source region, and every upstream waterway leading to the Ark base. Monitoring targets, all glacial meltwater runoff, underground water veins, and surface water sources. Priority monitoring, concentrations of synthetic reverse transcriptase fragments, abnormal microbial proliferation, and unknown silicon-based polymer residues. Real-time data feed directly to the Spark Command Center and Qiming supercomputer. His finger finally tapped the coordinates representing the Gulmud Ark base, his voice carrying an icy chill. Simultaneously, initiate comprehensive genetic traceback screening on all stored seeds and embryo samples within the Ark. Objective, eliminate all exogenous genetic contamination. In the heart of the Three Rivers source reserve, tributaries of the upper Lansang River wound through glacial canyons. Lin Hao stood atop a wind-eroded black basalt rock, his feet suspended over a bottomless glacial valley where faint white vapors rose from the depths. Behind him, the Spark Unit's reconnaissance team deployed the latest bioparticle sensing array. Slender metal probes pierced deep into the frozen soil, emitting a faint hum. The neural network of the Sky-Eye Qinghai Trial Operation System, with its heart at the Gulmud Ark base, extended along the veins of glacial meltwater toward the source of this forbidden zone of life. On the screen, blue bands representing glacial meltwater flow were clearly visible on the virtual map, accompanied by real-time monitoring data, temperature, flow velocity, pH level, and most crucially the concentration of synthetic reverse transcriptase fragments. Currently, the readings remain stable below the safety threshold. Advisor Lin, Sensor Node 3 deployed. Data stream stable and connected, came the reconnaissance team's report over the communicator. Lin Hao nodded, but his gaze drifted farther away, toward the steep cliff covered by a massive ice tongue. Through the infrared telescope, several rock goats cautiously grazed on sparse lichen near the cliff's edge. This was a forbidden zone for life, yet one of the last refuges for snow leopards. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing alarm shattered the valley's silence. It didn't originate from the Sky-Eye sensor network, but from the portable bioactive detector carried by the reconnaissance team. Report. Northwest direction, approximately 800 meters away, detecting high-concentration anomalous biological signals. Characteristics resemble Wither 7 virus activity markers. Repeat, Wither 7-like. The scout's voice carried disbelief. Position lot. Transmitting coordinates. Lin Hao's voice was icy. Everyone. Maximum protection level. Follow me. The group shot forward like arrows released from a bow, moving swiftly across the steep slope littered with rocks and glacial debris. Circling around a massive pile of glacial debris, the sight before them froze everyone in their tracks. In a narrow rock hollow sheltered from the wind, a snow leopard crouched, its body curled into a tight ball. Chapter 57, Searching for the Source of Contamination. It was a dying adult female snow leopard. Its once silky coat was now filthy and matted, caked with dark red blood crusts and vomit. In intense agony, she could only curl up in the deepest recess of the rock, her massive body convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao immediately donned his protective gear and rushed to the snow leopard's side, kneeling on one knee on the bone-chillingly cold rock. The weakened snow leopard sensed someone approaching, its body trembling uncontrollably, yet it lacked the strength to lift its head. Beneath his protective visor, Lin Hao's expression was grave. In his urgency, he directly activated the system to scan the snow leopard's overall condition, instantly completing a biological assessment. The snow leopard's pupils were now dilated and lifeless, showing no reaction to the bright flashlight beam. The muscles in its limbs and torso exhibited a sickly rigidity, its claws dug deep into the frozen ground as it convulsed in uncontrolled spasms. Dark red blood mixed with filth flowed continuously from its mouth and nose, likely caused by internal bleeding. Lin Hao's gloved fingers carefully parted a wound on the snow leopard's hind leg, torn open by its own claws. The edges of the wound were curled back, and blood that should have congealed rapidly in the cold continued to flow slowly, showing no signs of coagulation whatsoever. This was a sign of complete systemic coagulation failure. Samples. Vomit. Blood. Wound tissue. Quickly. Lin Hao's voice was short and forceful. At the command, Su Qing immediately stepped forward. The portable high-speed centrifuge and miniature gene sequencer were deployed on the snow, emitting a low hum. Time ticked away second by second, broken only by the faint hum of the instruments and the snow leopard's increasingly faint panting. Suddenly, the sequencing machine screen before Su Qing erupted in a blinding red light, accompanied by a shrill beep. Advisor Lin. Su Qing pointed at the frantically pulsing gene sequence diagram at the center of the screen, her expression grave. Confirmed detection. High concentrations of synthetic reverse transcriptase fragments found in the snow leopard's vomit sample. Sequence characteristics show 99.7% homology to markers identified in the KX7 pollution sample from Kunlun glacial meltwater and in Zhuoma's blood sample. It again. Withered sting. Lin Hao snapped his head up, staring at the SkyEye virtual map on the command terminal. SkyEye. Trace the contamination spread path immediately. Pinpoint the source. Find it for me. On the virtual map, a scarlet signal point representing the anomaly suddenly flared up from where the snow leopard had fallen. A red dashed line tracing the contamination path followed an unmarked seasonal valley upstream, ignoring sheer ice walls and bottomless crevasses. The coordinates pointed deep within the terminus of a massive glacier along the Kunlun Mountain's main ridge. Beside it, a row of cold, deliberately defaced text from an old map emerged like a tombstone. Linghu 303 status, sealed. Linghu 303. Lin Hao silently repeated the name in his mind. After arranging for the snow leopard to be transported back to base, Lin Hao led his team without hesitation along the path analyzed and provided by the SkyEye, heading toward the source of the contamination. As they ascended deeper, the terrain grew steeper and the air increasingly thin. Despite protective gear, each breath sent a stinging sensation through their nostrils. Finally, beneath a leeward slope, they located their target. Before them lay a circular well opening about 1 meter in diameter, jarringly embedded between frozen soil and gravel. A heavy alloy manhole cover sealed the opening. Along its edge, massive bolts that should have been tightly embedded in the concrete base had been forcibly cut open in 2 places. The cover had been pried open enough for a person to crawl through, and scattered around the edges of the concrete base were several muddy and snow-covered hiking boot prints. Lin Hao crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the footprints, over the cut marks, finally settling on a foreign object partially concealed by gravel at the edge of the manhole. He pushed aside the debris to reveal a flattened metal can bearing a blurred, colorful pattern. Frost clung to the can's surface, and the remaining soup had long since frozen into a grayish-green lump of ice. Someone had been here recently. Air seeping through the manhole cover's cracks carried a strange odor, a mix of rust, stale disinfectant, and some indescribable chemical agent. The beam of the powerful flashlight illuminated only the descending metal steps. Below that, deeper into the darkness, lay utter blackness, impossible to see. Stand by. Lin Hao's clear, childlike voice echoed through his protective mask as he stood at the edge of the manhole, hesitating to step inside. The moment his gaze focused on the dark opening, a pale blue system interface silently unfolded deep within his retinas. Like an invisible radar beam, it penetrated the heavy alloy cover and scanned downward. Deep environment scan initiated. Spatial structure, confirmed vertical shaft, depth 15.7 meters, bottom composed of concrete platform. Atmospheric composition, low oxygen levels, predominantly inert gases. Trace amounts of hydrogen sulfide and volatile organic compounds detected. No lethal toxin alerts. Biological signal scan, no thermal signatures from large lifeforms, no abnormal microbial proliferation clusters. Anomalous energy residue, faint high-frequency electromagnetic pulse. Internal security confirmed. The system's conclusion instantly formed in Lin Hao's mind. The Wither project was Augustus's recent proposal, but this shaft clearly existed decades ago, only recently put to use. This alone suggested Augustus had likely been preparing the Wither project for some time, or perhaps others had been plotting it even earlier. Within safety thresholds. Reconnaissance Team 1, deploy. Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling 2 fully equipped Spark operatives. Establish a secure perimeter at the bottom. Maintain continuous scanning and reporting. The rest of you, follow up. Without hesitation, the 2 elite operatives checked their gear and deftly descended into the shaft. The steady beam of their tactical flashlights descended through the darkness. Amidst the creaking of metal rungs and the clatter of falling ice shards, they soon reached the bottom. Soon, the radio crackled, bottom secure. No threats. Passage extends forward. Only then did Lin Hao, closely guarded by Su Qing, cautiously descend the icy steps. His 9-year-old body seemed slightly clumsy beneath the heavy gear, yet each step was taken with remarkable steadiness. When his feet touched the cold concrete platform at the bottom, the bright flashlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing everything clearly. A wide passageway stretched before them, flanked by mottled, cracked concrete walls. Large patches of the deep green radiation-proof coating had peeled away, exposing the grayish-white cement beneath. Thick pipes twisted along the ceiling and walls, encrusted with thick white frost. Most were rusted and looked ready to fall at any moment. Clearly, this place had existed for at least several decades. Chapter 58, Target identified, entering the deep well. The site was eerily quiet, with only the echoing footsteps of the team members reverberating through the vast underground space. The system scan data stream silently refreshed at the edge of Lin Hao's vision, continuously monitoring the surrounding environmental parameters. Heavy blast doors lined both sides of the passageway. The lettering on the door plates had long since faded beyond legibility, with only faint traces of words like sample processing, isotope analysis, and high-risk storage barely discernible. Most doors remained tightly sealed, though 1 or 2 stood ajar. Through the gaps, Lin Hao glimpsed long obsolete equipment, scattered fragments of documents, and piles of debris frozen into bizarre shapes by frost. Target area, high-risk storage zone. At the end of the corridor, Lin Hao's voice came through the communicator, cold and clear. The terminal in his hand lit up, displaying fragmented structural diagrams retrieved from the SkyEye network and the base's top-secret archives. A red dot marked the far end. Simultaneously, the system overlaid new arrow markers on the corridor's scanned data. Path guidance activated, high-risk storage area. Warning, rising VOC concentration ahead. Source of cloying odor approaching. Under Lin Hao's command, the squad advanced silently in a tight defensive formation. The beam swept across the scene, yet the sight before them plunged the entire team into deeper silence. Mice frozen in ice stared blankly at Lin Hao and his companions, faded radiation warning signs, and old chemical protection suits worn down to rags. At the passage's end, a massive alloy door far thicker than any encountered before loomed before them. The door was grayish-black, covered in impact dents and deep gouges. Its lock mechanism was complex, yet now, the massive mechanical rotary lock core had been violently destroyed. The door was pried open just enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. A more intense, pungent, sickly sweet chemical odor mixed with a heavy musty smell surged out from the crack. Alert! Lin Hao halted, focusing his senses. The system's beam, like an invisible probe, pierced through the crack. Spatial scan, large storage room. Biological signals, none. High concentration contaminants confirmed, grayish-black gelatinous substance, silver suspended particles. Structural risk, ice fissures in floor, width 0.31.5 meters. Abnormal equipment, vintage surveillance camera detected high on northwest wall. Shows faint standby current, no video storage functionality. Advance. Lin Hao gave the order. The team leader sidestepped into the doorway first, and the bright light instantly illuminated the storage room. The scene that greeted them left everyone breathless. Distorted storage cabinets, a grayish-black viscous substance resembling petroleum asphalt oozing across the floor, and metallic sheen silver dust drifting through the air. Everything matched the system scan results. Guarded by his team, Lin Hao approached the damaged core storage cabinet. As Lin Hao scraped the frost off the shattered metal label, his pupils contracted at the inscription before him. Glacier 7 Compound Prototype High-Altitude Gene Silencing Agent Batch, LC30377 Extremely Dangerous Containment Level, Permanent Freeze. Production date stamp, October 23, 1987. 1987. A relic from that peculiar era. This thing was older than Lin Hao himself, predating Augustus's Project Wither by nearly 4 decades. Confirmed. Contaminant origin matches. Su Qing's instrument readings corroborated the system scan. General. Professor Li. Lin Hao raced through his report over the encrypted channel. Cold Lake 303 confirmed. Contaminant is the 1987 prototype Glacier 7 gene silencing agent. Storage facility recently subjected to violent, deliberate destruction causing leakage. On-site detection indicates suspected residual remote activation signals and outdated surveillance probes. He swiftly shared live footage and the system's key analytical conclusions. Just then, Professor Li Wei's alarmed voice crackled over the line. Lin Hao. Source of the Tongtian River tributary. Microbial data spiking abnormally. Homologous contamination signal confirmed. The atmosphere in the storage room grew tense. Global warming accelerated the melting of ice shelves, unleashing a Pandora's box of decay toxins sealed deep within the ice. These toxins seeped silently into groundwater streams with the melting ice water, converging at the source of surging rivers. The contamination has reached the Lanshan River tributary. Su Qing's voice carried a chill of despair. The source water samples are being polluted. The words fell into a deathly silence within the storage room. Lin Hao's gaze grew icy as he scanned the storage room blanketed in death-like colloids, finally settling on the massive ice fissures covered in frost leading deeper underground. These fissures, bottomless and winding, served as the natural conduits through which pollutants seeped into the subterranean water system. Conventional containment is ineffective. Lin Hao's voice shattered the dead silence. The contaminants possess biological activity and mobility, continuing to permeate and spread. We must freeze them at the source. At that moment, the system's voice resounded in Lin Hao's mind once more, announcing a new mission. Emergency mission, glacial containment. Objective, completely inert and seal the Glacier Type 7 contaminant source, halting its permeation. Reward, plus 500 points, plus 10% unlock rate for genetic Great Wall modules. Technical support, exchange for cryogenic bioinert gel synthesis technology includes full set, silicon-based nanocages cryogenic active agents bioinert curing agents. Points required, 350. Exchange? Exchange. Lin Hao selected confirmation without hesitation. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. Complex molecular formulas, nanostructures, cryogenic rheological properties, curing mechanisms, all crystallized with crystal-clear precision. Whereas before he had been utterly helpless in this situation, now Lin Hao was confident and prepared. We must seal this area immediately. Lin Hao's voice carried unwavering certainty. Begin developing the low-temperature biologically inert gel injection solution now. Through encrypted communication, he swiftly outlined the key technical points. Immediately transmit field samples, Fisher scan data, and contaminant analysis reports to Qiming supercomputing. Lin Hao commanded. Professor Li Wei's team, using the core parameters I provided, complete gel formula validation and small-scale testing within 72 hours. We need to build an unbreakable ice coffin for this toxic source. The order issued, the team sprang into action with efficiency. They harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the data Lin Hao provided. After all, he had already achieved too many miracles, which was precisely why they were willing to place Lin Hao at the forefront of everything. Standing at a safe distance, Lin Hao calmly directed the sampling. Just as he prepared to seal the samples, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a corner deep within the storage room, half concealed by frost. In that inconspicuous corner, a faint red speck seemed to flicker ever so slightly. Chapter 59, Complete Sealing, Everyone's Relief. At the Kunlun Pass, winds amplified by the narrow channel effect lashed against the armored hull of the Spark Command vehicle, whipping biting cold air that produced a dull, wailing sound. Inside the vehicle, the massive main screen was split into two halves. One half displayed the contamination dispersion model generated by the Sky Eye network, tracing the spread from the ice fissure at Cold Lake Site 303. The other displayed the projection interface transmitted from Qiming Base's supercomputing system, where countless complex molecular formulas and nanostructure diagrams related to the ice coffin gel research scrolled across the screen. Lin Hao's small frame sank into the command chair as his fingertips tapped lightly on the floating tactical terminal. He marked the final batch of on-site scanned 3D structural data packets from the ice fissure with the highest priority and dragged them toward the communication node representing Professor Li Wei's team. Data stream transmission, ice fissure structure scan precision, millimeter level. Objective, permeability simulation optimization for ultra-low temperature biologically inert gel, code name, ice coffin. Countdown, 48 hours. Li Wei team acknowledges receipt. Simulation calculations initiated, came the response over the communication channel. Not fast enough, Lin Hao's clear, childlike voice carried an oppressive weight beyond her years. Glacial melt rates are accelerating. The pollution front is now only 17 kilometers from the secondary tributaries of the Tongtian River. Su Qing, activate contingency plan B for the Arkansas. Roger. Su Qing's voice responded instantly. At the Galmud Ark base, countless large-scale cryogenic centrifuges and molecular synthesis units were remotely activated, entering preheating mode and standing by. Synthesis array preheating complete. Ready to receive final formula for mass production. The next 48 hours would be a silent race against time and the glaciers. At this very moment, in the supercomputing center on the 7th underground level of Qiming Base, server indicator lights flashed frantically under high-intensity operation, while cooling fans operating at full capacity emitted a low, rumbling roar. The ice coffin gel core parameters transmitted by Lin Hao served as a guiding beacon, continuously directing Professor Li Wei and the team remaining at the base through the process of preparing the sealing gel. Meanwhile, at the newly constructed synthetic reactor within the Galmud Ark base, the pre-loaded base materials reacted silently under precise temperature control, awaiting their final synthesis. Engineers stared intently at the gauges, awaiting the final molecular synthesis formula from Qiming. Only then would they complete the gel's final production and encapsulation. Ice coffin synthesis complete. Performance verification passed. Celestial transport fleet in position. Above the Cold Lake 303 ruins in the Kunlun Mountains, lead gray clouds hung low as three specially modified Sky Dome heavy transport drones hovered steadily in the air amid the raging valley winds. Suspended beneath the bellies of these heavy drones were massive silver gray storage tanks containing the completed ice coffin gel. Sky Dome 01, arriving at injection point 1. Sky Dome 02, lock onto fracture node 2. Sky Dome 03, covering core contamination zone. Awaiting instructions. Lin Hao, clad in a thick white thermal suit, descended from the armored command vehicle. His pupils reflected the heavy transport drones suspended mid-air. Pre-designated positions reached. Ready for injection. As the system completed its analysis, he raised his hand, his voice cutting through the wind. Initiate injection. Buzz. Amidst the deep hum, thick cryogenic insulation hoses extended from the bottom of the storage tanks beneath the heavy transport drone. Through coordinated adjustments by the pilot and armored command vehicle technicians, the hose's opening was precisely aligned to point downward toward the marked ice fissure entrance and storage chamber area. At Lin Hao's command, a pale blue, faintly fluorescent viscous gel surged forth under high pressure. The surging gel instantly crystallized upon contact with the frigid plateau air, yet its fluidity remained unaffected. Retaining a peculiar vitality within, it rapidly poured into the depths of the ice fissure, enveloping and sealing the grayish-black colloidal mass. On the command vehicle's large screen, the monitoring model Sky Eye depicted the scarlet venomous snake representing the contamination route. As if seized by an invisible giant icy hand, its advance slowed sharply. The concentration blocks faded rapidly from blinding red to orange and yellow. Finally, mere inches from the blue water vein, it came to a complete halt, utterly submerged beneath vast swaths of deep blue, the colors symbolizing inert ceiling. The source of contamination was completely sealed within the icy coffin gel. A stifled cheer erupted across the channel. Lin Hao's tense expression finally relaxed. His gaze shifted to a section marked with quarantine symbols in the corner of the screen. The dying snow leopard, now secured within a makeshift temperature-controlled isolation chamber. Contaminant contained. Environmental threat level downgraded, Lin Hao's voice announced. Prepare to administer treatment to infected organism. Snow leopard 01. Target, plateau snow leopard endangered specimen. Status, deeply infected with genetic silencing agent Wither 7 subtype, multiple organ failure, coagulation system collapse. Protocol, redeemed gene repair serum broad spectrum retroviral type points required, 150. Exchange? Exchange. Confirmed. A miniature syringe emitting a soft green glow materialized in the hidden compartment of Lin Hao's medical kit. Accompanied by the serum provided by the system, he entered the isolation chamber under the strict protection of the relevant personnel. The snow leopard's massive body lay limp on the heated pad. Its silver-gray fur was dull and lifeless, dark red scabs crusted around its muzzle. Its eyes were unfocused and vacant, only the faint rise and fall of its chest indicating it was still alive. Without hesitation, Lin Hao located the major blood vessel in its neck and swiftly injected the green serum. The instant the serum entered its bloodstream, the snow leopard's body seemed to twitch ever so slightly. The next 24 hours were a long period of observation. Early morning of the third day. Outside the observation window of the isolation chamber, the snow leopard slowly opened its eyes. It attempted to lift its head, emitting a low, hoarse yet powerful growl from its throat. Struggling, it used its forelimbs to prop up its upper body. Though still unsteady, it finally managed to stand. Vital signs stable. Organ functions recovering. Su Qing, monitoring the readings, spoke with unmistakable excitement. Lin Hao watched the snow leopard, now rejuvenated inside the isolation chamber, and a smile finally spread across his youthful face. 1 week later. Kunlun Pass, a high-altitude plateau far removed from the clamor of the world. A disinfected Spark transport vehicle was parked nearby. As the isolation pod's door slowly opened, the snow leopard's agile form appeared at the entrance. Freshly released, it seemed slightly unsettled by the intense light and crisp air outside, its pupils contracting slightly. It cautiously sniffed the air. The familiar scent instantly awakened its primal instincts. With remarkable intelligence, it turned its head to glance at the humans in protective suits behind it. Finally, it turned its head away and vanished beyond the snowy horizon in a few swift bounds. Home at last. Su Qing murmured softly, her eyes brimming with relief. Lin Hao silently watched the direction where the snow leopard had vanished, its figure appearing minuscule against the vast expanse of sky and earth. Chapter 60, Acute High-Altitude Heart Disease with Ventricular Fibrillation. In the snowy Ark base cafeteria, a rare string of colorful lights illuminated the space. A cake sat in the center, adorned with several small strawberries. Today was Lin Hao's birthday. Zhou Weiguo, Professor Li Wei, Su Qing, and several core research team members gathered around the small table. The atmosphere was subtly quiet, devoid of the usual birthday party clamor. Instead, there was an unspoken gentleness filled with respect and tenderness. Happy birthday, Xiao Hao. Su Qing's voice was unusually soft as she handed him a slice of cake. Lin Hao sat in a chair that was slightly too large for him, dressed in his well-fitting Sparks uniform. He glanced at the cake, then at the faces of his comrades in arms, those he shared daily life and death experiences with. His youthful face showed little excitement, only a sincere thank you. He picked up the small fork, ready to pierce the slice of cake. Just then. Ding-ling. The urgent pager alarm suddenly sounded. Zhou Weiguo quickly answered it, and an anxious voice came through the device. Tangula Mountain Outpost. Elevation 5,231 meters. Station soldiers suffering sudden cardiac emergency. Vital signs rapidly deteriorating. Requesting medical assistance. Repeat. Requesting medical assistance. Hearing this news, everyone's faces turned pale. The Tangula Mountain Outpost, that was a true no-go zone for life. Zhou Weiguo strode to the emergency communication screen by the wall and transferred the call to the Tangula Mountain Outpost. The connection was established almost instantly. Seeing this, he urgently demanded, "What's the situation now? Speak clearly." The screen instantly illuminated, revealing the outpost's rudimentary medical room. A young Tibetan soldier named Losan lay curled in agony on a narrow camp cot, his face a terrifying purplish-blue hue, lips turning violet. Beside him, the military doctor's forehead was drenched in sweat as he pressed his hands firmly against Losang's chest, performing manual chest compressions. Lobsang's in cardiac arrest with ventricular fibrillation. Blood pressure undetectable, blood oxygen levels have plummeted to 50%. The electrocardiogram monitor displayed chaotic waveforms, wildly oscillating between 180 beats per minute and a flatline of impending death. Suddenly, a video feed cut in from the sentry post's duty room. The company commander in charge of the Tangula Mountain Outpost had bloodshot eyes, his face betraying unmistakable urgency. Reporting to the general. Losang just returned from patrol duty. The moment he took off his gear, he said his chest felt like it had been trampled by a yak. He couldn't breathe. He collapsed within 2 minutes. General. Save him. He's only 19. Acute high-altitude cardiac disease complicated by ventricular fibrillation. Ventricular blood flow has ceased. Su Qing confirmed the probable diagnosis with just a glance at the monitor readings and Losang's condition. Immediate surgery is required. Repair the ventricular rupture. Defibrillate. Otherwise he won't last an hour. Surgery? Zhou Weiguo whipped his head around, his voice urgent. The outpost is at 5,300 meters altitude. The air pressure is barely half of the plane's, and the oxygen levels are shockingly low. Forget cardiac surgery, just opening his chest could kill him instantly from air embolism. What about transporting him down? Lin Hao demanded urgently. The helicopter's service ceiling is insufficient. Forcing it up there would overwhelm the pilot. By land, the nearest military general hospital capable of surgery is 8 hours away via winding mountain roads and altitude sickness. Losang might not even last an hour. Zhou Weiguo slammed his fist onto the control console. The alloy surface echoed with a dull thud as utter helplessness filled his eyes. 8 hours. Doctors from other regions can't get here either. Time. We don't have enough time. Despair washed over the mess hall like icy water, drowning the space in an instant. Lin Hao's gaze was fixed on the screen, staring at Losang's purple-tinged face. In the suffocating silence, Lin Hao's wrist terminal suddenly vibrated. It was a video call request from his mother. His fingers pressed the accept button almost instinctively. A gentle yet undeniably worried face appeared on the small screen, set against the familiar backdrop of their living room. Happy birthday, Hao! Lin's mother beamed at her son, now dressed in his Spark uniform. Lin Hao smiled and nodded at his mother before looking into her eyes on the screen and saying clearly, Mom, happy birthday to you too. But there's an emergency right now. A soldier brother at the mountain outpost is having heart problems. I might be the only one at base who can handle this. I have to go save him. His voice was soft, even carrying a childlike clarity, yet it reverberated across the communication link. In the Spark base cafeteria, every head snapped toward Lin Hao. Tangula? 5,300 meters? A 10-year-old child? On the other end of the screen, Lin's mother was struck as if by lightning. She saw the emergency rescue footage flash across the large screen behind her son. In that instant, a mother's heart was torn with agony, yet an even stronger surge of pride welled up within her. Lin's mother took a deep breath, forcing back the choking sobs and words of protest threatening to burst from her throat. She nodded fiercely at the screen. Hao, go. Go save that soldier brother. You are your mother's pride. Always. Lin Hao nodded firmly, the last trace of hesitation vanishing from his eyes. He ended the video call with his mother and leapt up from his chair. General. Lin Hao's voice was crisp and decisive. Activate the Sky Dome 1 prototype immediately. Attach the Life Ark medical pod. Destination, Tangula Mountain Outpost. Full speed ahead. The Ark of Life? Zhou Weiguo instantly recognized it, an emergency modification of the Ark base technology, a high-altitude mobile surgical unit with limited pressurization and life support capabilities. The prototype's current state is unstable, and the extreme weather conditions at high altitude. Zhou Weiguo instinctively tried to warn of the risks. No time. This is the only operating table that can reach him. Lin Hao's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Zhou Weiguo. Trust me. I can stabilize his condition. I might be able to save him. Before he finished speaking, a pale blue system interface flashed across the depths of Lin Hao's retinas. Emergency rescue mission, Snow Peak Heartbeat. Objective, save the life of a soldier suffering acute high-altitude heart failure complicated by ventricular fibrillation. Complete surgery in extreme conditions. Mission reward, plus 1,000 points, life sustainment module unlocked. Technical support. Exchange for high-sensitivity bioelectric guided defibrillation, requires 300 points. Exchange for ventricular breakpoint nano repair gel, requires 400 points. Exchange for high-altitude adaptive neural stabilizer, requires 100 points. Sufficient points. Exchange all? Redeem all. Lin Hao confirmed directly with his consciousness. In the next instant, a flood of knowledge surged into Lin Hao's mind. Pathways for minimally invasive interventional defibrillation, the molecular mechanisms of nanogel repairing ruptured myocardium, and information on pharmaceuticals countering altitude sickness and enhancing endurance. Empowered by the system, 10-year-old Lin Hao now stood as a world-class expert in cardiac surgery and high-altitude medicine. Chapter 61, The High-Altitude Mobile Operating Room. General. Grant me authorization. I require the highest clearance to access all relevant base resources. Immediately. Lin Hao turned to Zhou Weiguo, his eyes radiating an unyielding resolve. Zhou Weiguo looked at the child before him, at the will and confidence in his eyes that did not belong to a 10-year-old. Recalling his past accomplishments, he abruptly grabbed the communicator, his voice booming like a temple bell, echoing throughout every corner of the base. This is Joe Wagwa. Highest priority order. All units, hear me. Fully supported Visor Lin Hao's operation. Launch Sky Dome Prototype 1 immediately. Attach the Life Ark Pod. Target, Tangula Mountain Outpost. At all costs. Full speed ahead. Spark Base erupted in chaos. Soon, the roar of engines tore through the wailing alarms. The massive Sky Dome prototype, guided by a tow vehicle, surged out of the hangar, its tail spewing fiery blue flames. With Su Qing's assistance, Lin Hao swiftly donned a specialized lightweight pressurized protective suit. Shouldering a medical kit containing freshly exchanged nano-repair gel and neural stabilizers, he sprinted toward the Sky Dome, gliding toward the runway. After Lin Hao and Su Qing entered the cockpit, the Sky Dome 1 prototype immediately took off. Inside the cabin, Lin Hao and Su Qing swiftly entered the Ark of Life pod, their bodies securely strapped into specialized seats. Beneath the visors of their pressurized suits, their faces were tense as they endured the crushing pressure of high altitude and high pressure. Warning! Encountering severe shear winds. Altitude loss. Altitude loss. Left engine overheating. Thrust loss. External temperature of the Ark of Life pod is too low, life support system pressure fluctuating. The pilot's voice crackled over the communication channel. Su Qing, accompanying him, clutched the armrests tightly, her face drained of color. Lin Hao closed his eyes, fighting back waves of dizziness and ringing in his ears. Deep within his retinas, the pale blue system interface continuously updated the craft's status and flight path weather data. Hang on! Lin Hao silently screamed in his mind. Just as the Sky Dome teetered on the brink of collapse. A thunderous roar pierced through the engine screech, growing louder as it approached. Lin Hao snapped his eyes open. Through the violently shaking porthole, he saw the churning sea of clouds below being violently pushed aside by an invisible force. A colossal steel form violently tore through the clouds, appearing alongside the Sky Dome. This colossal, jet-black form had a wingspan that nearly obscured a patch of sky. Four massive engines spewed deep blue exhaust flames, the Kunpeng strategic transport aircraft. Sky Dome 1. Kunpeng 1 here for rendezvous. Follow my wake. Repeat, enter my wake. A steady male voice crackled over the encrypted channel, instantly drowning out all alarms and noise. Without hesitation, the Sky Dome pilot maneuvered the prototype, plunging into the relatively stable airflow zone behind the Kunpeng's massive fuselage. The violent turbulence instantly subsided by more than half. Life Ark Pod, I'm taking control. The Kunpeng pilot's voice was unwavering. The colossal belly of the Kunpeng slowly opened, revealing a set of precision robotic arms that precisely grasped the violently swaying medical pod of the Ark of Life beneath the celestial dome. A dull click echoed as the mechanical latches locked into place with a firm clack. Ark acquired. Sky Dome return immediately. Repeat, return immediately, the Kunpeng pilot commanded with unwavering authority. Watching the pod secured, the Sky Dome pilot yanked the control stick, breaking free from the wake and turning toward a low-altitude return. Kunpeng 1. Target, Tangula Outpost Forward Command Temporary Landing Zone. Full speed. General Joe Wagwa's voice echoed through the Kunpeng cockpit. Kunpeng copy. Below the outpost lay the hastily cleared makeshift landing zone. A thunderous roar grew louder as the Kunpeng descended, its landing gear sinking deep into the frozen ground. The belly hatch opened once more. This time, what descended slowly was not a pod, but a massive, rectangular silver-gray metal container. It slammed onto the frozen ground with a dull thud. On the side of the container, beneath a striking red cross emblem, 3 bold characters were stamped in sharp, silver-edged strokes, Life Fortress. This was the high-pressure oxygen chamber mobile surgical vehicle transported by the Kunpeng. Deploy. Lin Hao's voice crackled through the Kunpeng's communicator. Click. 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 Like a transforming robot, the massive metal container rapidly unfolded and extended its walls and roof under hydraulic pressure. Heavy composite armor plates snapped into place layer by layer, grinding with a heavy metallic clatter. In less than 3 minutes, a silver-gray metal fortress stood imposing atop the snow-swept Tangula mountain peak. The heavy airlock doors on the side of the fortress slammed open with a thunderous roar, spilling out soft, bright light from within. Lin Hao was the first to burst through the side hatch of the Kunpeng, followed closely by Su Qing and 2 fully armed Spark team members, who shielded him from the blizzard with their bodies. Lin Hao clutched the crucial medical kit as he charged through knee-deep snow toward the fortress. The moment he entered the fortress, the heavy airlock door slammed shut behind him, instantly sealing out the howling blizzard. The interior was spacious, strictly divided into 3 zones: the pressurized buffer transition area at the front, the equipment control zone in the middle, and the core surgical area at the rear. Lin Hao distinctly felt the pressure shift in his eardrums as the thin, suffocating air was instantly replaced by oxygen-rich plains air. He took a deep breath, his lungs finally feeling the long-missed ease of unhindered airflow. Without pausing, he shed his heavy outer thermal suit to reveal the Spark uniform beneath, then rushed straight toward the core surgical area, medical kit in hand. Inside the operating zone, the overhead lights were already illuminated. Under the harsh, pale beams, the operating table, monitoring equipment, anesthesia machine, extracorporeal circulation machine, and all other necessary tools were fully prepared. Low-temperature self-check initiated, the technician's voice carried a hint of tension. Whether the precision instruments could function normally after being transported in sub-zero temperatures was a major test. Buzz. Beep. The ECG monitor flickered a few times before lighting up, displaying a stable waveform. Buzz. Beep. The anesthesia machine's control panel lights illuminated, but a critical flow sensor alarm light began flashing wildly. Low-temperature failure of anesthetic gas flow sensor. Repeat, flow sensor failure. Without precise anesthetic gas control, the surgery was impossible. Abandon conventional anesthesia. Use this. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao retrieved the newly exchanged vial of high-altitude adaptive neurostabilizer from the medical kit and handed it directly to Su Qing, who was already clad in sterile surgical scrubs beside him. Intravenous injection. Administer the dose as I've marked. It deeply suppresses pain and motor nerves while maintaining basal metabolism sufficient to sustain the surgery. Su Qing took the vial without hesitation and swiftly prepared it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's gaze swept over the critical equipment beside the operating table, the extracorporeal circulation machine. Establishing extracorporeal circulation under high-altitude, low-pressure conditions carried extreme risks, yet repairing the ventricular flow interruption point might necessitate its use to temporarily replace the heart's pumping function. However, the machine's core component, the blood pump, displayed abnormal fluctuations in rotational speed. The low temperature had caused the lubricant's viscosity to fail. Blood pump lubrication failure due to low temperature. Unable to maintain stable operation. Lin Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Without extracorporeal circulation support, the risks of repairing the ventricular rupture point skyrocketed. Chapter 62, Surgery successfully completed. Under the operating lights, the air seemed to freeze. Without extracorporeal circulation support, the risk of repairing the ruptured heart point skyrocketed exponentially. Lin Hao's gaze darted across the screen, where vital signs were deteriorating rapidly. There's no time. A rare look of urgency flashed across Lin Hao's face. The best course now is to abandon the bypass and proceed directly to open heart surgery. Neurostabilizer injection complete. Metabolic suppression depth achieved. Su Qing's movements showed no hesitation as the needle tip withdrew from Luosan's elbow vein. Good. Lin Hao's hand extended, the sharp blade of the scalpel landing precisely on the pre-marked incision site on Luosan's left chest. SSSSH. Skin, subcutaneous fat, and muscle layers were sliced open layer by layer. The high-altitude cold had made the blood vessel walls exceptionally fragile. Where the scalpel passed, blood gushed wildly, pooling rapidly at the edges of the incision. Electrocoagulate the bleeding. Quickly. Lin Hao issued the command calmly. The military doctor beside him received the order and swept the high-frequency electrocautery blade along the incision edges. The searing current instantly sealed the bleeding points. The cold has caused severe vascular fragility, the medic said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The bleeding is outpacing our ability to stop it. Lin Hao offered no response, his entire focus fixed on the exposed cardiac region. The retractor was carefully inserted between the ribs. As it spread open, the heart finally came into view. A small pool of dark red blood had already accumulated in the pericardial cavity. On the surface of the ventricle, a tiny yet fatal tear was spraying fine mist of blood outward with every futile contraction. Find the rupture point. Lin Hao's voice carried a thread of tense excitement. Successfully treating this tear would mean the surgery was more than halfway done. Prepare the nano repair gel. Catheter. The slender interventional catheter was handed over by Su Qing, and Lin Hao's right hand gripped it firmly. Guided by the path traced by Lin Hao's fingers, the catheter tip steadily penetrated the heart wall, inch by inch, probing toward the lesion site. 3 millimeters to target. 2 millimeters. Lin Hao silently calculated in his mind. He had long been imbued with the system's knowledge, granting him unparalleled precision in navigating the surgical field. But just as the catheter tip was about to touch the core of the lesion, beep, beep beep beep, beep. The ECG monitor sounded an alarm. The waveform on the screen abruptly flattened into a straight line. Ventricular fibrillation. The most critical situation struck without warning, catching everyone completely off guard. V-fib. Su Qing exclaimed as the monitor's blood oxygen level plummeted below the critical 10% threshold. Defibrillator. 200 joules. Quick. The military doctor immediately retrieved the defibrillation equipment. There's no time. Lin Hao's expression grew grim. After a moment's hesitation, he thrust the electrode pads into the hands of the nearby medic and, without a second thought, began compressing Lozang's still warm heart. Right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Put. The lifeless heart was forcibly squeezed and deformed beneath Lin Hao's small palms. 1. Lin Hao growled, pouring every ounce of strength into his arms. The heart contracted and released under his palms, rebounding slightly with its own elasticity. 2. An even more violent compression followed. Put. 3. 15. With each release of Lin Hao's pressure, the heart gave a faint rebound. Advisor Lin. The military doctor's voice carried urgency. Stay calm, don't panic. Lin Hao's movements didn't falter for a second. His right hand reached across the sterile table, grabbing the pre-prepared neural current stabilizing microsphere. The needle tip, in the brief pause between continuous chest compressions, pierced the muscle of Lozang's ventricle like lightning. The pale golden liquid was injected without hesitation. After Lin Hao's 20th compression. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp, prolonged beeping abruptly ceased, replaced by faint, rhythmic heartbeats. The flat line on the ECG monitor screen jerked upward. Though faint and slow, the waveform symbolizing life began to pulse once more. Thump, thump. Under the combined effects of Lin Hao's manual chest compressions and the miraculous microspheres, Luosang's heart began beating once more. Spontaneous heartbeat restored. Sinus rhythm. Su Qing's voice trembled with surprise and delight. Her gaze toward Lin Hao brimmed with admiration. This boy had once again performed a miracle. Blood oxygen levels rising. 25%. 30%. 40%. The military doctor stared at the monitor, his voice thick with astonishment. Lin Hao's hands pressed against his chest, finally lifting slowly. He gasped for breath, his body swaying slightly as overwhelming fatigue washed over him. Such intense CPR proved too much for the 10-year-old Lin Hao. He glanced at the stabilizing waveform on the monitor, then shifted his gaze to the still bleeding rupture on Luosang's chest, awaiting repair. Wipe my sweat, Lin Hao's voice was slightly hoarse. Su Qing immediately stepped forward, carefully wiping the beads of sweat from the edge of his mask and his forehead with gauze. Nanogel. Lin Hao's hand reached out again. With astonishing precision and steady hand, Lin Hao injected the nanogel into the tear in the ventricular wall. It rapidly formed a resilient, bio-inspired membrane that sealed the leak. Lin Hao's sweat dried and reappeared repeatedly, soaking through the inner layer of his protective suit until it clung tightly to his body. As the final suture was knotted and cut, Lin Hao gently lowered the needle holder. Rupture point repaired. Bleeding stopped. His voice carried heavy fatigue, yet the joy on his face was unmistakable. Dead silence filled the operating room, broken only by the steady, powerful heartbeat echoing from the monitor. Su Qing and the military doctor gazed at the pale yet steadily breathing face of Luosang on the operating table, then shifted their eyes to the small figure standing beside it. An indescribable warmth welled up in their eyes. The heavy airlock door slammed open, and a bitterly cold wind rushed into the fortress of life. Lin Hao stepped out first. As he removed his protective mask, his face long since drenched in sweat was revealed. The high-altitude sun's glare hit him squarely, making him instinctively squint. Outside the fortress, on the temporarily cleared open ground, the wind and snow still howled. Led by the company commander, followed by officers and soldiers without immediate duties, they had been standing in the snow for quite some time. The moment they saw Lin Hao emerge, followed by the technician inside the bunker flashing the successful operations signal, they erupted in uncontrollable excitement. No command was needed. The company commander suddenly straightened his spine, summoning every ounce of strength to press his right hand together in a deep, military salute. Swish! Behind him, over a dozen soldiers, equally braving the wind and snow, executed the salute in perfect unison. A howling blizzard lashed against their crisply pressed uniforms. Not a single soldier wavered, only rows of silent, solemn salutes remained. Lin Hao's footsteps halted at the fortress entrance. Gazing at these unsung heroes steadfastly holding the front line, he raised his hand and rendered an imperfect but profoundly solemn salute to the figures standing in the blizzard. Chapter 63, Post-Surgery Recovery and Return Home. 2 months later, the outpost remained shrouded in bitter cold. Thick snow reflected a blinding white light under the sun, illuminating the figure standing tall beside the sentry post once more. Luosang wore a faded military uniform, his cheeks still bearing the pallor of recent illness. Beside him, the company commander and fellow soldiers all shared an unmistakable look of relief mixed with lingering apprehension. Just then, a cacophony of yak bells and footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer. A figure, like a moving hill, trudged laboriously through knee-deep snow, moving toward the sentry post. It was an elderly Tibetan herder, clad in a heavy sheepskin robe. His face was deeply lined, etched with the marks left by the fierce plateau sun and bitter cold. He led a yak that looked equally exhausted, each step sinking deep into the snow. "Father!" Losang was the first to recognize the familiar figure, his voice breaking as he called out. He wanted to rush forward, but military discipline kept him firmly rooted at his post. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes instantly reddening. Old herder Dorje finally reached the compacted clearing in front of the sentry post. He loosened the yak's reins, his cloudy eyes darting past his son Losang to scan the crowd with urgency. When his gaze landed on Lin Hao dressed in the sparked uniform, standing at the edge of the crowd, his frame noticeably smaller than the surrounding soldiers, those cloudy eyes suddenly burst with bright light. He recognized that small figure, the little divine doctor his son had described countless times from his sickbed with a voice weak yet full of gratitude, the little bodhisattva from the Starfire base. Dorj's hands began searching his body, finally retrieving something with utmost solemnity from beneath his sheepskin robe, against the layer of clothing closest to his skin. It was a neatly folded kata, not the usual pure white, but a solemn and noble shade of blue-white. Dorj's movements carried an almost devout solemnity as he carefully unfolded the kata with both hands. When it was fully unfolded, everyone's gaze was drawn to what lay within. It was a celestial bead. It lay quietly on the blue silk, its texture smooth as jade yet possessing the weighty solidity of rock. 9 naturally formed eye patterns encircled the bead, deep and mysterious. A 9-eyed heavenly bead. The supreme sacred object in the hearts of Tibetans, a legendary treasure said to contain the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and possess immense protective power. Dorj held the kata, a symbol of utmost reverence, in both hands and approached Lin Hao step by step. Just a few paces away, this weathered old herdsman made a move that stunned everyone present. He bent his knees, preparing to kneel before Lin Hao. "Old father. You mustn't." Lin Hao reacted with lightning speed. His youthful voice carried an urgency he'd never before displayed. He lunged forward in a single bound, his small frame erupting with immense strength as he firmly seized Dorj's bending arm. Setting aside that healing the sick was his duty, he couldn't accept such reverence from someone so old. Lin Hao looked up. When he saw Dorj's cloudy eyes brimming with tears, he suddenly understood what it meant to be a father. "Father!" Losang could no longer hold back. He rushed down from his sentry post and threw himself forward to support his father. With Lin Hao and Losang supporting him, Dorj finally did not kneel. His hands trembled as he solemnly raised the kata wrapped around the 9-eyed heavenly bead before Lin Hao. His lips trembled incessantly. After struggling for a long moment, he finally spoke in Mandarin heavily accented with Tibetan. "Doctor of the Liberation Army. Little Bodhisattva. You are the divine eagle of the snow mountains. Sent by the Bodhisattva to save lives. This. He thrust the kata forward with all his strength, his hands shaking violently. For you. Bless you. Peace. Thank you. Thank you for saving my Losang. You saved my very life." The last few words were nearly a wail. Turbid tears streamed from his eyes, splattering onto the frozen ground and striking the hearts of everyone present. Perhaps this was what fatherly love truly looked like. Lin Hao looked at the old man before him, who had offered his family's most precious treasure, his entire faith and gratitude, into his hands. 2 months ago, Losang's dying heartbeat on the operating table, the silent military salute of soldiers in the blizzard. All those images surged back into his mind. A searing wave of emotion erupted from the deepest recesses of his heart, instantly shattering all restraint. He extended both hands and solemnly accepted the heavy kata, along with the warm, ancient 9-eyed heavenly bead. "Old father." Lin Hao's voice was warm and clear. "Brother Losang was a hero who protected us. This is what I should do." He clutched the kata and bead tightly to his chest. It wasn't merely their intrinsic value that made them precious, but the meaning they carried, which far surpassed their material worth. To refuse them would be to betray this sentiment, reminding Lin Hao once more of the weighty responsibility and significance he bore. The system's emergence had never been merely about granting him medical skills beyond others. The time to depart had come. The evacuation convoy of Sparkbase slowly departed the steel fortress that had been given a second life by its defenders, under the silent salute of the soldiers at the Tangula outpost. Wheels crushed the frozen earth, leaving deep ruts that were soon buried by howling snowstorms. Endless snow-capped peaks stretched into the distance, the air thin and crisp, each breath carrying the unique, biting chill of the plateau. As the convoy passed through the majestic Kunlun Pass, the lead command vehicle slowed to a stop. One by one, the entire convoy came to a halt. The door opened, and Lin Hao jumped out. The wind at Kunlun Pass was even wilder than at Tangula outpost, carrying a bone-chilling cold that filled his slightly oversized Sparks uniform. He instinctively pulled his coat tighter around himself. Standing beside the massive stone monument at the pass, his small figure appeared particularly frail. Turning around, he saw the road they had traveled already hidden behind layers of snow-capped mountains. As far as the eye could see, immense snow-covered peaks shimmered with a sacred glow in the sunlight. In the distance, faintly visible, several multicolored prayer flags fluttered wildly in the fierce wind. Lin Hao stood silently, his right hand clutching the smooth, warm 9-eyed heavenly bead. His left hand instinctively slipped into his pocket, where his fingertips touched a small, cold, angular metal object, the Spark badge that the head of the Qinghai branch of Spark had slipped to him before his departure. The snow-capped mountains stood silent, prayer flags dancing in the wind. He cast one last, lingering glance at these snow-capped peaks, silently guarded by countless heroes. Here, countless miracles of life had been born, and countless regrets had been left behind. Then, he turned and returned to the vehicle, leaving this highland land behind. Chapter 64, The Mass Chemical Plant Incident. The 3 months of recuperation were the most leisurely time Lin Hao had experienced since joining the Qiming base. No alarms, no pagers, only his mother's delicious home-cooked meals 3 times a day. Lin Hao's nerves, which had been stretched taut, finally relaxed as he savored this hard-won tranquility. Until this day. The emergency medical pager for Qiming base suddenly sounded. Lin Hao was trimming a potted philodendron for his mother when the alarm sound made him clatter the scissors back onto the windowsill. The smile on his mother Lin Wanqing's face froze instantly. She knew exactly what this meant. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by pride. Feeling his mother's encouragement, Lin Hao spun around and dashed to his room, swiftly changing into his deep blue spark uniform. "Mom, wait for me." The words barely left his lips before he shot out the door like an arrow, racing downstairs toward the Qiming base shuttle waiting below. Jiangnan City, Municipal First Hospital. The emergency hall, corridors, and even the makeshift outdoor space were densely packed with poisoned patients. An eerie purple-blue tint spread from their lips across their entire faces, torsos, and even fingertips, their skin taking on a heart-stopping deathly gray hue. They writhed in agony, gasping for breath with labored, bellows-like sounds. "Antidote. Sodium nitrite. Sodium thiosulfate. Quick. We're out of stock. Replenishment from nearby cities will take at least 2 hours. We don't have time. Director. Bed 3 is in ventricular fibrillation. Defibrillate. Bed 7 cardiac arrest. CPR. Now." Bed 10's oxygen saturation dropped to 40%. Doctors and nurses shouted hoarsely, the atmosphere thick with tension. A vertical takeoff and landing medical transport aircraft, emblazoned with the Qiming logo and Red Cross symbol, landed on the hospital rooftop helipad unnoticed by most. The hatch opened, and Lin Hao's small figure leapt out first, followed by several Qiming medical team members carrying sophisticated portable equipment. Without pause, he raced straight to the hospital's central laboratory. There, the top toxicologists from the local CDC and the hospital were huddled around a pile of complex data and chromatograms, their brows furrowed in frustration as they argued heatedly. "The data is abnormal. Cyanide concentration readings are extremely high, yet traditional antidotes show negligible neutralizing effects. This defies logic. Could it be some unknown complex? Never seen this structure before. Decoding it will take time. But the patients can't wait." Lin Hao strode directly to the main control screen. His youthful fingers flew across the keyboard, retrieving the molecular configuration spectrum of the patient's blood sample. Deep within his retina, a pale blue system interface instantly activated, performing high-speed analysis on the abnormally complex molecular structure displayed on the screen. Emergency rescue mission, deadly chain. Objective, neutralize the toxicity of a novel cyanide complex to save 300 poisoned victims. Mission reward, plus 1,500 points, partial unlock of molecular deconstruction technology. Technical support, exchange 4, targeted cleavage enzyme, molecular formula and synthesis pathway. Points required, 300. Points sufficient. Exchange? Exchange. Lin Hao's consciousness confirmed without hesitation. A torrent of information flooded his mind: complex enzyme molecular structures, precise amino acid sequences, efficient in vitro synthesis pathways. This isn't ordinary cyanide poisoning. Lin Hao's cool voice cut through the laboratory's clamor, instantly silencing all debate. It's a novel, artificially synthesized cyanide complex. Its ring-shaped molecular structure acts like a lock, firmly trapping the highly toxic cyanide ion at its core. Traditional antidotes only affect the outer layer of the lock, unable to reach the core toxin. That's why they're ineffective. What? The lab fell deathly silent, then erupted into even greater panic and despair. What do we do? Breaking down this new structure, There's no time to decipher the structure. Lin Hao declared with unwavering certainty. Targeted directly for dissolution. He turned, his voice rapid as he issued orders to the accompanying Qiming synthesis team. Target synthesis, targeted cleavage enzyme. Synthesis pathway transmitted. Activate mobile rapid bioreactor. Initiate highest priority synthesis. I need the first batch of finished product within 30 minutes. Yes. Mission accomplished. A flash of awe erupted in the synthesis team leader's eyes as he swept out with the equipment like a whirlwind. Time ticked by. Lin Hao stood outside the ICU isolation window, his gaze sweeping over rows of patients lying in beds, their bodies purple-blue, clinging to life. Among them, a young boy's face had turned a dark, purplish black. The lines on his monitor were faint, nearly disappearing. His father, a man in an expensive suit, tears streaming down his face, was being held down by 2 police officers, desperately screaming his son's name. He was Chun Hongyuan, chairman of Hongda Chemical, a local industrial giant frequently featured in the news. Time ticked by second. 25 minutes. 28 minutes. Catalase synthesis complete. First batch, 100 units. The synthesizer team leader's breathless yet exhilarated voice crackled over the communicator. Dispense immediately. Intravenous injection. Starting with the most critically ill patients. Lin Hao's command was concise and forceful. Medical staff clad in full protective gear swiftly injected the first batch of transparent enzyme solution, emitting a faint blue glow into the veins of patients exhibiting the deepest cyanosis. Lin Hao stared intently at the central monitoring screen. The curve representing cyanide ion concentration remained as still as stagnant water after the injection, showing no fluctuation whatsoever. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. It's moving. Look. Cyanide ion levels in bed 3 are dropping. Good heavens. Bed 5 is dropping too. The speed, it's so fast. Bed 8's blood oxygen is starting to rise. A miracle has happened. On the screen, the cyanide ion concentration curve, which had stubbornly lingered at a lethal high, began plummeting at a near vertical angle. Correspondingly, the deathly gray cyanosis on the patient's body rapidly faded from their face and limbs, revealing a pallid underlying complexion. On the monitor, the faint heartbeat curve grew stronger, and the blood oxygen saturation reading climbed upward. It worked. It really worked. Dr. Lin is amazing. The entire ICU, the entire hospital erupted in ecstatic shouts of relief and uncontrollable sobs. Lin Hao's tense expression finally relaxed slightly. Just then, the isolation door burst open. Chen Hongyuan, somehow having broken free from the police, scrambled toward Lin Hao, stumbling and crawling until he reached him. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Miracle doctor. Living Buddha. Please. Save my son. He's dying. I know I'm wrong. I deserve to die. The company skimped on updating the protection system. It's all my fault. Please give the medicine to my son. His wails were heart-wrenching, filled with remorse. The surrounding cheers instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes focused on the wealthy man kneeling on the ground and the child standing beside him. Lin Hao lowered his head, observing the father weeping bitterly at his feet for his son. His eyes showed no emotion. His voice was soft, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Now you know regret? Countless families outside are enduring endless suffering, all because of your selfishness and greed. Chapter 65, Cleansing Heavy Metal Complex Toxins. Lin Hao turned away from Chen Hongyuan, who lay limp on the floor like a ragdoll, fixing his gaze instead on Chen Hongyuan's son in the ICU, who was receiving his second injection of proteolytic enzymes. The law will judge your crimes. As for me, my only duty is to save lives. With that, he turned away without delay, heading toward the next critically ill patient. The toxic haze from the Jiangnan chemical plant had yet to fully dissipate. Just 3 kilometers from Honda Chemical, at the Jiangnan Steel Factory Workers' Hospital. 30 hospital beds held a uniform row of veteran steelworkers. Their faces were now shrouded in a pallid, lifeless pallor. Most horrifying were the dark red bloodstains on the sheets and the rust-colored urine in the bedside bags, resembling molten iron. Engineer Shang. Bleeding again. Quick. Master Li's blood pressure is unreadable. Administer dopamine immediately. Director Wang. Old Zhao's creatinine is off the charts. Dialysis is useless. The toxin levels haven't budged an inch. Gripping the latest blood test report so tightly his knuckles turned white, Director Wang Haifeng of the nephrology department stared at the numbers. Lead, cadmium, mercury, and other heavy metal ions were dozens of times above safe levels. Even more terrifying, these lethal metals weren't free, they had formed stubborn complexes, firmly embedded deep within the kidney tissue. It's contaminated groundwater. The steel mill's production, cooling water and domestic water, all pumped from that polluted aquifer. They're suffering from chronic poisoning accumulation. A young doctor growled in anguish, his eyes bloodshot. Conventional hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis have minimal effect. Their kidneys are being slowly devoured by these toxins. Suppressed sobs echoed softly through the ward. The wives by the bedside stared blankly, their eyes void of emotion, while fear etched itself across the children's small faces. Lin Hao entered the ward area with a solemn expression. Ignoring the hospital administrators who approached him, he walked straight to the innermost room. Lying in the hospital bed was Zhang Jinghua, the veteran grade 8 fitter, the factory's anchor of stability. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath so faint it was barely perceptible. His exposed arms were dotted with purplish needle marks, and the liquid in the urine bag beside the bed was as dark as ink. Deep within Lin Hao's retina, the system's interface instantly activated, rapidly analyzing the complex structural configurations extracted from the elderly man's blood and urine. Emergency Rescue Mission, Metal Anchor. Objective: eliminate heavy metal ion complex toxins to save 30 patients with end-stage renal damage. Mission reward, plus 1,200 points, partial unlock of biological purification technology. Exchange for molecular formula and synthesis pathway of heavy metal ion targeted biochelating agent. Points required, 250. Points sufficient. Proceed with exchange? Exchange. The consciousness command executed without hesitation. A torrent of data flooded in, revealing the intricate configuration of a bipolar biomolecular structure. Lin Hao lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across every despair-shrouded face in the ward. His voice, clear and steady, pierced the oppressive air. Single-pathway dialysis cannot dislodge the anchors within their bodies. We need a stronger net and sharper clamps. He turned to the engineers of the Qiming medical team behind him and Wang Haifeng, the hospital's nephrology department director, issuing precise instructions at a rapid-fire pace. I have a solution now, a dual-path purification system. Primary pathway, enhanced high-flux hemodialysis. Increase blood flow and dialysate velocity to serve as the primary channel for clearing free toxins in fragmented complexes. Second pathway, continuous ambulatory peritoneal dialysis. Leveraging the peritoneum's vast biological membrane exchange area as an auxiliary pathway for deep clearance of residual toxins in tissues, achieving 24-hour uninterrupted purification. Within the dual pathway circulating dialysate, we will simultaneously infuse a novel, heavy metal ion-targeted chelating agent. The chelator actively identifies heavy metal complexes, converting them into water-soluble, non-toxic inert crystals. Ultimately, these are excreted through dialysate and urine. Chelating agent? Crystallization? Director Wang Haifeng's pupils dilated dramatically. This completely overturned the established framework of traditional blood purification. The theoretical model is flawless. But conversion within the human body has never been tested. The risks are uncontrollable. A senior toxicologist's voice trembled. The greatest risk is that they're being dragged into the abyss right now. Lin Hao's voice rose sharply. The chelating agent synthesis protocol has been sent to the Qiming Mobile Synthesis Unit. Initiate highest priority synthesis immediately. Simultaneously, modify existing HD and CFPD equipment to establish a dual-path parallel circulation system. We have no time to debate what-ifs. Qiming's efficiency once again became a beacon of hope in the darkness. Hospital engineers, under Qiming technicians' direction, modified equipment and laid dual-pathway pipelines. The cold hospital ward instantly transformed into a cutting-edge technological fortress racing against death. Soon, the first batch of synthesized chelating agents glowing with an eerie pale golden radiance was injected into the source of the dual-pathway dialysis system. Time ticked away, second by second. On the monitor, the creatinine and urea nitrogen levels, indicators of kidney function, remained stubbornly above the lethal threshold, while the toxin concentration curve froze like solidified glacier. 30 minutes. 1 hour. Director Wang. Consultant Lin. Look at the peritoneal dialysis drainage bag. After an hour and a half, the observing nurse's voice suddenly rose, trembling with disbelief. All eyes instantly focused. Amidst the originally clear, faintly yellow peritoneal dialysis fluid, minute crystals shimmering with a deep, dark green glow were now distinctly suspended. It's out. It's really out. A suppressed gasp erupted throughout the ward. Almost simultaneously, the technician by the hemodialysis machine shouted excitedly, "The filter! HD filter mesh has captured them too! Deep green crystals!" But the true miracle unfolded in the body of veteran technician Zhang Jinghua. Under continuous dual pathway purification, a faint glimmer of vitality miraculously appeared on his face, which had been as gray and lifeless as paper. After a catheterization, the nurse discovered several irregularly shaped crystalline particles in the collected urine. Master Zhang! Crystals in the urine! Deep green! The nurse carefully extracted the largest crystal with sterile forceps and placed it in the center of a pristine sterile tray. Under the glare of the ward ceiling light, the deep green crystal lay still. It worked! Consultant Lin. Qiming. It worked! The long-suppressed hope instantly flooded the entire ward. Doctors, nurses, and family members embraced each other in tears. Days later, when Lin Hao stepped back into the steel mill hospital and entered the ward area now beginning to show signs of life, his footsteps faltered slightly. Every window pane in the ward was adorned with colorful paper cranes. Some were meticulously folded from notebook paper, others from old newspapers, and still others from candy wrappers. Each crane bore childish handwriting on its wings or body, bearing similar messages. Thank you, Dr. Lin. In that moment, Lin Hao's dedication was acknowledged by everyone. Chapter 66, Muscular Dystrophy. In the corridor of the Jiangnan Steel Mill Hospital, thousands of paper cranes trembled gently in the sunlight. Lin Hao stood within a patch of light, his fingertips brushing against a crane folded from candy wrappers. 3 months of recuperation had left him with nothing but a deep, heavy weariness. Advisor Lin, the first instance verdict for Chen Hongyuan's case is in life imprisonment. The voice of Zhou, the head of the Qiming logistics team, crackled through the miniature earpiece. Hongda Chemical has been completely sealed off. Its assets are being liquidated for compensation, but those who are gone forever. Lin Hao gave a faint in response. Those 3 words "can't come back" were undeniably cold. Just then. Woo woo woo. The communicator on Lin Hao's wrist flashed frantically. South China Children's Hospital, 7 cases of unexplained progressive muscular atrophy, critical condition. Request Qiming team intervention. Lin Hao spun around, stirring a gust of air that made the paper crane sway. In the intensive care unit of South China Children's Hospital, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. 7 tiny bodies lay curled up in 7 hospital beds. The oldest was barely 8 years old, the youngest just past their 3rd birthday. Their limbs were thin and frail, their bodies covered in wires and tubes, while ventilators hummed rhythmically nearby. Department Director Zhang Lan's bloodshot eyes scanned the electronic medical records in her hands, her expression filled with bewilderment. Creatine kinase, off the charts. Hundreds of times higher than normal. This is muscle dissolution, progressing at least 10 times faster than ALS. Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling on the edge of collapse. But the electromyogram shows completely normal nerve conduction signals. This defies every principle of neurogenic muscular atrophy. I've tried every known treatment. Steroid pulses, plasma exchange, immunosuppression. Nothing works. Absolutely nothing. She couldn't continue, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of helplessness. Just then, the ward door swung open. Lin Hao's small figure appeared in the doorway, his deep blue Starfire uniform standing out starkly against the pallid surroundings. He walked to the outermost bed. There lay a boy of about 5, his cheeks an eerie purplish blue from oxygen deprivation. Lin Hao glanced at the frantically flashing alarm readings on the bedside monitor, then his gaze fell on the boy's shrunken calf, where the skin had taken on a waxy sheen. Are the patient's genetic sequencing results in? Lin Hao's voice cut through the silence like a pebble dropped into stagnant water, instantly drawing the attention of all the medical staff. Right here. Zhang Lan instantly recognized Lin Hao, practically lunging forward to hand him the electronic screen, her voice urgent. We ran the whole genome screening 3 times. All patients show a blank break in the long arm of chromosome 5. On the screen, the genetic sequence map clearly marked a gap like a complete bead chain from which a single bead had been forcibly torn out, leaving a hollow void. Approximately 100,000 base pairs vanished? Lin Hao's fingertip traced the blank region, his brow furrowing deeply. Yes. Dr. Li Wei, the accompanying genetic engineering expert from Qiming Base, pushed his glasses back up his nose and fixed his gaze on the electronic medical record in Lin Hao's hands. Chromatin structural distortion? Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on the gap. We previously conducted chromatin conformation simulations to reconstruct the actual folding state of this broken region within the cell nucleus, but... A wry smile touched Zhang Lan's lips. The data volume is too massive. Conventional technology simply cannot compute it. The ward fell silent except for the hum of the ventilator and the steady beep of the monitor. Lin Hao remained silent, extending a finger to gently touch the withered calf of the 5-year-old boy lying in the hospital bed. Yet the instant their skin touched. Buzz. Deep within his retina, the system interface screen abruptly activated. Warning. Unknown chromosomal rearrangement disturbance detected. Emergency mission, silent chromosome triggered. Mission objective, decode pathogenic 3D topological structure to reverse muscle cell disintegration. Mission reward, plus 1,000 points, genetic topology technology unlocked basic. Technology support redeemable. Chromosome conformation analysis 500 points. Exchange? Knowledge infusion initiating, foundational theory of chromosomal topological correlations. Exchange. Lin Hao's consciousness hesitated not a moment. Boom. A torrent of information flooded his mind. No longer cold molecular formulas, but countless superhelical structures. The violent information shock sent Lin Hao's small body swaying. He snapped his eyes shut. The hearts of the surrounding medical staff leapt into their throats. Zhang Lan even instinctively reached out to support him. After a few breaths, Lin Hao opened his eyes. Prepare the highest resolution liquid chromatography system. Lin Hao issued the command with crystal clarity, then turned to Dr. Li Wei and Zhang Lan. And immediately call up the hospital's fastest cryo-electron microscope. What we need to examine, he said, gazing at the tiny form on the hospital bed, is not the genetic sequence code. It's the 3-dimensional blueprint. Within the core chamber of Qiming Base's mobile laboratory, the makeshift chromosome conformation capture instrument emitted a low hum. On the massive main screen, complex data streams raced through rapid analysis. Dr. Li Wei, Zhang Lan, and several top geneticists stared intently at the screen, not daring to blink. Raw data processing complete. 3D modeling initiated. Reported the head of the synthesis team. On the screen, a 3-dimensional model representing the long arm of chromosome 5 began to form. The modeling cursor swiftly positioned itself at the theoretical blank breakpoint where 100,000 base pairs were supposedly erased. Zoom in on the break edge. Lin Hao stood before the console, his voice calm. The model instantly zoomed in, then zoomed in further. Chromatin fibers at the break edge were clearly stripped away, revealing their minutest spatial folding structures. Buzz. Under everyone's gaze, the screen suddenly flickered. What had been a theoretically smooth edge was now forcibly twisted and drawn together in 3-dimensional space by an invisible force. The chromatin fibers on either side of the breakpoint formed an unprecedented yet exceptionally stable closed loop, defying conventional folding angles. What kind of structure is this? Dr. Li Wei exclaimed, his glasses sliding down to the bridge of his nose, a change he didn't even notice. The breakpoint closed itself? Formed a loop? How is that possible? This kind of topological structure has never been recorded in the database. This violates all known laws of chromatin folding. Zhang Lan's face was equally frozen in disbelief. Dead silence filled the core chamber, broken only by the low hum of instruments. Lin Hao stared intently at the closed loop as the system's analysis results appeared. He slowly raised his head and said coldly, "This isn't a gap. It's a lock." He pointed at the slowly rotating closed loop on the screen. A suicide switch has been forcibly implanted into their genes. Chapter 67, Genetic Loop? Hope ignites only to be snuffed out. The massive main screen displayed the loop structure spinning silently. Forcibly implanted a suicide switch? Dr. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. Everything before him defied his understanding of common sense. Lin Hao didn't respond. He strode toward the control console, sliding the custom metal step up to his feet. He stepped onto it, his height now level with the core area of the light screen. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, inputting data stream after stream. Simultaneously, the humming frequency of the instruments rapidly increased as they operated. On the main screen, the closed loop structure was magnified by the liquid chromatography system. The chromatin on either side of the breakpoint exhibited bizarre folding, causing two regions that should have been parallel on the linear sequence to fuse together. Here, Lin Hao pointed to a tightly joined interface on the model. On the left lay a cluster of muscle differentiation suppression genes, on the right, a super enhancer. Muscle differentiation suppressor? Zhang Lan sucked in a sharp breath. The super enhancer is rated at the highest activity level in the database records. Now they're forcibly fused together. The factor that originally controlled cell growth has been given a reverse command. Instead of accelerating growth, it's now speeding up necrosis. Correct. Lin Hao's gaze returned to the model running on the screen. The dynamic simulation commenced. The super enhancer forced its way through the violently twisted chromatin channels, flooding the inhibitory gene cluster on the left. It's like welding the brake and accelerator together. The super enhancer acts as the accelerator, while the muscle differentiation inhibitor genes function as the brake. Their simultaneous activation forces muscle cells into a braking state, essentially halting growth and triggering degradation and necrosis. Zhang Lan realized with a jolt. So the electromyogram remains normal, neurons continue functioning, yet the muscle is executing a genetic suicide command. Li Wei's voice was dry. Advisor Lin, can this process be reversed? Zhang Lan snapped her head up to look at Lin Hao, her eyes gleaming with hope. I want to use gene editing technology to sever this loop directly. We can try. Lin Hao stepped down from the platform and activated the editor's simulation interface. Dr. Li, as the expert in this field, please demonstrate the procedure. Li Wei nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to begin the operation. The virtual molecular scissors were guided toward the closed-loop interface. The moment they neared. Buzz. As it approached the quadruple-stranded nucleic acid region near the interface, the path deviated uncontrollably, resulting in the cut landing on an irrelevant area dozens of bases away. No good. Simple cutting just can't achieve precise intervention. Li Wei's voice betrayed his frustration. This closed loop forms an extremely stable quadruple-stranded nucleic acid structure through three-dimensional folding. Existing editing factors are far too crude to achieve precise cutting. The timeline is also untenable. Zhang Lan frowned deeply and continued, even if editing succeeds, the children's muscles are undergoing widespread necrosis. Repairing genes is only the beginning. They need new, healthy muscle cells. But their muscle stem cell reserves. She pulled up the data. Less than 1% activity. In vitro expansion is impossible in time, and it conflicts with the command halting neuronal growth. Lin Hao stared at the frantically running model and said in a low voice, even if we complete the gene repair and transplant, this super enhancer remains. If we introduce ordinary repressor factors, they'll cause necrosis instantly. A triple iron wall, encircling them in icy silence. The air froze once more. The system's icy voice abruptly cut through the silence. Triggered mission, precision molecular scissors. Objective, design and synthesize guide RNA capable of specifically recognizing closed-loop interfaces and executing precise cuts. Mission reward, plus 1,000 points. Technical support exchange, guiding RNA customization platform 300 points. Exchange? Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao's eyes lit up with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. Redeem. Knowledge on topologically specific cleavage and nuclease-directed activation instantly flooded Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao opened his eyes and looked at Li Wei. Dr. Li, assist. Input the target interface's 4-chain nucleic acid structure coordinates and parameters. Understood. Li Wei sat down at the terminal. On the light screen, a distorted 4-chain nucleic acid structure model of the target interface materialized. Lin Hao's fingertips swiftly traced across the virtual modeling interface. Before long, an intricate structure began to take shape. Its core featured an omega-shaped hairpin loop serving as the stabilizing base for the entire factor. The three-dimensional configuration was finely tuned to perfectly complement the indentations and protrusions within the target's deadlock core region, like the interlocking teeth of a key and lock. Lock structure. Lin Hao murmured. On the light screen, the completed RNA factor model docked with the closed loop. Perfectly interlocked. It worked. Su Qing's voice trembled with excitement. Design validation passed. Initiate synthesis. Lin Hao's command was crisp, without a hint of hesitation. The Qiming mobile synthesis unit emitted a deep rumble. Specific nucleotide monomers were precisely captured, linked, and folded. The solution glowed faintly blue as the exquisitely crafted programmable cleavage factor RNA rapidly materialized. Inside the core chamber, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the high-resolution imaging screen connected to the cultivation chamber. Change was happening. Customized hairpin-shaped RNA precisely navigates complex nuclear environments, bypassing other structures to firmly anchor at the closed-loop interface of target stem cell genomes. Upon binding, it instantly activates the micronuclease. Immediately afterward, the nearly dormant stem cells of the pediatric patients in the culture chamber visibly accelerated their division rate. The cells became plump and robust. The loop is severed. With incredible precision. Li Wei's voice trembled. The stem cells, they're alive. They're proliferating. Zhang Lan's eyes welled with tears. A thunderous cheer nearly shook the chamber's roof. Initiate targeted muscle differentiation immediately. Prepare immunodeficient mice with identical genotypes for in vivo transplantation to validate safety and efficacy. Lin Hao's voice remained composed, though a flicker of light passed through his eyes. A batch of healthy muscle progenitor cells carrying the repaired gene instructions was rapidly prepared and carefully transplanted into genetically matched immunodeficient mice. The transplant proceeded smoothly. The mice showed stable vital signs. It worked. The synthesis team leader growled softly, staring at the data. Just as elation peaked and taut nerves were about to relax. Woo! 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 The shrill biological monitoring alarm erupted throughout the mouse laboratory area. What's happening? Lin Hao was the first to rush toward the monitoring screens, but before his words had fully left his mouth. Bang! Deep within the lab, inside a transparent biological culture chamber, the mouse that had just undergone cell transplant and repair underwent a horrifying transformation before the stunned eyes of the team. Its blood vessels bulged like inflated balloons, and its skin turned a purplish black. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed as the reinforced glass walls of the chamber splattered with dark red blood and shattered tissue, staining them crimson. Within mere seconds, the mouse disintegrated from the inside out. The core chamber fell deathly silent. The flame of hope that had just been kindled was instantly extinguished. Lin Hao stared fixedly at the main monitoring screen. His gaze slowly shifted to the adjacent display, where the closed-loop interface precisely severed by the RNA factor and meant to remain separated began to reassemble. There, the closed loop that had been successfully severed began to coalesce once more. Chapter 68 Disguise, the truth unraveled layer by layer. Silence hung heavy within the core module. The blood-stained culture chamber felt like a heavy hammer striking each person's heart. The bloody explosion of the immunodeficient white mice during the test had ruthlessly extinguished the hope that had just begun to flicker within them. Same genotype, immunosuppressant. The researcher in charge of the animal experiments slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant at the results. Why the rejection? This defies science. Lin Hao quickly regained his composure, ignoring the chaos behind him. His gaze remained fixed on the closed-loop interface area on the main screen, precisely cleaved by the RNA factor. The gradually deepening red ripples flickering around it proved that processing the genetic closed loop was far from a simple cut-and-seal solution. It's not rejection, Lin Hao stated coldly. It's recognition, the body's own genes identifying something that shouldn't be there. He swiftly retrieved the cellular scan data captured the instant before the experimental mouse exploded. The three-dimensional model generated by the analysis system rotated and zoomed on the screen, finally focusing on the surface of the transplanted, genetically repaired muscle progenitor cells. Look here, Lin Hao pointed to a corner of the 3D model. On the surface of the repaired cells within the model, abnormally complex protein protrusions were highlighted. The configuration of these protrusions bore no resemblance to any known proteins found on normal cell surfaces. The three-dimensional folding has altered the morphology. Dr. Zhou Ming, the immunology expert from Qiming Base, leaned closer to the screen and sucked in a sharp breath. The RNA factor precisely cleaved the closed loop and repaired the core instructions, but it simultaneously disrupted the original high-dimensional folding equilibrium in that region. This subtle distortion in the spatial structure has affected some nearby, previously silent gene fragments, causing them to express entirely new, surface antigens. Completely new antigens? Zhang Lan frowned. Doesn't that mean the immune system will treat them as invaders? Exactly. Lin Hao nodded. Even in immunodeficient mice, the immunosuppressants we injected before transplantation only suppressed the conventional response. These antigen signals are highly specific, directly triggering the immune system. The body perceives these repair cells as foreign invaders that must be eliminated immediately. What can we do? Li Wei could only sigh helplessly. Even with his years of expertise in this field, he felt utterly powerless in this situation. The repair cells themselves have become targets. Transplanting them is like setting off a bomb. But without transplantation, the children can't wait. The triple barrier seemed to become quadruple, and in an instant, the clouds of despair grew even denser. Lin Hao closed his eyes. Deep within his retinas, the system task interface still hovered. But his consciousness no longer sought new exchange options. Earlier, while handling an organ transplant rejection crisis caused by exogenous gene contamination at the Qiming base, he had delved deeply into immune evasion strategies. One of the cutting-edge concepts. He snapped his eyes open, shattering the silence. Liposomes. What? Zhang Lan didn't register immediately. Encapsulate the edited stem cells within liposomes. Lin Hao raced through the explanation. The first layer constructs a biomimetic lipid membrane shell, physically isolating those mutated antigens on the cell surface and leaving the immune system directionless. The second layer involves collecting the patient's own peripheral blood mononuclear cells on site, rapidly isolating and purifying their primary white blood cell antigen proteins. We then graft these identity marker proteins the patient's own onto the surface of our engineered liposome shell. He turned to Dr. Zhou Ming and Zhang Lan. Once this camouflage is complete, what do the transplanted repair cells appear to be in the eyes of the immune system? Dr. Zhou Ming's pupils dilated instantly, his face lighting up with delight. They're the patient's own cells. Covered in their own white blood cell antigen proteins. Like wolves in sheep's clothing? No, more like a Trojan horse. Dr. Li Wei stared in utter astonishment at the 10-year-old boy before him, his eyes wide with awe. Advisor Lin. You're proposing to disguise the repair cells as the patient's own cells, deceiving the immune system's sentinels to allow them safe passage into the Trojan before activating internally. Good heavens! This combination. The theory holds. Feasibility is high. Dr. Zhou Ming immediately launched the virtual simulation program, his fingers trembling with excitement. Physical isolation plus antigen camouflage. Double insurance. Especially embedding the patient's own leukocyte antigens, it's a stroke of genius. It avoids the most lethal allograft reaction. Execute immediately. Lin Hao's command was utterly decisive. Divide into 2 teams. Team 1, immediately collect bone marrow and peripheral blood from the most critically ill patients. Isolate stem cells and antigen proteins on site. Team 2, initiate liposome synthesis and surface chimerism protocols. Simultaneously conduct in vitro directed differentiation induction. We're running out of time. Hope ignited, and everyone's efficiency surged to its absolute limit. Inside the makeshift sterile operating room, a needle pierced the iliac bone of the comatose Chen Xiaoyu, extracting precious bone marrow. The centrifuge spun at high speed, separating hematopoietic stem cells and critical peripheral blood mononuclear cells. On the other side, a customized liposome solution was generated under precise control. Purified white blood cell antigen proteins from Chen Xiaoyu himself were precisely fused onto the surfaces of these lipid bubbles. Simultaneously, a small number of autologous stem cells isolated from the bone marrow underwent precise RNA factor editing and repair in vitro, initiating differentiation into healthy myoprogenic precursor cells. In the final step, the repaired and differentiating myoprogenic precursor cells are encapsulated within the liposomes bearing Chen Xiaoyu's own HLA proteins. South China Children's Hospital ICU, Bed 3. Chen Xiaoyu's body was covered in tubes, his muscles atrophied. His mother sat vigil at his bedside, her eyes red and swollen, clasping her son's small, limp hand. Lin Hao personally oversaw the final infusion. A pale golden solution, enveloping the camouflaged cells, slowly flowed through the venous pathway into Chen Xiaoyu's body. Time ticked away in suffocating anticipation. 1 hour, no adverse reactions. 2 hours, vital signs stable. 3 hours. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu's mother's body jerked violently. She looked down in disbelief at her palm. The limp, lifeless little hand she had been holding had just curled its index finger around her palm. Xiaoyu. She trembled with overwhelming joy, tears bursting forth instantly. Xiaoyu. You moved. You grabbed mommy. Doctor. Doctor. He moved. His hand grabbed me. Immediately after, the tiny index finger in her palm hooked weakly once more. Once, twice. Electromyographic signals restored. No rejection reaction detected. Vital signs stable and improving. Shears erupted instantly. Zhang Lan clamped her hand over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Dr. Li Wei pounded Zhou Ming's shoulder, too overcome with emotion to speak. The others stared at Chen Xiaoyu, their faces equally aglow with excitement. Chapter 69, The Pain of a Firefighter. As Lin Hao stepped out of the ICU, the hospital corridor was already packed with media who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, their cameras and microphones trained on him. Advisor Lin Hao. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle in medical history. You've pioneered a new era of chromosome folding surgery, a reporter exclaimed excitedly, nearly shoving the microphone into his face. Lin Hao paused, lifting his head to face the flashing cameras. His expression bore no trace of self-satisfaction, only an uncharacteristic calmness for his age and a barely perceptible weight. There is no such thing as chromosome folding surgery, he said quietly, yet with an undeniable authority. We merely restored life to its original state, returning it to where it belongs. With that, he ignored the growing media buzz behind him and walked straight through the crowd toward Qiming's temporary analysis center set up in the hospital. The atmosphere inside the center was tense. Su Cheng and Li Wei studied several maps and environmental monitoring reports, their brows furrowed. We found it. Su Cheng slid a freshly printed report toward Lin Hao, her voice low. All 7 affected children, their home addresses are concentrated in the Fanghua Garden residential complex in the southern part of the city. Fanghua Garden? Li Wei pointed to the location on the map. If I recall correctly, 10 years ago this was the old factory site of Hengshi Biochemical Group. Su Cheng interjected, her tone icy. Hengshi Biotech went bankrupt and liquidated 15 years ago. That land was later developed into the residential community Fanghua Garden. These children's families must be among the first residents to move in. The environmental sample results are in. A researcher burst in, handing an urgent report to Lin Hao. Residual traces of an unknown high-concentration compound were detected in deep soil samples and residual groundwater from the Fanghua Garden complex. This compound was secretly dumped into Hengshi Bio 10 years ago by a chemical subsidiary of the Augustus Group under the guise of industrial cleaning agents. It's confirmed they knew full well about its potent genetic toxicity and risk of inducing chromosomal instability. Augustus again. Lin Hao murmured the name, his eyes freezing over with icy resolve. He strode to the main control console, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he retrieved the internal database file titled Hengshi Bio Bankruptcy Acquisition Case. The pages scrolled rapidly, finally pausing on the last page of a share transfer document. Under the Acquirer section, 3 cold black letters stood out in bold. AGC. Augustus Genetic Capital. Fanghua Garden. Hengshi's former site, Industrial Cleaning Agents. Lin Hao murmured these keywords under his breath, his expression darkening by the second. Originally, Augustus Capital, as an internationally renowned medical and biotechnology company, had exerted an overwhelming influence domestically. Its presence permeated countless corners of society, often beyond direct observation. Mental exhaustion surged like a tidal wave. Continuous high-intensity work had left Lin Hao both mentally and physically drained. He instinctively raised his hand to massage his throbbing temples. He needed rest now, even if only for a moment. He headed straight to the hospital lounge, collapsing onto a couch fully clothed and pulling a blanket over himself. Yet, the innocent smiles of the children at Fanghua Garden and the cold, clinical letters of Augustus, these images swirled and intertwined before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. He felt transported back to that ICU filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, watching his mother lie weakly in the hospital bed. That helplessness, that profound reverence for life and the desperate desire to protect it. I can't break down. He silently urged himself, fingers clenching the blanket's edge. So many people are waiting. Finally, he slipped into a deep, peaceful sleep. Su Cheng, who had rushed over upon receiving orders, learned Lin Hao was in the rest area. Unable to shake her unease, she went in to check on him. Seeing him sleeping peacefully, she turned to find Zhang Lan to learn more about the incident. After an unknown period, the communicator on Lin Hao's wrist vibrated again. Woo! 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 Highest priority. Emergency medical intervention request from Jiangjiang City, Jiangnan Province. 7 firefighters from a municipal fire brigade developed widespread petechiae, persistent bleeding from puncture sites, and gross hematuria within 72 hours after battling a chemical plant fire. Preliminary diagnosis, disseminated intravascular coagulation (DIC). Request immediate intervention by the Qiming team. Lin Hao awoke from his slumber, the lingering fatigue in his body now completely dissipated. Su Cheng and Li Wei had naturally received the communication alert and now arrived together at the restroom where Lin Hao had been sleeping. Su Cheng. Li Wei. Lin Hao's voice rose sharply as he looked at the two entering. Target Jiang City. Depart immediately. All mobile analysis units, synthesis modules, and emergency blood banks bring everything. Hurry. With that, Lin Hao charged toward the door. Exhaustion? That was a desecration of life. Qiming's vertical takeoff and landing medical transport aircraft was already on standby at the hospital's rooftop. Once the entire Qiming team assembled, they would head straight for Jiang City. Jiang City First Municipal Hospital Emergency Department. Chaos reigned here now, the pungent smell of disinfectant drowned out by an even more overpowering stench of blood. 7 emergency beds stood in a row, each holding a firefighter who had recently battled death in the flames. Their bodies were now covered in large, deep purple bruises, indicating severe subcutaneous bleeding. Blood seeped continuously from the 4 insertion sites on their arms and necks, soaking through thick gauze and the bedsheets beneath them. Even more unsettling were the urine bags hanging beside the beds, their contents a dark reddish hue. Patient 2's blood pressure is dropping. Patient 3's oxygen saturation has dropped below 85%. Quick! Apply positive pressure oxygen via mask. Patient 5's pupils. The right pupil is dilating. Notify neurosurgery immediately. Doctors and nurses shouted incessantly, their footsteps clattering like drumbeats amid the relentless wail of monitoring alarms. Lu Mingyuan, the emergency department director, looked ashen as he studied the freshly delivered head CT scan. The dense hemorrhage in the basal ganglia region at the center of the image weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. Why did the heparin fail to anticoagulate? His voice was dry and hoarse, his expression betraying his confusion. We administered low molecular weight heparin anticoagulation according to standard protocol. It's only been a few hours. How could such a massive intracranial hematoma form so suddenly? Beside the hospital bed, a young firefighter's wife collapsed to the floor, clutching her infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. She clamped her hands over her mouth, her body shaking violently as sobs escaped through her fingers. Her husband, the patient with the massive cerebral hematoma, lay there now, his faint heartbeat on the monitor the only sign of life. Chapter 70, Coagulation Abnormalities Caused by Tetrabromobisphenol. Make way. Ximing Medical is here. A piercing voice cut through the chaos of the emergency room. The crowd parted forcefully, clearing a path as Lin Hao strode in. Behind him, members of the Ximing medical team swiftly dispersed, rapidly deploying portable analyzers, miniature bioreactors, and life support units. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the 7 hospital beds. Finally, it settled on bed 1, the firefighter suffering from massive intracranial hemorrhage. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his hand reaching for the still oozing venous puncture site on the patient's arm. How many plasma exchanges have been performed? Are the test results in yet? Lin Hao instantly shifted into work mode, firing a barrage of questions at Lu Mingyuan, who stood frozen nearby. Lu Mingyuan snapped back to reality, seizing the opportunity like a lifeline. 3 times. Just finished the 3rd. Fibrinogen was only 0.8 gl before exchange. 2 hours after exchange, it plummeted back to 0.1 gl. Like a roller coaster. Completely unstable. We were truly at a loss. A roller coaster like fluctuation? Lin Hao's brow furrowed deeply. This wasn't typical for DIC. DIC is a consumptive coagulopathy where fibrinogen levels decrease steadily and gradually, with a brief rebound after supplementation. This precipitous, cliff-like drop in the fluctuation curve must indicate other underlying pathogenic factors. Immediately. Collect fresh anticoagulated blood from all patients. Centrifuge at maximum speed. Extract the white membrane layer at the junction between the platelet-rich plasma layer and the platelet-poor plasma layer. Lin Hao's orders came rapid fire, precise and decisive. Activate the Ximing Mobile High-Speed Electron Microscope. Now! Ximing technicians received the orders and sprang into action. Several tubes of freshly drawn dark red blood were swiftly loaded into the centrifuge. The centrifuge stopped. The technician retrieved the samples and rapidly prepared slides on the workbench. The thin white membrane layer substance, situated between the plasma and red blood cells, was placed onto a specially designed stage. Lin Hao stepped onto the metal platform, his gaze fixed on the observation window of the electron microscope. He took a deep breath and placed his right hand steadily on the high-power focus knob. Buzz! Deep within his retina, a pale blue system interface screen abruptly activated. Emergency Intervention Mission, Coagulation Enigma. Objective: analyze the root cause of the fatal coagulation disorder and reverse the DIC process. Mission reward: plus 1,200 points, partial unlock of coagulation pathology tech tree. Technical support redeemable, ultra-high-resolution microscopic atlas enhanced analysis, 150 points. Exchange? Exchange. Lin Hao agreed immediately. Boom! A vast sea of microscopic image processing knowledge surged into his mind, seamlessly integrating with the intricate operational details of this cutting-edge device before him. Lin Hao's fingertips moved slightly, precisely adjusting the knob. The previously blurry microscopic world on the screen instantly became crystal clear. Lin Hao's gaze darted swiftly across platelets, red blood cells, and fibrin. Suddenly, deep within the electron microscope's field of view, a scene magnified hundreds of thousands of times came into focus. No longer the reticular fibrin structure formed during normal blood clotting. Instead, within that pool of plasma, countless sharp, slender needles had abruptly materialized. Warning! Unknown fibrin crystal morphology detected. Structure exhibits abnormal stability with potent procoagulant and physical damage properties. The system's cold warning tone exploded in his mind. Lin Hao stared intently at the spine-chilling needle-like crystals displayed in the observation window and said coldly, "It's not DIC. It's an unknown form of fibrin crystals." Lin Hao's gaze shifted from the screen, sweeping over the 7 steel-like bodies ravaged by illness. Initiate emergency medical diagnostics. Lin Hao's voice was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Target the key genes in the coagulation pathway for epigenetic modifications. Conduct a comprehensive screening for blood toxins. Roger that. Su Qing and Li Wei replied in unison. Inside the Ximing mobile lab, the whole genome sequencer hummed at full capacity. Countless gene fragments flashed and compared within the high-speed data stream. Deep the screen suddenly flashed. Abnormally high methylation in coagulation function. Methylation level, 89%. Compared to normal value, less than 5%. Determination, blood cells have lost functionality. 89%. Li Wei sucked in a sharp breath, his voice cracking. With such high clotting methylation levels, the blood simply can't flow. It can't even sustain the most basic physiological functions. Beep beep beep. Soon after, another machine beeped. High toxicity peak detected. Comparing characteristic ions. Match 99.8%. Confirmed tetrabromobisphenol. Tetrabromobisphenol? Su Qing snapped her gaze toward Lin Hao. This is the core component of a new fireproof coating. At the high temperatures of a fire scene, this substance would release and volatilize in massive quantities. It appears tetrabromobisphenol underwent a chemical superposition reaction with another substance, causing blood cells to lose their activity. Conduct animal model testing. Immediately. Lin Hao's command came without pause. Simulate fire exposure through inhalation. I need to see how tetrabromobisphenol affects blood cell activity. Inside the makeshift biosafety isolation chamber, several groups of healthy experimental mice were placed in an environment filled with precisely controlled concentrations of tetrabromobisphenol aerosol. Just 20 minutes after exposure. Report. Plasma fibrinogen levels in the test group. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. Average decrease. 72%. The results unequivocally confirmed that tetrabromobisphenol A invaded the body, causing methylation of the coagulation system. Lin Hao stood before the massive molecular model display, his fingertips racing across the keyboard. On the screen, the three-dimensional structure of the fibrinogen molecule rapidly assembled, rotated, and zoomed in. Look here. Lin Hao's voice was icy as he pointed to a critical folding junction at the model's core. In normal coagulation, the first step is ensuring fibrin monomers polymerize into a loose, elastic network structure. Lin Hao's voice suddenly grew heavy. But now, tetrabromobisphenol causes the fibrin monomers to wildly aggregate and stack. Physical damage compounded by abnormal procoagulation. Lin Hao clenched his fist. The truth was clear, but time was life. The intracranial hematoma in patient 1 was like a ticking time bomb, and the coagulation systems of the other 6 were rapidly collapsing. Conventional fibrinogen supplementation is ineffective. Su Qing exclaimed urgently. We must prioritize treating the methylation of coagulation function now. Design a targeted vector. Lin Hao's mind raced. Aim for demethylation. He activated the gene editing platform, his fingers dancing across the modeling interface like a phantom. Integrate the specific demethylation enzyme. Construct a dual-pronged approach targeting methylation maintenance enzymes eradicating existing methylation marks while blocking new mark formation. Chapter 71, Successful Treatment. On the screen, an exquisitely structured demethylation carrier rapidly took shape, its core housing precision molecular tools. How will it be delivered? Li Wei scrutinized the design blueprint. It must traverse the cell membrane and nuclear envelope, precisely targeting the disease gene. Utilize liposomal nanoparticles. Lin Hao replied without hesitation. This is already the optimal delivery vehicle. On the virtual interface, spherical liposomal nanoparticles rapidly assembled, their surfaces sprouting countless spiny-like peptide segments with formidable membrane-penetrating capabilities. Lin Hao spoke rapidly. The goal is to penetrate the vascular endothelial gaps and achieve highly efficient cellular entry. Encapsulation rate must be maximized. This is non-negotiable. The Qiming synthesis unit erupted with an unprecedented roar. Particle size inspection passed. Encapsulation rate check, stable. Passed. Loading the targeting vector. Lin Hao stared at the synthesis progress bar, his voice taut. The solution of liposomal nanoparticles, carrying the life-saving molecular scalpel, precisely blended with the synthesized carrier solution under high-speed centrifugal force. Loading complete. Encapsulation rate confirmed, 92.3%. Structure stable. Peptide surface density meets design specifications. First batch. Purify immediately. Sterilize. Lin Hao's orders flew like bullets from a barrel. Prepare for rain fusion. Quickly. Time is life. The pale golden nanoparticle solution slowly flowed into the bloodstream through the venous pathway, controlled by the infusion pump. In the emergency room, all eyes were fixed on the monitoring screens. Lin Hao stood beside the bed, his gaze as still as a deep pool, awaiting the moment that would decide life or death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. Suddenly, the index finger of the injured patient's limp hand twitched ever so slightly. Immediately after. Beep. On the vital signs monitor connected to his head, a heartbeat waveform previously flat as a line suddenly spiked upward with a tiny peak. The red light signaling critical intracranial pressure abruptly extinguished. Time seemed to stretch in the intensive care unit. After the nanoagent was injected into his bloodstream, every medical professional's gaze was fixed on the monitor's screen, watching the undulating lines and flickering numbers. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suddenly, on patient 1, the critically injured victim with intracranial hemorrhage, the stubbornly elevated intracranial pressure readings on the monitor abruptly halted their ascent, then began a slow descent. The intracranial pressure is dropping, exclaimed the monitoring nurse, her voice nearly cracking with excitement, her hands trembling. It felt like a signal. Immediately after, the monitors at the other beds began reporting good news one after another. Bed 3's fibrinogen levels are rising. Bed 5 shows a significant decrease in D-dimer concentration. Bed 7's blood gas analysis has improved, and metabolic acidosis is corrected. A miracle was unfolding at a visible pace. 24 hours later, patient 1 was weaned off the ventilator, breathing steadily on their own. Though still frail, a faint yet genuine spark returned to his newly opened eyes. 72 hours later, the terrifying ecchymoses on most patients began to fade, shrinking by a staggering 87% to faint traces. Puncture sites no longer oozed blood, and the alarming hematuria vanished completely, with urine bags returning to their expected clarity. A week later, the doors of the intensive care unit swung open. 7 firefighters, though still pale and noticeably thinner, stepped out wearing fresh hospital gowns, supported by their comrades and loved ones. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's glass windows, bathing them in a warm glow. Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding simultaneously. Jiang City Market Supervision Administration, in collaboration with Emergency Response and Environmental Protection Departments, launched a lightning raid on the factory producing fireproof coatings. The factory owner tried to make excuses, but when law enforcement officers pulled several dust-covered barrels with blurred labels from the corner of his raw material warehouse, his face instantly turned ashen. The moment the rapid testing device's probe touched the substance, a shrill alarm blared. Tetrabromo bisphenol concentration exceeds the limit by 142 times. The enforcement officer's voice was cold as ice, delivering the verdict like a sentence. As one observant officer moved an empty drum aside, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Crouching down, he scraped away the thick grime and solidified paint residue from the drum's base. A laser-etched black batch number emerged clearly. AGFT 2019. He immediately snapped a photo and transmitted the image back to the command center, synchronizing the data to the analysis terminal at Qiming Base. AG. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy as he stared at the enlarged batch number on the screen. Despite the deliberately obscured prefix, this coding style matched the unique numbering system for chemicals under Augustus's umbrella in his database with uncanny precision. Simultaneously, this signaled that this toxic formula had been secretly produced and circulated for at least several years. Who knew how many hidden dangers lurked in places invisible to the public eye? 1 month later, at the Jiang City Fire Brigade headquarters, red flags fluttered proudly. 7 fully recovered firefighters stood tall in crisp flame blue uniforms, red flowers pinned to their chests, like 7 sturdy pine trees. Before them, the entire brigade stood at attention. The brigade commander's voice boomed with emotion. Following rigorous medical examinations and evaluations, the brigade party committee has approved their return. Welcome back, our heroes. Thunderous applause erupted like a downpour. Cameras flashed frantically. At that moment, Captain Wang stepped forward abruptly, raised his right hand, and rendered a perfect military salute. His voice trembled slightly with emotion, yet it carried an undeniable strength, reporting to the brigade commander. Special Operations Station 1 of the Jiang City Fire Brigade, 7 members present, 7 members accounted for. All members request to return to combat duty. This is our petition to rejoin the front lines. He presented a petition bearing 7 vivid red fingerprints. It was more than a document, it was a pledge of loyalty and devotion written with their second lives. The brigade commander's eyes reddened as he solemnly accepted the petition, returning the salute once more. Lin Hao stood quietly to the side as a special guest, watching the scene unfold. Sunlight glinted off the firefighters' gleaming new helmets. But when his gaze inadvertently swept over the smooth surface of the helmet in old Wang's hands, he noticed a corner of a news article being browsed on a reporter's tablet. It was an investigative report summary about a multinational corporation conducting illegal genetic experiments worldwide. A bold, asterisked contamination zone code CZ19 was starkly visible in the helmet's curved reflection. Lin Hao's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The cheers remained deafening, but Lin Hao had a vague sense that this matter was far from over. Chapter 72, The Withered Life. The mysterious illness from the Yunnan Guizhou region. 48 hours after the firefighters' homecoming ceremony, on the main screen of Qiming Base's ecological monitoring network, a blinding red triangular alert suddenly popped up in an area at the Yunnan Guizhou border. Alert source, Haya Village, Yunnan Guizhou Mountain Region. Reported anomaly, villagers struck by a mysterious illness, tentatively named sunlight disease. Skin rapidly develops extensive blisters upon sunlight exposure, followed by ulceration and high fever. Cases of multi-organ failure and death have been reported. Surrounding crops and vegetation simultaneously exhibited widespread withering, characterized by rice ears turning eerily black and trees shedding bark over large areas. The duty officer's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with disbelief. Advisor Lin, Dr. Su. You need to see this. Black Cliff Village seems to have been burned by something. Lin Hao and Su Qing rushed to the main control room. Satellite imagery was pulled up, a high-definition feed zooming in until it locked onto the remote village nestled within towering mountains. Yet a single glance sent chills down the spine. Centered around the houses of Black Cliff Village, the surrounding trees were all charred black, and the scorched area was spreading outward in a radiating pattern. Radial pattern. Lin Hao's gaze fixed intently on the expanding map of destruction. When the emergency line connected, the village chief of Blackcliff Village spoke through the video feed. It started with a few people getting red spots that itched. We thought it was just too much sun, but it got worse and worse. They couldn't stand the light. As soon as they saw it, huge blisters formed, and their flesh rotted. The rice nearby was strange too. The ears were fine when they were filling out, but within days, they turned black. Squeeze them, and it was all black ash. The trees were shedding their bark too, like they'd been dead for decades. The village chief's voice was hoarse, tinged with despair over this year's ruined harvest. It's a curse. In this poor mountain hollow, we've never heard of such strange occurrences. Su Qing tried to guide him. Old secretary, has anything unusual happened in the village or nearby lately? Any chemical plants or anything unusual stored around here? The village chief frowned, straining to recall, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh. If you ask about unusual things, years ago, a company called Hongshire Bio came here. They said our land was too dry and wanted to help us test plant some new drought-resistant rice. They set aside a plot at the east end of the village and worked on it for a while, but it didn't work out, so they left. That was ages ago. Could it be related? Hongshire Bio. Lin Hao and Su Qing exchanged glances, each seeing deep chill in the other's eyes. The genetic contamination at South China's Manhwa garden, the clotting agent murders targeting G-City firefighters, behind each loomed the shadowy hand of Hongshire and its backer, Augustus. Now, in this remote Blackcliff village, it had resurfaced in yet another guise. The preliminary report from the local CDC arrived swiftly, yet its conclusion was utterly baffling. Analysis indicates mass cases of photodermatitis among villagers, compounded by an outbreak of rare plant pests. During the video conference, the expert's response was utterly formulaic. We've instructed villagers to avoid sunlight and sprayed pesticides and fungicides on crops and surrounding forests. Nonsense. Dr. Li Wei nearly leapt to his feet. Can photodermatitis cause multiple organ failure? What kind of pest could carbonize rice ears and cause trees to collectively shed their bark? And spraying pesticides? That's just pouring gasoline on the fire. His premonition became brutal reality. Days later, the latest satellite imagery revealed that the dead zones sprayed with pesticides had not only failed to stabilize but were expanding outward at an accelerated pace. The samples are here. Ximing's researcher rushed into the lab clutching the freshly delivered sealed box. Work proceeded simultaneously on both fronts. Li Wei led the medical team to examine the patient's pathological slides. The images revealed under the high-powered electron microscope sent a chill through everyone's spine. The patient's skin samples revealed near total disappearance of the outermost stratum corneum and granular layer. Epidermal cell structures were blurred, intercellular connections severed, and barrier function completely lost. This isn't simple sunburn or dermatitis. Li Wei's voice was dry. This is a total collapse of the skin barrier. Ultraviolet rays penetrated unimpeded, directly destroying the dermis and subcutaneous tissue, triggering inflammation and multi-organ failure. Meanwhile, the botanical analysis yielded even more bizarre results. The blackened substance on the rice ears is primarily carbonized organic matter, but that's not the key point. The botanist pointed at the spectral analysis chart, his face contorted in horror. The mitochondria in these plants are all ruptured. We detected massive amounts of mitochondrial lysis products. What's even more terrifying, their chloroplasts have vanished. Not deactivated, physically gone. The lab fell deathly silent. Skin barrier disruption, mitochondrial lysis, chloroplast disappearance. This completely defies conventional toxicology or pathology. This didn't resemble poisoning. It felt more like a deliberate demolition targeting the fundamental structures of life. At that very moment. Buzz. Deep within Lin Hao's retina, the pale blue system interface screen abruptly activated without warning. This time, it even flickered with a hint of urgency. Warning. High concentration of unknown compound contamination detected, targeting and destroying fundamental cellular organelle structures. Emergency mission activated, collapse of the life foundation. Mission objective, analyze the compound contamination mechanism and reverse the life structure disintegration process. Mission reward, points plus 1800, partial unlock of organelle targeted repair technology. Technology support redeemable, chloroplast mitochondria reverse engineering toolkit 700 points. Knowledge infusion, fundamental comparisons and shared crises between plant C4 photosynthesis pathways and human mitochondrial energy conversion. Exchange. Lin Hao's consciousness hesitated not a moment as the massive points were deducted. Boom! A torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. Lin Hao snapped his eyes open and rushed to a high-powered microscope displaying a cell sample extracted from the edge of a patient's necrotic skin. His gaze pierced through the eyepiece, fixating on the structurally blurred, disintegrating cells. This isn't a disease. This is a complete collapse of the immune system's foundational recognition. He slowly lifted his head to the main screen, where countless complex data streams and models were being constructed. The toolkit's preliminary scanning analysis module activated automatically, focusing on the epidermal cells within the microscope's field of view. Analysis results appeared. The patient's epidermal cells exhibited massive loss of desmosomes, significantly reduced stability in the phospholipid bilayer structure of cell membranes, and disappearance of key proteins. The physical and biochemical barrier functions had effectively disintegrated. What should have been a dense, intact cellular surface was now riddled with holes, like a dam hollowed out by an ant colony. The barrier had truly vanished. Not breached, but dismantled from its very foundations. Chapter 73, The Peril of Disintegration Factor. A deathly silence fell over the laboratory. Everyone seemed stunned by Lin Hao's words, a collapse at the very foundation of the immune system's recognition, and the terrifying conclusion displayed on the screen: barrier directly vanished. Dr. Li Wei's mouth hung open, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. Forgotten. Su Qing's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. This phenomenon completely defied the explanations found in modern medical textbooks. Yet the group had gradually grown accustomed to Lin Hao's astonishing theories. The countless miracles he had created long ago surpassed their comprehension, fostering unconditional trust in him among everyone at Qiming Base. Lin Hao paid no heed to the shock around him. His entire focus was now immersed in the pale blue light screen unfolding deep within his retina. The vast information of the chloroplast reverse engineering toolkit surged like a burst dam, colliding and fusing wildly with his existing knowledge system. The intricate blueprint of plants' highly efficient C4 photosynthetic pathway transforming light energy into chemical energy was juxtaposed and compared with the operational principles of mitochondria, the core energy factories within human cells, from an unprecedented perspective within his mind. This led him to recall the village chief's earlier mention of Hangshur Bio cultivating drought-resistant rice here. I might know what started this. Its energy. Lin Hao's voice broke the dead silence. As far as we know, Hangshur Bio is experimenting with drought-resistant rice. Without sufficient water, achieving drought resistance requires some method to replace water's role in the rice growth process. My guess is they used some kind of direct energy compound produced by Augustus. He spun around abruptly, his fingers flying across the main control screen to pull up intricate molecular simulations and energy flow diagrams. The core of this energy supply is a novel substance. For now, we'll call it disintegration agent. He gave it a simple yet chilling name. It directly disintegrates energy substances for power, originating from the experimental legacy left behind by Hangshur Bio on this land years ago. It entered the environment and food chain through groundwater, soil volatilization, and possibly even contaminated crops. On the screen, a molecular model with an unusual structure, constantly twisting and shifting, was highlighted. Its mechanism is deception and hijacking. Lin Hao's finger traced the model's critical junctions. It mimics the structure of a crucial coenzyme in cellular energy metabolism, but its function isn't to assist, it's to destroy. In the plant kingdom, it prioritizes invading chloroplasts, binding to core proteins of the photosynthetic system. The chloroplast model on the screen instantly turned a dangerous red. It doesn't inhibit photosynthesis, it acts like a mad overseer, whipping the light reactions to run at speeds beyond their limits. The result? Massive quantities of unusable, abnormally high-energy electrons and free radicals are generated, instantly burning out the entire photosynthetic system from within. Chloroplast disintegration triggers a chain reaction that ruptures mitochondria too. The very foundation of energy production is obliterated, leaving plants to wither and carbonize. While the human body lacks chloroplasts, we possess mitochondria. The scene shifts to a human cell, with a magnified model of a mitochondrion. And mitochondria and chloroplasts share a similar homology at the most fundamental level of energy conversion logic. This disintegration agent can similarly deceitfully embed itself into the critical electron transport chain complexes on the inner mitochondrial membrane. The model demonstration begins. Blue light points representing normal electron flow are violently disrupted, even partially reversed, while red explosion points symbolizing lethal free radicals erupt wildly. The result is identical. ATP production collapses, free radicals run rampant. The cell's interior is devastated. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the audience, finally settling on the pathological section images. Now, answer the most crucial question: why does the skin barrier disappear? It wasn't directly attacked, it was depleted. Long-term exposure to low concentrations of disintegration agent caused sustained damage to the villager's mitochondrial function, severely depleting ATP reserves. Maintaining the skin barrier structure, synthesizing desmosomes and generating lipids is an energy-intensive process. With energy completely depleted, the barrier naturally couldn't regenerate or sustain itself, disintegrating and vanishing from its very foundation. Sunlight? Lin Hao glanced out the window. Ultraviolet rays were merely the final straw that broke the camel's back. They delivered devastating bombardment to a city that had already lost all its defenses. With Lin Hao's explanation, the truth became clear. A single pollutant simultaneously destroyed the vitality of both plants and humans at the energy level. The solution is twofold, Lin Hao continued without pause, his reasoning terrifyingly clear. First, address the symptoms. Immediately administer maximum intensity energy support therapy to patients. Intravenous infusion of ATP precursors, high-dose coenzyme Q10, and other drugs that stabilize mitochondrial membrane potential. Give their cells an oxygen boost to buy time. Second, address the root cause. Eradicate the disintegration agent. His gaze returned to the system interface, where the toolkit provided deeper knowledge: the precise structure of an enzyme protein in the plant C4 system that efficiently captures carbon dioxide. We need to create a nanoscale trapper. Lin Hao's fingers danced across the modeling interface once more. Reverse engineer it based on that carbon capturing enzyme structure. But instead of trapping carbon dioxide, it will capture disintegration factor. On the screen, a miniature lattice structure rapidly materialized, exquisitely crafted with surfaces densely packed with specific binding sites. Modify it to exhibit extreme affinity and specificity for disintegration agents. Once bound, it must never release them. Form a non-toxic neutralizing complex that's ultimately expelled through the body's own metabolic system or our blood purification equipment. Prepare synthesis immediately. Lin Hao's command was on the tip of his tongue. Woo! 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 The highest level alert from the ecological monitoring network erupted again without warning. On the main screen, real-time satellite imagery of Black Cliff Village was forcibly overlaid. In the village center, where Hangsher's experimental fields once stood, massive, twisted fissures now gaped open in the ground. The high-definition footage transmitted by the drone was even more shocking. Thick, eerily dark green fluorescent mist was gushing out from those fissures. Environmental sensor readings instantly spiked off the charts. Warning! Warning! Regional decay factor concentration skyrocketing. Exceeding threshold by 500%. 1000%. Still climbing. Radial wilting zone expansion rate increased by 400%. Rapidly advancing. Projected to threaten nearest township within 12 hours. In the laboratory, the faint glimmer of hope that had just emerged from finding a direction was instantly crushed by reality. The toxic source beneath the earth had finally erupted completely. Chapter 74, on the scene, a hair's breadth from disaster. The main screen displayed satellite imagery of the farmlands surrounding Black Cliff Village. From the former Hangsher experimental field as its epicenter, the phenomenon spread wildly outward. Thick, dark green fluorescent mist gushed from the fissures, billowing upward and even tinting the sky with an eerie hue. Environmental sensor readings skyrocketed, and a shrill alarm echoed through the Qiming base command center. Warning! Decay factor concentration rising exponentially. 1,200% above threshold. Radial wilting zone expansion rate increased by 400%. Projected to reach the outskirts of the nearest township in 11 hours and 43 minutes. Each broadcast felt like a sledgehammer striking the hearts of everyone present. We can't wait for the nano-catchers to fully synthesize. Lin Hao reacted swiftly. Standing before the satellite map, his finger pinpointed the most lethal fracture at the core of the image. The leak source must be sealed immediately. Even a temporary containment will buy us critical time. Otherwise, once the toxic fog spreads completely, it will be too late. But Advisor Lin, an environmental expert, studied the readings on the screen, his voice hesitant. The conditions there, even the highest grade protective suits might not hold up for long. If the protection fails, I understand the risks. Lin Hao cut him off, his tone unwavering. Calculations show our latest Fortress 3 suits integrate a disposable emergency energy barrier. Theoretically, they can withstand 25 minutes of extreme concentration exposure. That's sufficient. His gaze swept across everyone present. I need a strike team. I'll lead it. No. Su Qing nearly blurted out, her face etched with worry. It's too dangerous. You're the commander-in-chief, you can't. I understand the energy characteristics of decay agent best. Only I can locate the leak point fastest and direct the containment effort. Lin Hao looked at her, his expression calm yet unwavering. This is the optimal solution, Lei Yi. Present. A tall man with a stern face, clad in Qiming field combat gear, immediately stepped forward. He was Lei Yi, captain of the field operations team. You're in charge of squad safety and tactical execution. Geotechnical engineer Zhou Chen, bring your rapid containment gear and ground-penetrating radar. We also need a guide familiar with the local terrain, Lin Hao added. A moment of silence filled the communicator before a young voice, weak yet resolute, answered, I'll go. I'm from Black Cliff Village. My name is Yanhan. I used to go to that area often. I know the way. My father is still in the hospital. I need to do something. Minutes later, the isolation hatch at the base's lowest level opened. 3 figures clad in heavy Fortress 3 protective suits stood there. Equipment check. Lei Yi's voice crackled over the internal comm channel. Life support systems normal. Environmental monitors normal. Energy shield charged to 100%, ready for activation. Sealing gel and absorbent mats fully stocked. Geological scanner online. Let's go. The heavy-duty all-terrain vehicle, equipped with partial triple-proof capabilities, boarded the heavy transport aircraft and sped toward Black Cliff Village. Upon reaching Black Cliff Village, the team swiftly picked up Yanhan. After donning protective gear, they boarded the vehicle and raced toward the contaminated area. The closer they got to the contamination site, the more terrifying the surrounding scenery became. The world outside the windows had lost all color. The land lay charred black, as if repeatedly scorched by fire, crisscrossed with fissures. All vegetation had been reduced to ash. A gust of wind stirred up a cloud of black dust that settled on the vehicle's body with a soft rustling sound. A peculiar odor hung in the air, a mixture of burnt sulfur and an indescribable, sickly sweetness. The most terrifying thing was the silence. Not a single sound of life. No chirping insects, no birdsong, only the monotonous roar of the all-terrain vehicle's engine and the occasional static crackle from the onboard sensors. Energy interference intensifying. Zhou Chen stared at the dashboard. External energy readings on the protective suits are fluctuating wildly. Keep moving, Lin Hao's voice came through the visor, unnervingly calm. Yen Han, guide us. Yen Han frowned, straining to discern their direction. The all-terrain vehicle plodded across the chaotic terrain, carefully dodging the fissures that periodically appeared on the ground. Some fissures were narrow, while others gaped several meters wide, bottomless chasms glowing with a faint, heart-stopping dark green light. Suddenly, snap! The vehicle's right rear wheel suddenly sank. The ground caved in without warning. Hold steady! Lei Yi growled, yanking the steering wheel while simultaneously adjusting the vehicle's power output to pull away from the edge of the collapse. No good. The ground structure is extremely unstable. We have to walk. Zhou Chen stared at the densely packed red warning zones on the ground radar, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The Ford disembarked. Their heavy boots crushed the brittle ground beneath them, emitting a teeth-grinding crunch. Every step demanded extreme caution. The numbers on the portable environmental monitor danced wildly, constantly pushing against the preset safety thresholds. The energy shields of their protective suits emitted a low hum, struggling to resist the relentless corrosion of the pervasive disintegration agent. Follow me. Yen Han took a deep breath and led the team forward by memory. The deeper they ventured toward the core, the thicker the fog grew. The powerful headlamp could only illuminate a few meters ahead. Energy interference caused the internal communications to cut in and out, punctuated by a harsh static. Guided by Lin Hao's precision detector and Yen Han's memory, they painstakingly advanced toward the point of highest radiation. Finally, after pushing through a particularly dense patch of toxic fog, the sight before them made everyone gasp. A colossal chasm, its edges still collapsing and expanding, loomed before them. At its widest point, the chasm spanned over 10 meters. At the bottom, the rusted remains of a massive metal tank were faintly visible, the long-buried waste storage container for Hengshi biotech. Now, the tanks were completely shattered. A bizarre substance surged from the cracks like boiling magma, billowing deadly toxic fumes. This was the very source of all the disasters. This is it. Lin Hao's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. Engineer Zhou. Quick! Assess the optimal sealing point. Zhou Qinxiang swiftly deployed the ground-penetrating radar to scan the fissure structure. The northeast wall of the fissure is relatively stable. We can attempt to establish the first containment point there. We need to drive in support bolts and then inject rapid setting gel. Lei Yi. Assist with securing the anchors. Lin Hao ordered. Roger. Lei Yi retrieved a jackhammer and specialized metal anchor rods from his backpack, striding without hesitation toward the perilous edge of the fissure where debris continued to cascade. Chapter 75, Sealing completed. Just as Lei Yi aimed the first anchor bolt at the rock face and Zhou Chen prepared to spray the gel. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar erupted. No! It's an aftershock. Retreat immediately. Zhou Chen shouted hoarsely. Accompanied by another violent, teeth-grinding metallic snap, the damaged tank at the bottom of the abyss seemed to collapse a second time. A thick, almost tangible dark green toxic mist, mixed with air currents, erupted violently from the depths of the fissure. In an instant, it completely engulfed the 4 people standing at the edge. Alert! Alert! External decay agent concentration overload. Exceeding protective limits. Energy shield strength plummeting. 75%. 60%. Warning. Protective suit integrity compromised. The shrill alarms blared frantically inside each helmet, while blood-red lights flashed across the visor displays. The deep green fog completely obscured their vision, leaving only the sound of rocks continuously collapsing beneath their feet and the wailing alarm of the overloaded energy shield. Inside the helmets, the shrill overload alarms grew more urgent with each passing second. Hold steady. Don't spread out. Lei Yi's roar cut through the static-filled communication channel. The energy barrier can't hold much longer. Zhou Chen's voice carried palpable panic. The geological structure is still shaking. Advisor Lin. Yen Han's voice cracked with despair. At this critical moment. System. Overclock barrier output. Authorize emergency power usage. Lin Hao's voice showed no tremor. His consciousness instantly interacted with the system interface embedded deep within his retina. 500 credits were deducted, trading for a brief surge of energy to power his protective suit. Buzz. All 4 Fortress 3 suits emitted an unprecedented, thunderous hum as a thicker, denser energy shield abruptly expanded outward, violently repelling the oppressive, viscous toxic fog. It was precisely because Lin Hao knew he could draw support from the system that he dared to approach with such confidence. Barrier strength is recovering, but it can only last a maximum of 8 minutes. Lin Hao's voice raced. Engineer Zhou. Report the nearest ceiling point. Zhou Chen stared intently at the geological radar screen, 3 meters ahead and to the left. That protruding rock base. Its structure is relatively stable. Hurry. Lei Yi. Anchor bolts. Roger. Lei Yi charged toward the rock formation, faintly visible through the mist. The impact drill roared as the special alloy anchor rod slammed into the charred strata. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Gel injection. Maximum flow. Lin Hao ordered, simultaneously operating the portable unit to pre-position another high-efficiency adsorption mat along the crack's edge. Zhou Chen and Lin Hao simultaneously aimed their spray nozzles at the anchor rod anchorage zone and the fissure. Whoosh! A torrent of specially formulated rapid curing gel shot forth. Upon encountering the high-concentration disintegration agent, it triggered a violent reaction, instantly solidifying into a rigid isolation layer. Simultaneously, the adsorption mat was laid down. Its surface, covered in countless nanoscale pores, frantically devoured the toxic mist, its color rapidly shifting from grayish-white to deep green. 3 minutes later, as the final piece of absorbent felt was laid and the nozzle expended its last droplet of gel, the once raging dark green toxic torrent finally slowed to intermittent trickles. Leakage slowed. Initial containment successful. Zhou Chen shouted, nearly collapsing as he stared at the monitoring readings, his voice trembling with the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Take samples. Lin Hao showed no sign of relaxation. He swiftly moved forward, carefully extracting several samples of the source disintegration agent from the gaps in the gel using a specially designed corrosion-resistant sampler. Simultaneously, he used a laser cutter to slice a small piece of metal bearing a serial number and special coating from the rusted tank wreckage. Retreat! Withdraw immediately! Lei Yi roared, pulling up Zhou Chen and Yen Han, who were nearly spent. The team retreated swiftly along their original path. When they burst out of the thickest toxic fog zone and saw the waiting support team and all-terrain vehicle at the perimeter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Almost the instant they boarded the ATVs, the energy shields of their protective suits flickered several times before fading completely. While Lin Hao's team held the line, the rear base used the precise source sample data they had risked their lives to retrieve. The synthesis efficiency and targeting precision of the nanocatchers were pushed to their absolute limits. Several large drones roared overhead, spraying not pesticides but a pale golden aerosol containing countless nanocatchers over Blackcliff Village. The nanocatchers landed on the scorched earth, blending into the air as they precisely hunted down every disintegration agent molecule. Once captured, they locked onto their targets, transforming them into harmless sediment. The readings on the environmental monitors began a precipitous drop. Simultaneously, within the mobile medical pod, an upgraded blood purification machine operated at full capacity. Blood from critically ill patients was drawn out, flowing through special filters packed with nanocatchers. Dark green toxins were filtered out at a visible speed, and the bright red blood was then returned to the body. Combined with the high-intensity energy support therapy previously devised by Lin Hao, the effects began to manifest. A young firefighter who had been unconscious for days now showed a faint heartbeat curve on the monitor, gradually strengthening. Most excitingly, the infant who had been in the most critical condition showed remarkable improvement. The weeping ulcer on his forearm, which had been constantly oozing tissue fluid, had significantly reduced its discharge. At the edges of the ulceration, faint signs of pink, regenerating granulation tissue were becoming visible. It's working. It's really working. A nurse covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. Inside the evacuating aircraft, Lin Hao shed his heavy protective suit, revealing a slightly pale face. He gazed down through the porthole. Blackcliff Village remained shrouded in vast swaths of charred blackness, lifeless and desolate. But now that the inky green toxic fog had dissipated, sunlight could finally illuminate the land unimpeded. The source of the disaster had been temporarily contained, but complete purification and recovery would require a long time. The preliminary analysis of the tank residue is in. Li Wei's voice came through the communicator, heavy with gravity. The coating composition and serial number patterns perfectly match a batch of experimental equipment discarded 5 years ago by Genesis Technologies, a subsidiary of the Augustus Group. They didn't even bother to destroy it properly. Lin Hao said nothing, silently encrypting and storing the analysis report. He realized that the shadow of Augustus had long since transcended any single drug or disease. The aircraft swept over mountains and rivers, returning to base. Lin Hao leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The extreme challenges endured within a single day had etched an additional layer of uncharacteristic maturity and solemnity into his brow. Just then, his wrist terminal vibrated softly. A new message interrupted Lin Hao's rest. Chapter 76, The High Command's Decision, Hidden Behind the Scenes. The heavy transport aircraft touched down smoothly on the dedicated helipad at Qiming Base. The hatch opened, and the night breeze swept in, blowing away the last trace of fatigue lingering on Lin Hao's brow. He took a deep breath, and the sickeningly sweet, fishy stench of Blackcliff Village vanished from the air. Academician Chen Mingyuan had been waiting nearby. Without a word, he strode forward, gave Lin Hao a firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with relief. First, head to the medical center for a full checkup and decontamination protocol. It's standard procedure, Chen Mingyuan said with concern. I've already notified Wei Niang that you had to wrap up an urgent experiment and will be staying at the base dorm tonight. Lin Hao nodded, offering no objection. He knew his mother would worry, but there was nothing he could do. This was the responsibility he had to shoulder. 3 hours later, Lin Hao completed the entire tedious series of examinations and decontamination procedures. His physical indicators were confirmed normal, though his mental energy was severely depleted. Changing into clean civilian clothes, Lin Hao made his way to a soundproofed lounge deep within the base. Just as he picked up his spoon to eat, a screen silently illuminated in the room. Xiao Hao, Chen Mingyuan's figure appeared on the screen, set against the backdrop of a simple office. His expression, however, was unusually solemn. An emergency meeting of the higher-ups. You are required to observe. Listen only, do not speak. The channel has been encrypted. Lin Hao set down his spoon, sat up straight, and fixed his gaze on the screen. The image shifted, revealing a conference room he had never seen before, solemn and dignified, where technological sophistication blended seamlessly with an air of weighty authority. Seated around a long rosewood table were only a handful of individuals, each a familiar face from the news, figures capable of shaping the nation's course. Representatives from the National Security Agency, Military High Command, the Ministry of Science and Technology. Their expressions were uniformly grave, as heavy as mountains. The elderly man presiding over the meeting spoke with a calm, steady voice transmitted through the encrypted line. We have completed our review of the preliminary report on the Black Cliff Village incident. Qiming Base responded swiftly and handled the situation decisively. Comrade Lin Hao, in particular, demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom, averting an incalculable ecological and humanitarian catastrophe for the nation. His contributions are outstanding. The words were filled with affirmation, yet the atmosphere in the conference room remained tense. However, the elder shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping the room. This very incident has once again sounded the alarm for us. Behind the lingering toxicity of Heinzher lies the Augustus Group's malicious intent, which knows no bounds. Their focus on Comrade Lin Hao, or rather, that of certain international forces, has transcended academic interest and reached the highest level of strategic threat assessment. A middle-aged man with a shoulder star spoke next, his voice firm. Intelligence indicates that since the artificial heart launch, reconnaissance, infiltration, and even preparatory action plans targeting Comrade Lin Hao have increased exponentially. In the past, we could rely on information gaps and technological superiority to conceal our activities. However, during the Black Cliff Village incident, Comrade Lin Hao personally led the charge into the front lines. Though compelled by necessity and ultimately successful, his operational patterns, technical preferences, and even personal traits may now be further captured and analyzed by the enemy. The risks to his personal safety have risen exponentially. He's only 10 years old. The head of the technology department pushed his glasses up, his voice heavy with reluctance and concern. We cannot allow a child to live forever within an absolute fortress of isolation. That would be another form of harm not only to his personal growth but also to the potential development of his future creativity. But the reality of the risks leaves no room for complacency. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Then, the voice of academician Chen Mingyuan joined the discussion. His image did not appear in the main conference room but was transmitted via video link. He had clearly given this issue considerable thought beforehand. Commander, distinguished leaders. I propose a plan. It can be summarized in 16 words: absolute protection, deep concealment, normal daily life, remote decision-making. All eyes turned to him. Chen Mingyuan continued. First, absolute protection. Upgrade security protocols. Deploy the most professional team to provide comprehensive, seamless protection for Lin Hao and his mother using the most covert methods. Protection must blend into the environment without disrupting their normal routines. Second, deep concealment. Effective immediately, Lin Hao will no longer participate in any public activities under his real identity. All external announcements and honors related to Qiming Base will be attributed to myself and the team of adult scientists. We must cultivate an image of collective wisdom at Qiming to diminish his personal spotlight. Third, normalized life. Chen Mingyuan emphasized, I recommend Lin Hao reintegrating into society by attending a regular school with reliable educational standards. After a year of growth, his appearance and demeanor have changed significantly from his image at the press conference. With careful arrangements, we can easily conceal his identity from the outside world. He needs an environment with peers and exposure to the real vibrancy of society. This is crucial for him. The city's key elementary school near the base would be ideal. Fourth, remote decision-making. Lin Hao's position as the technical core and ultimate decision-maker of the Qiming Base remains unchanged. Through our verified encrypted network, he can access the base systems from any location to provide RD guidance and handle crises. This ensures both his safety and the continuous operation of the Qiming Base's central processing unit. After Chen Mingyuan finished speaking, the conference room fell silent once more. Moments later, the elderly man presiding over the meeting nodded slowly.
Comrade Ming Yuan's considerations are thorough.
We must ensure absolute security while providing the genius with the most normal environment for growth possible. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, but these measures must retain humanity and focus on the long term. His gaze sharpened. The proposal is approved in principle. The security department will immediately refine the implementation plan. I want to see simulations of every detail. The education department will coordinate, handling identity arrangements to ensure they are natural and seamless.
Comrade Ming Yuan, you will personally oversee the external image overhaul of the Qiming base.
As for Comrade Lin Hao himself, the old man's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, landing on Lin Hao, who was listening intently. Tell him the nation is grateful to him, and ask for his understanding of these arrangements. His battlefield may temporarily recede from the front lines, but it will become broader and more profound. The path he pursues, the compassionate heart of a healer and the strengthening of our nation through science and technology, will find the entire country as his most steadfast support. Yes, the group responded in unison. The screen dimmed. Lin Hao sat quietly in the lounge, his nutritional meal now slightly cool before him. The meeting's contents echoed in his mind, no surprise, only a profound sense of affirmation. He had long anticipated this day, though he hadn't imagined it would be confirmed in such a high-profile manner. Perhaps this was also a way to protect himself.
Chapter 77, Enrollment, the start of a new semester.
2 months were enough to change many things. The pollution source in Black Cliff Village had been completely sealed off. The subsequent purification efforts, driven by the relentless work of the nano-catchers, were beginning to show results. Though it would take many years for that land to regain its vitality, at least the immediate, deadly threat had been neutralized. Related investigations continued in secrecy, with clues concerning Hungsher and Augustus strictly confined to the highest levels. For Lin Hao, the most significant change was his living situation.
The highest level decision was implemented with remarkable efficiency.
A residence near the Qiming base, secured by invisible yet impenetrable security measures, became the new home for Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Weining. Lin Weining was fully aware of the situation. She voiced no complaints whatsoever, instead tending to her son's needs with even greater care. On Monday morning, sunlight streamed into the room.
Xiao Hao, are you up? Your new school uniform is by the door.
Breakfast is milk and your favorite sandwich, Lin Weining's gentle voice came from outside. Got it, Mom, Lin Hao replied, sitting up in bed. His expression grew slightly complex as he looked at the crisp, brand new blue and white uniform hanging on the chair. Having lived 2 lifetimes, coupled with the recent trials he'd weathered, slipping back into an elementary school uniform felt both unfamiliar and strange. He quickly washed up and changed into the uniform. The boy in the mirror seemed to have shot up a bit more in height since 2 months ago. The childishness had faded slightly from his face, his eyes calm and composed. Compared to his peers, he carried an almost imperceptible added maturity. Just as Chen Mingyuan had anticipated, 2 years and extraordinary experiences had altered his appearance and demeanor. Unless one knew him intimately, it would be difficult to immediately connect this handsome young boy with the artificial heart prodigy who had stunned the world at that press conference years ago. At the dining table, Lin Weining studied her son intently, adjusting his collar with a look brimming with pride and a hint of unspoken worry.
You look so bright. Don't be nervous at your new school, just get along well with your classmates. Of course, if anything.
She paused, lowering her voice. A special situation arises, you must contact Uncle Chen immediately, understand?
Mom, relax.
I'm just going to school, Lin Hao said casually, taking a bite of his sandwich.
I know what to do. After breakfast, Lin Hao shouldered his backpack filled with brand new stationery and textbooks and headed out. Downstairs, an unassuming black sedan had been waiting for some time.
The driver was an unassuming young man, one of the security team members.
The car glided smoothly toward a nearby prestigious elementary school.
It was the height of the morning rush hour. The school entrance was bustling with crowds, filled with the chatter of children and the reminders of parents. Lin Hao took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped out, blending into the crowd that felt both familiar and foreign to him. In the 5th grade Class 3 classroom, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, was a middle-aged woman who appeared gentle yet capable. She had clearly received some prior instructions. When she saw Lin Hao following the grade director into the classroom, only a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in her eyes before she broke into a warm smile.
Class, quiet down, Ms. Li clapped her hands. Today we welcome a new student to our class. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Amidst the children's curious gazes and thunderous applause, Lin Hao walked to the front of the classroom. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Hao. I previously attended a school in the south. His self-introduction was remarkably simple. Teacher Li nodded with a smile. Welcome, Lin Hao. You can sit in the empty seat in the 3rd row for now. Wang Tao is sitting next to you.
Lin Hao walked over and sat down as instructed. His new desk partner, Wang Tao, was a chubby boy who seemed very cheerful.
He immediately leaned over and whispered, "Hey, new kid? Where in the south are you from? I heard everything you eat down there is super sweet."
Lin Hao smiled, about to reply when the class bell rang.
The first class was math. The teacher's explanation was incredibly simple for Lin Hao. Yet he showed no sign of impatience, sitting perfectly straight, his eyes following the teacher's movements, occasionally underlining points in his textbook. Only he knew that most of his attention was quietly focused on the seemingly ordinary smartwatch on his right wrist. Inside the watch face, a row of minuscule encrypted characters silently flickered, displaying the number of pending logs in the Qiming base core system, and a low priority alert. A simulation experiment on the fatigue strength of a new polymer material had entered its 9th iteration. Class continued. When the math teacher posed a slightly challenging problem and the classroom fell into a brief silence, the teacher's gaze swept across the class, finally settling on the new student. Lin Hao, would you like to give it a try? All eyes instantly turned to him. Lin Hao stood up and, without hesitation, outlined his solution and delivered the final answer. Not only was it correct, but he also presented a more concise alternative method. Surprise flashed in the teacher's eyes, and the students gasped in unison. Excellent! Clear thinking and a clever solution. Everyone, give Lin Hao a round of applause. The teacher's face beamed with a smile. Amid the applause, Lin Hao calmly sat back down, his expression showing little trace of pride. His deskmate, Wang Tao, nudged him with his elbow, looking utterly impressed. Wow, you're a genius. Seeing Wang Tao's expression, Lin Hao shook his head and smiled, you can do it too. During break, several classmates gathered around, asking questions with curiosity. Lin Hao answered each one politely, maintaining a gentle yet appropriate distance. He could sense more than one pair of eyes watching from the shadows, professionally assessing every movement inside and outside the classroom to ensure his absolute safety. Everything seemed to be moving toward a normal life. Yet halfway through the second class period, the tiny light inside the watch face on Lin Hao's wrist suddenly shifted from its standby pale green to a blinding crimson. A line of encrypted text scrolled silently and rapidly. Southwest Military District General Hospital Emergency Medical Support Request Level, Top Secret. Symptoms, group onset 7 individuals of acute muscle dissolution accompanied by irreversible neurological degeneration cause unknown request Qiming analysis. Relevant data streams initiating encrypted transmission. Receiving. Lin Hao's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Without hesitation, his right index finger pressed 3 times on a tiny protrusion on the side of his watch with perfect naturalness. The signal was sent received, processing. Then he raised his hand. The lecture fell silent as the teacher and classmates turned to look. Teacher, Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice lower than usual, I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom. Chapter 78, Symptoms Targeting Military Personnel. The Chinese teacher at the front of the classroom didn't suspect anything. She immediately nodded with concern. Go ahead. If you're not feeling well, go straight to the school clinic. Thank you, teacher, Lin Hao replied softly, pressing his hand lightly against his abdomen. Slightly hunched over, he walked briskly out of the classroom. The hallway was deserted. The moment the door closed behind him, Lin Hao's back straightened instantly. The trace of discomfort vanished from his face, replaced by cool focus. His pace quickened as he headed purposefully toward the school infirmary on the first floor of the teaching building. The vibration from the watch on his wrist persisted, rows of encrypted data streams cascading like a waterfall across the inner microscreen. The case data transmitted from the Southwest Military District General Hospital was being rapidly received and analyzed by the bioresearch system. Patient 1, male, 24 years old, Special Operations Team member. Sudden rhabdomyolysis, creatine kinase concentration 400 times above standard threshold, accompanied by unexplained rapid decline in peripheral nerve conduction velocity. Patient 2, training partner from the same period, exhibiting similar symptoms with signs of impending renal failure. 7 individuals total, with highly consistent onset times and symptoms. Common viral bacterial infections and known toxins preliminarily ruled out. The data was alarming. This was clearly no ordinary training injury or accident, it resembled a precise, targeted attack. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as his pace quickened. Pushing open the school clinic door, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit him. The school doctor, a bespectacled man in his early 30s, was bent over writing something. Student, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? The doctor looked up, pushing his glasses up his nose as he asked. The moment his gaze met Lin Hao's, a fleeting expression of rapid assessment flashed across his face far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary school doctor. Lin Hao didn't answer. Instead, he shot a quick glance toward the closed isolation door at the far end of the room. The doctor immediately understood. The warmth on his face vanished, replaced by a cool, efficient expression. Without a word, he rose and swiftly unlocked the isolation door's electronic lock. Let's talk inside. This room has full shielding and emergency equipment. The door closed silently behind Lin Hao. The so-called isolation observation room proved surprisingly well equipped inside, simple yet fully outfitted. Beyond the basic medical bed, it housed multiple embedded screens, encrypted communication terminals, and a compact biosafety workstation. This was clearly the emergency response hub the security team had set up for Lin Hao on campus. Lin Hao walked straight to the main screen and held his watch close to a sensor zone. Data link established. Biological RD system fully integrated. Initiating deep analysis, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the room. Across the massive display, complex physiological data, high-resolution muscle fiber micrographs, and neural electroencephalogram maps scrolled rapidly. The campus doctor's true role was as the security team's medical and technical support member. Standing nearby, he murmured, "The situation is dire. The military hospital has exhausted every measure, barely sustaining vital signs while neural degeneration continues. They suspect some kind of novel biological weapon attack." Lin Hao offered no response, his entire focus immersed in the system's analysis. Deep within his retina, the invisible system interface flickered at light speed. Countless molecular structures and energy metabolism pathways were simulated, constructed, and then discarded. Detected anomalous energy residue, matching database. Identified non-natural synthetic enzyme cleavage traces, pointing to specific mitochondrial complexes. Analyzing neural damage patterns, consistent with high-frequency energy pulse-directed impact characteristics. Time ticked by, the observation room filled only with the faint hum of equipment and the rhythmic refresh of screen data. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. "Found it," he declared in a low voice, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. "Not a traditional biological agent, it's a highly complex hybrid toxin. It masquerades as a coenzyme essential for cellular metabolism, actively ingested by the host. Once inside, it releases targeted energy pulses within specific organelles, destroying their function and triggering a chain reaction of autoimmune attacks primarily targeting muscle and nerve tissue." His speech was rapid, yet with each word, the gravity on his face deepened. "A hybrid toxin?" The school medical team's expressions darkened. "Can we determine its composition and origin?" "Its structural composition is exceptionally devious, exhibiting non-natural evolutionary traits. It's highly likely a synthetic product. The origin cannot be immediately determined, but the design philosophy is profoundly malicious. This was no accident." Lin Hao answered while his hands moved ceaselessly. "Conventional antidotes are ineffective. We must immediately neutralize its enzymatic activity and block transmission." On the screen, a complex three-dimensional molecular structure rapidly unraveled, key active sites and energy nodes marked. "Contact the Qiming Base Synthesis Center immediately and initiate highest priority task." Lin Hao's command carried an authority that brooked no argument. "Synthesize specific nanoneutralizers and energy pulse buffers targeting the sites I've marked. Formulas and synthesis parameters are transmitted." "Aye." The medical team responded without hesitation, immediately transmitting the orders through encrypted channels. The command transformed into electromagnetic waves, traversing the city in an instant to reach the depths of the underground Qiming base in the suburbs. Automated synthesis platforms flashed red lights as robotic arms began precision-grabbing raw materials at astonishing speeds, initiating the synthesis process according to Lin Hao's transmitted formula. "Simultaneously, notify the Southwest Military District General Hospital," Lin Hao added, pulling out the patient's real-time vital signs. "Before the serum arrives, implement the combined hypothermic perfusion and hyperbaric oxygen chamber protocol to minimize metabolic activity and protect undamaged neural cells. Detailed protocol has been synchronized. All instructions were issued within a mere 2 or 3 minutes precise, efficient, without a single ounce of redundancy." Only after completing all this did Lin Hao exhale softly, though his brow remained furrowed. His gaze fixed coldly on the steadily deteriorating vital signs curve displayed on the screen. Who? And by what means? How could such a covert and vicious attack be launched against the most elite of warriors? This didn't feel like Augusta's style seeking mass destruction and panic. It was more like a cold test or a precise warning. A soft knock sounded on the isolation room door. The medical staff immediately switched back to their gentle mode and opened the door. Standing outside was homeroom teacher Li, concern etched on his face. "Dr. Liu, how is Lin Hao? Is it serious?" "Oh, teacher Li, it's nothing serious." Dr. Liu, the school doctor, smiled, his tone light. "Just a bit of stomach discomfort. Probably adjusting to the new school. I gave him some medicine and told him to rest here for a while." Ms. Li breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Thank you for your help." The door closed again. Lin Hao glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. Less than 20 minutes had passed since he left the classroom. He took a deep breath and said to Dr. Liu, "I'll rest here for 15 minutes. Notify me immediately if there's any progress at the base or the hospital." "Understood." Lin Hao walked over to the medical bed and sat down, closing his eyes. While appearing to rest, his mind was racing, simulating various possibilities and monitoring the system's ongoing analysis of the toxin structure. Chapter 79, Lin Hao's treatment plan. 15 minutes later, the door to the isolation room in the school infirmary swung open once more. The weariness had faded from Lin Hao's face, replaced by a deep, focused expression. "Advisor Lin," Dr. Liu handed him a specially designed wireless earpiece. Ordinary in appearance, it contained the most advanced real-time voice print modulation and encrypted transmission modules. "The emergency online joint consultation with the Southwest Military Region General Hospital is about to begin. The encrypted channel is now open. Academician Chen and several nationally renowned toxicology and neurology experts are already online.
Lin Hao took the headset, put it on with practiced ease, and adjusted the microphone's position. The next moment, his senses were pulled into a completely different space. A faintly noisy background hum filled the headset, punctuated by a few low coughs and the rustling of papers, the tense, solemn atmosphere unique to hospital conference rooms. A steady, authoritative voice belonging to an elderly man spoke. The clinical manifestations are highly consistent: acute rhabdomyolysis complicated by rapidly progressive polyneuropathy. All known common pathogens and toxins have been ruled out, yet the condition continues to deteriorate rapidly. We've attempted high-dose steroid pulse therapy and plasma exchange, but the results have been minimal. I'm Li Weiman from the Capital Military General Hospital. Another slightly hoarse voice interjected. Based on imaging and electromyography, the damage pattern is highly unusual, unlike any known metabolic myopathy or toxic neuritis. It resembles the precise destruction of specific organelles by some form of high-frequency energy? Energy destruction? Professor Li, isn't that a bit too sci-fi? Someone questioned. The debate grew louder. Each voice belonged to a leading authority in their field, yet faced with this unprecedented mystery, traditional knowledge systems seemed inadequate. Just then, a specially processed, cool, and slightly metallic-sounding voice abruptly cut into the channel. Good afternoon, experts. I am Zero, technical advisor at Qiming Base. The channel fell silent for a moment. Clearly, this codename and the abrupt intrusion caught the participants off guard, leaving some utterly perplexed. However, a handful of core experts in the know, such as academician Chen Mingyuan, perked up immediately. Please proceed, Chen Mingyuan's voice promptly responded, conveying guidance and support. Advisor Zero skipped pleasantries and dove straight to the core issue. The current mainstream approach is flawed. This is neither an infection nor poisoning in the traditional sense. It is an artificially engineered hybrid biological toxin combining enzyme energy pulses. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. Immediately, skeptical voices erupted. What? An enzyme energy pulse hybrid? Artificially engineered? Any evidence? How is that even possible? Facing the skepticism, Zero presented his explanation. Evidence 1. The patient's mitochondrial electron transport chain complex exhibits unnatural entropy increase, consistent with the characteristics of a specific frequency energy impact. This precision is unattainable through high-voltage electric shock or radiation damage. Evidence 2. Trace fragments of abnormally phosphorylated proteins were detected in the blood. Their modification patterns don't match any known human kinases, yet they share 7.3% similarity with energy conversion enzymes found in archaea under extreme conditions. This clearly indicates artificial optimization and camouflage. Evidence 3, and most crucially, the decline in nerve conduction velocity was not caused by axonal degradation, but by an extremely subtle, regular vacuolization of the myelin lipid layer. This requires an energy form capable of simultaneously acting on both lipids and proteins, possessing directional oscillatory properties. Each piece of evidence he cited highlighted seemingly contradictory, unexplained anomalies in the hospital's previous reports, weaving them into a mind-boggling yet logically coherent whole. The channel fell silent, filled only with heavy breathing. Even so, how do we verify this? And how do we treat it? An expert asked hoarsely, his voice tinged with the shock of having his understanding overturned. Perform an immediate lumbar puncture on the patient to obtain cerebrospinal fluid samples. Focus on detecting a specific protein complex with an abnormally acidic isoelectric point. If confirmed, that will be the energy conversion residue of the toxin. Simultaneously, perform cryo-electron microscopy ultrastructural analysis on muscle biopsy samples, focusing on identifying nanoscale periodic pores on mitochondrial cristae. Until a definitive neutralization method is identified, immediately implement the combined cryoperifusion and hyperbaric oxygen chamber protocol. Hypothermia slows metabolism and toxin activity, while hyperbaric oxygen forcibly increases blood oxygen levels, buying time for mitochondria not yet completely destroyed in protecting nerve cells. Specific parameters have been sent to the attending physician's terminal. His commands were clear and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, as if he had foreseen everything. In the conference room of the Southwest Military District General Hospital, the director stared at the detailed, almost terrifyingly precise protocol that had instantly popped up on the screen. He abruptly waved his hand and barked at the doctor standing by. What are you waiting for? Execute Zero Advisor's plan immediately. Now. On the online channel, no one raised objections. A complex mix of shock, confusion, and a glimmer of hope filled the air. Advisor Zero's final words came through, as calm and unruffled as ever. The specialized neutralizing agent for Qiming Base is currently being synthesized. It is expected to arrive via airlift in 3 hours. Until then, stabilize their vital signs. Over. The communication temporarily cut off. Inside the school clinic isolation room, Lin Hao removed his headset and handed it back to Dr. Liu. Beads of sweat formed on his temples. The intense, high-precision remote analysis and guidance had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy. The plan is in motion.
Now it's up to the hospital's execution and the patient's fate.
Lin Hao's voice regained the clear tone befitting his age, though a hint of weariness lingered. Dr. Liu solemnly accepted the headset, his eyes brimming with admiration. He couldn't fathom how a 10-year-old child had managed to make such complex and precise judgments in such a short time, remotely directing a team of nationally renowned experts.
Thank you for your hard work. The base just reported that the synthesis process is proceeding smoothly.
Lin Hao nodded, walked to the sink, and splashed cold water on his face, trying to dispel the fatigue in his mind.
He looked up at his reflection in the mirror, a face still dotted with droplets, youthful yet piercingly intense.
A hybrid toxin, artificially engineered, and this time, the target was elite soldiers. It was as if they were testing something within the military zone. Clearly, whoever was behind this wanted to uncover something.
He took a deep breath and smoothed out his school uniform. Dr. Liu, I'm heading back to class.
If anything comes up, be sure to notify me.
Chapter 80, Remote Technical Support. The dismissal bell finally rang. Lin Hao sat alone on a bench by the playground, his backpack beside him.
On the soccer field, a boy struck a powerful shot, sending the ball soaring high. Lin Hao remained quietly seated on the bench, watching the boy who had missed the shot run off, yelling to retrieve the ball.
A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Unbeknownst to anyone, his fingertips were already tapping out a complex rhythm on his knee quickly and discreetly.
Deep within his consciousness, he interacted with the system, retrieving and refining the intricate molecular formula for the targeted nanorepair agent for myelin sheaths.
The black sedan waited silently in its usual spot.
Lin Hao opened the door and slid inside.
The driver said nothing, merely offering a questioning glance through the rearview mirror. Lin Hao gave an almost imperceptible nod, signaling that everything was normal. The car smoothly merged into the traffic flow. Upon returning home, the aroma of dinner wafted through the air.
His mother, Lin Weiniang, wearing an apron, peered out from the kitchen with a warm smile.
You're back? How was school today? Getting along with your new classmates?
It was great, Mom.
Lin Hao slipped on his slippers and placed his backpack on the entryway cabinet, his tone relaxed.
Everyone's been friendly, and I'm keeping up with the teacher's lessons.
That's good.
Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Without further inquiry, Lin Weiniang turned back to her kitchen duties. During dinner, Lin Weiniang asked detailed questions about school life, from the taste of lunch to the personality of his deskmate, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Hao answered patiently, occasionally sprinkling in some trivial amusing stories from school that made his mother chuckle softly. The atmosphere at the table was warm and ordinary, as if they were just one of countless ordinary families. Only Lin Hao himself knew that the watch on his wrist emitted a faint, specific vibration at regular intervals, signaling data updates. After dinner, Lin Hao volunteered to clear the tableware, then said to his mother, "Mom, the base project team is having an online discussion tonight about the follow-up data analysis.
I might need to stay in the study for a while." Another meeting? Don't overwork yourself, Lin Weiniang said tenderly, ruffling his hair. School just started. How long will it take?
It shouldn't run too late, probably around an hour, Lin Hao gave a vague estimate.
Alright, but don't stay up too late. I'll warm up some milk and bring it to you later. Thanks, Mom.
The study door closed softly. The ease on Lin Hao's face vanished instantly, replaced by a composure and sharpness uncharacteristic of his age. He swiftly activated the disguise terminal, and the encrypted line connected automatically. The screen divided into multiple windows, real-time vital signs monitoring data from the Southwest Military Region General Hospital, live footage of precision robotic arm operations in the Qiming Base Synthesis Lab, and further simulation calculations of toxin structures within the biological RD system. The synthesis of the nanomedicine had entered its final critical stage. On the screen, within an absolutely sterile, sealed environment, countless nanoparticles invisible to the naked eye were being precisely assembled, endowed with specific targeting recognition and neutralization functions. Synthesis progress of specific nanoneutralizer, 98%. Energy pulse buffer solution preparation complete, initiating filling.
Estimated completion time, 17 minutes. Time was running out.
Lin Hao's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, meticulously reviewing the final synthesis parameters to ensure flawless execution.
Just then, faint footsteps sounded outside the door. A knock sounded. Xiao Hao, can Mom come in?
Sure, come in, Mom. Lin Weiniang entered, carrying a cup of warm milk. She saw her son staring at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed as he studied complex structural diagrams and flowcharts she couldn't begin to understand. He seemed to be stuck on a problem.
Still working? Have some milk and take a break.
Lin Weiniang placed the glass on the corner of the desk and glanced at the screen with concern.
This project of yours is too complicated. Why are there so many symbols I can't understand? Yeah, it's a bit complicated. I'm building the model right now.
Lin Hao casually took the milk and took a sip, his tone tinged with the frustration of a student complaining about homework.
But I'm almost done. My colleagues are waiting online.
As he spoke, his eyes darted to the progress bar in the bottom right corner of the screen, 99%. Don't push yourself too hard, though.
Take care of your eyes.
Lin Weiniang urged, glancing at the dazzling array of models on the screen.
Once you're done, get some rest early. Don't stay up too late chatting. Got it, Mom. You get some rest too.
The study door closed once more.
Specific nanoneutralizer synthesis complete.
Initiating purity testing and packaging. Air transport emergency channel activated, docking with Southwest Military District General Hospital helipad.
Estimated delivery time, 2 hours 15 minutes.
Lin Hao exhaled softly and drained the last of the milk in his cup. He swiftly issued his final command over the encrypted communication channel, "This is 0. Ship the agent immediately upon completion. Notify Southwest to prepare for reception and immediate intravenous injection. Injection protocol and expected reaction data package sent simultaneously."
Order acknowledged. After handling the most critical matter, Lin Hao did not immediately leave his study.
He pulled up the daytime toxin structure analysis data, his brow furrowing once more.
This precise and vicious design didn't resemble a weapon of mass destruction. It felt more like a test. Testing the effectiveness of some new weapon? Or testing our ability to respond to such an attack?
Whichever it was, it meant one or more pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, closely monitoring everything unfolding in the Southwest, awaiting the outcome. After a moment of deep thought, he began drafting a top-secret internal report. It detailed the analysis of this novel hybrid toxin, proposed countermeasures, and speculated on the potential motives behind it. He addressed it directly to academician Chen Mingyuan and the relevant heads of the National Security Department. Only after completing these tasks did he truly relax, a wave of profound exhaustion washing over him. He glanced at the time. Exactly 1 hour had passed. After tidying his desk and shutting down the terminal, Lin Hao carried his empty milk cup out of the study. In the living room, Lin Weiniang was watching television.
Seeing him emerge, she smiled and asked, "Finished your discussion?" "Yeah, done." Lin Hao nodded, placing the cup in the kitchen sink.
"Mom, I'm going to wash up and turn in."
"Alright, get some good sleep."
Back in his room, Lin Hao lay on his bed, gazing out at the tranquil nightscape of the city. He knew that hundreds of kilometers away, a drone carrying hope was slicing through the night sky, racing into the distance. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. Tomorrow, the sun would rise as usual, and he would still be that freshman carrying his backpack to school.
Chapter 81, The Unnamed Hero.
A week slipped by quietly amid the campus's regular class bells. His deskmate, Wang Tao, was an enthusiastic know-it-all. Within days, he'd introduced Lin Hao to all the best places to eat and hang out around campus. He'd often lean over and whisper nicknames for teachers or which girls in which classes were the prettiest.
Lin Hao mostly listened, occasionally smiling.
These ordinary, mundane exchanges gave him a grounded sense of reality. On Friday afternoon, the final period was homeroom. Homeroom teacher Lee summarized the week's class activities, emphasizing discipline and hygiene. Finally, she smiled as she pulled out a stack of freshly graded math quizzes. This test was quite challenging, but one student in our class performed exceptionally well. Not only did they achieve the only perfect score, but their approach to solving the final word problem was remarkably ingenious. Ms. Lee's gaze turned approvingly toward Lin Hao's desk, her eyes sparkling with the delight of discovering hidden treasure.
"Let's congratulate Lin Hao." "Wow." The classroom erupted in applause filled with envy and admiration.
Many students turned to look at the transfer student who had only been there for a few days. His desk partner, Wang Tao, nudged him hard with his elbow, more excited than if he'd gotten full marks himself.
"Way to go, buddy. You're the real deal. You owe us ice pops tonight."
Lin Hao stood up under everyone's gaze, his face breaking into a perfectly timed, just right mix of shyness and joy.
"Thank you, teacher. I'll keep working hard."
The dismissal bell finally rang, and the children poured out of the classroom like birds released from a cage. Lin Hao and Wang Tao followed the crowd down the stairs.
"Hey Lin Hao, you really not going to check out that new Transcend Space arcade this weekend?
They say the VR gear is insane, it simulates interstellar flight."
Wang Tao persisted in his pitch, gesturing wildly.
Lin Hao smiled, a hint of regret in his voice.
"Next time. My mom already has plans for this weekend. We're visiting an elder relative. His current life was destined to be far from the carefree existence of ordinary children.
The shadowy protection and invisible responsibilities wove themselves into a dense net, shielding him while also dictating every move he made.
The black sedan was waiting punctually as always. Lin Hao opened the door and slipped inside as the vehicle smoothly merged into the evening traffic.
The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. The matter in the Southwest had been resolved. Returning home, warm lights and the aroma of dinner greeted him. His mother, Lin Weiniang, was busy in the kitchen finishing the soup, the pot releasing the tempting aroma of sweet and sour spare ribs.
"You're back? Wash your hands and get ready to eat.
I made your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs to celebrate your perfect score." Lin Weiniang's voice carried cheerfully from the kitchen.
"My son is amazing, topping the class right after transferring." "Yeah, the questions weren't too hard. Just got lucky," Lin Hao replied, setting down his backpack. He washed his hands and walked over to the dining table to help set the table, his movements natural.
The evening news played on the living room television. The female anchor delivered her report with perfect diction. The nation's macroeconomic performance remained robust, a major project had been successfully completed, an international conference concluded triumphantly. Everything seemed orderly and calm as usual. Just as the sweet and sour spare ribs were placed on the table and mother and son were about to dig in, the TV screen cut to a newsflash. Next, a medical update. The anchor's expression appeared slightly more solemn than when delivering other news items. It is reported that the General Hospital of the Southwest Military Region has recently successfully treated several critically ill patients suffering from a rare and complex neuromuscular disorder. This successful treatment resulted from close collaboration between military and civilian medical institutions, as well as cutting-edge technical support provided by the Chiming Biotechnology Research Center. The screen briefly showed blurred footage and the outlines of high-end medical equipment with flashing indicator lights. There was no mention of sensitive terms like toxin, attack, or soldiers. The news tone remained steady and positive. Facing this world-class medical challenge, the medical team boldly adopted innovative treatment protocols. After several days and nights of intensive rescue efforts, all patients have now been stabilized and are recovering steadily, achieving a miracle of life. This successful case marks a new milestone in our nation's medical rescue capabilities for addressing extremely complex trauma and rare critical illnesses, demonstrating. The brief report lasted just over a minute before cutting back to the anchor desk for the next story on a bountiful harvest. Lin Weining served her son the largest piece of spare ribs, remarking with genuine emotion, "Medical technology is truly advancing by leaps and bounds these days. Even such unheard of, intractable conditions can be cured now. How wonderful! These doctors and scientists are truly remarkable." Her tone was filled with ordinary satisfaction and admiration, completely unaware of the connection between this news and her son, who was quietly eating nearby. Lin Hao silently savored the sweet and sour ribs, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Success! Those stalwart warriors, silently standing guard, had made it through. Just then, the screen of his personal phone on the table flashed briefly. An encrypted message from an unknown number arrived, containing only 4 cryptic, code-like words. Mission accomplished. Sender's code name, Lei Yi. This signaled that the on-site operation had been flawlessly executed, leaving no loose ends. Lin Hao picked up the phone without a flicker of emotion, as if merely checking the time. His finger swiped lightly, and the message vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, the seemingly ordinary landline phone at home, which had undergone special internal encryption, began to ring. Lin Weining wiped her hands and walked over to answer it. Hello? Oh, Professor Chen. Hello, hello. Lin Weining's voice immediately grew warm, tinged with the respect one might show a son's mentor. Yes, yes. I just saw the news, truly an incredible achievement. You researchers work so hard. Xiao Hao. He's doing great. Just got home from school, eating dinner now. Got a perfect score on his math test today. Oh, you're too kind. He's just a child, learning and gaining experience. What real help could he offer? It's surely the result of your team's tireless day and night efforts. Come over for dinner this weekend? Of course, of course. You're most welcome. I'll make that soup you love. The call came from academician Chen Mingyuan. Under the guise of inquiring about Lin Hao's studies, casually mentioning the news, and thanking Lin Weining for her support of the project team's work, he subtly conveyed his joy at the success and deep gratitude. This kind of unspoken communication had become a habit. After dinner, Lin Hao returned to his room. On his desk lay a thick, mysterious envelope with no sender information. It had appeared there at some unknown time. He opened it to find a letter of appreciation from a unit within the Southwest Military Region, bearing a seal of immense weight and significance. Beside the letter lay a brief summary of an internal investigation report, its conclusion still pointing to a leak or accidental spread of technology from an illegal overseas biological laboratory. Lin Hao's gaze lingered on the summary for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then carefully tucked the letter of appreciation into a box at the very back of his desk drawer. The investigation summary, however, was fed into the unassuming slot of a small shredder beside his desk. Chapter 82, New Ideas Make Medical Care More Accessible. Over the weekend, Lin Hao's school organized students to visit a nearby community hospital for a social practice and volunteer service activity. The goal was to expose students to real-world experiences and cultivate compassion. The air at the third community hospital carried the scent of disinfectant and traditional Chinese medicine. Students in blue and white uniforms, a mix of nervousness and excitement, scattered throughout the hospital's various corners. Lin Hao was among them. His assigned task was to assist elderly patients in operating machines in the outpatient lobby and help direct them to the right departments. Lin Hao patiently repeated the steps over and over. Ma'am, tap here, insert your insurance card. That's right, select this department. The bustling lobby resembled a miniature cross-section of humanity. Young parents clutched feverish children with anxious expressions, middle-aged individuals carried CT scan bags with solemn faces, and most numerous were the elderly, shuffling slowly and needing repeated directions to find their way. At first, everything seemed merely busy yet orderly. Until the middle-aged man appeared.
He pushed his way to the triage desk, handed a piece of paper to the nurse inside, his voice hoarse. "Doctor, please take a look. This is from the provincial hospital. They suspect some kind of immune system disorder and want me to use a drug called Biva or something. One shot costs thousands. Can you treat it here?" The triage nurse glanced at the report, her brow furrowing at the complex medical jargon. She summoned a physician who appeared more experienced. The doctor took the report, studied it carefully for several minutes, sighed, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but your condition is very complex. Our facilities here are limited. We can't perform this kind of specialized targeted therapy. Even confirming the diagnosis requires more specialized equipment. It would be best to return to the provincial hospital or seek care at a larger specialty hospital." The light in the man's eyes dimmed instantly. His lips trembled slightly before he silently retrieved the report, muttered a quiet thank you, and hunched his back as he blended into the crowd. Lin Hao could almost feel the despair radiating from the man. Not long after, a white-haired grandmother sat down shakily on a chair outside the general practice clinic, repeatedly chattering to the young doctor on duty. "Doctor, my whole body aches, every joint hurts. This morning I couldn't even clench my hands, and my knees are swollen like buns. I've taken so many painkillers, but nothing helps." The young doctor listened patiently, asking questions and performing a brief examination, but his brow furrowed deeper with each detail. The elderly woman's symptoms were complex and intertwined, far beyond the scope of a simple cold or fever. In the end, he could only helplessly prescribe a box of standard anti-inflammatory medication. "Grandma, take these first to see if they help. But it's best to have your family take you to a larger hospital for a comprehensive checkup." The elderly woman took the prescription with a look of vague understanding, her eyes cloudy as she murmured, "Another trip to the big hospital, waiting in line for hours, and the kids are all so busy." Lin Hao watched this unfold in silence. He saw the doctor at the testing window operating slightly outdated equipment, too busy to even look up. He saw the pharmacy shelves stocked mostly with basic, common medications. He saw doctors shuttling between examination rooms, handling an endless stream of common and chronic illnesses. Here, there were none of the cutting-edge equipment found at Chiming Base, none of the supercomputing systems capable of instantly deciphering life codes. What existed was only the most fundamental medical support and the most unadorned compassion of healers. They could handle everyday illnesses, yet faced with slightly more complex or challenging conditions, they were helpless, forced to play the role of transit stations and advisors. An unprecedented stirring arose within Lin Hao's heart. Far more complex and weighty than facing the toxic fog of Black Cliff Village or the toxins of the Southwest. When he returned home that evening, his mother, Lin Weining, asked him with concern how his volunteer work had gone. Lin Hao simply replied, "It was good. I helped out a little." Returning to his room, he didn't immediately turn on his computer to connect to the base network, nor did he immerse himself in complex formula derivations. Instead, he sat at his desk, his mind replaying scenes from the community hospital, the desperate silhouette of the middle-aged man, the cloudy, helpless eyes of the elderly woman, the resigned sigh of the young doctor. Technology, if it can only remain confined to laboratories, used to address earth-shattering crises, yet fails to illuminate these most ordinary corners or alleviate the most commonplace suffering, then what is its true significance? He murmured to himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. What was the core of Southwest's nano-precision neutralization technology? Precise target recognition and efficient neutralization and clearance. Could this powerful technological system be dimension-reduced and encapsulated? Like simplifying a supercomputer's core algorithms into an application that could run on an ordinary PC. A vision rapidly took shape in his mind. Could an integrated precision biotherapy toolkit be developed? A simple, portable rapid sample analyzer that automatically performs preliminary screening of blood or bodily fluids to pinpoint abnormalities. The toolkit's embedded intelligent diagnostic assistant could leverage limited data alongside vast cloud-based medical databases to provide high-probability diagnostic directions and treatment recommendations, reducing absolute reliance on individual physician experience. Finally, it employs a series of pre-packaged biological targeted neutralizers specifically designed for common autoimmune diseases or challenging inflammatory conditions. Like different keys fitting different locks, physicians simply select the recommended neutralizer for injection based on the provided guidance. This significantly streamlines procedures and reduces costs. This toolkit requires no deep understanding of underlying principles from primary care physicians, only mastery of standardized procedures. It transforms cutting-edge technology into a foolproof medical weapon, truly empowering primary care. At this thought, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He immediately activated the disguise terminal and connected to the encrypted line with academician Chen Mingyuan. "Uncle Chen," Lin Hao's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill, "I visited the community hospital today and had some ideas." He outlined his vision for the precision biotherapy toolkit. After a moment of silence on the other end, Chen Mingyuan's voice came through, filled with immense satisfaction and approval. "Xiao Hao, this is an excellent idea. This is the crucial step in truly applying technology to benefit the nation and its people. The highest form of medicine prevents illness before it occurs. What we must do is ensure excellent physicians are available at the grassroots level. This endeavor is profoundly significant. I will immediately mobilize resources for feasibility studies and preliminary development. I will personally oversee this project. After hanging up, Lin Hao gazed out the window once more, watching the city lights twinkle. In the past, he had always acted like a firefighter, rushing wherever problems arose, completely overlooking the most fundamental issue, that he should be working to benefit more patients. Chapter 83, The Simplified Diagnostic Toolkit. Several nights later, in his study, Lin Hao remotely accessed a multifunctional lab at Qiming Base through an encrypted terminal. The massive screen was divided into multiple windows displaying complex molecular structure simulations, micromechanical design schematics, and data streams. On the other end of the screen sat several core engineers and biologists urgently summoned by academician Chen Mingyuan. Their faces bore expressions of both excitement and challenge. The concept of this toolkit is brilliant, but simplifying it is proving far more difficult than we anticipated. A bespectacled materials scientist pointed at a complex three-dimensional structure rotating on the screen. This is our best-performing targeting recognition unit so far, but its storage environment and activation requirements are extremely demanding. It's simply unsuitable for grassroots hospitals. And this microsensor, another engineer interjected, to ensure sufficient detection sensitivity for multiple preset targets, we struggle to reduce its size and cost. Power consumption is also a major issue. Lin Hao's clear voice, processed into the steady tone of the Zero Advisor, echoed through the lab speakers. We need to shift our thinking. We don't require it to be all-purpose or ultra-precise like the top-tier equipment at the base. What we need is sufficiently functional and absolutely stable. He navigated the shared interface, pulling up a preliminary design draft he had sketched out. Regarding the recognition units, his cursor highlighted several key molecular chains: abandon the universal design and adopt a modular approach. Like Lego blocks, we'll pre-manufacture several targeted drugs for the most common diseases. During use, the intelligence system will select the standard recognition block based on its preliminary diagnosis. Sacrifice flexibility for stability and low cost. The scientists on the other end of the screen lit up. As for the sensors, Lin Hao continued, they too needn't detect every disease. Their function is singular, to detect only the specific optical or electrochemical signals produced when our predefined standard recognition blocks bind with samples. Precision requirements can be lowered, but interference resistance must be strengthened. Durability is paramount. What about the neutralizing agents? A biologist asked. The current nanoparticle preparation process is complex and requires a cold chain unfeasible at the grassroots level. Change the formulation, Lin Hao replied decisively. Abandon liquid nanoformulations requiring complex on-site preparation. Switch entirely to freeze-dried powders or stable solutions produced industrially at scale. Just like standard injectable powder vials transported at room temperature and simply reconstituted with a compatible solvent upon use. While efficacy may be slightly lower than freshly prepared formulations, stability, safety, and portability will see a quantum leap. Our goal is to treat common diseases and manage conditions, not pursue theoretical perfection. These words cut through the fog, bringing sudden clarity to engineers trapped in a technical dead end. Sometimes, the pinnacle of wisdom lies not in pursuing extreme complexity, but in achieving ingenious simplification for universal applicability. Over the following weeks, the specialized team at Qiming Base entered an intense phase of focused research. Although Lin Hao was on campus, he devoted most of his free time to the project. Through an encrypted network, he reviewed design blueprints in real time, adjusted parameters, and resolved unexpected issues that arose during testing. Finally, the first engineering prototype was born. It resembled a sturdy silver-white briefcase. Upon opening, the left side housed an integrated simplified analyzer and touchscreen, while the right side featured neatly arranged, pre-packaged reagent slots and injection equipment labeled with different target codes. The overall design was streamlined, with greatly simplified operational procedures. Meanwhile, academician Chen Mingyuan personally liaised with the National Health Commission to meticulously select 5 municipal and county hospitals, nationwide institutions with foundational capabilities but relatively scarce medical resources, as the first batch of pilot precision biotherapy collaborative units. The selection criteria remained strictly confidential, with the corresponding hospital directors and key physicians signing the highest level of confidentiality agreements. A special remote training session convened in an encrypted conference room. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am Zero, the technical advisor for the Firefly Initiative. The processed voice sounded calm yet authoritative. Please observe the interface. Step 1. Collect the patient's fingerstick blood or serum and place it in the sample chamber. Step 2. Close the chamber door. The system will automatically initiate testing. Step 3. The intelligence system will integrate test results with the baseline symptoms you input to provide a diagnostic probability and recommended drug code. Step 4. The entire process. Advisor Zero's explanation was exceptionally clear, hitting every key point and focusing entirely on practical operations and precautions. He even anticipated questions the doctors might ask, providing concise and clear solutions for each. The doctors, initially skeptical, gradually became engrossed, their eyes finally filled with amazement. As seasoned clinicians, they instantly recognized that if this toolkit succeeded, it would revolutionize primary care delivery. The second week after the training concluded, the Second People's Hospital in a western province welcomed its first trial participant. Zhang Dashan, a 53-year-old retired miner, had suffered from rheumatoid arthritis for over a decade. His finger joints were severely deformed, and the pain kept him awake at night. Conventional medications were becoming less effective and causing severe gastrointestinal reactions. As the family's main breadwinner, he had nearly lost his ability to work, and the light had long since faded from his eyes. After a thorough examination, Dr. Li, the director of the Rheumatology and Immunology department, decided to activate the toolkit. The procedure strictly followed the training protocol. Blood was drawn, analyzed by machine, and soon yielded a diagnosis of 92% likelihood of rheumatoid arthritis, recommending the use of the drug designated RA01. Dr. Li took a deep breath, retrieved the vial which looked indistinguishable from ordinary injection solutions from its slot, and carefully administered the injection to Zhang Dashan. The entire department watched with bated breath. Day 1 showed no apparent change. During morning rounds on day 2, Zhang Dashan hesitantly remarked, "It feels like the pain eased a bit last night? I managed to doze off for a while." By the 5th day, the change was remarkable. The swelling in Zhang Dashan's knee visibly subsided. Excitedly, he tried clenching his fist though he was still far from a full grip. The excruciating pain had lessened considerably. Dr. Li. This medicine, it's working." The usually taciturn man's voice cracked with emotion. Dr. Li studied the monitoring data. All inflammatory markers were steadily declining, far surpassing the efficacy and speed of conventional drugs. Moreover, the patient showed no significant adverse reactions. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately reported the situation through encrypted channels. The news reached the Qiming Base Command Center and academician Chen Mingyuan, while simultaneously syncing to Lin Hao's wristwatch. Reading the brief report on his screen, first clinical trial case shows remarkable efficacy and excellent safety profile. Lin Hao exhaled softly, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Success! The first spark had been ignited in the distant west. Though faint, it genuinely illuminated a family shrouded in illness for years, and lit a hopeful path transforming cutting-edge technology into a force for universal benefit. Academician Chen Mingyuan's voice crackled through the encrypted line, brimming with unrestrained joy. "How, we've succeeded. This is just the beginning. Next step, expand the indications and broaden the pilot scope. Your toolbox concept is truly invaluable." Lin Hao remained unmoved by the news. This was merely the initial realization of his original vision. Chapter 84, a common ailment among middle-aged and elderly people. Autumn deepened. On a Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the balcony into the living room, falling upon Lin Weining, who sat frowning slightly at her phone. Lin Hao emerged from the kitchen carrying a cup of warm water. Seeing his mother shaking her head and sighing at the screen, he couldn't help asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Sigh, just look at Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li." Lin Weining handed him her phone, her voice tinged with resignation and concern. "They're forwarding all this nonsense again." Lin Hao took the phone. His mother's social feed filled the screen. Several eye-catching headlines jumped out at him. Shocking secrets. The truth about lowering blood sugar. Harvard professors dare not reveal. Just eat this and cut your blood sugar at the root. 3 herbal remedies to cure hypertension. Veteran military doctor's secret formula leaks. Save now. Shocking. Common blood pressure medication actually causes cancer. Millions of patients deceived. Clicking through, the content was riddled with holes, exaggerated claims, and lacked any scientific basis. Yet the comments section was filled with middle-aged and elderly people asking questions and thanking her for sharing. "Look at this," Lin Weining pointed to one post. "Aunt Zhang has had hypertension for years but never takes her meds properly. She's always chasing these folk remedies. Last time she got some mysterious pills from who knows where. They made her vomit and have diarrhea. She ended up hospitalized and spent a fortune just to recover. Barely a few days later, she's back at it again." She swiped to another post, and sisterly here, she's had diabetes for over a decade. Her blood sugar spikes wildly, complications have already set in. I keep telling her to monitor regularly and take her meds as prescribed, but she always complains it's too much trouble or too expensive. She thinks these natural and simple folk remedies are better. She's had countless arguments with her daughter over this. Lin Hao watched silently, his brow slightly furrowed. These health articles filled with misinformation act like invisible poison, eroding the lives of many middle-aged and elderly people like Aunt Zhang, those lacking scientific discernment and deeply troubled by chronic illnesses. Their journey to seek medical help is already arduous, making them more susceptible to desperate measures and falling into these information traps. When we tell them to go to the hospital and listen to the doctors, they always say it's too much trouble, costs too much, or takes too long to work. They think we're nagging. Lin Weining sighed, putting away her phone, her face etched with worry for her mother. Her mother's words struck Lin Hao like a stone dropped into the lake of his heart. His experience at the community hospital revealed the limitations of primary healthcare resources, while his mother's social media feed exposed another dimension of the problem: cognitive limitations and vast blind spots in health management. Preventing and managing chronic diseases isn't just about how many cutting-edge machines a hospital has, it's about scientific daily management and prevention. Yet the reality was that many were groping in the dark, easily misled. He recalled the success of the Firefly Initiative, whose toolkit addressed the issue of treatment. Could a more inclusive system be created to address prevention and daily management? Could the initiative for health be placed earlier and more effectively in the hands of each individual? A vision gradually crystallized in his mind: the Health Great Wall Initiative. This was no longer a single device or medication, but a systematic project covering the entire population and deeply integrated into daily life. Its core was a three-part architecture: developing a truly intelligent health wristband. It must transcend the limitations of current toys that merely track steps and heart rate. Instead, it must integrate micro-biosensors capable of continuously monitoring critical physiological indicators such as blood glucose trends, blood pressure fluctuations, and even ultra-early biomarkers for specific cancers. Moreover, it must be cost-effective to enable widespread adoption. Second, establish a robust national health cloud platform powered by an AI-driven system. This platform receives and analyzes vast amounts of real-time individual data to deliver precise health risk alerts, early disease screening, and highly personalized recommendations for diet, exercise, and medication. It serves as the hidden intelligence hub, not merely offering advice but forming a closed-loop management system. If An Xiang and others could wear such a wristband, AI could proactively alert them to abnormal fluctuations in blood pressure and blood sugar, offering scientifically sound yet easy-to-understand adjustment recommendations. It could even identify the dangers of false folk remedies and issue warnings. Wouldn't they avoid many detours? Wouldn't they receive standardized treatment sooner? At this thought, Lin Hao's heartbeat quickened slightly. Once realized, this initiative would hold far greater significance than conquering any single rare disease. It would be building a national-level, digital health protection system. Without hesitation, he rose and headed toward his study. "Mom, I need to look up some information for my studies." Closing the study door, he swiftly connected to the encrypted line with academician Chen Mingyuan. "Uncle Chen," Lin Hao's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity and a barely perceptible thrill. "The Firefly project is progressing smoothly, but I believe we might be able to create something even grander and more fundamental." He elaborated in detail on the reflections sparked by his mother's social media post and his systematic vision for the Great Wall of Health initiative. A long silence followed on the other end of the channel. Lin Hao could almost picture the look of astonishment and deep contemplation on academician Chen Mingyuan's face. After a long pause, Chen Mingyuan's voice finally came through, tinged with incredulous admiration and unprecedented solemnity. "Xiao Hao, what's inside your head is truly the stars and the sea. This concept is astonishing. It's not merely a medical project, it's a national strategic initiative capable of transforming the foundational model of public health. Its significance surpasses anything we've ever undertaken before. This is true preventive healthcare. It builds a great wall of health for the entire nation." His tone grew urgent. "Wait for me. I'll immediately compile materials into a top priority report. This must be submitted immediately. It requires high-level coordination and support. The National Health Commission, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, multiple departments must be mobilized." The call ended. Lin Hao sat in his study, his mind racing long after the call ended. This time, the goal was no longer to save a single critically ill patient, but to elevate the health foundation of hundreds of millions of citizens to reduce the occurrence of illness at its source. Once the Great Wall of Health initiative was designated a strategic priority by the highest authorities, resources began converging at an unprecedented pace. Lin Hao's life seemed to be on double speed. During the day, he remained the same fifth-grade student attentively listening in class, occasionally praised by his math teacher for his unconventional thinking. But once alone, his energy would quietly connect to the Great Wall of Health's dedicated network through the terminal disguised as a watch. The screen displayed interference-resistant test data from micro-biosensors, endurance curves for novel biobatteries, or iterative algorithms for AI health risk models. Only upon deeper investigation would one discover the problem was far more complex than initially imagined. Chapter 85: The Monitoring Bracelet. Power consumption is still too high. Continuous blood glucose monitoring requires a target battery life of over 7 days. Skin contact allergy test pass rate, 99.3%, meets requirements. Signal stability fluctuates beyond threshold and extreme temperatures. Compensation algorithms require reinforcement. Technical bottlenecks emerged one after another, only to be systematically overcome through Lin Hao's remotely provided core concepts and the engineers' relentless efforts. The greatest challenge lay in the core micro-multimodal biosensor. Traditional electrochemical sensors suffer excessive interference from sweat composition. Optical solutions, the size and power consumption of microlasers and receivers currently fail to meet requirements. In the joint laboratory, engineers debated heatedly. Lin Hao listened silently to the debate before suddenly interjecting, "Why not try a solution combining surface acoustic waves with specificity-sensitive membranes?" The channel fell instantly silent. Several top sensor experts froze. This approach was remarkably cutting-edge and ingenious.
By detecting changes in acoustic wave propagation characteristics on specific sensitive membranes, we can measure biomarker concentrations with strong anti-interference capabilities, minimal power consumption, and Lin Hao swiftly pulled up a set of simulation data. Through MEMS technology, low-cost mass production is entirely feasible. His words unlocked the deadlock like a key, instantly clarifying the research direction. Months later, the first intelligent production line dedicated to the health-grade wool wristband was finally debugged and ready. The sleek silver-gray wristband boasted a minimalist, fashionable design indistinguishable from high-end sports trackers on the market, yet its core technology was worlds apart. The first batch of 100,000 smart bracelets rolled off the production line. They were carefully packaged and ultimately shipped to selected pilot regions Shenzhen and Hangzhou, two highly digitized cities, as well as a group of retired employees from a major state-owned enterprise. The official narrative was uniformly framed as the National Universal Health Management Pilot Project, with voluntary enrollment and only a nominal fee. As a family member, Lin Weining became one of the first users. Upon receiving the wristband, she found it quite novel. Following the instructions, she slipped it onto her wrist. Wow, it's surprisingly lightweight and doesn't look bad at all. She fiddled with it, smiling. This can tell me if I'm healthy? It helps you understand your health trends better, Lin Hao explained as he helped his mother download the companion app on her phone. The interface was simple and intuitive, with key metrics clearly displayed. A few days later, the app sent a gentle reminder to Lin Weining. Recent monitoring indicates a declining trend in your vitamin D levels. Your daily sun exposure may be insufficient. We recommend increasing outdoor activities and incorporating more fish, egg yolks, and similar foods into your diet. Based on bone density trend models, we suggest paying attention to calcium supplementation. Lin Weining showed it to her son in surprise. This thing actually seems to work? Since winter started, I have felt more tired, and I have been getting less sun exposure. She began consciously taking half-hour walks downstairs each day and made a point to eat more of the recommended foods. After a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the inexplicable fatigue had indeed lessened. Sometimes she even joked with Lin Hao. This bracelet is more considerate than you, son. The real test came on an ordinary Tuesday night. Hangzhou, at an accounting firm. 55-year-old accountant Wang Lijuan finally finished processing the backlog of reports and rubbed her temples wearily. With a family history of hypertension and her own blood pressure hovering near the threshold, she required long-term maintenance with a low dose of antihypertensive medication. She had participated in her company's pilot program, wearing the wristband without much thought, viewing it merely as a high-end pedometer. Suddenly, an anomaly pattern triggered the AI's warning algorithm. User ID 07364. Detected persistent atrial fibrillation like waveforms during nocturnal resting state, accompanied by abnormally reduced heart rate variability. Risk level, low alert. An encrypted alert was instantly pushed to both Wang Lijuan's personal app and the family doctor management backend at Hangcheng Community Health Service Center, where her account was linked. The next morning, Wang Lijuan saw the app notification, suspected cardiac arrhythmia detected. Recommend consulting a cardiologist soon. She frowned. She hadn't felt any palpitations or shortness of breath. Probably a false alarm from poor sleep? She didn't think much of it and went to work as usual. However, that afternoon, she received a call directly from Dr. Qian at the community hospital. Hello, Ms. Wang, this is Dr. Qian from the Community Health Service Center. We noticed some irregularities in your wristband data last night. Have you been feeling unwell recently? No, Dr. Qian, I'm fine. Well, the data shows some signs of atrial fibrillation, though very mild. Would it be possible for you to come in for a Holter monitor test? Just to be sure. Dr. Qian's tone was gentle but firm. He had been trained and understood the accuracy of the system's alerts. Wang Lijuan found Dr. Qian's making a mountain out of a molehill approach both amusing and exasperating. Still, out of respect for her doctor, she took a half-day off work the next day and went to the city hospital. When they strapped the Holter monitor to her, she even found it a bit of a hassle. 24 hours later, she returned to the hospital with her report. The cardiology department director's expression turned serious as he reviewed it. Ms. Wang, you do indeed have paroxysmal atrial fibrillation. Although each episode is brief and infrequent, it is indeed AF. Wang Lijuan froze. This type of paroxysmal atrial fibrillation is very subtle. Many people don't feel it, but its greatest risk is the formation of blood clots in the heart. If one breaks off and blocks a cerebral artery, it can cause a massive stroke. It's extremely dangerous. The doctor's tone grew urgent. Fortunately, we caught it early. We can now eliminate it through minimally invasive surgery, highly effective with minimal trauma. Had it been discovered a few years later, when cardiac structure changes occur, treatment would be much more difficult. Wang Lijuan walked out of the consultation room clutching the report, her back drenched in cold sweat. She instinctively touched the seemingly ordinary silver bracelet on her wrist, her heart filled with lingering fear and overwhelming gratitude. She immediately called Dr. Qian from the community clinic back, her voice trembling. Dr. Qian, thank you. Thank you so much. They found it. It really is.
If you hadn't insisted. Dr. Chen sighed with relief on the other end, then felt a surge of professional pride. You're welcome. It's our job. And thank you for trusting our new system. The tremendous success of the Health Great Wall Initiative far exceeded expectations. Chronic disease control rates in pilot regions had significantly improved, and the anticipated rise in healthcare expenditures had slowed or even begun to decline. These solid data points became the most compelling tool for persuasion. At the national level, decisive action was taken, introducing a series of major supportive policies, including the Health Great Wall wristband and its supporting services in medical insurance reimbursement, significantly lowering the threshold for public access. Expanding the pilot program to more provinces and cities, gradually extending coverage from diabetes and hypertension to include more common chronic diseases such as hyperlipidemia and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease (COPD). Late at night, when all was quiet, in Lin Hao's study, the excited voice of academician Chen Mingyuan came through the encrypted line. How, did you see? The latest pilot expansion plan has been approved. Lin Hao stared at the data streams on his computer screen, representing the health of hundreds of millions of citizens, showing no surprise whatsoever. It's finally begun. Chapter 86, Anomalous Warning. As the year drew to a close, afternoon sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, bringing a hint of warmth to the cold winter. The math teacher explained the intricate chicken and rabbit problem at the front of the classroom, while most students below dozed off. Lin Hao propped his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on his open workbook. His pen tip idly scribbled across the pages, making him appear indistinguishable from his classmates. Only he knew that most of his attention was immersed in the real-time health data stream aggregated by the Health Great Wall Initiative. Heart rate, blood pressure trends, blood oxygen saturation, nocturnal respiration frequency. Billions of minute physiological signals underwent ceaseless analysis and modeling by the Qiming AI system. At that very moment, an extremely faint abnormal ripple was precisely captured by the abnormal disease pattern tracking submodule embedded within the bioresearch system. It was instantly amplified and highlighted. Lin Hao's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers tapped lightly against his chin. He swiftly pinpointed the anomaly's origin: Forestry City, a province in the southeast. Data revealed that over the past 48 hours, an abnormal cluster of self-reported mild respiratory symptoms with low-grade fever had emerged within Forestry City's jurisdiction. This was accompanied by automated monitoring data showing associated abnormally elevated resting heart rate and minor nocturnal fluctuations in blood oxygen saturation. Individually, these data points seemed insignificant. But aggregated and compared against infectious disease transmission patterns in the AI model, a clear, emerging cluster zone was outlined. Alert: Regional Disease Cluster Anomaly Detected. Forestry City, 87.5% confidence. Symptom similarity, 92%. Transmission pattern analysis: Suspected zoonotic respiratory pathogen. Preliminary basic reproduction number estimated between 2.5-3.2. Note: higher than seasonal influenza. Risk level assessment: moderate high. Potential for rapid community transmission and outward spread. The cold alert tone reverberated in Lin Hao's mind like a warning bell. He made his judgment almost instantly. This wasn't a typical seasonal flu fluctuation. Some new, highly transmissible respiratory pathogen was quietly emerging in Forestry City. The class bell rang at that very moment, shattering the classroom's stifling silence. Lin Hao, what are you spacing out for? Come on, let's hit the snack bar for some spicy strips, my treat. Wang Tao's booming voice rang in his ear as he slapped his shoulder hard. Lin Hao snapped back to reality, glancing at Wang Tao's flashy demeanor and smiling. Oh, nothing. Just spaced out for a second. You go ahead. I think my stomach hurts. Gotta hit the bathroom. Stomachache again? Your stomach's way too sensitive. Wang Tao muttered under his breath before dashing out of the classroom alone. Lin Hao grabbed the terminal disguised as an electronic dictionary from his desk and hurried toward the restroom at the far end of the building. He entered a stall and locked the door. The surroundings fell instantly silent. Leaning against the stall wall, he wasted no time. His fingers flew across the terminal, summoning the highest encryption communication interface and connecting directly to academician Chen Mingyuan. Uncle Chen, his voice was hushed but rapid and clear, cutting straight to the point without pleasantries. Health Great Wall has detected abnormal epidemic signals in Forestry City. A novel respiratory pathogen with high zoonotic potential. Preliminary estimates place R0 between 2.5 and 3.2, indicating rapid transmission. I've simultaneously sent the data packets and preliminary analysis report to your highest level backend and the CDC. On the other end of the channel, academician Chen Mingyuan's breathing seemed to pause for a second before the sound of papers rustling and keyboard clicks filled the air. He was clearly accessing the data immediately. Message acknowledged. Reviewing data. Chen Mingyuan's voice instantly grew grave. The situation is indeed abnormal. This detected the outbreak at least 36 to 48 hours earlier than our conventional monitoring system. Xiao Hao, your system has made a tremendous contribution. We must act immediately. Lin Hao declared firmly. Gaining these 48 hours could be the critical window to contain the outbreak in its infancy.
My recommendations are, first, immediately dispatch the highest-level epidemiological investigation team with specialized testing kits to Forestry City under strict secrecy. Second, Forestry City must immediately initiate covert surveillance, focusing on investigating wildlife exposure histories and agricultural markets. Third, implement strict information control to prevent unnecessary panic. Agreed. I'll report this immediately. Initiate the highest-level emergency response protocol. Chen Mingyuan's voice carried decisive authority. Keep communication lines open. The communication cut off. Lin Hao leaned against the cold partition, slowly inhaling and then exhaling. Outside the restroom, the sounds of other students laughing, playing, flushing toilets, and washing hands filled the air with carefree vitality. One door apart, yet worlds apart. He composed his expression, pushed open the stall door, and walked to the sink, splashing cold water on his face. He didn't know how many more times he'd encounter situations like this, but since the system had been given to him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He returned to the bustling classroom, where Wang Tao was munching on spicy strips and asked him in a muffled voice if he was feeling better. Lin Hao nodded and picked up the textbook for the next class. No one knew that just moments ago, during that brief intermission, the first stirrings of a pandemic crisis that could sweep the nation had been silently and keenly detected by a teenager. Meanwhile, a covert battle against the epidemic, led by the full force of the state and racing against time, had quietly begun. Action orders were now flying toward the capital in southeast China in encrypted radio waves. At dusk, Lin Hao walked out of the school gates with his backpack. A black sedan glided silently to his side. As he slid into the back seat, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. His gaze held a weightier intensity than usual, yet he offered no words, merely a slight nod. The epidemic alert in Forestry City had been activated, and higher-level machinery was already in motion. Back home, his mother, Lin Weining, had prepared a steaming hot meal as usual. During dinner, the local news channel aired the weather forecast for Forestry City and a few routine social stories, showing no signs of anything unusual. Lin Weining chatted about family matters, occasionally complaining about vegetable prices. Lin Hao ate quietly, responding occasionally, though his thoughts had long since drifted to the distant southeast and the underground laboratory deep below. No sooner had he set down his bowl and chopsticks than he rose. "Mom, there's a critical algorithm to discuss at the base tonight. I might be in late." "Staying up late again?" Lin Weining frowned with concern. "You've only just started regular classes. How can you be busier than before?" "Almost done. Once this phase is finished, things should ease up." Lin Hao offered a vague reply before striding into his study and locking the door behind him. Chapter 87. The situation was worse than anticipated. The policy for Forestry City was swiftly implemented, and the meeting proceeded quietly. Entering the room, Lin Hao's expression turned solemn. He opened his computer and pulled up the interface displaying the progress report sent by Chen Mingyuan. Everything was unfolding methodically. The sound of the microphone cutting in was faint, but Chen Mingyuan quickly noticed and reported the latest developments. "We've already investigated the agricultural markets related to Forestry City and are conducting preliminary screenings." The markets were bustling with people, making investigations challenging. The sheer number of individuals and the potential for misinformation could easily spark unnecessary panic and rumors. "Is this all the sample data we have from the investigation?" Lin Hao slid his mouse, his small brow furrowing slightly as he pressed sternly, "Continue monitoring. Based on the wristband test results, this anomaly doesn't feel right." Chen Mingyuan nodded solemnly. "A medical team has already been dispatched. Preliminary findings should be available within 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded without comment. He understood the potential danger of contagion. While the extent of this outbreak remained unknown, containing such a disease in its infancy was the best possible outcome. 10 minutes later, after reviewing all the data and records, Lin Hao had formed a preliminary hypothesis. His expression remained grave, yet he felt no burden. Frontline personnel from Meishu also entered the room. No idle chatter filled the room as they immediately began reporting the on-site situation. "This is Zhang Juren from the Infectious Diseases Department of Xihua Volunteers. At present, the Dong Agricultural Market in Linya City has a total population of 36,800. There are 187 confirmed cases, 4,900 suspected infections, and 31,200 close contacts. Test results for 85 specimens are as follows. The remaining 65 specimens could not be successfully tested, and the rest are still undergoing analysis. Among them, a novel virus has been identified, suspected to be one never seen before. Preliminary observations indicate the most prominent characteristic of this virus is its extremely high transmissibility. Virtually any direct contact results in infection. High transmissibility is not good news. As you can see from the data I've uploaded, this virus not only spreads rapidly but also exhibits high persistence and portability. Furthermore, we've discovered that this virus has an exceptionally long lifespan." Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, stunned by the sheer potency of this novel virus, which possessed so many characteristics of other viruses. Each trait alone was troublesome enough, let alone all these combined characteristics. It was a headache for everyone.
Lin Hao, who had been listening quietly, furrowed his brow before speaking. It's an alpha virus. The familiar term weighed heavily on Lin Hao's heart. The pain of that era was impossible for him to forget. Beyond the physical agony, the suffering brought by that catastrophe was equally excruciating, something no one could bear or forget. The precise name made everyone gasp, and the room fell silent for a moment. Chen Mingyuan, snapping out of it, quickly asked, "Zero, you know a lot about this virus? You can examine its genetic chain. Though simple, it still bears traces of other viruses. In other words, this is still a composite virus. To defeat it, we must address its root cause. The alpha virus may seem unfamiliar, but targeting its genetic chain will achieve the desired effect." Lin Hao offered this explanation, prompting others to voice their own thoughts. Its numerous hybrid traits boost transmission speed but prevent it from developing resistance. Exactly. With so many characteristics, its resistance to antiviral agents must be low. So we just need to focus on protection and conduct regular disinfection in the market. Suggestions poured forth relentlessly. These senior medical professionals were highly attuned to the situation, quickly identifying a direction and even collaboratively formulating countermeasures. Lin Hao trusted these people to handle the details. The real focus was how to treat the virus. Detected novel composite virus. Analyzing against existing virus database. Searching for optimal solution. Matching solutions being generated. Detailed plan. High-potency systemic immune enhancer compatibility, 89%. Isolating cellular pathways. Lin Hao rubbed his temples. While treating the root cause is essential, your priority now is to stabilize their lives. I'll provide the agents for the rest. With the current low infection count, a high-potency immune enhancer can effectively isolate the virus. After that, proceed with the environmental measures you mentioned. The static interrupted transmission sounded faint and slightly jarring, yet everyone held their breath, listening intently, afraid to miss a single word from Lin Hao. They had all heard of Zero's name. Being part of such a high-level, top-secret meeting filled them with excitement. The only disappointment was Zero's voice. It gave no indication of gender or age. After everything was explained, everyone logged off, but Chen Mingyuan remained on the mic, his breathing heavy and labored. Lin Hao glanced at the system, noticing the unclosed meeting in Chen Mingyuan's blinking avatar frame. Is there anything else? Can the situation in Forestry City be stabilized? The data from the wristbands isn't looking good. And Forestry City is a major metropolis with a large population and significant daily foot traffic. It wasn't that Chen Mingyuan didn't trust Lin Hao, on the contrary, he had profound faith in him. But based on the data coming back, this outbreak was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Although they had secured critical 36-hour and 48-hour windows, the viral metrics were unprecedented. Such immense transmissibility. It was almost as if wherever an infected carrier went, the virus could rapidly spread there. Lin Hao didn't think Chen Mingyuan was overreacting, but he also didn't sugarcoat things to reassure him. He simply stated the facts. Viruses with high transmissibility and persistence are notoriously difficult to eradicate. But our nation has overcome many challenges deemed impossible by others. This time, we will prevail. The immune agent will be deployed in half an hour, prioritized for carriers first, then suspected cases. The most critical group is those already infected. Understood. Chen Mingyuan nodded, feeling considerably more at ease. Uncle Chen, I can't guarantee everything, but I won't gamble with lives, especially not the lives of an entire city. Every life matters, whether it's medical workers or market vendors. They're all our countrymen. Here was a 10-year-old child, at the age when carefree innocence should reign supreme, yet he had become the backbone of their much older group, indeed, the pillar supporting the rescue of an entire city. Chen Mingyuan felt both ashamed and profoundly grateful. How fortunate their nation was to have such a selfless and dedicated talent as Lin Hao. After hanging up, Chen Mingyuan's heart remained heavy with emotion. Finally, he dialed the number, declaring his own intent to join the front lines to become Lin Hao's eyes on the ground. Chapter 88, Dawnstar research goes directly into mass production. East Trade Market, Forestry City. Where crowds should have long dispersed, the area now glowed with light all night long. Long queues formed as people waited for examinations, their worried glances darting about, silent fear spreading in their hearts. Despite medical staff assuring them it was merely a routine check, the sheer scale of the operation made it anything but simple. Some individuals were even being led into small, isolated rooms. Officially termed isolation, but who knew what else was going on? Next. In the quiet environment, no one spoke. Only this formulaic prompt could be heard. Footsteps shuffled, nervous hands fidgeted with shirt hems, heavy breathing echoed, occasionally punctuated by coughs. Time here felt like thick glue, suffocating and unbearable. Waiting made every second drag on endlessly. Far away in Zhenjiang City, Lin Hao sat in his room, meticulously calibrating the system described, cell isolation activator, his expression solemn. Knock knock knock. Xiao Hao, it's getting late. I warmed up some milk for you. Drink it and go to bed early. Accompanying the knock on the door was Lin Weiniang's gentle, concerned voice. To Lin Weiniang, nothing mattered more than her son's well-being. At such a young age, he should be enjoying carefree days, not cooped up in his room grappling with obscure algorithms. Her heart ached for him, yet Lin Weining was an open-minded parent. While she took pride in Lin Hao, she also felt deeply for him, burdened at such a young age with responsibilities that didn't belong to him. "Alright, Mom, I'm almost done here. I'll be heading to bed soon." Lin Hao hurriedly replied to Lin Weining, packed up his laptop, and slid off the stool to open the door. The analysis of the cell-activating agent is nearly complete. Just send it over to Qiming's team. They should be able to reverse engineer cure number 1 from the original gel sample. Now that he'd examined the activator's composition, it proved even more convenient than cure number 1. Beep. His watch vibrated once, but Lin Hao didn't check it. He reached out and took the warm milk Lin Weining had heated for him, drinking it down in one gulp. The sweet, warm liquid slid down into his stomach. The warmth of home spread through his heart, stirring a gentle emotion within Lin Hao. "Mom, I'll sleep soon. You should get some rest too." Lin Weining heard the vibration but said nothing more. She simply took the empty cup from Lin Hao's hand and stepped out of the room. The door clicked shut. Lin Hao looked down at the notification. Delivery complete. Those 4 simple words spoke volumes, and Lin Hao's anxious heart settled. The warmth of the milk soon lulled him into drowsiness. He stumbled into bed, his mind still processing the events. Though he'd taken precautions early, the virus's fierce onslaught left him daring not to be careless. He fell asleep with his thoughts swirling, and when he woke the next morning, his brain felt like it was filled with water, leaving him groggy and foggy. He shuffled heavily into the living room, where Lin Weining placed a steaming bowl of boiled eggs and bread before him. Noticing his slightly pale complexion, a look of concern flashed in her eyes. With little appetite, Lin Hao sat at the table, mechanically eating the eggs. He had no intention of touching the remaining bread. "I'm full." Lin Hao jumped off the chair and started to leave, but Lin Weining stopped him. "No, you're still growing. Finish this bread." Under her firm insistence, Lin Hao sat back down and obediently finished the bread. After the meal, Lin Hao let the security personnel escort him to school. On the way, he nodded absently before drifting off to catch up on sleep. By the time they arrived at school, he woke up just in time to realize they were already there. He glanced at the driver but said nothing, shouldering his backpack and entering the bustling classroom. His deskmate, Wang Tao, waved enthusiastically from across the room. "Are you sick? Your complexion looks terrible." Hearing this, Lin Hao froze. So that's why the driver hadn't woken him, because he looked so terrible? He immediately recalled Lin Weining's hesitant expression when he left home. Lin Hao fell silent. Getting no response from Lin Hao, Wang Tao pulled a packet of mini pastries from his desk drawer and slid it toward him. "Have a snack. My mom says eating something sweet makes you feel happier and more comfortable." It was clearly a comforting lie, but Lin Hao believed it. His classmate's concern was genuine, and that made Lin Hao feel especially comforted. Seeing Lin Hao accept the bread, Wang Tao grinned triumphantly, his face beaming with joy. The class bell rang. Instinctively, Wang Tao fell silent, glancing cautiously at Lin Hao and lowering his voice. "I heard we have a pop quiz today." A quiz? Lin Hao genuinely hadn't heard about this. Even if he had known earlier, the quiz held little significance for Lin Hao and certainly wouldn't cause him any anxiety. Compared to Wang Tao's nervousness, Lin Hao's calmness seemed uncharacteristically mature for his age. Wang Tao wasn't surprised, though, since his desk partner had been like this since the start of the semester. Sometimes Wang Tao even thought his deskmate was as steady as a middle-aged man, lacking any youthful vigor. Just as Wang Tao's rumors had suggested, a mini-exam arrived unexpectedly that morning. Even though it was only for Chinese class, it still weighed heavily on the students' hearts, leaving them far from cheerful. The scratching sound of pencils on paper filled the quiet classroom. The soothing noise calmed Lin Hao's anxious heart, and he patiently completed the exam. In just half an hour, Lin Hao filled the entire exam paper. Yet his pen continued scribbling away on the scratch paper. The investigation in Forestry City is complete. At that moment, a few simple words came from the special device. Lin Hao, understanding the unspoken message, composed his expression. After handing in his paper, he tucked away his scratch paper and clutched his stomach. "Teacher, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Go to the school nurse immediately." The teacher, noticing Lin Hao's pale complexion, urged him promptly. Lin Hao had always been a top student in the class. As the teacher flipped through the exam paper in his hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face, and he nodded approvingly. Yet, a hint of pity flickered in his eyes. Lin Hao's constitution simply looked too frail. He'd visited the school nurse several times over the past few days. The school nurse, who had been waiting, was ready as soon as Lin Hao entered. But as she reached for the paperwork, she noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. "Feeling unwell?" "Perhaps." "I'm fine." Lin Hao shook his head and walked into the inner room. "Let me review the documents. Qiming has already sent over the immunotherapy medication." The nurse nodded and handed the documents to Lin Hao. The thick file contained not only infection data from Forestry City but also Qiming's latest operational plans and their outcomes.
Based on Qiming's analysis of the highly effective immune agent delivered earlier, they had developed a more mass-producible immune agent, though its efficacy had been reduced by 1/3.
Chapter 89, Redeploying Personnel. Though the efficacy data was slightly lower, Qiming's mass-produced immune agent could achieve better overall results.
Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction.
Qiming's progress was within his expectations, though he hadn't anticipated such rapid results.
The school doctor's worried gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao, his brow slightly furrowed with a hint of concern. The situation in Forestry City is now under preliminary control, and the wristbands are proving highly effective. We plan to mass-produce them and deploy them first in Forestry City.
These measures held little weight for Lin Hao.
What truly mattered was the virus's future trajectory. His brows knitted together as he flipped through documents.
Hasn't the follow-up investigation into the alpha virus continued?
We need to know the survival time of these viral spores and the sterilization methods.
We can't let this virus continue wreaking havoc. The Infectious Disease Control Research Institute has begun analysis, but no results are available yet.
Facing Lin Hao, the school doctor felt an oppressive weight settling on his shoulders, making him feel unable to lift his head.
An inexplicable pressure swept over him.
Yet Lin Hao was merely a child.
After finishing his inquiry about the events in Linya City, Lin Hao exhaled and started to rise.
Suddenly, his feet stumbled, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, the school doctor reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch him.
"Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Probably just sleep deprivation." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, signaling he was fine.
This was the first time he'd experienced dizziness. Lin Hao simply attributed it to a poor night's sleep. He'd spent the entire night half asleep, preoccupied with thoughts about Forestry City, so restless sleep was only natural. The situation now was more frightening to watch than to experience. Lin Hao knew his body well enough to understand what needed to be done.
The school doctor's concern was genuine.
While it might not have been directed solely at Lin Hao himself, the warmth of that care was still palpable, though it didn't stir the same deep resonance as Wang Tao's had. Releasing his hand, the school doctor stared at Lin Hao with a complex expression. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He just silently fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, a look that made Lin Hao instinctively frown. Opening the clinic door, Lin Hao looked up to meet Wang Tao's worried gaze.
"Wang Tao?"
He had to admit, Wang Tao's wide, watery eyes fixed on him startled Lin Hao genuinely, a flicker of genuine emotion touching his own eyes.
"What are you doing here?"
At this hour, exams should be over and it was break time. Yet Wang Tao, who usually spent every break eating snacks or complaining about schoolwork, had actually come to the infirmary on purpose.
Could he be sick?
"Your health is really terrible," Wang Tao said, handing something over to Lin Hao.
He couldn't help adding, "Look how pale you are. My mom says it's probably because you're not eating well. I bought you some snacks. Eat them quickly." Lin Hao didn't reach out to take it.
His eyes stung slightly, feeling moist, but his expression remained as cold and distant as ever.
Wang Tao didn't seem to notice much, just persistently shoving the food into Lin Hao's arms. Finally, he added, "Don't be so formal. It's nothing expensive. MHM. Lin Hao accepted the food, a faint smile touching his lips. "Thanks." Hearing Lin Hao's thanks, Wang Tao blushed slightly and waved his hand dismissively. "We're classmates. You're even my desk partner."
The two of them slipped through the door just as the last ring of the bell faded.
The classic scenario, the PE teacher was sick. But since exams had just ended, there was no class, just self-study.
During this self-study period, Lin Hao noticed the class was unusually well behaved, with everyone sitting quietly at their desks. This was a scene Lin Hao had never witnessed before. Usually, a few restless souls would inevitably start making noise, but this time, the silence felt almost unnerving. Curious, he glanced at the usual troublemakers in the class. As Wang Tao sat down, he followed Lin Hao's gaze and noticed the troublemaker too. He leaned in close to Lin Hao with a gossipy tone, lowering his voice.
"You didn't know? Both his parents work at the hospital.
I heard they took him to Forestry City."
"To Forestry City?"
Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected the boy's parents to be in that line of work. But what puzzled Lin Hao more was that with the distribution of highly effective immunity agents in Forestry City, they shouldn't need to bring in personnel from outside. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Hao planned to ask Chen Mingyuan about it later. Wang Tao, meanwhile, acted like a chatterbox, spilling everything he knew, sharing gossip non-stop. On the surface, Lin Hao nodded along while unwrapping the snacks Wang Tao had bought for him and shoving them into Wang Tao's hands. This startled Wang Tao, who waved his hands frantically.
"Aren't you just setting me up? It's fine. The teacher isn't here anyway. Who knew my desk buddy could talk like that? Not bad, looks like you've grown up."
Wang Tao's smug expression, as if he were a proud father watching his son grow up, left Lin Hao speechless. He didn't feel like engaging in a verbal spar over such trivial matters. After handing the snacks to Wang Tao, Lin Hao buried his head in his homework. Wang Tao rolled his eyes at this studious facade, then turned away to eat quietly, lowering his voice so as not to disturb Lin Hao's studies. He might not be fond of studying himself, but he wasn't the type to stop others from learning either.
Before long, it was time to go home. A figure darted past, causing Lin Hao's desk to jolt violently. His textbooks slid off the surface. Clatter! Wang Tao immediately stood up, glaring toward the doorway. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell are you running so fast? I'm fine. Lin Hao reached out to stop Wang Tao, who was about to explode in anger. He crouched down to pick up the books from the floor, then glanced toward the doorway. The figure had already vanished. The one running so fast was Zhang Yi, the notorious troublemaker in their class. He spent most of his time causing mischief, a constant headache for teachers. But deep down, he was a good kid, just a bit too energetic for his age. Honestly, Zhang Yi's been acting weird all day, so scatterbrained. Hearing Wang Tao's words, Lin Hao felt a spark of curiosity, not about Zhang Yi himself, but about the parents behind him. He kept a close eye on the situation in Forestry City, even going so far as to inquire specifically at the school infirmary. Regardless of the circumstances, Forestry City hadn't yet reached a point where outside help was needed, which was precisely why he was curious about Zhang Yi's situation. Wang Tao had been seething with anger moments ago, but upon hearing Lin Hao's interest in gossip, he quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed behind him. You wouldn't believe it, but I've seen Zhang Yi's parents before. They're incredibly well-dressed and handsome. And during parent-teacher conferences, his parents were so stern. After a bunch of nonsense, Wang Tao finally got to the part Lin Hao wanted to hear. Chapter 90, A Strange Reward Method. Truthfully, Zhang Yi isn't a bad kid at heart, and his parents are good people too. I hope they come back safe and sound. What danger could there be in Linya City? Maybe something happened at the hospital. Lin Hao said casually, his gaze fixed on Wang Tao, studying the expression on his face. As an elementary schooler, Wang Tao shook his head mysteriously. You're wrong, Lin. Think about it, what kind of situation would require sending people from outside? Lin Hao was puzzled. He sensed Wang Tao knew nothing, yet this remark suggested Wang Tao possessed information others lacked. Meaning Lin Hao's slightly puzzled gaze, Wang Tao smirked smugly. His desk partner was great in every way, except he was too cold. It was as if nothing could capture his interest. Even when things were right in front of him, he gave off an air of distant detachment. Even someone as fiery and passionate as Wang Tao couldn't warm Lin Hao up. This time, Wang Tao finally saw an unusual expression on Lin Hao's face. How could you possibly know? Zhang Yi isn't close with either of us. The crude provocation instantly fired up Wang Tao. How dare you assume I don't know? Wang Tao stammered, listen, I'm the class gossip. Zhang Yi's parents went to Forestry City, and that area is still under quarantine. It must be an alien invasion. That's why they sent Zhang Yi's parents there, one's a soldier, the other a doctor. The first half of Wang Tao's sentence made Lin Hao's heart leap, but the second half instantly deflated his excitement. Wang Tao's theories were pure speculation. However, given Zhang Yi's parents' backgrounds, it was indeed possible they'd been deployed there. The East Trade Market in Forestry City was substantial in scale. Tracking goods within it required manpower, and the inspection process lacked professionals. It made sense that some outstanding individuals would be pulled away. It seemed necessary to bring this to the attention of higher-ups. They explicitly said not to cause panic, yet a child had analyzed the situation with remarkable accuracy. Though the subsequent outcome was wildly absurd, if exploited by those with ulterior motives, it could easily become the seed of rumors. The crucial point is that Wang Tao's wild claims were presented with such vivid detail they seemed plausible. Aliens, my foot. You should head home now, don't make your parents worry. Lin Hao snapped back, exasperated, rubbing his temples in frustration. He felt like a complete fool for having believed Wang Tao just moments ago. Fine. Wang Tao stared longingly at Lin Hao's retreating figure, wondering if his story hadn't been explosive enough. Why did Lin Hao seem not shocked, but speechless? Stepping into the black sedan, Lin Hao nodded to the driver before glancing at his watch. Since leaving the school clinic, there had been no news at all, not a single update about Forestry City. Arriving home, the rich aroma of dinner hit him the moment he reached the doorstep, the familiar scent of home materializing in that instant. As he climbed the stairs, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of Zhang Yi. He recalled Wang Tao's rambling story about how Zhang Yi had always lived with his parents. This time, they'd left abruptly, leaving only a few brief words and some money behind. How was Zhang Yi supposed to manage his life now? As for Zhang Yi's grandparents, it seemed they had passed away long ago. He now had the warmth of a family, but what about Zhang Yi? What about those people in Linya City? It wasn't that Lin Hao was a saint, but since he had the means to resolve this matter, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Hao's back. Come in quickly, I stewed chicken soup for you today. Seeing Lin Weiniang's energetic appearance, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't forgotten how his mother looked when she fell ill 2 years ago. It was etched deep in his memory. He kept these memories alive to remind himself never to forget, never to lose sight of his original aspirations. As a young prodigy, Lin Hao could possess many things. As long as he didn't break the law, the state would vouch for him, even handling matters on his behalf. But Lin Hao had refused all such offers, knowing full well he couldn't resist such temptations. Even the state feared a genius like him might be lost to a life of luxury and excess. Seated at the table, Lin Hao stared at the steaming soup before him. The rising steam wasn't just from the food, it carried the warmth of home. Xiao Hao, the weather's been unpredictable lately. Don't take off your clothes carelessly when you're out. Lin Weining urged earnestly. Lin Hao nodded obediently, quickly finishing his rice before getting up from the stool to head toward the study. Noticing his direction, Lin Weining relaxed slightly before nervously asking, "Haven't you finished that verification yet?" "Almost. It should take a few more days." Hearing her son's words, Lin Weining's heart sank, but she sighed and accepted it. She knew her son was exceptionally capable, and it was only natural for him to be so busy other parents might even take pride in it. But her son was only 10 years old. Lin Hao entered the study carrying a glass of water. Before Lin Hao could even turn on his computer, Chen Mingyuan's call came through. "Uncle Chen, is there a problem in Forestry City?" "No. The alpha virus has been decoded. Its characteristics largely match your earlier predictions. We've conducted further tests on its transmission rate here and found it spreads in about a week, depending on individual constitution." After hearing the explanation, Lin Hao's expression turned serious. Virus analysis complete. Compatible systems upgrading. Gene chain module unlocked, respiratory disease treatment pathway discovered. Primary gene reagent expansion, 10%. As Chen Mingyuan delivered his report, the system's voice chimed in succession. The more he heard, the more restless Lin Hao became, eventually rising abruptly from his seat. The chair scraped against the floor, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. "Scratch! What's wrong? Is there an issue with these data?" "No," Lin Hao shook his head as he sat back down, speaking slowly. "Has the virus been transported to Qiming?" "The first batch has been delivered. Regarding the ultra-high-efficiency immune agent, we've administered it to the most severely infected individuals. The results are remarkable. As for the immune agent developed by Qiming, we've given it to those at risk of infection, but its effectiveness remains unclear at this stage." His response was faint, for Lin Hao's thoughts had already drifted away from Chen Mingyuan's words. They were now fixated on the system's so-called primary genetic reagent. The term gene, as the name implies, refers to entities capable of altering the human body. Such concepts existed almost exclusively in comics and novels. If it weren't for the system being genuine and never lying, Lin Hao would have thought Wang Tao was daydreaming. Chen Mingyuan continued, stating that the situation in Linya City was now under preliminary control, with minimal risk of further spread. Despite his reassurances, Lin Hao couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Chapter 91, Adding Insult to Injury, a sudden chain reaction car accident. Now that things had become clear, the situation in Forestry City was under control, and Wang Tao's claims were pure nonsense. Even if they spread, no one would believe them. They wouldn't stir up a single ripple. Everything was moving in a positive direction, and Lin Hao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyuan spoke at length, but his words were systematically organized, allowing Lin Hao to quickly analyze and clarify the current situation. Lin Hao worked through the night, spending most of his time analyzing the primary genetic reagent. Although only 10% complete, Lin Hao discovered it contained too many technologies beyond their current grasp. If fully deciphered, it would undoubtedly revolutionize modern medicine and propel the entire industry forward. Moreover, Lin Hao discovered that the primary gene reagent showed remarkably potent effects against certain cancers. Unfortunately, the mere 10% progress left Lin Hao with a headache. Even if he sent this 10% to Qiming, it likely wouldn't yield much useful information. He still needed to complete subsequent tasks to gain more insights. With these questions weighing on his mind, Lin Hao fell into a deep sleep, even forgetting to drink his nightly glass of milk. It sat untouched on the bedside table until morning, when he finally remembered it. Lin Hao glanced at the nightstand, calmly picked up the cold milk, and drank it in one gulp. Wiping the milk stains from the corners of his mouth, he dressed and headed out. Hearing the door open, Lin Weining turned with a hint of reproach. "It's your day off. Why not sleep in a bit longer?" "Couldn't sleep. Got up early to review the upcoming lessons." Hearing this, Lin Weining's face softened with resignation. While others worried daily about how to motivate their children to study, her concern was the opposite, that Lin Hao was so engrossed in his studies he had no time for fun, or even to make new friends. But Lin Weining didn't dwell on it, simply setting breakfast on the table. Sitting across from Lin Hao, she offered a wry smile. "I heard from our neighbors that the community added some new playground equipment. Would you like to go play this afternoon, Hao?" Beneath the gentle, concerned words lay a hint of worry. Lin Hao looked up at Lin Weining. Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern for him. Upon reflection, he seemed to have entered the life of his peers, but it was clear he didn't belong in this circle. Wang Tao hadn't said anything, but that eerie sense of distance spoke volumes. Lin Hao regretted not playing the part of a student well enough. The problem was, having lived 2 lifetimes, he still felt awkward playing the part of an elementary schooler. Asking him to make friends and hang out with a bunch of kids? He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Logically, Lin Hao wouldn't have accepted Lin Weining's invitation. Yet, faced with her genuinely moved expression, he stiffly nodded in agreement.
Towards his own mother, Lin Hao always felt a little more lenient, especially given the warmth she brought him. So as long as her requests weren't unreasonable, he would agree. Lin Weining was delighted by his response, thinking this would at least get him out to breathe some fresh air instead of spending his entire vacation cooped up at home with his books. It would be even better if he could make some friends along the way, though she didn't hold out much hope for that. It wasn't that Lin Hao had a bad personality, rather, he was simply too mature. Standing before her, Lin Hao seemed like a miniature adult utterly devoid of the playful antics typical of children his age, not even possessing the slightest hint of a temper.
After setting the time, Lin Weining happily went to prepare Lin Hao's clothes.
Lin Hao, having finished eating, intended to wash the dishes, but Lin Weining, hearing the noise, called out to stop him.
"Leave it to me. Didn't you say you had homework? Go ahead."
Lin Hao opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Weining snatched the bowl from his hands.
He couldn't help but sigh at her persistence.
He knew she was just being protective, but doing this little chore was no big deal. In the living room, Lin Hao intended to check the news about Forestry City. The official Linya City channel had little news about the farmers' market, focusing mostly on the unusual car accidents in the eastern suburbs.
Multiple accidents occurred today on the mountain road in the eastern suburbs of Forestry City.
Relevant authorities have now arrived at the scene.
We now turn to our reporter on location for details.
As of this moment, the accident has resulted in 160 casualties, 36 with minor injuries, 89 with severe injuries requiring treatment, 28 critically injured and unconscious, and 7 fatalities at the scene. The stark figures were shocking to behold.
The mountain road on the television screen was engulfed in flames, its original form unrecognizable.
All that could be seen was a sky filled with fire, as if it were consuming everything in its path. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight, his expression complex. Lin Weining, who had just finished washing the dishes, watched the scene with a look of distress.
"How heartbreaking for their families," she sighed. "Mom, I'm going back to do my homework."
The news footage was heavily edited, so Lin Hao couldn't see the details clearly. Besides, there was little he could do about the accident. Yet, the location felt eerily familiar. He had never been to Forestry City, and the only place he knew there was the East Trade Market. Accidents on winding mountain roads were inherently risky, but Lin Hao had never witnessed one on such a massive scale before.
His smartwatch didn't vibrate with any notifications clearly, those involved knew Lin Hao couldn't intervene.
Everyone saw only the crash, but Lin Hao sensed the repercussions of this accident ran far deeper than met the eye. This location, and these people. The eastern outskirts of Forestry City weren't exactly a bustling area, and it was the weekend. Commuters shouldn't have coincided so perfectly at that exact time unless there was some event or large-scale personnel movement. Uncertain about this, Lin Hao hesitated before dialing Chen Mingyuan's number to inquire about the situation in Linya City.
The phone rang for an agonizingly long time.
Just as Lin Hao was about to assume Chen Mingyuan was unavailable and hang up, it finally connected.
"What's wrong? New developments with the virus research?" Chen Mingyuan's voice came through unusually noisy, mixed with sobs. "It's pretty chaotic here. There's been a car accident in Forestry City."
"I see," Lin Hao acknowledged.
Chen Mingyuan was a man of medical ethics.
When something like this happened, it was only natural for him to lend a hand in Forestry City and appear at the hospital closest to the accident.
Normally, an accident like this would warrant mobilizing a large number of personnel.
But with the infectious virus outbreak also occurring in Forestry City, the originally sufficient manpower had become stretched thin. The support personnel sent by Chen Mingyuan felt like they needed to be cloned to handle the workload. Panting heavily, Chen Mingyuan found a relatively quiet spot to take the call. He knew Lin Hao wasn't someone who didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Chapter 92, Identical Symptoms. In the stairwell, Chen Mingyuan watched the white-clad figures darting through the corridors and couldn't help but wipe his face, sending droplets of sweat flying.
After calming his breathing, he finally spoke. "This car accident is incredibly severe. The nearby hospitals are understaffed, and they've already pulled personnel from other districts. The search and rescue operation at the scene hasn't stopped yet." The rambling didn't annoy Lin Hao. On the contrary, he felt Chen Mingyuan was doing the right thing. Some matters couldn't be avoided simply by deeming them troublesome, especially since Lin Hao was genuinely interested and eager to learn more about the situation. Chen Mingyuan spoke for a while before realizing he'd said too much. He genuinely felt for these people, but the effects of Cure One were still too superficial. For injuries involving broken bones and torn ligaments, it proved less effective. Most cases still required hospital technicians, but where could a single city possibly find enough specialized personnel? Moreover, the greatest need in car accidents actually lay with emergency room doctors. "You've worked hard," Lin Hao said thoughtfully. "Ximing is ready to lend a hand anytime." "Yeah, I know. The people in Linya City are lucky we happen to be here.
Otherwise, things would have been much worse." Chen Mingyuan nodded in agreement. With Lin Hao's assurance, he knew he could turn to him for help whenever he encountered problems he couldn't solve on his own.
"Didn't this accident happen near the East Trade Market?" The news reported it was very close.
"Indeed.
Chen Mingyuan nodded without hesitation. But rest assured, I understand that such a major accident could introduce pathogens. I'll have the disinfection handled promptly. No. Lin Hao shook his head slightly. He hadn't made this call for such a simple, obvious matter. It was about the alpha virus. Basic matters required no prompting. Chen Mingyuan's experience alone was sufficient for him to handle such situations without Lin Hao's guidance. But regarding the alpha virus, Chen Mingyuan knew very little. Do you recall the previous alpha virus test results? It's highly contagious. With this incident occurring on the nearby hillside now, remember to disinfect thoroughly and during the search and rescue operation too. Lin Hao knew this information was unfamiliar to Chen Mingyuan. Moreover, if the forestry city officials handled it poorly, it could easily spark a public relations storm online. Remember what I said earlier. First, keep this under wraps. Find a plausible excuse for the accident site to avoid detection. Second, administer immune agent number 1 to all victims of this crash. Third, ensure every rescue worker and medical staff member undergoes disinfection. No exceptions, no excuses. Understood. I'll ensure all these points are followed, Chen Mingyuan assured him. His gaze then lingered on the hurried figures in the corridor before he sighed involuntarily. The hospital is understaffed right now, requiring personnel to be pulled from other departments. But we'll handle all the necessary risk management. More people meant more potential for mistakes, especially after all that had already happened. It was bound to cause panic. As the call ended, Lin Hao's unease remained undiminished. Linya City really was plagued by misfortune. With this thought, Lin Hao began sifting through documents, seeking information on the distribution of medical facilities and pathogens within the city. Ding! His wristband vibrated, followed by the system's voice. Detected mutated rod-shaped pathogen. Colony-forming pathogens triggering sequential viral infections, combined viral factors. As the system's announcement played, Lin Hao's expression grew grave. A sense of I knew it welled up in his heart, and he nodded repeatedly. This matched her initial hypothesis almost exactly. It was practically spot on. The original virus possessed extreme infectivity, and now this car accident provided the perfect breeding ground for bacteria. Beneath the dust lay not only human remains, but also those insidious pathogens. Having anticipated this possibility, Lin Hao nodded with understanding, his expression grave as he stared at the text on the system display and the panel gathering data on his wristband. It contained the special case data of patients identified through the accident investigation. The records listed numerous symptoms, but they all shared one common thread: diarrhea. It resembled the mass diarrhea outbreak from the dysentery incident, and the epidemiology team had even conducted a specialized study to determine if it was cholera. Male, 37 years old. Left leg and abdomen crushed in accident. Significant increase in intra-abdominal pressure, decreased blood pressure. Severe diarrhea, watery stools. Female, 24 years old, car accident, left upper arm and left upper chest crushed. Hypotensive, blood pressure continuously dropping. Watery stools. Male, 54 years old, car accident, hypotension, watery stools. The medical records varied in scope, mostly featuring typical car accident injuries, yet each contained a question about abdominal issues. Is it an infection after all? Lin Hao murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a low, somber voice, but looking at it this way, it doesn't seem to have any connection to the alpha virus. After all, the alpha virus primarily affects the respiratory system, yet all the current symptoms are digestive. There doesn't seem to be any connection between the two. Even Lin Hao began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Could this actually be a new virus, rather than detected emergence of complex symptoms? Situation confirmed. Counter-blocking agent matches symptoms at 97%. Dispatch time, 90 minutes. It actually takes that long. In healthcare, it's never money that's lacking, it's time. In an hour and a half, who could predict how far that pathogen might spread? Even Lin Hao couldn't be certain. Scribbling and sketching on the draft, Lin Hao was completely absorbed, his expression more sullen than ever. Knock knock knock. Just then, the knocking sounded, but Lin Hao seemed oblivious, completely immersed in his own world. Xiao Hao, there's still tomorrow. Stop doing homework, didn't we agree to go out and play? Lin Weiniang's concerned voice drifted in from outside the door. The familiar voice finally snapped Lin Hao back to reality. Without realizing it, he had filled an entire page of draft paper with dense, cramped writing, not a single gap left. Looking at the complete data before him, Lin Hao felt not a shred of pride. The effectiveness of the system provided, counter-blocking agent, was undeniably excellent, but the quantity was far too limited. To achieve widespread implementation, Qiming still needed to develop a mass-producible version of the agent. With this in mind, Lin Hao began constructing the framework for the counter-blocking agent. Using this as a foundation, he started experimenting with new formulations, ones that could be rapidly produced while effectively suppressing the corresponding viruses. Chapter 93, Matters More Urgent Than the Front Lines. Qiming gathered the nation's top talents. They gathered here for one purpose: to ensure national peace and prosperity, a world free from disease. When Qiming personnel learned of the accident in Forestry City, many volunteered to heed the nation's call and head to the disaster zone to confront this calamity together. But in the end, they were persuaded to stay. Though they were all capable of frontline work, their presence there would be less effective than perfecting the medication here. Qiming Research Institute. The newly established Virus Research Institute was staffed by the cream of the crop, the elite of their field. Some had just returned from the front lines, making them even more eager to rush back into action. Why can't we go? We could identify the virus much faster once we're there. Exactly. Didn't your team develop cure number 1? If we bring back the virus, I'm sure you could figure out a solution too, right? What do you mean by that? We're not cowards afraid of death, we can go to the front lines too. Exactly. Do you think only your team too has the guts? None of us are afraid of this. Don't assume you're the only ones with the skills. Both teams were brimming with youthful vigor. Not a single member would admit inferiority, especially when such a chance to make history was on the line. The argument grew fiercely heated, thick with tension. I heard the situation over there is dire. Will our medication even work? Of course it will. Think about it, this was developed by our expert Zero. Even if there are issues, it'll be because our execution fell short. Hearing this, many bowed their heads in guilt. Take the recent Cure 1 as a stark contrast. While Cure 1 appeared to be a product beyond its time, it actually had significant shortcomings compared to the gel Lin Hao had provided. The difference was staggering. Their Cure 1 could only heal the most superficial layers of skin. Deeper tissue layers presented a strong barrier, preventing any penetration into the deeper tissue layers. They had been researching this for a long time, but Cure number 2 still hadn't made any breakthrough progress. Before they could delve deeper, the Forestry City accident occurred. While accidents happen every year, such a large-scale crash accompanied by an infectious disease outbreak was extremely rare. This wasn't just an opportunity to make a name for themselves, it was also a chance to gain new insights and knowledge. Everyone wanted to go, yet they understood that as members of Qiming, they bore greater responsibilities. They couldn't simply decide to head to the front lines on a whim. Someone had to stay behind, sparking a heated argument. Ding! The piercing alarm sounded, silencing all arguments instantly. Eyes turned simultaneously to the electronic panel at the top. That was the notification panel reserved for Qiming's master, Zero, a symbol of Qiming's very foundation. The panel displayed pairs of data points alongside densely scribbled draft papers. Such messy handwriting would have drawn complaints from anyone else, especially the later sheets of draft paper. The writing on them couldn't even be described as messy, it was pure gibberish. It was utterly indecipherable to the human eye. Yet not a single scholar present showed the slightest disdain. Instead, every head was glued to the panel, eyes fixed on the scribbles as if holding their breath, afraid to miss even a single stroke. Something's wrong. This is way off. Good heavens, could this be an antiviral agent? It must be, but I've studied every gene sequence here, it shouldn't have this effect. It was unclear how long passed before these individuals regained their voices, now engaged in heated debate. Each wore a grave expression. After exchanging a few words, they frantically searched for paper and pen, beginning to verify the calculations. It wasn't that they doubted Lin Hao's information, they simply couldn't comprehend it. Yes, they grasped the underlying logic in the initial text. But as it progressed, they found themselves increasingly lost, even experiencing that familiar sense of obscurity when encountering new knowledge. Truly worthy of Zero to conceive such an exquisitely intricate combination. It's actually purified from Chinese herbs? And it combines several medicinal agents together, but the proportions of the active ingredients. No, wait, it incorporates Western physical therapy techniques too. Look at the blending methods. A perfect fusion of Eastern and Western medicine, this is nothing short of an artistic masterpiece. I'm not going to the front lines anymore. If I could participate in this kind of pharmaceutical research, it would be the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. Compared to the excitement of Group 2, Group 1 remained notably composed. Having already participated in the research for Cure number 1, they had long witnessed just how terrifying Lin Hao's capabilities truly were. To this day, they still hadn't grasped the true essence behind the gel. Merely scratching the surface had yielded the household name product Cure 1. This is the development of an antagonist blocker, but we certainly can't replicate it perfectly right now. I suggest merging Groups 1 and 2 to expedite the research and development of blocking agent 1. I have no objections. I agree. Not a single person present objected. They all understood the critical situation in Forestry City, knowing every second was a race against death for the patients. To complete blocking agent number 1 as quickly as possible required a large workforce, and they wouldn't refuse assistance from others. While Qiming's team was bustling with activity, Lin Hao was having a rough time following Lin whinnying downstairs. The neighborhood boasted numerous playground facilities. On weekends, many residents gathered here to let their children burn off their boundless energy. Lin Hao watched the wildly running children with a detached expression, unable to bring himself to join in their games. The slightly older kids had their own cliques, and fitting in wouldn't be easy for Lin Hao. Of course, for someone as streetwise as him, having lived 2 lifetimes, it wouldn't be impossible, but he simply didn't want to. He didn't have the time to play with these kids, but the atmosphere itself was quite pleasant to him. The innocent laughter and joy of children were precisely what he sought to protect. Lin Weiniang often strolled around the neighborhood, and many residents recognized her. Seeing the look of uncertainty in Lin Hao's eyes, she couldn't help but smile and urged him, "Go on, it's fine. Everyone's very friendly." Thinking Lin Hao might be worried about not fitting in with the other kids, Lin Weiniang offered encouragement. Chapter 94, Different Fields, Different Worlds. Come catch me. You're such a dummy, you'll never catch me. Sitting on the swing, Lin Hao stared at the children playing ahead, rocking the swing by standing on tiptoes. The iron chains creaked rhythmically with each swing, mirroring the cadence of Lin Hao's thoughts as he delved deeper into his musings. His thoughts grew deeper, and he became completely absorbed, sitting there blankly. To the uninformed observer, it might have seemed like Lin Hao was simply envious of the children playing on the beach. This sight tugged at Lin Weiniang's heartstrings. She clenched her palms tightly, glancing at the nearby parents to introduce him. "That's my son. He's a bit shy. He's also a top student in his class." Upon hearing that Lin Hao was a top student, the other parents' hearts stirred. Who wouldn't want their child to excel academically, especially when associating with high achievers? They say birds of a feather flock together. By associating with the best, their children might even pick up some good habits, certainly better than hanging out with underachievers. He might be a bit reserved on his first visit, but don't worry, my son is very outgoing. Let them play together. You're clearly a good kid, I can tell you've been well raised. As the compliments poured in, Lin Weiniang couldn't wipe the smile off her face, her eyes and brows radiating an unmistakable pride. It could be said that Lin Hao had never caused her any worry. He handled everything on his own, acting like a miniature adult. Sometimes Lin Weiniang even found herself wondering if she must have saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve such a well-behaved and sensible son. "Are you from our neighborhood?" Lin Hao, who had been swinging alone on the swing, snapped back to attention at the sound. He stared at the slightly chubby-cheeked boy in front of him and nodded. The boy flashed a smile and held out his hand. "Want to build a sandcastle with us?" Lin Hao instinctively wanted to shake his head in refusal, but then he thought of Lin Weiniang. Finally, he nodded in agreement, jumped off the swing, and followed the little boy. The artificial beach was covered in fine white sand, even decorated with shells and other ornaments for realism, providing children with something to play with. The soft, muffled sound of fine sand beneath his feet filled his ears, bringing an increasing sense of calm to Lin Hao's heart. With an extra playmate, the little boy visibly perked up. He bounded back to his friends, nearly knocking over a small castle a girl had built. Though Lin Hao suspected the collapse was inevitable, he kept his thoughts to himself. Youthful spirits were at their peak, and Lin Hao wasn't about to invite trouble over such trifles. The girl pouted as she looked at Lin Hao. Noting he was rather good-looking, she approached curiously. "Why haven't I ever seen you before?" "This is my first time down here. My name is Lin Hao." The little girl nodded, then turned to her friends. The others introduced themselves warmly too. After all, children had no ulterior motives, just the simple desire for a new playmate. "I'm Yang Yunlu. This is my sidekick, Xinyu." "Hi, I'm not her sidekick. I live in Unit 3, Apartment 6. What about you?" "It's over there." Lin Hao didn't elaborate, merely pointing in a direction without specifying the exact address. The children didn't mind, their attention quickly drawn to the sand dunes. "Lin Hao, do you know how to do this? Let me show you. Just do it like this. Not like you. Like this. Look at this perfect shape, I told you so." The slightly noisy chatter didn't grate on Lin Hao's ears. Instead, it added a youthful vitality and liveliness. He suddenly understood why his mother had insisted he come out. The recent events had kept him overly busy. Aside from school, he spent all his free time holed up in his study, which was genuinely concerning for his health. Lin Weiniang said nothing, quietly devising solutions behind the scenes, taking subtle actions to avoid making Lin Hao uncomfortable. The three youngsters busied themselves with their business, while Lin Hao watched quietly from the sidelines, occasionally passing items to Yang Yunlu. Shenyu couldn't sit still. Seeing Lin Hao not joining in, he grabbed Lin Hao's hand and enthusiastically pulled him into their business. The sandcastle rose before their eyes. Just as Yang Yunlu thought success was within reach, the fragile structure collapsed with a crash. Gravel scattered across her pretty little dress. But her beloved dress clearly took a back seat. Right now, her heart and eyes were filled only with the castle she had built. Yang Yunlu glared at Chenyu, her voice tinged with frustration and embarrassment. "Your method didn't work at all. Why did it collapse again? How should I know? You must not have built it right." Chenyu was equally baffled, unable to pinpoint where the mistake had been made. He had clearly seen it built this way on TV. Lin Hao glanced at the sand, scooping some into his palm and rubbing it between his fingers. Fine grains slipped through his fingertips as his gaze grew increasingly deep. It felt strange. Artificially produced sand and gravel possessed no inherent cohesion. They couldn't form a castle. Yet Yang Yunlu and the others had managed to create a rough structure, indicating they'd mixed in natural sand and stones. A mixture? If these grains could be blended so seamlessly that the difference was imperceptible to the naked eye, what about the virus? Lin Hao thought of the virus in Forestry City, which shared the same origin. The two locations were so close that cross-contamination was highly likely. Just like these grains of sand once gathered together, they become difficult to detect. Could simple disinfection methods truly isolate the underlying issues? At this moment, Lin Hao felt uncertain. Mixing drugs was difficult, but cross-contamination of viruses was surprisingly easy. Otherwise, clinical settings wouldn't place such emphasis on disinfection and maintaining sterile operating standards. Yang Yunlu and Chen Yu were still preoccupied with how to stack the castle, oblivious to Lin Hao's distracted movements. Lin Hao rose, tempted to go upstairs for research. Glancing at Lin Weining, he saw her chatting animatedly with the others. Interrupting now would surely dampen the mood. Besides, his current understanding was only preliminary, far from conclusive. Returning to his study wouldn't necessarily yield further breakthroughs, so Lin Hao saw no urgency in going upstairs. Lin Hao, how do you plan to build this castle? I refuse to believe it's impossible today. Yang Yunlu snapped, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Hao. Meeting Yang Yunlu's intense gaze, Lin Hao shifted his eyes and smiled. This castle isn't actually that difficult. The main thing is considering its foundation. Look at this part. As long as you get these done. Faced with their wide, expectant eyes, the words of refusal stuck in his throat. In the end, Lin Hao could only lower his head and help them get started. Lin Hao stared helplessly at the sand and gravel he was handling. Having no background in architecture, he now understood firsthand what it meant that different fields were worlds apart. As a leading figure in the medical field, he was stumped by a pile of sand. Chapter 95, Inspiration from a Little Game. Yang Yunlu was already impatient. Seeing Lin Hao take the tools yet hesitate to start, she couldn't help but urge him, Lin Hao, are you even capable of this? If you can't handle it, just let me do it. No man could stand hearing that. Even though Lin Hao looked young now, his spirit was no less formidable. In fact, he had never been defeated, accustomed to smooth sailing, and had never been looked down upon like this before. Chen Yu, standing nearby, tried to smooth things over. Yunlu, don't be like that. We've failed many times too. Lin Hao just needs to think it through properly. Perhaps because they had failed so many times before, Yang Yunlu found Chen Yu's words reasonable. Still, she couldn't bring herself to admit defeat, turning away with a huff. Though he knew nothing of architecture, Lin Hao understood the basics. He used nearby shells to build a crude foundation, then began stacking gravel on top. I know this part use water. Chen Yu, exercising his sharp mind, learned to jump in with answers. Yang Yunlu, however, watched Lin Hao's movements with a serious expression, her face filled with confusion. Why are you doing this? Professional knowledge clearly exceeded their comprehension. To avoid unnecessary hassle, Lin Hao opted for plain language. Placing shells at the bottom provides weight support, so you can build higher without it collapsing. The two nodded, half understanding, eager to try it themselves. Lin Hao was happy to let them act. Their boundless energy was something he envied. Too bad his childhood was destined to be different from theirs. Having delegated everything to them, Lin Hao stood by watching. He hoped for some quiet time, but Yang Yunlu kept seeking him out at every turn, treating him like a teacher. At first, Lin Hao could answer, but Yang Yunlu's questions grew increasingly absurd, leaving Lin Hao at a loss for words and looking rather grim. But Lin Hao wasn't one to give up easily. He racked his brain and finally said, it's like this, the side is just a little bit crooked. Chen Yu, who was following along, frowned as his chubby little hands fiddled around incessantly. Several times, they kicked up clouds of dust, making Yang Yunlu want to step in. Damn it, Chen Yu, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get it like this? Chen Yu paid no heed to Yang Yunlu's scolding, instead marveling at how he'd built it so high. After all, this was the first time he'd ever constructed such a towering castle. Lin Hao watched quietly, his gaze gentle and tinged with a hint of amusement. Nearby, Lin Weining kept glancing over. Noticing the lively atmosphere around Lin Hao, a smile touched her lips, and her gaze grew even softer. From her vantage point, Lin Hao and Yang Yunlu seemed to be chatting happily. Ding! The bracelet vibrated, causing Lin Hao's expression to shift slightly. Stepping into a corner where the others couldn't see, he swiped across the screen's interface. The message was brief, mostly concerning Forestry City and a few matters related to Qiming. Everything seemed to be progressing exactly as they had planned. So smoothly, in fact, that Lin Hao grew suspicious. Something felt off. Lin Hao, this feels a bit off. Yang Yunlu's voice reached him, pulling Lin Hao's attention away from the wristband. He flipped it over to hide the screen and gave a half-hearted reply, just stack it differently. Chen Yu stared at Lin Hao, then gave him a thumbs up. You're really good. Just like Mom said, you're a top student. Hearing this, Lin Hao froze momentarily before realizing why Chen Yu had sought him out to play. It all stemmed from Lin Weining. Fearing her son wouldn't find playmates at the amusement park, she'd leveraged her connections to arrange friends for Lin Hao. This gesture of care warmed Lin Hao's heart. He glanced at Lin Weining, who was laughing and joking nearby, feeling a bit helpless. He knew she meant well, yet he couldn't bring himself to accept it wholeheartedly, let alone play along with her scripted path.
To Lin Hao, these so-called friends were mere passers-by in life, superfluous and dispensable. Rather than waste time on these meaningless social ties, he'd much rather devote his energy to researching the primary gene serum. That was Lin Hao's mindset, and that was exactly how he acted. After guiding Yang Yunlu, Lin Hao devoted all his attention to studying the information sent by Chen Mingyuan. The messages contained extensive content, mostly concerning the planning of Forestry City. Yet for Lin Hao, none of that was fundamental. What he wanted to know was whether the two viruses would intersect. To put it simply, the viruses themselves could easily cross paths, especially under current conditions where cross-infection was highly likely. For this reason, Lin Hao pored over the materials repeatedly. Finally, he spotted something amiss in the details and delved deeper. The disinfection procedures were followed to the letter, yet Lin Hao sensed something profoundly amiss. It felt as though someone was deliberately targeting their group. "What are you thinking about? Our castle is finished, did you see it?" Yang Yunlu exclaimed excitedly, a hint of pride and joy flickering in her eyes. Chen Yu was equally thrilled, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Their proud words quickly drew the other children over. They all stared wide-eyed at Lin Hao and the others, especially at the massive castle. It was incredibly eye-catching. "Did you guys build all this?" "Of course. I told you I was the best, but you didn't believe me." No, it's just a bit surprising." "How did you do it? Tell us." Seeing this scene, Lin Hao desperately wanted to step back, shaking his head repeatedly. "Lin Hao, what are you hiding from?" Yang Yunlu grabbed Lin Hao by the arm, her brows arching in admiration. "This is our strategist. He's incredibly talented. He's the one who comes up with almost all our plans." In front of everyone, Yang Yunlu gave Lin Hao all the credit he deserved. The other kids stared at Lin Hao in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "It's nothing special, just a little tweak." Lin Hao tried to be modest, but the children paid no heed. They simply showered him with praise, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. When adults praised him, Lin Hao could take it in stride, for all his accomplishments far exceeded their expectations. But with these children, he always felt a bit awkward. It wasn't anything else, it was simply that he didn't belong in the same circle as these children. Naturally, he couldn't compare himself to them, and he found it even harder to accept their praise with ease. Yang Yunlu simply assumed Lin Hao was shy. Unfazed, he clapped his hands, his face breaking into a smile. "Listen up, kids. From now on, Lin Hao is my little brother. If any of you lay a finger on him, don't blame me for getting tough." The other kids were more than obliging, nodding in agreement. Chapter 96, Life Knows No Hierarchy. Lin Hao scratched his head, looking uncomfortable as he lowered his gaze. Shen Yu slapped him on the back and gave him a thumbs up in praise. Lin Weining, walking over, saw Lin Hao surrounded by so many kids. A faint smile touched her lips, but then she shook her head repeatedly. "Xiao Hao, it's getting late. Let's go home." At her words, Lin Hao finally stood up with a sigh of relief, breaking free from the children's circle. Noticing Lin Hao's troubled expression, Lin Weining crouched down with concern and asked gently, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine." Shaking his head, Lin Hao turned to wave goodbye to Yang Yunlu and Chen Yu, who also jumped up excitedly, waving back. Back home, Lin Hao's thoughts had shifted considerably. Turning to Lin Weining as she entered, he said, "I just remembered something I need to take care of. I'll head to the study first. If it gets too late, Mom, you can just eat without waiting for me." "How could that be? Didn't you say it wouldn't take long?" Lin Weining frowned disapprovingly. Lin Hao was still young and unaware of the dangers of such pursuits, naturally immersing himself in his research day and night. But as his mother, Lin Weining cared more than anyone about his health. He was still growing and needed to eat properly. How could he neglect everything, even meals, for his research? Hesitating at the doorway, Lin Hao turned back to Lin Weining. "It's almost done. Today's just finishing touches." Lin Hao lied to Lin Weining. Judging by the situation in Linya City, it would take more than a few days to accomplish. It was even quite tricky. Too many people were involved, and the situation had arisen precisely because their supply of the agent was insufficient. That was why they had to proceed this way. Lin Weining met Lin Hao's resolute gaze and finally sighed, nodding. "I don't oppose what you're doing, but I hope you take care of yourself, you understand?" Lin Hao understood her concern for him all too well. "I know." Reports from Forestry City kept streaming in. Lin Hao absorbed every detail, his expression growing heavy as he stared at the data before falling silent. "Nothing at all?" Seeing the gradual recovery in Forestry City, Lin Hao began to doubt whether his judgment had been correct or perhaps mistaken. Though the two viruses shared the same origin, the distance between them might prevent the outcome he had anticipated. Detected two similar viruses entering fusion. Virus similarity reaches 84%. Dispatching virus inhibitor. Estimated arrival time, 24 hours. What? The first few lines seemed to confirm his suspicions, but the subsequent content left Lin Hao's expression grave. Logically, none of the previous agents provided by the system had such a long cycle, yet this one still required a full day. A full day could bring too many changes, especially if the two viruses were to mix.
Lin Hao dared not delay. Even if he activated Qiming now, it should still be in time. His expression stern, Lin Hao dialed Chen Mingyuan directly. Chen Mingyuan was on the front lines now and would likely have a clearer understanding of the situation than what was available in the records. Reaching him was undoubtedly the fastest way to get answers. The call connected, and Chen Mingyuan's weary voice came through, punctuated by a few suppressed coughs. Ahem. Chen Mingyuan shook off his drowsiness. The disinfection report has been sent. There shouldn't be any issues. Uncle Chen, are you feeling unwell? Didn't you take the high-potency immunity enhancer? The dull coughing sounded anything but a mere choke. It felt like an infection. Though Lin Hao hadn't encountered such a cough before, his advanced medical knowledge allowed him to make a preliminary assessment. Chen Mingyuan paused briefly. I'm this old. Better to give it to the young ones. I can wait. Frontline workers were all like this. Lin Hao understood that well. Yet hearing it from Chen Mingyuan's mouth still made him feel a pang of disappointment. Every life matters. Qiming won't be ready that quickly. You know how long it took for Cure 1 back then. Why didn't you take proper precautions? Now you're clearly infected. Impossible. Chen Mingyuan snapped back to his senses, roaring with indignation. I only have a minor cold. I always wear full protective gear when I'm on the clinical floor. On this point, Chen Mingyuan dared not be vague. Though selfless, he valued his own life deeply. He wouldn't endanger others, nor would he treat his own life carelessly. A new batch of medication will be sent over. Uncle Chen, you absolutely must not hold back. And the reason I called you this time is to remind you should be aware of the data from the wristband. New data from the car accident site suggests a potential new virus source. These two virus sources appear strikingly similar. They might have split from a single origin. Listening to Lin Hao's words, Chen Mingyuan sat up straight. But soon, his body felt like it was on fire, and he slumped back into his chair, listening to Chen Mingyuan's words. Understood. 2 viruses? Chen Mingyuan murmured. Previously overwhelmed by chaos and understaffing, he'd had little time to think. But now, following Lin Hao's train of thought, Chen Mingyuan also sensed something amiss. The symptoms from the car accident were identical, and even the internal conditions were remarkably similar. Pressing his lips together, Chen Mingyuan repeatedly assured Lin Hao he would monitor the situation closely and avoid taking unnecessary risks himself. With Chen Mingyuan's assurance, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The system's reports were infallible, but unfortunately, he couldn't personally go to Forestry City. Otherwise, he could handle things more directly. Uncle Chen, I want to go to Forestry City. Lin Hao ventured cautiously, but Chen Mingyuan across from him refused almost without hesitation. No, Forestry City is too dangerous right now. Besides, you're still in school, and your mother wouldn't approve of this request either. Realizing a simple refusal wouldn't sway Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan brought Lin Weining into the conversation. As Chen Mingyuan said, Lin Hao knew Lin Weining wouldn't agree. She fretted over him skipping a single meal, let alone him traveling alone to Forestry City. But if he took Lin Weining with him, Lin Hao feared the virus in Forestry City might harm her. Though Lin Weining appeared no different from anyone else now, her heart condition remained a serious concern. I understand, Uncle Chen. I'll leave the situation in Forestry City to you. Don't worry. I'm a frontline veteran at heart. This is just a return to the front lines. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Hao still couldn't shake his worry about Chen Mingyuan's condition and found himself unusually talkative. Chapter 97, Concerns from Lin Weining. The quiet night brought no trace of the former tranquility to Forestry City. The hospital was ablaze with lights, and the makeshift tents beside it were equally brightly lit. People hurried back and forth, each face etched with deep fatigue, their steps heavy as if weighed down by lead. Yet no one paused, they pushed forward relentlessly. There was no time to waste. A moment's pause could mean countless collapses, so every second counted. Everything unfolded exactly as anticipated, without a single unnecessary complication. Dr. Wang, the patient's condition is worsening. Should we? How much medicine do we have in stock? I need an exact figure. Our stockpiled medications won't last 2 days for the current number of patients. We've already initiated requests for supplies, and the first batch should arrive tomorrow. The lead doctor nodded, his face etched with deep worry as he shook his head repeatedly. Sometimes they felt completely overwhelmed, yet there was no extra time for rest. They could only grit their teeth and persevere, fighting for every extra moment. But now, even the medicine was running critically low. They truly didn't know how to proceed next. It felt as if everything had reached its end, leaving them unable to see any return date in the future. Everyone's mood was far from good. In fact, it was downright terrible. Prolonged exhaustion bred despair within them, draining every ounce of strength from their bodies. They hung their heads in dejection, their spirits deeply depressed. Can we really hold out this long? We can. If even we give up, what about these people? Their graduation vows still echoed in their ears, preventing them from giving up easily. They wouldn't let these hardships defeat them. The patient's medication can't be stopped. We'll conserve our immune serum wherever possible. Hearing this, the others raised no objections. Even knowing this was an extremely risky decision, they had no objections. The leader's expression was sorrowful, yet the fierce determination in his eyes silenced any dissent among those around him. Even the occasional murmurs of discontent were quickly quelled. He dragged his heavy body downstairs to rest, while the others remained at their posts. Chen Mingyuan located the person in charge of managing the serums. After inquiring about the quantity, his face clouded with worry. He had just agreed to Lin Hao's request, yet already harbored thoughts of reneging. It wasn't that Chen Mingyuan was untrustworthy, rather, he felt that every extra dose he took meant one less for someone else. Don't underestimate these serums. The stockpile of high-potency immunity serums was already scarce. Many critically ill patients had survived solely because of these serums. Saving even one vial meant saving a life. With this reasoning, Chen Mingyuan concluded his own ailment was minor, something easily treated with other medications. Using this potent serum felt like overkill. In the end, Chen Mingyuan opted for ordinary cold medicine instead of the high-potency immune enhancer, choosing to save one for later as a backup. Teacher Chen, perhaps you should take one after all. The situation isn't looking good. No need. Who knows when we'll get more of this high-potency immunity serum? Younger reinforcements are coming later. If they get infected, it would be a huge loss for us. Chen Mingyuan spoke with genuine emotion, his expression visibly affected. Those who had come to Forestry City were the cream of the medical crop. Losing any one of them would be a loss for the entire medical community. Back home, Lin Hao remained unaware that Chen Mingyuan had disregarded his instructions, still analyzing the data provided by the system. The white draft paper was densely covered with words. Knock knock knock. The knock came as expected. Lin Weining stood at the door holding a plate of food, her voice filled with concern. Xiao Hao, dinner's ready. You've been playing all afternoon, you must be hungry. Leave it. I'll come out later to eat. Lin Hao replied without looking up, his expression serious, his brows tightly furrowed. Lin Weining sighed helplessly at the door, her eyes fixed on the closed door with a conflicted look. She knew Lin Hao was occupied with matters of national importance. Logically, she shouldn't interfere. But Lin Hao was her son, the apple of her eye. How could Lin Hao, still growing, push his body to such exhaustion? No matter what, Lin Weining would never agree to this. Xiao Hao, hurry out for dinner. How can your body endure this? A teenager in the midst of growth needed proper nourishment. How could Lin Hao endure skipping meals all afternoon? Especially since dinner was already running late today. If he refused to eat now, it would only make matters worse. Lin Weining's knock on the door wasn't loud, it was almost faint, but to Lin Hao, it sounded like a cacophony. After all, research required absolute silence. Lifting his head, Lin Hao glanced toward the doorway. He finished the last stroke of his work, stood up, and opened the door. If he didn't eat, Lin Weining would surely worry terribly. Thus, Lin Hao had no choice but to lower his head. It would only take a moment. Usually, Lin Weining didn't interfere with whatever Lin Hao was busy with. She'd just ask casually, and once she had a name for it, she'd leave it alone. But today, Lin Weining was genuinely curious. What could possibly be so important that it made Lin Hao forget to eat and sleep? I'm fine, just got a bit lost in thought. I'll finish up here. Lin Hao reached out and took the tray from Lin Weining's hands. The enticing aroma that hit his nose made his mouth water instantly, and he suddenly felt an empty ache in his stomach. He was hungry. Lin Hao genuinely felt hungry, his stomach rumbling faster than usual. Holding Lin Weining's meal, Lin Hao began wolfing it down at an alarming pace, prompting an involuntary sigh from Lin Weining. She assumed his haste stemmed from his eagerness to resolve the matter at hand. Under normal circumstances, someone working this hard would earn Lin Weining's praise, but given the current situation, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Xiao Hao, I know you're not an ordinary person, but you still need to take care of yourself. Rest well and look after yourself, okay? Hearing her words, Lin Hao met her concerned gaze and finally nodded, acknowledging her message. This attitude displeased Lin Weining, but she sighed helplessly in the end, ruffling his hair. I know you have this sense of responsibility, but I want you to grow up healthy and strong. I know. Don't worry. Lin Hao nodded repeatedly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. His current status had already robbed him of any chance to live an ordinary life. Chapter 98, False Accusation. When the nation is in peril, every citizen bears responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. For Lin Hao, ever since he awakened this system, he had no room for retreat. Lin Hao's gaze fell upon Lin Weining, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Deep down, Lin Weining knew this outcome was inevitable, yet she still couldn't accept it. Her son's excellence should have been a source of pride, yet witnessing everything now, Lin Weining felt a twinge of regret. She wished Lin Hao didn't have to be so exceptional. She harbored her own selfish desires, she only wished for her son to grow up happy and healthy. I'll be careful. I won't risk my health, Lin Hao declared solemnly. I won't cause you worry. Besides, I know full well that health is the foundation of everything. All right. I know you're a sensible person, Xiao Hao. With that, Lin Weining nodded. I'll be going now. Xiao Hao, just leave your dishes in the living room after you finish eating. Don't stay up late anymore. Got it.
After Lin Weiniang left, Lin Hao carried his meal to a spot he'd cleared on the table, eating while studying the design blueprints and genetic chains.
Linye City. The hospital delivery crew stared expectantly at the empty street. Why aren't they here yet? It's been over an hour. This isn't right. I can't reach anyone either. Something must have happened. The scheduled time has passed. If this shipment is delayed, patients will run out of medicine by tomorrow morning. Several people huddled together, their faces clouded with worry. You guys stay here and keep watch. I'll go report this.
It wasn't just the unloading site facing issues, the ward was also experiencing unexpected complications.
Dr. Wang, it's bad. The patient's conditions are seriously abnormal.
Patients in rooms 504 and 506 have seen their blood oxygen levels drop sharply. They're completely outside the safe range.
Several critically ill patients are showing decreased blood pressure, increased viral load in the blood.
As one piece of bad news after another came in, Director Wang Yoming's expression darkened.
But having weathered countless crises, Wang Yoming didn't panic. He nodded calmly. Dispatch everyone to handle this. If you need more hands, seek Dr. Chen.
Stabilize patients with milder symptoms using antagonist blockers, then administer high-potency immune agents as appropriate. As each order was issued, everyone found their purpose and moved swiftly and efficiently.
After everyone left, Wang Yoming's expression darkened considerably.
He slumped into his chair, his face ashen.
Why did this happen so suddenly?
There were no warning signs at all. His trembling hand reached for the computer mouse, opening the recently reported patient files.
Scanning through the past medical records, Wang Yoming couldn't find anything amiss. How could this happen?
Wang Yoming muttered this phrase over and over, but he didn't waste much time. He had to go to the front lines to help. With already limited staff, this unexpected incident left Wang Yoming no time even to grieve.
Upon hearing the news, Chen Mingyuan's hands froze mid-motion.
For some reason, Lin Hao's earlier words came to mind that these two viruses might mix together. He had initially assumed it was just a routine case of cross-infection, thinking it would suffice to keep the two patients separated. But with this unexpected turn of events, Chen Mingyuan realized his thinking had been off.
I should have seen this coming.
Chen Mingyuan murmured, his eyes darkening with regret.
A wave of regret washed over him.
After working through the night, Lin Hao woke up and immediately sensed something was off. The house was unusually noisy, as if guests had arrived. Even from his bedroom, the sounds were distinctly clear. Amidst it all, he could hear a woman sobbing. Lin Hao, fully dressed, glanced at the time. Breakfast time had long passed, yet Lin Weiniang hadn't come to wake him. Opening the door, Lin Hao caught sight of a familiar figure, the woman who had been sitting and chatting with Lin Weiniang yesterday. Compared to the woman who had been smiling like a flower yesterday afternoon, the woman now looked exceptionally pitiful, as if she had suffered some injustice. But Lin Hao was still a child, and the woman was old enough to be his mother. He felt no romantic stirrings, only curiosity. He wondered why she'd appeared at his home so early in the morning, looking as if she'd been wronged.
She was perfectly fine yesterday. How did this happen? I don't know either.
My little Hao hasn't been anywhere else, so it probably wasn't him.
Why don't you ask the others?
Lin Weiniang's face darkened as she stammered out the words. But the woman across from her clearly wasn't about to let Lin Weiniang off the hook.
She chattered on relentlessly, her face flushed with anger.
You're just trying to shift the blame. The woman stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Weiniang.
This never happened when we came to play before. But the moment you arrived yesterday, this incident occurred. How can you prove you're not involved?
Hearing this, Lin Weiniang was at a loss for words, her face turning an ugly shade of grim. She knew the woman's accusations were unfounded, yet she couldn't find the words to refute them. It was her own fault for being tongue-tied, allowing herself to be slandered like this.
Our entire family lives in this complex. We never go out.
Lin Hao frowned, his expression grim. Though he didn't know the full details, the woman across from them clearly intended to slander his entire family. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the woman turned to look at Lin Hao. Seeing it was just a child, her adult arrogance flared up. She sneered haughtily, "Humph! Adults are talking here. What business do you have butting in, you little brat?" Lin Hao walked slowly up to the woman and stared at her. "Are you Chen Yu's parents or Yan Yu Liu's parents?" Her cold words sent a wave of fear washing over the woman. Though clearly just a child, she sensed the pressure of someone in authority just like her former boss, making her feel utterly humiliated. This realization filled her with rage. She refused to admit she was now inferior even to a child. Is this the upbringing in your household? Allowing a child to speak like this? Utterly lacking in manners. Hearing this, Lin Weiniang instantly grew irritated. You're the one who came to our house making false accusations. My son merely asked you a question, there wasn't a shred of disrespect. It's clear your son went out and picked up some disease himself, then came here to say these things. Wasn't that deliberate? Hearing this, the woman's face turned as dark as liver, while Lin Hao finally grasped what had happened, his expression turning grave.
Chen Yu was sick? But what did Chen Yu's illness have to do with them? The chubby face of the child flashed through his mind. Chapter 99, Flu? A cold in the midst of an outbreak. To be honest, Lin Hao had a pretty good impression of Chen Yu. He was a warm and cheerful kid without any bad habits, but his mother seemed a bit unreasonable. Coming over to make a scene was beyond words, especially over a child getting sick. Children are naturally fragile, even a slight breeze can make them catch a cold. Not to mention, Lin Hao had clearly seen Chen Yu playing outside yesterday with his clothes soaked through. It was inevitable he'd get sick. It was clearly the parents' oversight for not paying attention, yet now they were blaming everything on them. It was utterly ridiculous and made one suspect they had a screw loose. No sane person would jump to such a conclusion. The woman seemed determined to pin the blame on them, speaking with a touch of shamelessness. You're just trying to dodge responsibility. Don't think I don't know it. Lin Hao smiled coldly. What did the doctor say? Was it an infectious disease? Lin Weiniang stepped forward, her smile forced. The hospital never said it was my son's fault, but now you're blaming us? That's the real problem. Ma'am, I understand Chen Yu is your son, and your concern is natural. But everything requires evidence. Evidence? The woman snorted disdainfully, her gaze fixed on Lin Weiniang. The hospital said my son contracted an unknown disease. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Hearing this, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling over him. You mean a new, unseen virus? Yes. The woman looked smug, her expression turning sharp as she fixed her gaze on Lin Hao. Do you know what this means? I don't know. Lin Hao wouldn't give her the chance to twist his words. He slowly walked over to Lin Weiniang. I'm just repeating what you said. What's the problem? And listen, ma'am, if someone's sick, they should go to the hospital. Coming to us won't help. Lin Hao explained logically, you must understand, that place was crowded. How can you be certain it was us? It could have been someone else, or even somewhere else entirely. Hearing this, the woman's expression remained sour, though her speech slowed compared to before. Besides, what kind of virus takes effect so quickly? It flared up in just one night, or rather, not even a full night. As Lin Hao's arguments deepened, the woman's confidence eroded further, her tone tinged with retreat. She had arrived already lacking confidence, and now her resolve was completely shattered. Facing Lin Hao's formidable presence, she couldn't utter a single word. Auntie, don't make unfounded accusations. This isn't right, you know? Lin Hao said earnestly. This attitude infuriated the woman, yet she found no room to retaliate. Not only could she find no plausible excuse, but Lin Hao's overwhelming presence was the real reason she was reduced to this state. Why don't you control your child? I think Xiao Hao is absolutely right. This whole thing is pure nonsense. Why should we admit to it? Lin Weiniang spoke with equal confidence, narrowing her eyes slightly and snorting in disdain. Facing Lin Weiniang's unyielding stance, the woman felt panic rising in her heart, realizing she had no way to counter anyone. The woman, feeling overwhelmed, gritted her teeth in frustration. Before she could speak, Lin Hao cut her off. Instead of spouting nonsense here, why don't you go to the hospital and watch over your son? Hearing Lin Hao's words, the woman felt a million times unwilling, her brows furrowing tightly. Lin Weiniang followed Lin Hao's lead without question, unconditionally supporting every decision he made. Outnumbered 2-1, the woman held no advantage whatsoever. Indeed, she was left utterly speechless. I don't care. My son ended up in the hospital after being around your son. It's all your fault. The woman spat out these words and turned to walk away, her arrogance palpable. Lin Hao stared at her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. Her words planted seeds of unease and suspicion within him, an unsettling sense that something was terribly wrong. Infectious disease? A virus? Each word felt familiar, yet tinged with a hint of the unbelievable. Linya City was at least 10 kilometers away, and most residents in their neighborhood were locals. The likelihood of it coming from Linya City was low. But if it had been brought over from Forestry City, then Lin Hao would have to re-evaluate their current preventive measures. Chen Mingyuan wasn't someone who made unfounded claims. Lin Weiniang watched the woman leave, closed the door, and crouched down. Xiao Hao, this isn't your fault. I know. But besides Chen Yu, has anyone else been infected? Hearing this, Lin Weiniang realized that while Chen Yu's infection might not be related to her, Lin Hao had been in contact with him. Perhaps Lin Hao was infected too. No, Xiao Hao. I'm taking you for a checkup right now. No. His protest trailed off as Lin Hao fell silent, finally nodding. If this truly was the virus from Forestry City and not just a common cold, he did need to go to the hospital. Plus, he still had to use the medication the system had provided earlier. Following behind Lin Weiniang, Lin Hao got into the car wearing a mask, his expression grave as he stared out the window. The Chen Yu family wasn't the only one affected. Others in the neighborhood were experiencing similar symptoms, though they all dismissed it as a minor cold. I just have a cold. Why should I go to the hospital? In the hospital corridor, a young man waves dismissively, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Lin Hao glanced at the man and found him vaguely familiar. He seemed to be from their neighborhood. Moreover, this hospital was the closest to their community.
The driver, hearing it was for Lin Hao's medical appointment, had initially wanted to go to the provincial hospital. But when Lin Hao spoke up, he chose the nearest one instead. Lin Hao's choice wasn't impulsive, it stemmed from investigative considerations. He needed to determine how many people in the neighborhood were affected to assess whether the cause originated within the community. Though elementary schoolers might seem to interact with few people, the numbers added up to a significant number. Especially with Chun Yu's outgoing personality, it was perfectly normal for him to go anywhere. Upon entering the clinic, Lin Hao noticed the crowded waiting room, where most people were coughing intermittently. At first glance, it appeared to be the common cold. However, Lin Hao knew that the situation in Forestry City was similar, only complicated by digestive tract illnesses that were difficult to detect. Inside the clinic, Lin Hao stared at the doctor and said, "Doctor, it seems unusually crowded today. Are they all just colds?" Perhaps sensing Lin Hao's serious demeanor, the doctor replied without looking up, "Indeed." After saying that, the doctor felt a twinge of regret. Why on earth did he bring this up with a child? What puzzled him, though, was that he'd answered the question without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 100, Detained on False Accusations. The doctor in the examination room instinctively glanced at Lin Hao, then shook his head. He dismissed it as being too busy to think straight, which was why he'd answered a child's question. Lin Hao felt a heavy weight in his chest upon receiving the answer, an indescribable sense of oppression coiling within him. He didn't believe this was due to Chen Mingyuan's oversight, but rather that he had underestimated the virus's infectious capacity. Even separated by thousands of miles, it could still be carried over and its active form could rapidly infect people. The doctor glanced at Lin Hao before turning to Lin Weining. "It's fine. The child is perfectly healthy." Hearing this, Lin Weining exhaled in relief, gently stroking Lin Hao's hair. Only Lin Hao remained unconcerned. He knew his own body well, and besides, he had already taken the medication provided by the system. As they stepped out of the examination room, they happened upon the woman who had caused a scene earlier that morning. Zhu Zhenfang spotted Lin Weining from afar and rushed over, her expression as if Lin Weining owed her 8 million yuan. Her expression was as foul as could be. "Lin Weining, you! It was your son who brought the virus into our neighborhood." The shrill scream instantly drew the attention of everyone else in the hallway. Many recognized Zhu Zhenfang, and curiosity welled up in their hearts. Their scrutinizing gazes darted between Lin Weining and Lin Hao. Noticing the absence of a man, many raised their eyebrows. A widow and her orphaned son. The perfect targets for bullying. Lin Weining instinctively shielded Lin Hao behind her, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, her expression stern as she glared at Zhu Zhenfang. After Zhu Zhenfang had repeatedly picked on them, even Lin Weining's temper had reached its limit. Especially those piercing stares that made her feel like she was being scrutinized from behind. They stirred up unpleasant memories. "Zhu Zhenfang, if you have evidence, go ahead and press charges. Let the police decide what really happened." Having witnessed Zhu Zhenfang's shameless behavior, Lin Hao immediately sent a message to his driver. His current status was not something these people could slander at will. Even though he was currently blending into the crowd, he wasn't someone any petty thug could insult with impunity. Little did Zhu Zhenfang know then how bitterly she would regret her actions in the years to come. But by then, even regret would be useless. Evidence? All these people coming to the hospital isn't evidence? And I checked, they all have the exact same symptoms as my son. Zhu Zhenfang declared emphatically, if it's not this new tenant bringing it in, then what is? Though called newcomers, Lin Weining and Lin Hao had actually been living there for some time. It was clear that where there's a will to blame, excuses will follow. Lin Hao snorted coldly. "Aunt Zhu, that's not fair. Many new residents have moved into the neighborhood over the years. With no official representatives present yet, Lin Hao didn't believe he and Lin Weining alone could handle such a crowd. Though Zhu Zhenfang wasn't the most trustworthy person, her words were so convincing that if any fools believed her and attacked them, it would be disastrous. Few paid attention to the sudden bout of colds, but noticing Lin Weining's attractive appearance, a few men harbored ulterior motives. A widow and her orphan child the easiest targets to exploit. As the leering glances fell upon them, Zhu Zhenfang raised an eyebrow smugly and sneered, "Lin Weining, you're raising a child alone. I never see you working. Where did you get all this money?" The pointed remark made Lin Weining's face flush crimson, while the men nearby instantly widened their eyes. The previously veiled stares quickly turned blatant. Some men even scrutinized her like she was merchandise, devouring her with their eyes. Their naked stares seemed to devour her whole. Even those without overt aggression carried a hint of contempt. Some older individuals even spat in disgust, as if Lin Weining were some kind of filthy thing. Such gazes made Lin Weining shrink back in fear, while simultaneously igniting a surge of rage within Lin Hao. This woman had stepped precisely on his landmine, causing his eyes to darken instantly. Lin Hao stepped forward, his smile cold. "And Zhu Zhenfang, I'm quite curious, what line of work are you in?" "I?" Zhu Zhenfang, merely a housewife, couldn't afford to lose face. She glared fiercely at Lin Hao, wanting to hurl some harsh words, but was intimidated by his icy stare. "What's the matter? Can't you speak now?"
Lin Hao pressed forward step by step, his innocent tone concealing cruel words. You explained it so clearly, Auntie. I imagine you must have done the work you mentioned. You. The tactic of turning the tables on her accusations easily flustered Zhu Zhenfang. Meanwhile, the driver hurried over, along with the official personnel they had contacted. Someone here is suspected of inciting a disturbance and spreading rumors. Zhu Zhenfang's eyes widened in panic the moment she saw the sky blue uniform, and hearing those words sent her fear spiraling to its peak. Officer, is there some kind of misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? The driver shook his head at the officer who had turned around, then looked at Lin Hao with concern. Are you okay? Lin Hao shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhenfang. Auntie, do you have any evidence to back up your slander against my mother? If you do, please present it. I'd also like to know since when anyone has the right to come and go as they please in my home. Whoa! The entire scene fell silent, especially Zhu Zhenfang, who couldn't comprehend how things had escalated to this point. She had gossiped behind people's backs countless times before, but it always blew over. Never once had it escalated like this. Zhu Zhenfang desperately wanted to protest, shaking her head repeatedly. No, it's just a guess. After all, she's a woman raising a teenage boy on her own. Of course I'd be suspicious about the money. Madam, making baseless accusations without evidence is grounds for defamation and slander charges. Moreover, uttering such remarks in public could land you in detention. As the official tone fell, Zhu Zhenfang looked at the man in utter disarray. The sternness on his square face made her realize clearly that this time, he had truly hit a brick wall. I didn't. What aren't you? Aunt Zhu, weren't those words coming from your mouth just now? Everyone here heard them. Tongjian's words became the final straw that crushed Zhu Zhenfang, leaving her utterly flustered and at a loss for what to do. Ms. Zhu Zhenfang, we need you to come with us now to make a statement. No, this child is just talking nonsense. In the minds of ordinary people, the police station was a place only for lawbreakers. If she went there, those who held grudges against her would surely twist the story against her. And Shen Yu would be left without anyone to care for him. But the most critical point was the mention of detention. She had merely spoken a few extra words, and now they wanted to detain her. Lin Weining, explain yourself now. Lin Weining might be gentle, but she wasn't blind. Zhu Zhenfang was ruining her reputation. Even if she didn't plan to find a new partner, she didn't want Lin Hao to be tarnished because of her. Chapter 101, the sudden outbreak of the virus rages on. No matter how Zhu Zhenfang struggled and protested, Lin Weining kept her head bowed, not uttering a single word. She no longer sought to harm others, yet these people still refused to let her off the hook, especially Zhu Zhenfang. Lin Weining had never made Zhu Zhenfang feel uncomfortable, never spoken ill of her behind her back, and had even occasionally sent her gifts. You're all curious about where my money comes from? My work doesn't require me to leave the house. It's mainly investment business, Lin Weining said, taking a deep breath. Even if Zhu Zhenfang was detained for slander, her words had already spread throughout the neighborhood. It was impossible to guarantee another Zhu Zhenfang wouldn't emerge. Even if these rumors didn't circulate openly, private whispers would still subject Lin Hao to criticism. Therefore, Lin Weining had to find a plausible explanation for her. Investment was undoubtedly the best explanation. But Lin Weining knew nothing about investing. As she spoke, her entire body tensed, terrified someone might suddenly call her out and expose the lie. Sensing her tension, Lin Hao stepped forward and squeezed her hand. My mom works on computers. So it's about investments, huh? His innocent words not only corroborated Lin Weining's story but also sent a signal to the driver behind them. They had indeed overlooked this detail, inadvertently giving these people an opening. The driver was drenched in sweat now, never expecting such a turn of events. Over the years, the driver had observed Lin Hao's conduct, committing it to memory. He admired Lin Hao from the bottom of his heart, yet never imagined things would end up like this, leaving the driver feeling ashamed. Strictly speaking, Lin Weining was Lin Hao's last remaining relative. They had to protect each other from harm at all costs. Yet now, under their very noses, such a heinous act had occurred. Times had changed since the past, and a woman's reputation no longer carried life or death consequences. Yet this casual slander was still a serious offense, largely because they hadn't considered its implications. That money came from bonuses for Lin Hao's research achievements, plus a portion of his regular salary. Yet such matters couldn't be openly discussed. After all, the best way to protect Lin Hao now was to keep him blending into the crowd. The moment he drew too much attention, those shadowy hands lurking behind the scenes would eagerly reach out. Let's go home, Xiaohao, Lin Weining said wearily, glancing at the mixed expressions around her. She had offered a perfectly reasonable excuse. If they chose to believe it, all would remain peaceful. But if they chose not to believe, she wouldn't hesitate to use Lin Hao's privilege to have them arrested. Or they could simply move to a different place. Of course, the last option was truly a last resort. It took so much effort for Lin Hao to make new friends here. Moving to a new place with a new environment, who knows if he'll be able to adapt. The melancholy radiating from Lin Weining was simply too palpable for Lin Hao to ignore. After getting into the car, Lin Hao stared at Lin Weiniang. If you don't like this neighborhood, we can look for another one. Lin Hao didn't want Lin Weiniang to be unhappy. For him, anywhere was fine as long as she was there, that was home. Up front, the driver did his best to make himself as inconspicuous as possible while simultaneously reporting the incident in detail to his superiors, his expression grave. It's fine, Xiao Hao. This misunderstanding is resolved. The others aren't fools, they won't believe Zhu Jinfang's words. Back home, Lin Weiniang's smile hadn't faded. If anything, she seemed genuinely happy. But to Lin Hao, that smile seemed a bit fake. Lin Hao said nothing, only taking Lin Weiniang's hand to tell her he'd always been there. She wasn't alone in bearing this burden now, he could even protect her. As if sensing his silent message, a faint smile touched Lin Weiniang's lips. She gazed at him for a moment before crouching down. I'm fine. You've been through a lot today. Go rest. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Lin Hao stared intently at Lin Weiniang before finally nodding. Mom, you still have me. Those simple 4 words struck her heart like a sudden blow, leaving her utterly limp. It's okay. Our little Hao is the best. With that, Lin Weiniang didn't linger. The smile on her lips grew wider, and the warmth in her eyes became more genuine. Lin Hao knew Mom would still be hurting for a while, but as long as she could shift her focus to something positive, that was enough. As for the rest, he would make those people pay. Back in the study, Lin Hao gave no specific instructions. The driver's expression as he left had spoken volumes. Everything proceeded without the need for words. The state would not shortchange him, nor would it disappoint him. His immediate task was to address the virus outbreak in the residential complex and determine whether it had originated from Forestry City. Before Lin Hao could compare the two, his wristband began vibrating incessantly. Countless messages and files flooded in, compelling him to ignore the pain from the constant vibration as he turned to open his computer and review the overwhelming documents. The documents were voluminous, each marked with red highlights, causing Lin Hao's brows to furrow deeply. After skimming through the gist at a glance, Lin Hao's expression darkened instantly. Words that were impossible to articulate stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. So it ended up like this after all? Before his sadness could fully settle, Lin Hao's gaze landed on the final content. His eyes abruptly turned cold, his expression tinged with anger swirling within. How could Uncle Chen be so careless? After muttering this under his breath, Lin Hao didn't dwell on it. He swiftly typed out a reply and inquired about the situation at Qiming, sending them the half-completed direction from yesterday. Every second now was a matter of life and death. The directions he provided were flawless, but mastering them in such a short time and extracting their essence was no simple task. Qiming's team simply needed more time. So that's why? Upon receiving Qiming's reply, Lin Hao responded promptly and offered his suggestions. But this advice remained theoretical. If they could move offline and start practical implementation, it would likely provide Qiming's team with deeper insights. But after what had just happened, if he left now, Lin Weiniang would definitely be displeased and refuse. Yet delaying this matter further, Lin Hao couldn't guarantee the virus in Forestry City would remain confined to Forestry City and not spread elsewhere. Their residential compound was already at risk, let alone other areas. This virus had already spread silently and gone dormant within the city. Chapter 102, without further ado, head straight to Qiming. The viral sequence comparison revealed a 90% similarity between the two strains. Even if Lin Hao tried to deceive himself, he couldn't resist such irrefutable comparative evidence. The weight on his heart grew heavier. Lin Hao knew he had to make a decision. The situation in Linya City could not be delayed any longer. Numerous patients had already fallen ill, and even frontline workers were now at risk. But when it came to Lin Weiniang, Lin Hao simply didn't know how to broach the subject. Moreover, the situation in the residential complex left him deeply uneasy. Zhu Jinfang had been admitted, but what about the others? No one could guarantee that the residents' conditions wouldn't worsen. Would those lunatics blame Lin Weiniang? With Zhu Jinfang leading the charge, Lin Hao genuinely didn't know how to proceed or whether to simply eliminate Zhu Jinfang and those with ulterior motives. Xiao Hao, come out for dinner. Lin Weiniang called from the doorway, her expression relaxed and tinged with a hint of joy. Hearing her voice, Lin Hao jumped down from the table and hurriedly opened the door. Meeting Lin Weiniang's gentle eyes, Lin Hao momentarily lost his words, managing only a nod and a smile. Sitting down at the table, Lin Hao thought about bringing out the high-potency immunity serum and the counter-blocking agent. He slid the test tubes containing the serums toward Lin Weiniang. Noticing the vials, Lin Weiniang looked at him with surprise. You made these new serums? You haven't been busy with this lately, have you? Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a bit embarrassed but nodded nonetheless. Yes. This serum boosts immunity, making it harder to fall ill. Under normal circumstances, Lin Weiniang might not have thought much of it, but with the recent events in the neighborhood, she couldn't help but overthink. Her expression serious, Lin Weiniang fixed her gaze on Lin Hao and spoke earnestly. Xiao Hao, I know you're capable. I don't want to hold you back. It's wonderful that you have both the ability and the heart for this, but I don't want you to overwork yourself.
Hearing her heartfelt concern, warmth flowed through Lin Hao's heart, yet he remained steadfast in his resolve. He didn't want to worry her. He was her pride and joy, and he was also the nation's child. With events like this unfolding, Lin Hao didn't believe he had the right to back down. Over the years, the nation had given him immense support, more than he could ever repay. Now, when the nation faced peril, how could Lin Weiniang possibly do such a thing? I want to go to the front lines. Hearing this, Lin Weiniang paused abruptly, her expression darkening as she stared at Lin Hao. Finally, she exhaled a sigh. Her body stiffened slightly as she shifted, her expression tinged with resignation. I know our Xiao Hao is capable. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stand in your way. These words tore at Lin Weiniang's heart, yet she could not refuse Lin Hao's request. In truth, she had no say in any of his decisions. She understood that Lin Hao was acting for the sake of the nation, for the greater good. Her petty maternal concerns paled in comparison to such national duty. Yet Lin Hao was still her child, one she had lost for so many years. When will you leave? Lin Weiniang asked, her voice filled with reluctance. Lin Hao clenched his jaw, unable to bear the sight of disappointment in his mother's eyes. He turned his head away. The sooner the better. The situation in Forestry City can't wait any longer. Can't we wait? Stay just 2 more days? Lin Weiniang spoke reluctantly, her expression grim. Facing her like this, Lin Hao felt the most oppressed. He couldn't even bring himself to look up at her, choosing instead to lower his head, using this action to counter her words. Meeting Lin Hao's silent gaze, Lin Weiniang sighed heavily. I understand. I'll pack your things now. You just finish your meal, okay? Okay. Watching Lin Weiniang's retreating figure, Lin Hao's pent-up frustration refused to dissipate. Yet he couldn't afford to waste time. He had to steel himself and walk the path he'd chosen. Lin Hao ate this meal very slowly, but no matter how slow he was, it would eventually be finished. Usually quick and efficient, Lin Weiniang moved with unusual slowness today, taking an unusually long time to pack everything. The moment the suitcase appeared, Lin Weiniang's face was filled with reluctance. She stared at Lin Hao for a long time. Life outside isn't like home. You must take good care of yourself, understand? I know. You take care of yourself at home too. If anything happens, tell me. The driver will stay behind as well. Lin Hao couldn't shake his worry for Lin Weiniang, so he insisted the driver stay behind to look after her and notify him immediately if anything happened. Hearing Lin Hao's arrangements, Lin Weiniang was pleased, though her eyes held an inexpressible sadness. As he stepped outside, Lin Hao noticed a steady drizzle had begun. The sky hung heavy and ink black, the fine raindrops landing on his skin with a faint chill. A black umbrella opened overhead. Lin Weiniang, who had come down to bring it, paused upon seeing this, a hint of awkwardness flickering across her face. I'm leaving now. Xiao Hao, be careful on your way home, and don't forget to eat. Facing Lin Weiniang's torrent of words, Lin Hao listened quietly. The person sent to escort him stood silently beside them, showing no sign of restlessness. Their conversation stretched on until the patter of rain grew louder. Xiao Hao, don't forget what I said. I know. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Lin Hao assured her, though a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. When he got busy, skipping meals was a common occurrence. Once in the car, Lin Hao didn't idle. He took out all the items and examined them one by one. Qiming's plan was actually heading in the right direction and had even made progress, but for Lin Hao, it was still too slow. It wasn't that Lin Hao couldn't wait for Qiming's research results, it was that the people of Linya City couldn't wait. Although Chen Mingyuan hadn't gone off the grid, Lin Hao was certain he wouldn't abandon those patients. If he didn't act soon, trouble would inevitably strike Chen's side. After weighing his options, Lin Hao had no choice but to take action. The dedicated lane was fast, and Lin Hao arrived at Qiming Base that very afternoon. After passing through a series of security checks, Lin Hao proceeded directly to the research lab. The staff there had long been informed of his impending arrival and were standing by, fully prepared for his arrival. Is this the legendary Zero? Whispered murmurs swirled around Lin Hao, and he could distinctly feel the astonished gazes of many. His altered form did not appear before the crowd, instead, he relied on a holographic projection. A figure flickering with electrical waves. Chapter 103, Rush to the Research Institute. Upon hearing they would meet Zero, the Qiming personnel were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Little did they expect the figure before them to be nothing more than a projection clad in black robes. Perhaps this projection was merely a virtual image, bearing no actual connection to Zero. Disappointment was undeniable, yet for Qiming's people, even without meeting Zero, receiving guidance from the entity was immensely valuable. Take the simplest example. If the 2 serums Qiming was currently researching succeeded, they wouldn't just solve Forest City's problems, they could tackle countless future epidemics and pandemics. While this project might not rival Cure 1, it would still be a historic achievement. No one would choose to abandon it. So what should we do now? Given the current situation, I think it's prudent. Should we present our previous project to Zero? Sounds good to me. With Zero on board, I'm confident we'll succeed. I heard recently that the situation in Forestry City is dire.
We can't afford any further delays. Everyone's heart was on the front lines, and this filled Lin Hao with satisfaction. His virtual avatar appeared stiff, yet the voice transmitted through the speaker held everyone's undivided attention, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. You already know the root cause. Now that we understand the virus's infection patterns, we must focus on our own tasks. Hearing these words, everyone fell into deep thought. Lin Hao's words were straightforward, they had all considered them. But even if they had, putting it into practice was incredibly difficult. Nearly everyone stared intently at Lin Hao, expressions solemn. Pens and paper in hand, they scribbled furiously, recording every word spoken by Zero. Lin Hao flipped through the pages before him, sharing all the data he knew and had tested with the Qiming team. Qiming's team did not disappoint Lin Hao. They swiftly began formulating their own decisions, their expressions solemn and grave. Highly effective immunity agents, antagonist blockers, these were all concepts they had contemplated. But without a clear path forward, they had ultimately been forced to abandon them. Or perhaps those who persisted to the end, struggling to achieve something, ultimately produced unsatisfactory results? The rare emergence of someone like Lin Hao presented them with a tremendous opportunity. So that's why none of us achieved satisfactory results. So it was this step we got wrong? With Lin Hao's guidance, everyone felt as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes. Previously perplexing issues now made perfect sense, and they knew exactly how to proceed next. Write it all down. I'll test it out later. As he spoke, many were eager to try it themselves. The sincerity on their faces was undeniable, especially in their eyes, which sparkled with determination. Not a single person mocked them. All that mattered to everyone was what they could gain. Genuine research results. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao spoke steadily, his voice steady and measured. A simple explanation could only provide them with the corresponding ideas, it couldn't bring them anything else. Alright, you all understand the theory behind the potion. I trust you grasp the current situation. Let's not waste any more time. The moment his words fell, the Qiming team wasted no time, turning to dive back into their work. They already had their assigned roles. Upon learning the next steps, they wasted no time returning to their posts and getting back to work. Lin Hao's guidance covered the broad strokes, the finer details still required their own judgment. Through the surveillance feed, Lin Hao watched their experiments unfold in the command room. High-definition cameras were installed in every corner, allowing Lin Hao to provide guidance as if he were physically present in the lab, even when he wasn't. Hold on. You set the solution concentration at 0.1%, that's precisely why it failed. Add 5 milliliters of neutralizing liquid, then incorporate the previously mentioned reagent. This is the neutralizing agent. Receiving Lin Hao's guidance, the anxious researcher's face flushed red as he nodded excitedly. I see. So that's how it works. Those nearby who overheard the commotion stared at the recipient of the guidance with eyes brimming with envy, their admiration so intense it bordered on jealousy. When would such good fortune ever come their way? This scene wasn't confined to one location. By the end, everyone had received Lin Hao's guidance, their hands moving with increasing speed. Guiding others took a toll on his energy. Even sitting there offering guidance left Lin Hao feeling dizzy and exhausted. But in the end, Lin Hao wasn't left empty-handed. The steadily increasing number of projects filled him with delight, and a broad smile spread across his face. Academician Lin, dinner is ready. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly before shaking his head. No need. The formula will be finished soon. After declining, Lin Hao turned his gaze to the visitor. By the way, what's the latest situation in Forestry City? His expression turned grave at the question. The visitor looked grim, wanting to persuade Lin Hao to eat, but remembering the state of everyone in the lab, he reluctantly explained. The situation in Forestry City hasn't been suppressed, but it's under control. There's no risk of further spread. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression eased slightly. He nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll go downstairs to check. The lab progress should be nearly complete. Without delay, Lin Hao pushed open the door, applied a simple disguise, and headed straight for the lab. He didn't touch the equipment but walked straight to the finished product display area. To accelerate progress, everyone had chosen one project to focus on, and the results were indeed impressive. Nearly everything was completed in just half a day. Impressive. No wonder you made it into Qiming. The potion's color was perfectly standard, clearly a job well done. Lin Hao examined the other potions one by one. Before he could study the subsequent manuscripts, he overheard a group of people talking. Is this really okay? Those potions are the fruit of our labor. And the people from Forestry City. Catching the key words, Lin Hao's expression instantly turned cold. He lowered his footsteps, crouched down, and moved along the wall. We've come this far, you're not going to back out now, are you? You're out of your mind. Think about it, the people of Forestry City are counting on this life-saving cure. I agree, this is inhumane. Even if we want to be first, a victory achieved like this. I won't acknowledge it, nor will I accept it. You're all insane. Chapter 104, Research Success or Destruction. The hallway echoed with oppressive voices.
Occasionally, a few sentences rose above the din, clear enough for Lin Hao to make out, but the rest remained indistinct. Both men and women spoke. The crowd seemed large, yet he remembered Qiming's team was small. Moreover, the voices sounded strangely unfamiliar. He had personally trained so many Qiming members, yet he couldn't place a single voice echoing through the hallway. These people were talking about tampering with the serum. Lin Hao would absolutely not stand idly by. Regardless of what they were fighting over behind the scenes, Lin Hao didn't care. But if they threatened the citizens of Forestry City, he wouldn't let them get away with it. What you're doing is illegal, and given our circumstances, what's there to care about? Don't we already know each other? Hearing this, Lin Hao's brows knitted tightly as he fixed his gaze on the faintly swaying figure ahead. The distorted reflection made it hard to see clearly, but he could sense these people harbored no good intentions. In fact, they seemed intent on causing some kind of destruction, which made Lin Hao feel uneasy. Fine, if you won't do it, I'll handle this myself. The one who had been arguing all along clearly didn't want any help. His face darkened as he glared at his companion. The companion, now being yelled at, looked equally grim as he glared back at the man with a twisted expression. With so many people in Forestry City, how could we not care? Hearing these words, Lin Hao's expression eased slightly. At least these people weren't heartless. Some still held on to their principles. If you don't want to, then forget it, fine. No, if he leaves, then what if the higher-ups find out? Zero is still with us now. We can't let Zero find out about this. The voice grew fainter and fainter, and Lin Hao could barely make out what was being said. After waiting a while and hearing nothing more useful, Lin Hao decided it was time to bring in the security personnel. These individuals were attempting to tamper with the medication. Catching them red-handed would provide solid evidence and expose all the rotten apples. Perhaps their actions had become too brazen, for they turned and left immediately, completely oblivious to Lin Hao's small figure. Lin Hao watched the figure in the white lab coat walk away, his expression complex. These were supposed to be the nation's pillars of talent, yet they had ended up like this. It was truly infuriating. Let's go. We can't afford to waste any time. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but glance back a few more times. Nothing more than a few extra looks, nothing else. Security room. Everyone here knew Lin Hao's identity. When he appeared, fear flashed across their faces as they watched him cautiously. Why are you here? There are cameras in the hallway, right? Hearing this, the security personnel exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Yes, we do. These are them. Is there a problem? The security team was genuinely flustered, unsure of the situation. What kind of major incident could possibly warrant Lin Hao's personal involvement? Lin Hao scanned the screen for the figures of those individuals, but it seemed they were aware of the surveillance. Hardly any full frontal shots were captured at best, some partial side views. Some remained entirely in profile from start to finish. They really are cautious. Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his expression growing grave. Though he'd never believed this approach would lead to their capture, the lack of investigative progress still left him unsettled. Their extreme caution suggested this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment move, it was premeditated. Is there a problem with that? The security personnel asked cautiously, especially the team leader, whose entire body was trembling. Sweat beaded on his forehead like droplets falling wildly. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao's expression turned stern. Can you identify who these people are? Well. The security captain stared at the figures on the screen, finally shaking his head repeatedly. Honestly, I can't recognize them. Since the incident in Forestry City, Qiming has taken on a lot of new people. Some are even the mentor's students. Qiming's workforce had been steadily expanding, growing to its current scale. The security chief expected Lin Hao to erupt in anger, but Lin Hao merely nodded casually, his expression cold and detached. Everyone present held their breath, staring intently at Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't press the matter. His expression grew solemn as he nodded. Understood. Someone may attempt to tamper with the potions soon. You must guard them fiercely, but also give them a chance. Who would be so bold? How dare they tamper with the serum? Have these people no conscience? Who is it? How could such scum exist within Qiming? Everyone seethed with righteous indignation, offering no mercy to such heartless individuals. After all, Qiming was undertaking a monumental task, one that held the lives of countless people in Forestry City in the balance. To commit such an act was tantamount to murder. Calm down, everyone. We must ensure the serum is safe. That's why we need your help. Let's work together to root out the scum in the lab. Qiming's expansion was inevitable, but Lin Hao never imagined such a thing would happen at this critical moment. The team was still small now, but as projects multiplied, Qiming's personnel would inevitably grow more complex. What Qiming does isn't something just anyone can meddle with, it involves people's lives. One misstep could cost lives. Lin Hao briefly relayed the instructions before returning to the monitoring room. The atmosphere within the research institute was electric. Nearly everyone was eager and impatient, anticipating the completion of the formula. The striving scene filled Lin Hao with satisfaction.
Yet, knowing about the eavesdropping incident, he understood that beneath this flourishing facade, darkness was quietly taking root. He didn't care about fame, but others certainly did. Qiming Institute was full of talented individuals, each with their own reputation. Logically, they shouldn't care about such superficial fame, especially since they were working for the nation. Their contributions would surely be recorded in the nation's annals. Precisely for this reason, Lin Hao had never given such matters a second thought. Had he not overheard these words, Lin Hao might have remained oblivious, potentially making a grave mistake later. Time ticked by as security personnel made urgent preparations for their operation. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory. It's done. I finally did it. What? Let's see. This potion is wrong. I remember the high-potency immunity potion takes 8 hours to take effect. Yours? Chapter 105. This is Zero's order. Exactly. You're pulling our leg here. You call this done? This effect is clearly off. I almost fell for your trick. The crowd that had gathered around shook their heads repeatedly at the outcome. The high-potency immunity serum specifically targets viral immunity. Its strength provides direct immunity against infection for up to 24 hours, making it a top-tier serum for those exposed to infection, medical personnel, and security staff. But the concoction they'd cobbled together clearly had dosage issues. Did you not purify it enough? Look at what we did. Didn't this increase the serum's purity? You think I haven't tried that? Purifying it this way is fine, but you didn't consider the fusion aspect. Look at how we fused it. The toxins produced by this fusion are completely useless. And then there's this. The emergence of this new product sparked intense debate among many. They were all researchers of the high-potency immunity serum, and they knew this serum inside out. Under Lin Hao's guidance, their understanding of this serum had deepened significantly. They had a clear grasp of its drug content and proportions. Yet even so, the effects they analyzed still fell short, never quite matching the high-potency immune agent Lin Hao had produced. I know, but this situation isn't something we can control either. Let's try this fusion method. I just reviewed it, and this is indeed how it should be done. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. It wasn't mockery of their efforts, but rather admiration for their passionate debate. All groundbreaking products are born from such moments. Only through such trials can sparks of wisdom collide, ultimately giving birth to creations that future generations will revere. Qiming should have been a gathering place for such creativity, yet some sought to shatter its peaceful harmony. I see. The steps for our integration are Actually, it should be done this way. See, this method of integration achieves the optimal outcome. Look at this place now, we've all overlooked it before. The chatter warmed Lin Hao's heart as he lowered his head to contact the security captain, inquiring about the status of the medicinal agents. The stored potions required low temperatures, so they were all kept together in one place. The goal was to select the most suitable formula and ultimately send the most effective one to Forestry City. What had been intended for convenience unexpectedly ended up benefiting these people, a development that had completely exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. We should. Lin Hao glanced at his assistant beside him, his expression impassive. Leave these people to their mentors. I can give them some face, but I trust they know what to do. Understood. As Lin Hao's assistant, albeit temporarily, he understood that such matters demanded no delay and brooked no unnecessary questions. Lin Hao was satisfied with the other party's decisive action. However, these individuals could only support him behind the scenes, they couldn't appear alongside him in public. Lin Hao had assumed that by staying hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Little did he expect that within just a few years of Qiming's establishment, it had already attracted these gold diggers. Security handled the arrests, the mentors identified the individuals. Within half an hour, the files on those individuals appeared on Lin Hao's desk. A stack of over 10 files piled up on his desk. Lin Hao stared at their thickness, his expression darkening. 10 people wasn't a large number. Qiming currently had around 100 researchers in total. Yet these individuals were carefully selected by the state, their identities and backgrounds supposed to be spotless. Yet now, in Lin Hao's eyes, these individuals were far from exemplary. That someone could be driven by momentary jealousy to cause such trouble, Lin Hao simply couldn't see them as good people. And these were all top students. Lin Hao's exasperated remark left those behind him speechless, unable to interject. Especially given his current state of mind, they couldn't begin to fathom what he was thinking. What a waste of the nation's resources. Didn't their advisors say anything? They did say something, apologies, mostly. I recorded it all. The security guard hurriedly handed over the voice recorder, his anxious expression tinged with anger. Among those involved were some of the mentor's most cherished students. After all, would he bring students he didn't care for to a place like Qiming? Lin Hao rubbed his temples, listening to the recordings with a sense of helplessness. He knew some mentors were unaware of the situation, but hearing them make excuses left him feeling helpless. It was important to remember that Qiming had initially refused to admit these individuals. However, after repeated assurances from them and considering Qiming's genuine shortage of relevant professionals, Lin Hao ultimately agreed.
The original intent was to attract more talent and pave the way for Qiming's future development. After all, talent development outside the organization was relatively slow, especially in terms of experience and funding. With the backing of the state, Qiming had no shortage of funds whatsoever. As for broadening horizons, Lin Hao was confident he could provide absolutely cutting-edge technology and pathways. By leveraging Qiming's development, the talent cultivated would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Yet the outcome left Lin Hao deeply disappointed. These individuals have been dealt with. As for their mentors, they too are barred from participating in core projects. Lin Hao had no desire to work with individuals harboring ulterior motives. Their influence extended beyond a single project. It threatened the entire ethos of Qiming. If everyone followed their example, chasing empty fame instead of striving for progress, or even tampering with others' research, who would bother with legitimate science? Might as well study how to kill people. The severity of this incident meant Lin Hao could have easily arranged for their academic careers to be destroyed. Yet in the end, Lin Hao chose to let it go. Not all among them were utterly devoid of conscience. At least some still possessed a shred of humanity they were worth saving. At that moment, Jiang Ming was dazed. Ever since security had seized him, his mind had been in a fog. Initially, he had wanted to curse the security guards, but the moment his advisor appeared, Jiang Ming froze and simultaneously received a slap. The solid blow made his entire cheek ache unbearably whenever he tried to speak. Ugh! Mentor, didn't my dad tell you to take care of me? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Mentor Yang Liuxi's anger flared. She stood up, pointed at him, and shouted, "Do you know that this opportunity was arranged by Zero? Do you think Zero needs to target you? No way. It couldn't possibly be Zero." Chapter 106, The Final Outcome, Fusion advances further. Once again struck, Jiang Ming's face showed no anger, only fear. Zero had personally given the order. Nothing could be more devastating than this news. After all, Zero held a position at the very core of Qiming. Once he spoke, it wasn't just a matter of expelling Jiang Ming from the research lab. If Zero wanted to silence him, it would take nothing more than a single word. Jiang Ming's panicked gaze turned to his advisor. At this moment, advisor Yang Liuxi didn't know what to do either. She looked at Jiang Ming with a sorrowful expression and shook her head helplessly. Just go wait outside. At least don't make things worse for yourself. You must understand, Zero is the compass of the academic world today. His words alone can determine a person's fate. Hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded blankly, though deep in his eyes lingered a stubborn refusal to accept defeat. All his hard work had not only been for nothing, but had also dragged him into trouble, pushing him to the margins of the project. It wasn't that Jiang Ming hadn't heard Yang Liuxi's words, he simply couldn't accept it. He refused to accept being cast aside like this. He refused to accept that all his scheming had yielded nothing. Yang Liuxi knew his student all too well. He'd sailed through life without hardship, always the model child everyone envied. Such a background meant he was utterly unprepared for this kind of setback. But what choice did he have? It was nothing less than Zero, the most enigmatic and revered figure in global medicine. Over the years, he had delivered multiple breakthrough drugs, possessing technology far surpassing any researcher worldwide. Crucially, Zero never appeared at any academic conference, utterly indifferent to so-called fame. His indifference to fame and fortune was jaw-dropping. Every drug he developed was sold at rock-bottom prices, as if he required no research funding whatsoever. Or rather, Zero seemed to disregard the time and effort invested in his lab, essentially working for free for the nation. Initially, fellow researchers doubted this Zero could truly demand nothing in return. Yet the steady stream of affordable drugs that followed silenced all skepticism. In fact, the rock-bottom prices set by Zero forced many pharmaceutical companies out of business, especially those selling drugs with comparable efficacy but priced 10 times higher. Some companies attempted risky countermeasures against Zero, but unfortunately, some vanished from the Chinese mainland as soon as they began their efforts. These researchers didn't care about the fate of those opponents, but they understood this was the will of the state. Zero worked under the state's authority, doing what was good for the people and the nation. Those targeted by Zero needn't face direct action. A single disdainful glance was enough to make some people suffer greatly. Jiang Ming, I warn you here, Zero didn't wipe you out this time, nor did it destroy your future prospects. Keep your tail tucked and behave yourself, and you might still have a chance. But if you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression darkened. Yet under Yang Liuxi's piercing gaze, he slowly nodded. I understand, mentor. I consider myself fortunate now. Compared to those medicine dealers, his outcome was at least a lenient one from Zero. Had Zero remained silent, the punishment awaiting him would have been far harsher. But the matters concerning Forestry City were now entirely unrelated to him. Don't even think about Forestry City. After what you did, there's no way you'll be handling potions again. I understand. Jiang Ming managed to utter with difficulty. This exchange wasn't unique to Jiang Ming and Yang Liuxi. All punished students received stern reprimands from their mentors, accompanied by relentless warnings to refrain from reckless behavior and inviting trouble.
The fact they hadn't been expelled from Qiming or blacklisted from academia was already a rare mercy. If any of them dared to defy this and cause trouble again, they wouldn't need Zero to speak up. Their mentors would sacrifice their own kin for the greater good without hesitation. Even students they had poured their hearts into nurturing could not become burdens dragging them down. For now, Zero was merely issuing warnings without taking action. Yet they understood it was their own decision to bring these students into Qiming, driven by personal gain. Having repeatedly guaranteed no issues would arise, yet causing such a scandal, they now wear nothing but shame and disgrace. Moreover, they are human too. While they wouldn't stoop to the students' despicable methods, they certainly care about their own reputations. Staying at Qiming would not only secure their place in history but potentially earn them a dedicated page in their clan's genealogy. They had no intention of leaving this place. After all, it was merely one trainee. If one trainee was lost, they could always find another. In the end, they stood to lose nothing. With the trainee matter resolved, Lin Hao focused entirely on the potions. Now that a decent substitute for the high-potency immunity potion had emerged, the remaining challenge was the counter-inhibitor. This serum proved far more difficult to synthesize, especially since one component required extracting a new compound, an unprecedented challenge for them. Everyone worked with intense focus, not a single slack moment. Especially after what had happened, they all kept their heads down, afraid of being kicked off the project too. The entire team worked feverishly, their voices rising in heated debate. Listening to the clamor, Lin Hao's lips curved upward, his smile widening endlessly. Excellent. Everyone's focus is here now. I'm very satisfied. Lin Hao nodded approvingly. His assistant, following behind, jotted down his words while observing his expression. Zero, I've done it. Check out how well this fusion turned out. Hearing the voice, Lin Hao turned his gaze toward the source, his expression turning serious. The fusion of the serum was of paramount importance. If this hurdle could be overcome, then the breakthrough for the highly effective immunity serum would be within reach. Originally, everyone had planned to stubbornly persist with the highly effective immunity serum, but Lin Hao had ultimately persuaded them otherwise. After all, a potion wasn't something that could be completed by sheer determination alone. It required the perfect alignment of timing, circumstances, and human effort. Sometimes, you just couldn't deny fate. After all, a sudden flash of inspiration was often better than relentless hard work. Everyone understood this truth, yet a lingering sense of reluctance remained. The solution was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't make it happen. How could that be satisfying? Zero, what do you think of this fusion I've created? It works. Absolutely. Lin Hao nodded, staring at the 70% quality approaching the counter-blocking agent, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Way to go, old Chen. You're quietly raking it in. Chapter 107, Efforts and Repentance of All Parties. Not at all. It's all thanks to Zero's guidance, you know? You little rascal. But this time, we've finally found a new direction. The people of Forestry City are saved now. Not only were these people delighted, but Lin Hao himself nodded with satisfaction. Under his guidance, Qiming and the others had learned to shift their mindset and approach. Their expressions gradually brightened, and the corners of their mouths lifted into smiles. It was getting late, and Lin Hao decided not to push his research any further. After days of intense pressure and working overtime, everyone appeared highly energized on the surface, but in reality, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Everyone, go home and rest. We'll proceed with the next phase of research tomorrow. The fusion aspect was mostly complete, but now they needed to study practicality and the potency of the agent. This was the most troublesome and crucial part. Once the potion's practicality was assured, it could be deployed immediately, resolving a significant portion of Forestry City's crisis. No need. We can push through. We'll advance the fusion process even further today. Further? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, not angered by the violation of protocol. He shook his head with a smile. I think you've misunderstood. You must understand that we not only need to ensure nothing goes wrong in Forestry City, but also safeguard our own health. Qiming and his team were holed up in the lab every day, relying solely on phones and security personnel chatter for outside news. They had no idea the virus had already spread beyond Forestry City. This virus's contagiousness and carrier capacity far exceeded other strains, making it virtually impossible to contain. At least with their current technology, it was difficult to manage. Everyone, go rest. The virus situation has surpassed your imagination. We can't afford to fall. Lin Hao spoke each word deliberately, his shadow cast by the projection forming a vast, looming shadow. We at Qiming are this virus's nemesis. We can halt this catastrophe. Not one of us can falter. Only by standing firm in this lab can we stop this disaster. This. Many hesitated at Lin Hao's words, their panicked gazes darting around before finally settling on Zero, nodding reluctantly. Everyone, go rest now. Lin Hao's words fell again, and the others nodded in agreement. As if. With Zero speaking up, for them to still hesitate would be sheer folly. Besides, with Zero here, their research progress was actually more than double what it had been during those grueling overtime sessions. I think Zero is right. Think about it, we really can do better. One person spoke up, and others followed suit. In their eyes, nothing Zero said could be wrong. Even those reluctant to leave had no choice but to follow the crowd out. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Hao suddenly felt the vast laboratory grow eerily empty and quiet. Something felt off. Academician, you should rest too. You haven't had proper rest these past days, you're truly exhausted. MHM. This time, Lin Hao didn't refuse. A kind smile spread across his face. You should go rest too. You haven't been getting enough sleep these past few days either. All right. After the assistant left, Lin Hao returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Lin Hao rose punctually at dawn. His gaze instinctively swept toward his bedside, finding nothing there. Sleeping after a late night should have been comfortable, but Lin Hao almost forgot he wasn't at home anymore. No Lin Waining, no warm milk. I'd completely forgotten. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself that he was genuinely feeling a bit miserable now. Knock. 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 As if sensing movement inside the room, the knocking came immediately after. Lin Hao, now dressed, turned toward the door and said softly, "Come in." His assistant pushed open the door, carrying a steaming breakfast tray. "Dean, our chef just delivered today's new creation." Hearing this, Lin Hao's gaze fell on the breakfast, and the smile on his lips widened. Have you eaten?" "I've eaten." "Academician, I'll go prepare your things." "All right, understood." The assistant turned and left, while Lin Hao leisurely ate his meal, his eyes fixed on the messages being relayed to him. The Cheating team had already begun working, each member diligently focused on their tasks. Seeing this, Lin Hao said nothing more, only letting the smile on his lips widen slightly. Inside the lab. "We need to hurry up. I just checked the news from Forestry City. The situation there doesn't look good." "I heard too. It seems like the medical staff have run out of medication. We absolutely have to speed things up." Hearing these words, Lin Hao felt an extraordinary sense of comfort, even a deep sense of luck. Working alongside these people naturally filled Lin Hao with joy. So what should we do? The fusion research from before has been completed. What do you think about us moving on to the next phase? Excellent, excellent. The group immediately agreed and dove straight into tackling the most challenging project at hand. It really is. Lin Hao sighed helplessly, then turned his gaze to the side. It's a bit strange. Lin Hao looked at the documents on the table, his expression shifting rapidly as he struggled to find words. The contents were straightforward, interspersed with an apology letter. Zero apologized. "I deeply realize how grave an error my previous actions were, causing immense harm to Qiming. Now I profoundly understand my own shallowness." Lin Hao wasn't particularly moved by the official apology letter, but rather by the research materials the sender had included. It was a somewhat immature study, yet it shared a certain kinship with the counter inhibitor. The core research focused on drug resistance. This topic remained a perennial subject of research. As the old saying goes, all medicines carry some toxicity. Drug resistance has always been a perennial topic, and Lin Hao had his own thoughts on it, wanting to delve into the research. The final signature read Zhang Ming. Upon reflection, Zhang Ming seemed to be the one who wanted to tamper with the medication. Moreover, investigations suggest he serves as the deputy to the organization's personnel. Lin Hao didn't dispute the other's principles, views, or knowledge. He was undoubtedly a top-tier scholar who would become a leading figure in the medical field. But his character left Lin Hao feeling somewhat helpless. To put it simply, consider the most basic measure of character. A man who could disregard so many lives out of jealousy, even going so far as to sabotage others' achievements. Lin Hao dared not use him, nor did he wish to. Chapter 108, Who doesn't want to protect the lights of 10,000 homes? Lin Hao noticed a considerable number of folders arranged on the desk, along with several envelopes. Each folder contained an apology letter, while the envelopes held apology letters from the trainees' mentors. They all expressed regret that their mistakes had caused such risks for Qiming, hoped Lin Hao wouldn't be overly upset by this incident, and finally pleaded for his forgiveness. Lin Hao hadn't taken the matter to heart in the first place, and he felt an extraordinary sense of tolerance toward these individuals. As long as each person kept the people in their hearts and was willing to strive for academic excellence, Lin Hao would welcome them all. Thus, the mentor's fears of being singled out for punishment were entirely unfounded. These people really. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Finally, he turned to his assistant with resignation. Reassure them. I'm not the type to stab people in the back. As long as we work together, we can all have a brighter future. Understood. The assistant nodded repeatedly before leaving, turning to ask the security personnel who had placed the envelopes on the table. Those who tried to tamper with the medication were clearly no good. Such people already annoyed Lin Hao, and now they were causing trouble. Didn't they realize this was a critical moment? Lin Hao, completely unfazed, turned his attention back to his research. Ever since someone discovered new techniques in the simple mixing of the potions, he had immediately mobilized his team to act. Everyone worked at breakneck speed, putting in overtime.
Especially those trainees who had made mistakes were frantically trying to make up for their errors by doing extra work. Lin Hao didn't care, but he didn't say much either. He could afford to be indifferent, but others might not share his perspective. He couldn't arbitrarily exclude everyone else, nor would he interfere in their affairs. As if his thoughts had grown too numerous, Lin Hao felt his mind starting to lag. Come to think of it, it had been ages since he last contacted Chen Mingyuan. With that thought, noticing his assistant hadn't returned, Lin Hao used his wristband to check on Chen Mingyuan's situation. Their research findings are about to be released, and we hope Chen Mingyuan's side can hold out. Thousands of miles away, Chen Mingyuan had aged considerably, his frame visibly stooping as he listened to Director Wang's report. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing persisted in a thin stream. Chen Mingyuan's eyes were clouded. Are we truly completely out of the medicine? None left. The accident site had been cleared earlier, but last night's heavy rain triggered a landslide. A wave of dizziness washed over Chen Mingyuan, his body swaying uncontrollably. Barely steadying himself against the desk, he was startled by a shrill alarm. Director Wang caught him just in time, preventing him from collapsing to the floor. Director Wang was also jolted by the sound. This sound was all too familiar to them, the emergency alert signaling a critical patient incident, summoning every doctor in the hospital to assist. But lately, it had been sounding far too often, almost every half hour, leaving nearly every doctor utterly exhausted. Let's go! Though Chen Mingyuan was utterly exhausted, he had to act now. Director Wang looked at Chen Mingyuan's pale face, his lips trembling before he finally managed to speak. If we can't handle this, we should ask for help from Qiming. All the doctors from Linya City and the surrounding areas have come, but it's still not enough. There are simply too many patients. Every single doctor in Forestry City is here, and even with each doctor handling 20 patients, we can't keep up with the demand. Too many doctors had been working non-stop for nearly 72 hours without sleep. Some doctors had barely slept for 2 or 3 hours before being roused to continue treating patients. Worse still, some doctors have become patients themselves. And our nurses haven't slept in ages either. They're all at their limit. The sentence trailed off, but Chen Mingyuan understood the implication. I know everything. Chen Mingyuan's voice cracked as he spoke. I know all this, but you also know that Qiming's team is working around the clock to develop the serum for us. You know the critical importance of the high-potency immune serum and the counter-blocking agent. We can't hold them back. Hearing these words, Director Wang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I know. I understand. Both men silently shed tears, each understanding the immense pressure the other faced. Without the serum, even an influx of reinforcements here would be useless. Therefore, Qiming must develop the serum, only then could their side achieve true liberation. I'll make the arrangements immediately. I'll strive for a reasonable allocation. As for the supplies, I'll do everything in my power to get them here. Director Wang walked with heavy steps until he finally found the captain of the hospital security team. Seeing Director Wang approach, the captain jogged over and cautiously asked, Director, we've checked our entire team, no one has a cold. How many men do you have left? Director Wang spoke with difficulty, his expression torn and tinged with embarrassment. The security captain didn't think much of it, assuming Director Wang had other arrangements. We still have about 20 brothers who can be deployed. Follow me. All our hospital supplies are stuck on the mountain road. We need manpower to retrieve them. Rest assured, I'll compensate you for this. At those words, the security captain's expression darkened instantly. Grabbing his walkie-talkie, he barked, everyone assemble immediately. Head to the hospital's main entrance now. After issuing the order, the captain turned to Director Wang. Director, you're too kind. We all understand these are tough times, and we appreciate your hard work. Moving a few supplies? No problem at all. As the personnel gathered, the security chief noticed the numbers were off and frowned. What's going on here? Why are the night shift guys here? You still have to work the night shift tonight. Captain, that's not fair. How can you hog all the heroics? We want our share too. Exactly. Captain, you're being totally unfair. It's just moving stuff, we've got plenty of strength. Director Wang's eyes instantly welled up with tears, the liquid rolling in his sockets. In that moment, he felt the warmth and coldness of the human world. Though the relentless virus weighed heavily upon them, the warmth shown by others reminded Director Wang that their perseverance was not without purpose. Who wouldn't want to protect these countless homes lit by warm lights? Chapter 109, everyone willing to help, working together. As everyone bustled about, their expressions held a quiet melancholy. The landslide had not only blocked the highway, but the torrential rain seemed to be deliberately opposing them, pelting down relentlessly at this very moment. The downpour not only washed away the main road but also obscured the vision of those traversing the rugged terrain. The torrential rain formed a natural curtain, enveloping the entire Forestry City. The thick, dark clouds, like this sudden virus, shrouded the city, leaving no room for escape. Yet despite such extreme weather, not a single person harbored resentment. Everyone worked with all their might, fearing that any delay on their part might prevent patients from receiving their medicine. Keep going, everyone. Hurry up.
They chanted, not a single soul willing to pause. As the torrential rain poured down, Director Wang watched the scene unfold, his heart tightening at the sight of the dark figures laboring. The commotion wasn't insignificant. Residents living nearby watched the scene from afar, many wearing solemn expressions. What's going on over there? No idea. Should we go check? Looks like they're transporting something. Although the virus had spread widely in Forestry City, the rural population was scattered. They knew about the recent flu outbreak, so they rarely went out, let alone in such heavy rain. Are you crazy? Don't you know what's happening outside? We should just mind our own business. But some hesitated, others watched the hurried figures approaching with curiosity, furrowing their brows. In the end, some still worried and turned to others to discuss it. What do you think is happening here now? No idea. But I heard the hospital's swamped with patients. With all these people here now, don't you realize this is the only road in and out of Forestry City? They're clearly heading into town, but no one can get through. Then they must be transporting supplies. Could it be our aid? I heard the village chief say yesterday that the higher-ups promised to send supplies. Huddled under the eaves, the group murmured and chattered. The rain showed no sign of letting up, only adding to their growing frustration. This rain wasn't just blocking their way out, it was killing every bit of the crops around them. What are we to do now? And now with this flu going around, do we even have a chance to survive? As the murmurs died down, many faces wore deep worry. No one knew what to do next, everyone was utterly lost. They knew little, understood even less. Most of their information came from friends, family, and village officials. So in truth, they knew nothing, only staring blankly into the uncertainty. Heavy raindrops pounded down, soaking through their clothes until they clung painfully to their skin. The stinging sensation spread across their backs, yet not a single person stopped. Pain and exhaustion only meant a brief rest by the vehicle, not a single soul backed down. This won't do. Director, the medicine is getting wet. My clothes are soaked through here, and my jacket can't handle it. They had tried using umbrellas, but the downpour was too fierce. The road was a muddy mess, and trying to carry the supplies while holding an umbrella was impossible. As for having one person hold the umbrella while another carried, there simply weren't enough people. A group approached from afar, umbrellas raised, each carrying a bamboo basket on their back. Hey, little Zheng. What are you guys doing over there? Aunt Lu, you're here. Did you bring the baskets? We need them urgently. Director Wang watched the figures hurry over, curiously eyeing both little Zheng and the arriving farmers. What exactly is going on here? Director Wang, this is my aunt. I realized our current transport method was too cumbersome, so I asked Aunt Lu to bring us some baskets. Seeing the large baskets strapped to the villagers' backs, Director Wang's eyes lit up. Thank you so much for bringing these in this weather. After a brief exchange, Director Wang wasted no time and immediately joined the group in the moving effort. Xiao Zhang motioned for Aunt Lu to return home, concerned she might catch a cold from the rain. It wouldn't do if she accidentally got infected. As a hospital security guard, Xiao Zhang had seen his share of life and death situations within the hospital walls. He understood just how severe this outbreak was and instinctively didn't want his people involved in such matters. Aunt Lu stared at Zhang with concern, her aged hand tugging at his sleeve. Zhang, what on earth is going on? Aunt Lu, our hospital's medicine shipment was intercepted, so the director brought us here to help. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's expression changed, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, is it serious? Should we help too? No need, Aunt Lu. You should go back first. With your health, you wouldn't be able to help much anyway. Don't overexert yourself and collapse. Faced with Zhang's refusal, Aunt Lu pressed on with concern, it must be urgent. We saw several truckloads from afar, so much cargo. How long will it take just the few of you to move it all? Little Zhang really didn't know the details, only that this matter was exceptionally important and couldn't be delayed. Aunt Lu, I'll tell you about it next time. I'm busy right now. Xiao Zhang hurried off after dropping that line, his eyes filled with urgency. Seeing this scene, Aunt Lu simply couldn't bring herself to leave. Though her grip had loosened, Aunt Lu felt deeply unsettled inside. She watched Zhang's busy figure in the rain with a hint of anxiety. We watched Xiao Zhang grow up. That boy works as a security guard at the hospital. These medicines must all be from the hospital. She chattered on, her gaze never leaving the others. She was terribly anxious, yet her tongue felt tied, unable to find the right words. Finally, after a long pause, Aunt Lu gathered her thoughts. I know the roads are treacherous in this rain, but you all understand the situation here. These are life-saving supplies. Since we've seen them, shouldn't we at least lend a hand? Hearing Aunt Lu's words, the others fell silent. They were well aware of Xiao Zhang's line of work, their expressions growing solemn. Aunt Lu, you don't need to say more. We understand how important this is. Of course we'll help. Everyone, thank you so much. It's nothing. This isn't just for Xiao Zhang, it's for all of us in Forestry City. With that, the villagers' faces softened into smiles, not a single one complaining. They were resourceful people themselves, lending a hand was only natural. That's just how things are done in this village. Chapter 110, If it doesn't work once, try 100 times. Aunt Lu, why aren't you heading back?
What are you saying, Xiao Zhang?
How could we go back? You're all working so hard, we should help out too.
Hearing this, Xiao Zhang felt deeply moved.
Staring at Aunt Lu, tears welled up in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. To say they weren't moved would be a lie. After all, so many people were willing to help under these circumstances, how could they not be touched?
With the added manpower, the pressure on their side eased considerably, and their pace quickened significantly. But as time ticked by, exhaustion crept in, slowing their movements. Yet the cargo on the truck seemed endless, as if it would never be fully unloaded. After a full day of labor, 2 truckloads of goods remained unloaded. Seeing the exhaustion on everyone's faces, Director Wang couldn't help but speak up. Everyone, take a break. Let's get this delivered first. It's fine, we can keep going. We've heard these are all for patients. If we finish sooner, you can get them to the patients faster.
Thank you all so much. Director Wang was genuinely grateful for their assistance.
Without these extra hands, their current staff simply couldn't have managed to move all this out.
Thank you so much.
I'll treat you all to a meal here when the time comes.
No need, it was just a small favor.
Director Wang would never forget this kindness, nor would the hospital staff. Having made his promise, Director Wang turned to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, please see to it that the villagers are properly settled.
It's fine, Director Wang. We can make our own way back. Xiao Zhang is pretty tired right now. It's fine, Aunt Lu.
You've already done more than enough to help us.
It's only natural that I see you back. Xiao Zhang knew Aunt Lu hadn't been obligated to help. With the crisis unfolding in Forestry City, we should lend a hand wherever we can. I don't want you taking on too much risk either.
Xiao Zhang, you stay with Director Wang. We'll head out first.
Aunt Lu.
They were all down-to-earth people who cared little for such formalities. The large group had arrived in full force, but now they departed in a hurry, as if afraid to be seen off. Everyone at Ximing knew the situation in Forestry City was dire, but they didn't know how to put it into words. Ximing's researchers were working around the clock, yet even so, they were stumped by the challenge.
This can't be right. I did it exactly like this before, how could it be wrong?
The middle-aged man in the white lab coat stared at the pale green solution before him, troubled. He had successfully fused it once before, yet this time it stubbornly refused to combine despite following the exact same procedure, without any alterations whatsoever.
How could this happen? It's so strange. Check if there's a problem. Something felt off just now. Let me take a look.
Each time they glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it vanished into nothingness, leaving them utterly lost.
Lin Hao wasn't unaware of such issues, but he found it peculiar.
According to the written verification results, the success rate for this approach should be around 80 to 90%. Yet now, before reaching the end, they saw no glimmer of light.
It felt like they'd wandered into an academic dead end, a pitch-black void where the final outcome remained utterly hidden.
Lin Hao refused to believe they couldn't find a solution. The others weren't ready to give up either. They were determined to push forward, striving to find a bright path for the people of Forestry City.
I refuse to believe it.
The man made a move to continue, but Lin Hao stopped him.
Hold on. Check the data for that reagent.
Compare the two before proceeding.
But this one failed. The color is clearly off.
All their current potions were white, yet this one had turned a pale green, looking downright toxic. They were utterly at a loss. But this order came from zero. They hesitated only briefly before ultimately choosing to follow Lin Hao's instructions.
The potion testing and experiments weren't complicated.
They mainly involved checking the potion's effectiveness and data against the virus samples and test strips that had just been delivered.
Huddled together, they methodically calculated the experimental data.
Finally, the middle-aged man stared in shock at the numbers on the test strip.
How is this possible? What's the matter? Keeping us in suspense at a time like this.
These results are better than before. The middle-aged man passed the data to his colleagues while swiftly glancing at the results from the virus sample calculations. Since the drug's effect on the virus wasn't immediately apparent, it required more time. Though it was only 5 minutes, it felt like an eternity to everyone present, filling their hearts with dread and anxiety. Under such anticipation, not a single person showed impatience. Instead, all eyes were fixed intently on the front, their gazes sharp and focused.
Why isn't the result ready yet? Could this machine be broken? Impossible. When the test strip data showed a significantly elevated reading, Lin Hao's gaze shifted over to the side. Ding!
The machine beeped, spitting out a white piece of paper. The middle-aged man, already unable to contain his excitement, reached out and grabbed the paper. He scanned the data at a glance, his eyes darting across the numbers before sinking into deep thought.
His slightly aged hands trembled uncontrollably as tears of excitement welled up in the corners of his eyes. 0 Have we succeeded? This fusion shows a 90% success rate, and the activation time is 16 hours.
What?
16 hours.
This must be our best data yet. Previous best results had been 8 hours, or 10 hours at most, rarely exceeding 10 hours.
But that doesn't make sense. The procedures for both doses were identical. How could there be a full 6-hour gap in the results? Yeah, did you forget something in the middle? This exchange plunged everyone into silence. Finally, the middle-aged man began calculating the situation, his gaze darkening. As the person directly involved, he should have known every detail of what happened back then. Yet now, he felt like a complete outsider, clueless about everything. After deep contemplation, the middle-aged man picked up the potion from the lab table, determined to start over from the beginning. I'll do it again. You take notes. Let's figure out exactly where things went wrong. Exactly. Experimentation is all about repeated observation. Lin Hao watched the scene unfold with a satisfied nod. No further words were needed from him, they would eventually find their way forward. Chapter 111, The Final Compromise, Staying at Qiming. Lin Hao's gaze fixed on the chemical on the lab bench before rising to face his assistant behind him. Have you uncovered the information I asked you to investigate? We've investigated. We looked into the residential area and questioned people in the vicinity, but everyone claims they've never been to Forestry City. Listening to the assistant's detailed report, complete with supporting investigation materials, Lin Hao felt utterly disinterested. The failure to uncover any outsiders entering or leaving the compound pointed to either inadequate internal management or someone going in and being concealed by residents. And these matters weren't for Lin Hao to handle, they were for the state to deal with. The assistant could tell Lin Hao wasn't interested in these details, dismissing them with a few brief remarks before moving on to the point that concerned Lin Hao most. We've preliminarily screened the infected individuals within the complex. They're all between 18 and 30 years old. Moreover, we've discovered the cases are primarily concentrated around Blocks 6 and 17, both located on the eastern half of the complex. The initial pathogen likely originated in this vicinity. We've already dispatched personnel to Ms. Lin Weiniang's location. Those lured by Zhu Jinfang have all been dealt with. The medication situation is nearly resolved. The infection within the residential complex has been preliminarily contained. Has this caused panic? Lin Hao looked at his assistant, his expression grave. Lin Hao didn't know the specific nature of those residents, but he understood human nature. Human nature was fundamentally depraved, capable of anything, even worse atrocities than he had witnessed before. Back when Zhu Jinfang caused that scene at the hospital, even after Lin Weiniang clarified everything and the authorities intervened, there were still those who would scheme behind the scenes. The assistant met Lin Hao's gaze directly. Everything had been handled properly, yet facing Lin Hao's expression still felt uncomfortable. Academician Lin, have I done something wrong? Have you investigated the situation around the perimeter of the residential complex? Have you mapped out everyone's movement routes? You should know this virus is highly contagious, otherwise, Forestry City wouldn't have fallen so quickly. We've already investigated. There are no gaps in our surveillance. The assistant spoke respectfully, his entire demeanor appearing unusually submissive. Lin Hao paid little heed to the assistant's demeanor. After all, the assistant was there to support him, and such behavior was to be expected. Understood. The remaining supplies will be delivered to other areas later, but right now, Forestry City is the priority. The situation in Forestry City was far more critical, so naturally they had to prioritize the patients there. Moreover, as the source of this virus, Forestry City was naturally regarded as a thorn in their side, the very place they most urgently needed to resolve. The assistant understood this well. They couldn't allow this strange virus to spread further unless it could ultimately be controlled and no longer posed a threat. Only then would they allow it to run rampant. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with the assistant's actions, the smile on his lips steadily widening. The timing was right. Qiming no longer needed him much, but the latest reports from Forestry City painted a grim picture. They were running out of supplies. The medicines sent there were blocked by landslides, and the skilled workers had all fallen ill. There simply weren't enough manpower or resources to clear the roads. Learning this, Lin Hao's expression grew complex. He hadn't anticipated Forestry City's situation worsening so drastically. It felt like fate itself was relentlessly pursuing them. This wasn't Lin Hao deliberately causing trouble. It was simply that Forestry City had been hit by a novel virus, a car accident, and now a landslide, all of which had directly blocked the green channels for those patients. If it weren't for the entire city being caught up in this, Lin Hao would suspect they'd done something to incur the wrath of heaven and man, leading to this mess. On the surface, it genuinely seemed like the heavens were pursuing them relentlessly. The thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Hao quickly dismissed it, finding it far too bizarre to dwell on. His assistant grew curious when Lin Hao remained silent for too long. In his view, his current performance was already exceptional, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that their efforts paled in comparison to what Lin Hao demanded. Academician Lin, perhaps you should stay at Qiming for a while longer. Wait until the situation back there is somewhat under control before returning. We've opted for full-scale containment now. Given the current situation, we've already wasted too much time. Crucially, the situation hasn't improved significantly, so I understand your concerns. In the eyes of these people, he was undoubtedly a national treasure requiring the highest level of protection. They would never permit him to go anywhere that posed even the slightest risk. He could skip the trip to Forestry City, but leaving Lin Weiniang alone at home still troubled Lin Hao. These people could certainly ensure Lin Weiniang wasn't mistreated, but his prolonged absence from home meant that even occasional phone calls couldn't ease her worries. That was precisely why he needed to return. Though Lin Weiniang's physical health had recovered, her mental state was another matter. Prolonged worry made her prone to overthinking. The assistant met Lin Hao's gaze and groaned inwardly. It must be said that in his eyes, Lin Hao had always been the imposing academician Lin, not a child at all. What child possessed such overwhelming presence? He never felt intimidated facing the heirs of wealthy families or the offspring of high-ranking officials, yet when confronted by Lin Hao, he always felt a sense of inadequacy and inexplicable unease. Steeling himself, the assistant with nerves of steel finally spoke up, "Academician Lin, please understand I truly didn't anticipate this situation unfolding this way. The residential complex has implemented strict access controls. If you return now, Mrs. Lin might face gossip after all, no one is allowed in or out at the moment." This part was pure fabrication on the assistant's part. If they truly wanted to, there were plenty of ways to sneak into the complex undetected. But the assistant didn't want to put Lin Hao in danger. It was also an order from above, so he chose to use Lin Weiniang as an excuse. The memory of Zhu Jinfang's outburst and Lin Weiniang's heartbroken expression remained vivid in Lin Hao's mind. He could silence the public outcry, but he had no control over what people whispered behind closed doors. The best approach was to avoid drawing attention, or rather, leave no trace. "I understand. But regarding my mother, you must keep a close watch on her. Not a single slip-up is allowed." "Understood, Academician Lin. Rest assured." Chapter 112. In this world, someone always steps forward. Staying at Qiming was truly tedious for Lin Hao, especially since Qiming no longer needed him. His presence held little purpose now. His days consisted of either reading professional books delivered by his assistant or watching lab staff argue, utterly tedious. Somehow, Lin Hao suddenly found himself missing his days at the university. That bustling atmosphere never bothered him. Instead, it made him feel more at ease, as if his entire being was filled with comfort, free from the weight of responsibilities and prying eyes. Linye City. Thanks to Director Wang and the team's efforts, the first batch of medicine finally reached the hospital and was administered to patients. This was merely the first hurdle. Director Wang, utterly exhausted, gazed despairingly at the sky thick with dark clouds, seeing not a single glimmer of light. The thick clouds blocked all light, leaving them in darkness. They felt no warmth at all, only a bone-chilling cold creeping up their spines. Chen Mingyuan, coughing, approached Director Wang and followed his gaze to the dark, oppressive clouds. "What are you standing here for? Get back inside. You don't want to catch a cold, do you? Can we really make it through this?" "Of course. Don't worry. We're not fighting alone. Qiming has already sent word Lin Hao is heading there personally to provide guidance. We'll see hope soon." Director Wang's pupils dilated sharply as he stared at Chen Mingyuan in disbelief, his voice trembling involuntarily. "Really? You mean Lin Hao has gone to Qiming? Who in the medical world didn't know Lin Hao? How many miracles had he performed in the medical world? How many wonder drugs had he developed? How many people suffering from illness had he helped, giving them new life?" The very first wonder drug had come from Lin Hao. Now, with Lin Hao personally overseeing the research at Qiming, it meant that their city of Linye was drawing ever closer to that day of light. How enviable. Director Wang spoke sincerely, genuinely envious that Qiming's people could receive Lin Hao's guidance. Every product Lin Hao launched was a boon to the nation and its people. Each one filled them with admiration, even prompting sighs of relief that Lin Hao was one of their own. Chen Mingyuan, hearing this, couldn't help but nod in agreement, his face reflecting the same sense of wonder. It must be said that Lin Hao had wrought numerous miracles. Even Chen Mingyuan, who had witnessed Lin Hao's entire journey, was astonished by him every single time. "Well, if you're truly envious, just live a little longer. You'll get to meet him too." "I hope so." The conversation ended abruptly as the familiar alarm sounded, signaling that Director Wang was about to depart once more. The two silently agreed not to say more, knowing they could continue this conversation the next time they met. Although Forestry City remained under lockdown, prohibiting anyone from wandering outside, the existence of journalists was itself a testament to their resilience present in every corner of the world. Director Wang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the sight of the van, especially when he spotted the array of cameras and lenses. A familiar feeling welled up inside him. Choosing to ignore it, Director Wang fixed his gaze on the distant truck, shaking his head in a sigh. He left Zhang Xia, who had originally been there to send people off, to lead a group over. Director Wang felt the local contingent had seemingly doubled in size. It was hard to take it all in at a glance. "Xiao Zhang, what's going on? How could this?" "Director Wang, I told them, but my aunts and uncles all refused to leave." Xiao Zhang hung his head in shame, fearing Director Wang would blame him for failing to handle the situation. But alone, he simply couldn't persuade so many people, especially when they were determined to stay. "Director Wang, please let us stay and help. I just went to check, there's far too much cargo." "That's right. We villagers just want to lend a hand. Once things settle down over there, we can all get out sooner." They didn't bombard Director Wang with the same barrage of pleas they'd used on Xiao Zhang, but they stood rooted to the spot, their earnest gazes fixed on him, their faces clearly showing their reluctance to leave. Seeing their expressions, Director Wang finally relented and agreed. This path formed by bamboo baskets grew ever more formidable in the downpour. Once the surrounding villages learned what was happening, they too sent laborers to assist. Journalists and cameramen witnessed this scene, capturing it on their weapons for posterity. People everywhere, glancing at the news popping up on their phones, stopped in their tracks. Lin Hao stared at the footage playing on his phone, falling silent. He knew the difficulties in Forestry City, but he never imagined that the life-saving medicine destined for Forestry City would be blocked midway, requiring such extraordinary measures to deliver it. Go investigate. What exactly is going on? The landslide hazard is real, but logically, this kind of situation should be cleared up first, not left exposed like this with no one addressing it. Even if no one from the Forestry City is here, what about people from other places? Lin Hao refused to believe it. Meanwhile, uninfected residents of Forestry City who caught sight of the news fell into deep thought or strapped on their climbing gear and backpacks to head out. Forestry University Dormitory. Did you guys see the news? Yeah, we're only about 4 kilometers away. What if we... His searching gaze swept across his roommate, only to find him already dressed in hiking gear, hoisting his backpack ready to leave. You little bastard, you actually dared not call your godfather. You don't know how to hike, do you? I'm a mountain resident. You guys are crazy. There are no cars out there. Even if it's only 4 kilometers, haven't you considered that some places are completely impassable in this downpour? So what if we can't walk? Can't we just swim across? The moment the dorm door swung open, they found the entire dorm standing in the hallway, grinning as they stared at Chen Wangming frozen in the doorway. Wait for me. I'm coming too. With a quick flip, the student who had asked the question first rolled off the bed and dressed efficiently. While some were motivated by the news, others snorted in disdain, staring at Chen Wangming as if he were a fool. Chen Wangming, you guys are truly insane. With the virus running rampant outside, aren't you afraid of getting infected? So what if we get infected? Haven't you seen? These are medicines needed by hospital patients. If we can't get them there in time, they'll all die. What does that have to do with us? You're just bored. Exactly. What do you think will happen to you if you go? You'll be the only one lying in a hospital bed. Chapter 113, United as One, people flocked from every direction. The cold remarks stung like ice water poured over the flames burning in their hearts. Those initially driven by passion hesitated, halting their steps and glancing uneasily at the few ahead. An eerie silence hung in the air. Chen Wangming looked at his classmates. This is entirely voluntary. The fact that classes are suspended proves this virus is exceptionally dangerous. We're not even in Forestry City otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck in the dorms. I miss home terribly. If things in Forestry City improve, I'll be able to go back too. So I don't blame you for not wanting to go, you haven't done anything wrong. We're going just to clear our consciences, just so I can go home sooner. After these words fell, those who had initially wanted to leave hung their heads in shame. Those who had sneered in disdain now knew they were in the wrong, falling into silence, their emotions tangled and complex. As the news spread, it wasn't just the people of Forestry City who saw it. Even those in the neighboring city caught wind of the story and began to harbor their own thoughts. Many wanted to go see for themselves, and some even felt compelled to lend a hand. As conversations unfolded, a peculiar scene emerged. Once a bustling tourist hub, Forestry City had always seen heavy traffic, with vehicles coming and going year-round. But this time, the virus had struck. Everyone was caught completely off guard. Coupled with official restrictions, the once bustling city now lay utterly desolate. Not a soul could be seen on the main roads. Amidst this eerie stillness, the sudden appearance of numerous vehicles and figures on the streets today left many wondering where they were headed. The large group exchanged knowing smiles, their lips stretching into broad grins. They all understood each other's purpose, thrilled not to be lone travelers but fellow companions of this era. We're heading straight for the highway. Me too. Not me, I'm heading straight to the hospital. Sounds good. We all have things to do. We'll meet up later. Chen Wangming and his companions, fresh out of the Forestry University, exchanged anxious glances at the desolate road, unsure what to do. Are we just supposed to wait here hoping someone shows up? Then what do you suggest? We can't even get a ride-hailing car now. Now they seemed to grasp the difficulty. They were just college students, not locals, and didn't know a single driver around here. It was pretty bad. They'd meant well, but stumbling before even setting out felt downright frustrating. Does this mean we can't go? Remember, they'd made bold promises at the start. Now, if they slunk back empty-handed, who knows what they'd hear? They might even be mocked. They refused to accept that. Besides, they wanted to go and help, not stay in the dorm watching those distressing updates. There are shared bikes over there. Why don't we ride bikes? Sounds good to me, it's not that far anyway. With their minds made up, they scanned the QR codes to unlock the bikes and pedaled straight toward their destination. They made good speed, and as they neared the highway, they spotted quite a few people scenes reminiscent of Forest City before the lockdown. You guys are here to help too? You guys too? This mountain road's bumpy. We can watch out for each other. Sure, we'd appreciate it. We've never been to this place before. At that moment, harmony among the human races reached its zenith. Everyone here shared the same purpose. To help. To overcome this challenge together. This unified solidarity warmed the heart. The gaze cast upon the winding mountain road was no longer one of fear, but of longing. In a way, they were all heroes, admirable heroes. As the crowd grew, confusion began to spread. This is strange. Am I seeing things? Why do I keep spotting so many dark figures across the way? It's getting late. We should wrap this up and head back. Exactly. We've already delayed this long enough. Let's get the villagers home so they can have a hot bath. With everyone working together, they ended up loading over a dozen vans. Excuse me, are you from Green Mountain Hospital? You are. Director Wang looked curiously at the approaching figures, his thoughts in disarray. How did so many people suddenly appear in this remote mountain valley? What's going on? It wasn't just Director Wang who was astonished, the surrounding villagers were equally stunned, peering around in disbelief. Who are you? We're volunteers who came after seeing the news reports. We're here to see if there's anything we can help with around here. You're from somewhere else? A nearby villager overheard and murmured as he approached, that doesn't add up. You're not from the nearby villages. We're from the Forestry University. It's not far from here, so we rode our bikes over. At the mention of university students, Director Wang's expression turned icy. Nonsense. Director Wang's face darkened as he sternly declared, how dare you come to a place like this? Why shouldn't we come? Exactly. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. We're the flowers of our motherland, of course we should come help. Director Wang was somewhat touched by their words, but the problem was that the current situation was beyond the students' capabilities and it was extremely dangerous. Even professionals risked infection if they weren't careful, let alone these students with only a smattering of knowledge. Do you realize how dangerous this is? It's not safe out there. We know. It's just some virus. We're not afraid. As he spoke, Chen Wangming stepped forward, meeting Director Wang's fierce gaze. Truthfully, I knew from the start that the virus outside Forestry City was dangerous. But precisely because it's dangerous, we must stand up. If you keep working like this, your immunity will drop and you'll be vulnerable to infection. If we don't stand up now, what will happen to you? Director Wang froze upon hearing Chen Wangming's words. He never imagined he'd be lectured by a student one day. What's more, the student's reasoning was so compelling that Director Wang found himself unable to refute a single point. We're all here voluntarily. We want to help. Yes, Forestry City is our home too. We want it to thrive. One after another, the people who had come pledged their loyalty. Faced with such a large crowd, Director Wang found himself utterly speechless. Finally, he sighed helplessly, we need to wrap things up here. Please come with us to the hospital first. Chapter 114, instantly eliminated. This is the power of unity. No need. We've all had plenty of rest. Just tell us what to do, and we'll handle it ourselves. Exactly. We've been lying around for over half a month, my body's practically rotting away. Now's the perfect time to get some exercise. Aren't students supposed to be full of energy? We don't want to rest at all. Director Wang couldn't help but look exasperated at their response. Moving supplies wasn't particularly difficult, but Director Wang had intended for them to handle minor tasks at the hospital, not stand in the rain hauling goods. He was already deeply embarrassed for inconveniencing the nearby villagers. He hadn't expected that after the news spread, people from all around showed up, and even. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched, but Director Wang knew exactly what he needed to do. Director, we can handle this. You can count on us. Hey, folks, I saw on the news they use these back baskets. Why don't you hand me one? I'll take over for you. You're a good lad. The villagers were eager to help, though some insisted they could still manage. Before Director Wang could respond, the newcomers jumped right in, acting without his consent, a classic case of acting first, asking questions later. They grabbed the tools and got to work. The reporter hadn't left from the start and stayed to help organize and move the goods. Moved by the scene, the reporter quickly instructed the photographer to capture this heartwarming moment, intending to post it online immediately upon returning. Director Wang never imagined that a simple moving job would draw such a crowd and get everything done in a single night. Finished? Director Wang, who had stayed up all night, stared at the security team leader, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yes, it was all done in one night. The trucks over there are empty now. But the drivers seem unable to leave. The others who came from other cities to help can't leave either. After all, the area is under control. They're stuck too. Director Wang rubbed his temples in frustration. With so many helping hands, the job got done quickly. But now the problem was how to get all these people out. Especially those who came from the neighboring city.
After much deliberation, Director Wang decided to personally go over to calm them down and offer some compensation from his own pocket money. But when he arrived in the lobby, everyone was quietly sitting in their seats playing with their phones. Not a single person was clamoring to leave and go home. Everyone, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. However, you all cannot return home yet and will need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Hearing this, the crowd nodded calmly, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along, showing no surprise whatsoever. Director Wang was taken aback by their unflappable demeanor, a hint of surprise visible on his face. It wasn't until Chen Wangming, who was scrolling through videos, spotted footage of them online that he exclaimed, "Wow, we're on the news. So many people are praising us." Hearing this, the crowd began whispering among themselves. The student next to Chen Wangming even grabbed his phone to take a look. Amid the torrential downpour, their busy figures darted through the rain, carrying life-saving medicine on their shoulders until it reached the hospital. The entire operation was captured on camera, with every individual clearly visible, all in positive light. This meant their actions hadn't gone unnoticed, they'd become the center of attention. "You've worked hard." Countless words and emotions boiled down to this simple phrase. "Director Wang, we know we can't go back. Is there anything else we can do at the hospital?" "Exactly. We're all volunteers anyway, just provide meals and lodging." Director Wang was deeply touched by their understanding, but hesitated upon hearing so many wanted to stay, insisting only on meals and lodging. Under normal circumstances, he would have been overjoyed, but now the hospital's food supplies were running dangerously low. Medicines were already in short supply, let alone with so many people in the hospital. Patients and staff combined numbered hundreds of thousands, and adding thousands more, the food simply wouldn't be enough. "I'm deeply grateful for your choice, but our hospital simply doesn't have that much food left." "What? Didn't they say there'd be supplies? Our residential complex has supplies, it doesn't make sense for the hospital to be without." Director Wang sighed and nodded. "Our hospital's supplies are normally managed by a dedicated person, but he fell ill recently. The suppliers we contacted entered this forestry city and never returned, so large trucks face entry restrictions, and the hospital lacks sufficient manpower to handle the supplies." Director Wang was powerless to resolve the situation. He had initially thought this matter would pose little difficulty, but who could have imagined that Director Wang would find it quite challenging? He even struggled to contact certain parties due to unfamiliar dialects and routes. Though the other party communicated patiently, Director Wang ultimately found it far from easy. Even when supplies were delivered, they couldn't move everything. "Then we'll just go help. We're here to transport supplies anyway, just switching from medicine to food. It's no big deal." "Director, the cafeteria staff are all infected. What should we do?" "What?" Director Wang's eyes widened in shock. "The cafeteria staff are all infected? That's not good news, it's downright serious." The biggest problem was the others. Even though they were serving in batches now, what about the food itself? What about the surfaces it touched? They had disinfected the packaging bags, but it was only a basic disinfection. With cafeteria staff infected and the source of the infection unknown, a full-scale disinfection was the only option. This required a massive workforce. Next came the investigation. How many survivors remained in the hospital, and how many had been infected? The lab staff is already understaffed. It's difficult to mobilize all hospital patients promptly under normal circumstances, let alone handle this sudden surge in workload. Director Wang's expression darkened as Chen Wangming and the others approached. "Director Wang, we can handle this anytime, don't worry." "Exactly. Many hands make light work. We'll tackle this together. You all." Director Wang was deeply moved, nodding repeatedly. Thank you all." There was a group that came earlier, medical professionals. "Do you have any here?" "I can do it." "Me too. I used to work as a nursing assistant, would that be okay?" "We can handle odd jobs." One after another, people declared their skills and work experience, making the whole scene look like a job interview, utterly bizarre. Yet not a single person seemed to find it odd. In fact, they were all scrambling to take on the roughest jobs. "Everyone, please calm down. We'll arrange accommodations first." "No problem, Director Wang. We'll follow your lead." Chapter 115, it's global, spanning both domestic and international. The situation was unfolding beyond Director Wang's expectations, but everything was moving in a positive direction. Having a large team had its advantages. Tasks were completed swiftly and efficiently with just a single command. Everyone worked together seamlessly, with no one shirking responsibility. Director Wang was deeply moved, yet also felt a twinge of guilt. Shiming Base. Thanks to their efforts, the batches of medicine were finally delivered to Forestry City. The news spread, and many rejoiced for Forestry City. Even Chen Mingyuan took a well-deserved break. Director Wang, who had been busy for days, gazed into the distance. Glancing down at the time, he realized half a year had slipped by unnoticed. Shiming's serums were on their way, but they were all immunizing agents or cross-infection preventatives. There was still no serum specifically targeting the virus. Lin Hao stared intently at the rotating petri dish, his expression grave. For a moment, he was at a loss about what to do next.
The virus's rapid mutations caused Lin Hao's expression to shift constantly. The pen spinning in his hand finally came to a halt as a sudden commotion erupted outside. The clamor disrupted his concentration, yet it also piqued his curiosity. What could possibly be happening outside to cause these researchers to lose their composure like this? It was truly intriguing. Finally, Lin Hao set down his tools, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, glancing around curiously. What's wrong? You look terrible. Nothing, probably just low blood sugar. Speaking of which, should we show the serum we've been working on to Zero? I think we should skip it. My formula is nothing special anyway. Lin Hao noticed quite a few people outside, gathered on both sides. They weren't conversing with each other, just mingling together, creating a noisy commotion. Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder why these people had gathered here, a place rarely visited by anyone. What Lin Hao didn't know was that since news of Zero's appearance in Qiming had spread, many were eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Now that they had a moment to catch their breath, they were wandering around everywhere, hoping their luck would run out and they'd stumble upon Zero. If any of them could get even a word of advice from him, it would be a golden ticket to success. Yet despite their overwhelming numbers and exhaustive search, they hadn't encountered Zero once. Even their research projects hadn't yielded a single lead. It was truly heartbreaking, but not a single person chose to give up. They still gathered near the hallway every day to discuss things, which ended up increasing their daily exercise quite a bit. Is our project just not appealing enough? Not necessarily. Maybe we're just in the wrong spot. If this really doesn't work, how about we try somewhere else? I agree. Our advisor has been nothing but enthusiastic about this idea. Lin Hao, who had sharp ears and keen eyes, overheard this and felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. He couldn't help but turn and walk away. He felt a bit embarrassed. These people were really. Yet when he considered their seemingly devious motives, Lin Hao realized it wasn't quite that. After all, they weren't fundamentally wrong, they just wanted to reach new heights. Unfortunately, Lin Hao's true identity couldn't be revealed to anyone, at least not to these people. Lin Hao turned and headed back to his room, keeping an eye on the lab through the wall-mounted surveillance camera. Although the formula had been developed, there was still room for optimization. As researchers, they would never abandon the opportunity for deeper exploration. Every time Lin Hao considered speaking up to dissuade them, he remembered that he himself possessed the same drive. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. They were all fellow travelers. Deep down, they understood each other's thoughts, though none had ever voiced them openly. Their goals were aligned for the people, for the nation. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Hao turned away from those working overtime to push the boundaries, focusing instead on the evolving virus. The first infected person in Forestry City had already died. The origin of the pathogen remained unknown. The only recourse was to conduct a comprehensive disinfection of the entire city. This would suppress the virus and prevent any subsequent outbreaks. Lin Hao had conducted extensive research, and his medical knowledge was far from limited, it was exceptionally rich. Even without the heart system, Lin Hao could conduct independent research, and his findings consistently yielded excellent results. However, compared to more systematic pharmaceuticals, his concoctions were nothing to write home about. Lin Hao understood their situation was inherently complex. Pharmaceutical research relied not only on accumulated experience but also on understanding current market dynamics. In the current climate, Qiming and his team were striving relentlessly to acquire more knowledge, willing to exert greater effort for these insights. Lin Hao was delighted by this atmosphere, it was infinitely better than the backstabbing and scheming of the past. Perhaps with a few more thoughts in mind, Lin Hao loosened his grip on the paper and pen, contemplating whether to go personally or have the Forestry City branch transfer critically ill patients over. But such thoughts were merely fleeting for Lin Hao, he could never actually act on them. Ah! If only I could see the active virus. Lin Hao sighed aloud, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The corridor remained crowded, in fact, it was packed, which piqued Lin Hao's curiosity. The Qiming personnel were also quite curious. Why was there a child in their base? Though rarely seen, the people here didn't understand why such a person existed within the facility. They assumed he was a child from some research institute. Yet, upon reflection, they wondered what kind of person would bring their child here. After all, everything within Qiming was classified. The child might not cause trouble, but other problems could certainly arise. Like damaging manuscripts, for instance, it wasn't impossible. After much deliberation, Lin Hao decided to speak with his assistant about finding volunteers for this task. Without them, their research progress would be painfully slow. Upon hearing Lin Hao's request, the assistant looked troubled. Currently, Forestry City was strictly inbound only. Even if Lin Hao wanted viruses from inside, they could only be retrieved through layers of security. But a living person? That was another matter entirely. Constructing a protective containment unit wasn't impossible, but the mere emergence of viruses from such a facility would inevitably cause widespread panic. Is it that difficult? Facing Lin Hao's question, the assistant nodded. Academician Lin, you know the current situation in Forestry City. And now this virus is circulating both domestically and internationally. Chapter 116, Rumors Run Rampant. Both domestically and internationally?
Hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise, finding it hard to believe. He had assumed this was a localized outbreak confined to Forestry City, with the pathogen contained within its borders.
But if it were global, that would be a whole different story.
For someone to travel across the country in such a short time, before symptoms even appeared, that was no easy feat.
If it was global, then there must be something he hadn't uncovered yet. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao fixed his gaze on his assistant. If it's global, can you get hold of the virus from overseas?
Well, meeting Lin Hao's gaze, the assistant finally nodded helplessly. I can only try to find a way.
If it's possible, I'll definitely get those viruses for you, academician Lin. Alright, thank you for your efforts.
The assistant hurried away, simultaneously reporting Lin Hao's request to higher-ups. They wouldn't go so far as to harm other nations, but they wouldn't stand idly by while others harmed them either.
At the very least, they wouldn't let those foreign barbarians pin all the blame on them.
Before long, the assistant returned, his face flushed with fury, eyes practically shooting flames.
Lin Hao was taken aback.
The assistant had always been humble and respectful in his presence, never displaying such an emotional outburst.
This piqued Lin Hao's curiosity. What happened? You look furious. Did someone offend you?
Though he asked this, Lin Hao knew that within Qiming, the assistant was ostensibly Zero's right-hand man. No one dared target him directly, so Lin Hao wondered who would dare offend him. Hearing Lin Hao's question, the assistant realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly backtracked. No, it's those people overseas. They're actually trying to pin the blame for this virus on us.
What?
Lin Hao sat up straight, his gaze intense as he fixed it on the assistant.
Any further details? And what's the government planning to do about this? Are we just going to let them sling mud at us like this?
The government is vehemently opposing this, of course, and throwing the mud right back at them.
But these people's statements are absolutely outrageous.
The assistant spoke angrily, his eyes and brows brimming with fury. Meeting his assistant's expression, Lin Hao sighed helplessly.
They really have no shame.
It's more than shameless. It seems they have designs on our formula.
Who knows who leaked it? The formula had been leaked? Lin Hao's expression darkened, his gaze locking onto the assistant before he sighed. Regardless of how they found out about the serum, we must ensure it reaches Forest City safely. It mustn't become a liability. If those people are targeting us, they certainly won't let this batch of medicine slip through their fingers. At first, the assistant had merely been indignant, but upon hearing Lin Hao's words, he suddenly looked shocked, his expression darkening as he stared at Lin Hao. He nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll issue those orders immediately. The situation in Forestry City was no trivial matter, there could be no room for error. As the assistant departed, Lin Hao withdrew his gaze. He then pulled out his phone to search for the latest news. Such explosive news was bound to spark widespread discussion after all. It wasn't just a national affair, but a matter of life and death. I never imagined it would be true. Knowing his assistant hadn't deceived him, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. The other nations were utterly shameless, the scum of this society. He couldn't help but wish those scum would just die off, but as a doctor, Lin Hao simply couldn't be that heartless. Those foreigners spoke with sharp tongues, yet every word was utterly baseless, pure slander. They shamelessly heaped every possible accusation onto their own country. While conflicts between nations were nothing new, he never imagined the other side could be so utterly vile. After reviewing every statement and video, the anger in Lin Hao's heart only grew thicker, his expression darkening with each passing moment. How shameless! It wasn't just Lin Hao who felt this way. Countless comments below echoed his outrage, condemning the other side as shameless for committing such disgusting acts. Not a single person failed to be enraged by their behavior. But something about these people's thinking feels off. Skimming through the comments, Lin Hao spotted something amiss. Some were actually siding with the outsiders, sounding just like those foreign devils. It was utterly repulsive. At the same time, Lin Hao realized something else. These comments were clearly problematic. They might just be walking $500,000 scams. Despite deliberate efforts to curb rumor mongering and official clarifications during this viral outbreak, some still schemed behind the scenes. Lin Hao understood clearly that what was more terrifying than the virus itself was the human heart. The power of public opinion had caused no shortage of trouble before, but such large-scale incidents were rare, making it harder for rumors to spread. But times have changed. Some of these rumors are severe enough to potentially trigger other incidents. Life-threatening consequences were not beyond the realm of possibility. After deep contemplation, Lin Hao concluded it was best not to let things spiral out of control. If the situation escalated, it wouldn't just look bad at the national level, it could also provide ammunition for others to exploit. Do you know why Forestry City has become like this? You wouldn't believe it, but the people of Forestry City are all putting on a show. Stumbling upon this video, Lin Hao's entire demeanor shifted. His spirit stirred, and his gaze grew unusually dark. For a moment, Lin Hao's expression darkened noticeably. We were already being careful enough, yet this still happened. Sometimes Lin Hao genuinely wondered what motivated these people to stir up social unrest. Could it be they simply wanted chaos just to watch the spectacle unfold? Lin Hao didn't believe people today were that idle. Risking so much just to stir up trouble was not only baffling but made him think these individuals were out of their minds. But now that this had happened online, Lin Hao couldn't ignore it, he simply couldn't. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao quietly followed the account before silently returning to watching videos. This video app had been downloaded for him by Lin Weiniang, who feared he'd get bored during his commute. At first, Lin Hao thought it was useless, but now it proved to be incredibly useful. Who would have thought these people? Chapter 117, Hesitate for a second and you'll throw away your future. Online buzz was intense, especially with the government stepping in this time. Other countries were throwing mud, making the situation exceptionally chaotic. All kinds of opinions were flying around, but what really left Lin Hao speechless was that there was a whole crowd of people choosing to believe them. With positive news continuously emerging from Forestry City and the drugs details likely to surface soon, Lin Hao couldn't fathom why these people were stirring up trouble. Do these people just hate seeing their own country succeed? Lin Hao didn't buy it. He was convinced there must be a group of shady characters behind this. Just as those foreign diplomats had said. After watching all those chaotic videos, Lin Hao felt like he was turning into a moron. These people weren't just a little brainless, they seemed completely led by the nose and everything. Lin Hao refrained from commenting, simply skipping over them while saving evidence. He planned to bundle everything for his assistant later, instructing them to handle it with the cyber department. Spreading these baseless rumors online risked creating widespread propaganda. Once that happened, the collective voice could become overwhelming, even government intervention might prove ineffective. Though Lin Hao didn't want to admit it, the terrifying power of herd mentality always silenced people and he certainly didn't want to see it happen. After reading through it all, Lin Hao felt a stinging ache in his eyes. It was painful to the eyes. Exhausted, Lin Hao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Before he could rest long, a clamor erupted outside, mingled with anguished cries and fury. What? You mean that Zero assistant actually brought the others here? How despicable. You mean our manuscript was stolen because of that person? The clamor grew closer, and Lin Hao's gaze turned icy as it fixed on the doorway. While he was eager to learn about their research direction, this round-the-clock, non-stop behavior was starting to grate on him. After all, he needed his rest. Thump! 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 The violent, rapid pounding on the door made Lin Hao's heart skip a beat. His gaze darted to the computer and manuscripts beside him, and he frantically began gathering them up. He didn't open the door, instead lowering his voice. Who are you people? What do you want? Our lab's manuscripts are missing. We saw a child here earlier, so we came to ask. Though these people arrived aggressively, they maintained a veneer of politeness. Their polite words were beyond reproach. In any other place, Lin Hao might have let them in. But this was his laboratory, containing viruses and experimental manuscripts. There was no way he could let these people see everything. Besides, who did they think he was? Lin Hao. They couldn't just barge in and search the place. You may leave. What you seek is not here. Lin Hao deliberately lowered his voice, sounding exceptionally cold. But this response did not sit well with those outside. They were the cream of the crop. Others fawned over them just for coming to Qiming. They'd never been shut out like this. In Qiming, only Zero could be treated this way. Open the door. We have the right to search. Our manuscripts are priceless, you could never compensate us for them. Open the door now and let us inspect. Your refusal proves you have something to hide. Hearing these words, Lin Hao felt a tight knot in his chest. He did have something to hide. After all, he couldn't reveal his true identity now. He couldn't let anyone outside know that Zero was just a child in his teens. If you want to search, go find the person in charge here. Hearing Lin Hao's response, the people outside remained unsatisfied. If the manager found out, wouldn't that mean Zero would find out too? They couldn't afford to lose face like that, and they certainly didn't want Zero to witness their incompetence. While Lin Hao pondered how to dismiss these people, his assistant hurried back. What are you doing here? The assistant was aware of the recent undercurrents among Qiming's people, but never imagined they'd become this desperate. Though he was the person in charge here, his primary role was liaising between Lin Hao and Qiming. He wasn't familiar with the research or the genius minds at work. He only knew Lin Hao didn't find them bothersome, so he hadn't driven them away. Instead, he'd repeatedly warned everyone that these people were not ones to cross. He had thought that such intelligent individuals would understand and abide by the rules, staying away from this place. Yet, to his surprise, they hadn't taken his words to heart at all. They still showed up, disturbing Lin Hao's rest. Hearing the assistant's voice, some timid souls began to consider retreating, unwilling to linger any longer. But others refused to leave so easily, especially those who had lost their manuscripts. That was the fruit of their labor. Assistant Ma, our manuscripts are gone. Do you understand how crucial they are to us? I understand, but how can you be certain our manuscripts aren't among these? Assistant Ma, we know there's a child here. We won't scare him. We just want our manuscripts back. The barrage of demands left Assistant Ma speechless, unable to retort. His eyes darted toward the door repeatedly. Assistant Ma felt death was drawing near. Every word they spoke must have been heard clearly by Lin Hao. Who knew what outrageous things they'd said before he arrived? Hearing his assistant return, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This matter could finally be resolved. Assistant Ma forced a smile, his expression stern. You all leave now. As for your manuscripts, I will naturally have someone help you find them. He had assumed they would leave after being told to, but the assistant hadn't expected them to react this way. Why should we leave? I'm not leaving without my stuff. I won't leave until I see my manuscript today. The group's stubborn determination, refusing to budge until they hit a wall, left Assistant Ma speechless. While he had once admired their persistence, now he found their obstinacy utterly irritating. They were completely beyond reason. Where is your advisor? Assistant Ma snapped angrily. You've already seriously violated Qiming's rules. If you want to stay here, you'd better go back immediately. The threat finally had an effect. They might be stubborn, but they weren't fools. If they left Qiming, even if they got the manuscript back, they wouldn't have the resources to continue their research. Wait. I remember I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving first. The group scattered in a flurry. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to their own futures. Chapter 118, Planning to visit Forestry City to investigate the virus. As the crowd dispersed, Assistant Ma frowned in annoyance. Their appearance made Assistant Ma realize that Lin Hao absolutely couldn't stay at Qiming any longer. If he stayed any longer, Assistant Ma truly feared someone might uncover the truth that Lin Hao was Zero. If there were traitors here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Assistant Ma dared not forget the orders from above. He knew that if Zero's identity were exposed, the higher-ups would definitely hold him accountable. Assistant Ma felt bitter inside, at a loss for words. He could only stand obediently by the door, knocking cautiously. Zero, I've sent everyone away. Regarding the virus pathogen you mentioned, headquarters says it can't be transported from Forestry City to Qiming. However, we can set up a separate lab for you outside Forestry City, keeping the volunteers here in Forestry City. Is that so? That's acceptable. Lin Hao nodded, satisfied that access to the volunteers was secured. Only by witnessing the virus's symptoms firsthand could he confidently develop countermeasures. The current treatments only worked on potential carriers and those not yet infected. The first batch of medication has been delivered. Academician Chen mentioned he'll conduct phased screening to evaluate its efficacy. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, knowing Chen Mingyuan was reliable in this matter. Entrusting it to him was the right choice. Keep a close eye on online information. I've noticed many people trying to take advantage of the situation. Videos like this are everywhere. Don't let these unscientific, unsound things spread. Lin Hao tossed his phone in front of Assistant Ma and said, and with these folk remedies, few might believe them at first. But the problem is what happens next. Once someone believes it or worse, starts acting on it, it's bad news for everyone else. Lin Hao's expression turned icy. Assistant Ma wasn't stupid, he understood the dangers better than anyone. The virus itself was terrifying enough, already causing severe shortages of medical supplies and personnel. Medicines, in particular, had become scarce commodities. If people start believing those online folk remedies and something goes wrong, it only adds to society's burden and overloads the hospitals. Understood. I'll have the cybersecurity team monitor this situation. Assistant Ma wiped the sweat from his brow. Academician Lin, Qiming might not be the safest place for you right now. Would you like me to arrange alternative accommodations? Since we're heading to Forestry City, let's depart now. My departure should help Qiming calm down a bit. With Qiming's people acting so crazed lately, Lin Hao genuinely didn't want to linger here. It felt like everyone had lost their minds. Ever since Lin Hao arrived in Qiming, the locals' obsession with Zero had reached fever pitch. As long as Zero remained within Qiming's borders, countless people scoured every corner, driven solely by the pursuit of a glimpse of Zero. Sometimes, the fervor for academic pursuits was no less intense than the craziness of entertainment fans. It was just that truly versatile geniuses were rare, so widespread adoration rarely materialized. Zero was arguably the greatest figure in a millennium. Assistant Ma hesitated. Academician Lin, might this be too hasty? Shouldn't you inform Ms. Lin Weining first? Go prepare the necessary arrangements. I'll call my mother. Over the years, Lin Hao and Lin Weining had maintained contact, though it was always Lin Weining who did most of the talking, with Lin Hao responding passively. Thousands of miles away, Lin Weining watched television listlessly, her gaze melancholy. She frequently glanced down at her silent phone, its occasional vibrations signaling official messages urging people to stay put. Weining knew Lin Hao must still be busy, unlike her, he certainly didn't have time to relax. But without news from Lin Hao, she felt genuinely anxious, worried he was overworking himself, worried he wasn't taking care of himself, or eating properly. At home, she had to nag him repeatedly just to get him to eat. Otherwise, he'd forget about meals altogether. Once he got deep into work, he wouldn't even bother eating. The persistent vibration caught Lin Hao's attention. He snatched his phone and saw it was the person he'd been thinking about. The moment she answered the call, Lin Weining's face lit up with a clear smile. Xiaohao, are you coming back? You actually called me. No, how are things over there? I heard our neighborhood has been locked down? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Weiniang's smile didn't fade. She was delighted that her son was thinking of her. In this world, Lin Weiniang cared most about Lin Hao. One could even say he was her everything. Lin Hao's smile widened. Seeing his mother made him incredibly happy, and his grin grew even broader. Whether it was her demeanor or not, Lin Hao couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Weiniang's smile seemed slightly forced, as if something he didn't know about was troubling her. I'm doing just fine here. But what about you? How are things over there? They're not mistreating you, are they? Though Lin Weiniang knew the state treated their family well, she couldn't help worrying. After all, Lin Hao was still so young. I'm fine here, everything's peaceful. How are things at home? It's fine. Lin Weiniang smiled gently, a hint of relief washing over her face. I'm glad to hear it. Honestly, you never call me. You have no idea how worried I get at home. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded obediently. I understand. I called because I might be coming home later than expected. Is it because of the recent issues in the neighborhood? Lin Weiniang thought of the security guard who wouldn't even let her out to buy groceries, and she spoke with a hint of concern. But you can't stay out there forever. Taking leave from school isn't a long-term solution. I know. It's just that the situation is unusual right now, and I can't come back. But I'm safe. Hearing this, Lin Weiniang nodded helplessly. I understand. You carry a heavy responsibility. You've always been different from other children since childhood. I know all that. Though she spoke these words, Lin Weiniang felt a bitter ache in her heart. If she could choose, she'd rather have Lin Hao by her side than risking himself out there, enduring the hardships of constant travel. But this was ultimately about Lin Hao's future. Lin Weiniang wouldn't stand in his way, though she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy inside. Take good care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard, understand? In this world, when the sky falls, the tallest will hold it up. Little did Lin Weiniang know that the tall one was her own son. Chapter 119, Yielding the Green Life Lane. Lin Weiniang chattered on and on over the phone, her eyes softening with deep tenderness. Alright, I've got things to attend to here. I'll hang up now. With that, Lin Hao hung up and breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Lin Weiniang's words never bored Lin Hao, though hearing them so often inevitably softened his heart. Alright, Xiaohao, don't worry. Everything is fine at home. As she uttered those final words, Lin Weiniang stared at her phone with a complex expression. Was it because a mother's worries ran deep, or was it the recent turmoil that had everyone on edge? After hanging up with Lin Weiniang, Lin Hao felt a pang of reluctance. Assistant Ma, who had finished handling some matters for Qiming, knocked and entered. Noticing Lin Hao's awkward expression, he lowered his voice and reminded him, Academician Lin, it's almost time. Shall we depart? Let's go. Did you find those people's manuscripts? Recalling what those people had said, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, partly to divert his attention. Hearing this, Assistant Ma's expression darkened further. Seeing Lin Hao's casual demeanor, he knew the academician might not care, but he dared not lie. Those individuals were merely trying to track your movements, which is why they made such remarks. I've already instructed their supervisor to give them a stern talking to. Fearing Lin Hao's anger, Assistant Ma quickly added the follow-up explanation. Lin Hao, however, felt little about it, even finding it somewhat irritating. What did these people take Qiming for? To pull stunts like this here? Anyone unaware might think Qiming was some palace intrigue drama set, attracting so many to cause trouble. Beyond speechlessness, Lin Hao genuinely thought these people had lost their minds. Had they spent so much time researching here that they'd ended up researching their own brains out? Unaware of Lin Hao's inner thoughts, Assistant Ma simply focused on taking action, diligently answering Lin Hao's questions. The atmosphere at Qiming had indeed deteriorated lately, causing Assistant Ma no end of headaches. In the past, Qiming had been almost entirely focused on research, with no one causing any trouble. But ever since Lin Hao arrived, the people at Qiming seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, stirring up all sorts of commotion. Assistant Ma didn't blame Lin Hao, he didn't have the guts to anyway. He understood exactly what was on the minds of these Qiming people. They were all vying to become Zero's subordinate or apprentice. After all, Zero was the object of admiration and worship for everyone in the medical world. Nearly everyone craved Zero's favor, though few had ever laid eyes on him, let alone had the chance to become his friend. Over in Linya City. Ever since the first batch of serum appeared, the hospital had descended into chaos. Some loose tongue must have spread the news about the serum everywhere, prompting some patients to start planning their escape routes. The supply of the serum is limited, and it's only a preliminary immune serum. There are clear priorities for who gets it. It's not something that can be administered to everyone in the short term. It was precisely this understanding that made Chen Mingyuan feel so torn. Director Wang stared at the situation before him, overwhelmed and conflicted. Academician Chen, this is our hospital's oversight. I take full responsibility. Director Wang's sincere apology rang in his ears, but for Chen Mingyuan, this apology was not the outcome he desired. He needed a solution to the problem, not an apology. This isn't your fault either. With so many people in the hospital now, keeping this secret isn't easy. Besides, we have nothing to feel guilty about. Why apologize?
Chen Mingyuan's words rang out with conviction, yet Director Wang still felt overwhelming guilt. The ward situation was giving him a headache, even making him feel sick. With so many patients, it was difficult to choose who to give it to, but they had to make a decision. Chen Mingyuan understood that Director Wang's position made it difficult for him to broach such matters.
Yet some things simply couldn't be achieved by wanting fairness alone.
They lacked the authority to ensure fairness and the resources to treat everyone equally.
In the end, it could only be swept under the rug. I'll handle the ward situation. But for this first batch of medication, let's use it on the patients. Rest assured, these are the medications developed by Qining. The subsequent batches will definitely be delivered as soon as possible. Let's reserve them for those who frequently leave the ward. Hearing Chen Mingyuan's arrangement, Director Wang realized he had a point.
First, both Immunity 1 and Countermeasure 1 were preventive agents. For patients, only Countermeasure 1 offered stronger functional effects. As for Immunity 1, it was actually more effective for those who hadn't been infected yet but needed to enter similar environments. Chen Mingyuan's plan was sound, and Director Wang had initially agreed. It was only because of the commotion caused by certain individuals that he felt compelled to seek confirmation from Chen Mingyuan. With both men in agreement, Director Wang sent someone to distribute the agents. The original volunteers still felt uneasy. While the news didn't show the grim reality of patients inside hospitals, now surrounded by the pungent smell of disinfectant filling their nostrils, they felt uncomfortable and slightly distressed.
No one gave up.
They simply let their emotions dissipate, quietly weeping alone in the dead of night, taking solitary walks rather than bringing them into the team and burdening others with their pain. Director Wang had observed these things all along. Yet most of the time, he could only pretend not to notice, for he too had no solutions.
When others longed for home, Forestry City forbade them from leaving. Those seeking safety, they had no antidotes. They couldn't meet nearly any of the requests.
It was better to ask nothing at all. That way, there wouldn't be too many problems in the end.
Director Wang, giving us these drugs might not be wise.
Yes, the patients in the wards are all waiting.
If we use them, then they. What about them? This is perfectly normal.
You shouldn't feel burdened. Director Wang felt deeply gratified by their concessions, yet a bitter taste lingered in his heart.
Who wouldn't want to be safer, to survive this disaster and reunite with their families? With life-saving medicine right in front of them, how could they possibly refuse?
It was only because they'd heard what the patients in the ward were saying that they chose to speak this way, and that made Director Wang deeply unhappy.
Take it. Don't let what those people in the ward said get to you. Chapter 120, Calming the Troublemakers. Life held too many frustrations, leaving Director Wang uncertain of their path ahead.
They'd overcome one obstacle after another, yet the weight of those stressful days lingered relentlessly in his mind, crushing him with exhaustion. The patients in the ward wanted to live. There was nothing wrong with that. Volunteers wanting to return home safely, that's not wrong.
Was it wrong for the doctors and nurses to want to survive? None of them were at fault.
It was simply that their capabilities were limited, and they had no choice but to make these decisions.
How could human lives possibly be ranked by worth or status?
The only difference is who needs help more. Director Wang had explicitly ordered everyone not to disclose the medication situation, but news of the drugs ending up in the hands of both volunteers and medical staff still leaked out. Families in the intensive care wards were immediately displeased. In some rooms, patients who were conscious and able to move stormed to the nurse's station, shouting angrily,
"What do you think you're doing? We're patients here, and you're doing this to us. Why aren't we getting the medication? Do you just want us to die? You're worse than beasts.
We thought you were decent people, but you're nothing but trash, worse than pigs and dogs." The curses grew increasingly vicious, filling the air with filthy language. Yet the nurses at the station dared not confront these patients, keeping their heads bowed in silence.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is it because we hit the nail on the head and you're too scared to speak up? Mark my words, I'll expose your actions. You won't get away with this.
These people weren't just hurling verbal abuse and mudslinging, their hands weren't idle either. They pulled out their phones and shoved them in the nurses' faces, eager to capture these so-called ugly expressions on camera. Even subjected to such treatment, the nurses could only swallow their anger. Despite the commotion being audible from the nearby doctor's office, no one dared to step out. Moreover, the relentless, back-to-back shifts had left them physically and mentally exhausted, with no energy left to deal with such situations.
Say something. You heartless bastards. We're spending our hard-earned money here, and you won't even give us medicine? How can people be so cruel?
My father's life hangs in the balance in that ward, and you selfish bastards only care about yourselves.
Hearing this, the staff at the nurse's station finally couldn't hold back.
They looked up at the most vocal complainer.
You're all misunderstanding. This is only the first batch. The next batch will arrive soon. These volunteers will be transporting more doses later, so they're prioritized.
Besides, they're receiving Immune 1 patients need Counter 1.
Everyone, please calm down.
We're not afraid of any inspections, but this serum truly isn't suitable for anyone.
His soothing words had little effect, and some even took them as excuses. As their conditions worsened, the physical toll became increasingly evident. The agony of their suffering left them with little rationality remaining. "We've been hospitalized for nearly 3 months. You promised we'd be discharged soon, but now he's unconscious and in the ICU. Those who know understand its treatment, but outsiders would think you're murdering us for profit." This accusation was extremely serious. Just as the nurse was about to retort, she recognized the person as the family member of the patient in that bed and fell silent. The patient had initially been admitted for a cold, but subsequent cross-infection caused the condition to deteriorate rapidly. It even spread to the lungs, leading to ICU admission and intubation. He was among the earliest patients admitted and had deteriorated the fastest. Angry tears rolled down the man's cheeks as he stared at the nurse with grief-stricken eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "You better tell us the truth. Can this disease even be cured?" Everyone was under immense pressure. In the hospital, whether you were a patient or a family member, concern for this virus was overwhelming. "Everyone, please rest assured. Shiming is already researching it. As you know, Shiming is the most powerful entity in our country, having developed numerous medications. We believe Shiming will certainly develop an effective treatment soon." Mentioning Shiming's name, that giant in the field, indeed calmed many. The crowd exchanged glances. Over recent days, Shiming's reputation had steadily grown. Their affordable prices and exceptionally effective medications had earned their trust. It was undoubtedly the most conscientious entity in the entire nation. "Are you saying Shiming has already developed the medication?" "Yes, the batch delivered now is the first shipment. Subsequent supplies will reach hospitals shortly." "Bull. Didn't you just say this immunity one was for patients?" "They said it was countermeasure 1 instead, and that they needed to select people. So in the end, some people still won't get it, right?" The nurse's brows furrowed slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. In this situation, it was clear that the more she said, the more likely she was to make a mistake. Understanding this, the nurse kept her head down and repeated her earlier words over and over. Upon hearing the news, Director Wang felt his headache once more. Volunteers handling deliveries and those working in the wards witnessed the scene and tried to step in to explain, but were stopped by the nurses and doctors nearby. "Nothing we say now will help. We just have to wait for the medication to arrive. Then let's head over to the winding mountain road to help out. That area will be cleared up soon. Yeah, and that useless mayor's gone. Equipment will be arriving soon, it's just the supplies." Speaking of supplies, Director Wang was utterly exasperated. Although the national supply wasn't shortchanging us, the consumption here was simply too high. "Don't worry. We just need to focus on our own tasks. Everything else is up to the government." The arguments in the ward didn't end, they just temporarily subsided. If the medicine didn't arrive soon, or if there wasn't enough to go around, the arguments would only erupt even more fiercely. Lin Hao remained unaware of all this, focusing instead on contacting Chen Mingyuan to screen suitable volunteers. He couldn't guarantee the experiment would succeed 100%, after all, experiments always carry risks. Upon hearing Lin Hao was coming, Chen Mingyuan coughed incessantly, as if his lungs were about to burst. Cough, cough, cough. "Uncle Chen, haven't you taken the medication yet?" "I did." Chen Mingyuan gave a bitter smile, his heart heavy with helplessness as he recalled what had happened in the hospital room. "I'm fine. Just caught a cold recently. I'll be okay after taking some medicine. Be careful on your way over, it's been pouring rain non-stop lately." Chapter 121, Sudden Collapse, Attempt to Silence. Recalling the mountain road incident, Lin Hao nodded. Though he wouldn't be entering the city, he still feared another landslide might occur. Assistant Ma sat in the front seat, flipping through documents before finally handing the organized materials to Lin Hao. "Academician Lin, here are the patient records from Forestry City. If these are suitable, I'll contact Academician Chen and the others to discuss." Make sure to explain it properly. We're not villains, after all." Lin Hao dreaded any complications arising later and didn't want any strange rumors spreading. If that happened, those damnable international players would stir up trouble, something Lin Hao certainly didn't want to see. Everything seemed to be falling into place, at least from Director Wang's perspective. With the volunteers' assistance, their logistics were moving at breakneck speed. "Director Wang, it's bad." The woman in white rushed through the door, her face betraying unmistakable panic. "What's happened? Do you realize this is a critical moment? If anyone saw you like this, who knows what they'd say?" Director Wang snapped, his displeasure evident. Noticing the panic on her face, he realized something was seriously wrong. He closed the door and asked, "What's happened? Why the rush? Don't tell me it's the patients." "No, it's Sister Hui Hui. She collapsed." The woman spoke, her head ducked, panic filling her eyes. "Director Wang, we drank immune number 1, we won't get infected, will we?" Hearing this, Director Wang's expression darkened instantly. He glared at the woman with a grim look. "No, this is the serum Qiming delivered. I already said Immunity 1 is specifically designed for the current virus. Unless..." A possibility flashed through his mind, but Director Wang quickly dismissed it internally. Arrange for Hui Hui to rest now. Remember, don't let the patients find out. Well. The woman glanced up at Director Wang's face before quickly lowering her head. I'm afraid that won't work, Director Wang. Sister Hui Hui collapsed in the ward, and Dr. Liu also. The two consecutive statements made Director Wang's pupils widen abruptly. He couldn't fathom how they could both faint at this moment and inside the ward. Director Wang wanted to yell, but he managed to hold back. He knew everyone was exhausted, but how could he possibly calm the patients and their families after such a major incident? They'd already had one uproar over the medication issue. Now, seeing the head nurse and doctor collapse inside the ward, wouldn't they suspect the medication supplied by Qiming was faulty? Director Wang trusted Qiming implicitly after all. Qiming was the most reputable institution in the country. Let them all rest properly. We'll divide up the tasks in the wards. Director Wang spoke slowly, a hint of resentment still visible in his eyes. Having to clean up this mess left him understandably displeased. But no matter how displeased he was, this matter still fell to him to handle. Understood. Rest assured, Director Wang sighed, rising with a resigned expression as he massaged his temples. You may step out now. I'll handle this matter personally. Understood. No sooner had Director Wang stepped into the ward corridor than he heard the clamor of voices, laced with angry shouts, making his blood boil. What do you think? Is there something wrong with this medication, that's why they didn't give it to us? Not necessarily. These people took it precisely because they thought it was safe. And think about it, what about that countermeasure number 1 serum? Can you really be sure it's problem-free? Come to think of it, remember how this serum itself screened people? These words weren't spoken in the slightest bit of a whisper, in fact, they were delivered with striking clarity. As if they feared no one could hear them. A momentary silence hung in the air. A palpable fear settled over them. Even Director Wang, standing outside where the voices were faint, felt a chill. He never imagined these people harbored such thoughts. They had all given their utmost effort, yet now faced such suspicion. Director Wang believed his team had been utterly thorough, every necessary task completed, every prescribed medication administered without shortchanging. Their efforts had even been featured in news reports. Yet these people. Had they forgotten so quickly? Director Wang pushed open the door, making the already silent atmosphere even more awkward. They weren't sure if Director Wang had overheard their conversation. After all, they were on someone else's turf, better to keep a low profile. Despite their harsh backbiting, they were actually quite cautious about their own safety. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been clamoring so desperately for that medication. Director Wang's expression darkened as he scanned the room, taking in everyone's reactions before sighing helplessly. Everyone, I need to ask, who did Hui Hui and the others meet in the end? Faced with Director Wang's inquiry, not a single person spoke up. All maintained cold stares fixed on the floor. This evasive display prompted another helpless sigh from Director Wang. He seemed on the verge of speaking, but in the end, he said nothing, merely sighing again. That sigh weighed heavily on everyone present. Director Wang knew he wouldn't get any answers. He rose to give his final instructions. As you all know, the virus situation has everyone on edge. But I want you to understand clearly, our country won't abandon us, and Qiming is working hard to research the virus. As long as we don't give up, others won't abandon us either. So please, keep this information confidential. You know our nurses are already overworked every day. This incident has only added to their exhaustion. Listening to Director Wang's heartfelt words, those who had been murmuring in discontent finally sighed helplessly, their eyes filled with guilt. Having interacted with these individuals for so many days, they knew full well whether the staff had given their all. Yet, they still couldn't help but speculate. The torment of illness weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving them with mixed emotions. Director Wang, could you please tell us the truth? That way, we'd all be on the same page, right? Exactly. Today the head nurse fainted out of nowhere, and then Dr. Chen too. It's just too alarming to watch. Has the virus become more severe? Are we completely out of options? The barrage of questions poured out like a floodgate opening, weighing heavily on Director Wang's heart and tightening his throat, leaving him unable to utter a word of defense. Rest assured, the medication has been developed. Qiming's team will definitely make further breakthroughs. Director Wang knew his reassurances wouldn't hold much weight, so he resorted to invoking Qiming's authority to silence them. This matter absolutely must not leak out. Otherwise, everything would be over. Chapter 122, Never Give Up, No One Left Behind. Witnessing the fainted man finally nod in agreement under Director Wang's persuasion and for Qiming's sake. Having handled everything, Director Wang felt as though he had aged several years overnight. These exhausting days were truly draining. Crucially, Director Wang couldn't rest now. He still needed to check on the head nurse and the fainted doctor. He had heard from Chen Mingyuan that Zero intended to come personally to study this virus. This news filled Director Wang with admiration, and he couldn't help but marvel at Zero's character. Under the shadow of such a virus, many were desperate to flee Forestry City. Yet someone of Zero's stature, even without studying the virus, would see their reputation remain utterly undiminished. Has he been infected? The lab staff are working overtime on the tests, but there's no result yet. We might have to wait a while longer. It'll take that long? Director Wang's expression darkened. He couldn't shake the feeling that such a delay might lead to trouble. It can't be an infection.
Muttering under his breath, Director Wang frowned and turned to leave, intending to inform Chen Mingyuan that the virus's progression might be outpacing their expectations.
But even Director Wang didn't know.
At that moment, Chen Mingyuan received a message from Assistant Ma and immediately began screening potential patients. Ideally, they needed patients from every stage of the disease. This would allow Lin Hao to quickly observe all symptoms, saving precious time so he could develop an antidote for the virus. Initially, they believed treating the symptoms would suffice. But they hadn't anticipated the virus's pervasive impact.
Even if organ-specific diseases showed slight improvement, the virus would still affect other parts of the body.
Among the first batch of patients admitted to the hospital, the best-case scenario was maintaining consciousness while remaining bedridden and unable to rise. 0 likely requires comprehensive cases, including individuals with natural antibodies. Such patients would be more suitable.
But this case is more severe. If there were a chance, it's just a pity.
After careful consideration, Chen Mingyuan finally selected 3 candidates. Recalling Lin Hao's words, Chen Mingyuan rose to go to the wards and speak with the families of these 3 patients. But the moment he stood up, Chen Mingyuan felt the world spinning violently. His body swayed unsteadily, and he had to sit back down before regaining his balance.
Ugh!
Chen Mingyuan rubbed his temples, groaning in discomfort.
Could it be that I've caught a cold recently? Looks like I really shouldn't be staying up late. Muttering to himself, Chen Mingyuan reassured himself that since he'd taken the medication, there shouldn't be any issues. Dizzy as he was, Chen Mingyuan remained unaware of the situation inside the ward, so he dismissed the idea that his current state was due to infection. Looks like I need to find some time to rest properly. Muttering to himself, he waited until he felt slightly steadier before rising. Time ticked by, and Lin Hao had now settled on the outskirts of Forestry City. Lin Hao stared at the bargain-priced house before him. He didn't find it overly crude, but he did think it was far from the city center of Forestry City. Those patients were already critically injured. Would they even survive being transported here? Is this the place? Yes, 0. This place suits you better, which is why I chose it. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded slightly, his expression somber. Perhaps sensing Lin Hao's serious expression, Assistant Ma, thinking he was dissatisfied with the location, hurriedly added, "This is the closest suitable place we could find. It's a bit rough around the edges, but we'll figure something out later." "No need. This place is quite suitable." Hearing this, Assistant Ma finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Hao was satisfied, that was Assistant Ma's top priority. "Let's go inside and take a look. While we're at it, contact Uncle Chen and arrange a brief meeting." He'd heard the overseas virus was similar to theirs, but Lin Hao couldn't shake the feeling this strain wasn't so straightforward. Infected so many people and possessed the ability to cross oceans, could it really remain unchanged despite the passage of time? Back in the lab, Lin Hao had discovered this virus was indestructible no matter what they threw at it. Its vitality was remarkably resilient. It could survive for extended periods even without nutrients. Such resilience granted it an overwhelmingly potent capability, arguably making it the most formidable virus ever recorded. Other nations claimed they discovered the virus first and spread it, but Lin Hao didn't buy it. After all, his wristband's detection capabilities were superior to those of other nations. Moreover, the virus's progression from activation to transmission wasn't a linear process. A virus capable of surviving for over half a month could erupt at any unpredictable moment. This single fact convinced Lin Hao that the virus wasn't their problem, it belonged to someone else. Or perhaps other countries had already seen cases emerge, but they hadn't reported them. Although it looked much more modest from the outside, Lin Hao was quite satisfied once he stepped inside. All the instruments and equipment he needed were there. All that was missing were the patients. "Has Uncle Chen not finalized the patient selection yet?" Academician Chen said he'd help inquire. "Once the screened patients agree, they'll be referred to us for final selection." Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but nod in approval. Chen Mingyuan's meticulous research made Lin Hao nod in admiration. Chen Mingyuan, who had been staggering over, sensed something was off with Lin Hao's state. He turned back to seek out Director Wang, hoping the director could help inquire with the families. "Director Wang." The knock on the door was accompanied by Chen Mingyuan's slightly weak voice. Director Wang, hearing the sound from his office, hurriedly opened the door. He looked up and saw Chen Mingyuan's pale, gaunt face. "Dr. Chen, what happened to you? Are you all right? Do I look that bad?" Chen Mingyuan shook his head solemnly. "Let's talk inside. There are too many people here." "All right, come in and sit down." "Dr. Chen, how long has it been since you last slept?" "I'm fine. Things have been hectic lately, so it's only natural some issues would arise." Chen Mingyuan looked uneasy as he addressed Director Wang. "I'm aware of the recent ward situation." "You handled it well. Xining's 0 has arrived. You can rest assured." "Really? Xining's 0 has arrived?" Hearing this news, Director Wang was naturally overjoyed. The arrival of 0 is truly wonderful. It seems we really have hope now. Rest assured. I told you the nation won't abandon us. Chen Mingyuan spoke, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In his mind, Ximing would never abandon Forestry City, not even Zero would allow such a virus to spread unchecked. I know. Chapter 123, Selling at 10 times the price, benefiting the people. Lin Hao, who had yet to receive any updates, began to feel anxious. His inquiring gaze turned to Assistant Ma. Still no word from Uncle Chun? This delay was uncharacteristically long. Chen Mingyuan had always handled matters with remarkable efficiency, never keeping Lin Hao waiting this long before. Assistant Ma was equally in the dark about the current situation. He hadn't received any updates from Chen Mingyuan, and even the messages he'd sent out had gone unanswered. This delay was indeed unusual. No, nothing yet. Perhaps Academician Chen is still consulting with the patient. Hearing Assistant Ma's speculation, Lin Hao didn't know what to say and could only nod. They were currently outside Forestry City. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to leave. Lin Hao couldn't possibly send someone over just to check. Given the situation, we'll just have to wait. Did you bring the virus samples from before? I did. Though the international situation isn't favorable for us, some countries were still willing to send the virus. But we. Assistant Ma hesitated before finishing his sentence. After all, the virus's dangers were now plain for all to see. If the other party tampered with it, they'd be powerless to stop it. Naturally, the state would never approve such a thing. Meeting Assistant Ma's hesitant gaze, Lin Hao realized something. He understood his request had been a bit presumptuous. This virus possessed exceptionally strong transmissibility and carrier capacity. At a time like this, who could say for certain whether the virus sent by other countries had been contained or not? Who could say for certain? I was being rash. Lin Hao spoke calmly. He didn't absolutely need the virus samples from other countries. It's fine. Actually, we could inspect them at the border and transport them directly from there. No need. The presence of residual virus from any country is detrimental to us. It's better to have the global community study it together. If I recall correctly, the United States has been making a lot of noise about the virus issue. Assistant Ma's pupils dilated sharply at Lin Hao's words. Zero. I know people abroad are human too, but after all our research, just handing over our success like this, isn't that a bit much? Isn't this just handing them a free gift? Assistant Ma sounded displeased. After all, their Qiming team had burned the midnight oil developing these agents. How could they let other nations reap the benefits for free? It doesn't matter. I believe the state would be more than willing to sell it to them at 10 times the cost price. After all, it's a highly profitable deal for us. Lin Hao spoke with a cold laugh. As if. He didn't believe those foreigners hadn't noticed a thing, or that they hadn't produced any research results of their own. Especially the United States, which was kicking up the biggest fuss internationally. They were the most disgusting bunch. Their mastery of smear tactics was one thing, but they left absolutely no room for compromise in other matters either. 10 times the price. Assistant Ma began calculating the price. The cost of the drug wasn't low, it was downright expensive. If they could sell it overseas at 10 times the price, wouldn't that mean domestic reimbursement was now possible? Assistant Ma's lips curled upward with excitement. As expected of Academician Lin, such thorough foresight. It's fine. After all, this drug isn't cheap. If our people can bear a little less of the burden, that's a good thing. This virus outbreak isn't exactly a blessing for ordinary families. Academician Lin is absolutely right. I'll contact the higher-ups immediately. Initially, they'd been so overwhelmed by anger they hadn't even considered this angle. At this moment, other nations were all overwhelmed by the virus. Selling the medication at a premium price now meant those desperate to halt the outbreak would inevitably buy it. As for those nations that refused to buy, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. Not only would it create a stark contrast with other nations, but it would also conserve their own resources. After all, their current supply barely met domestic demand. Chen Mingyuan, whom Lin Hao had been thinking about, sat in Director Wang's office listening to his words, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Especially when Director Wang mentioned that the head nurse and doctors might have been infected, and their symptoms resembled his own, Chen Mingyuan felt an inexplicable panic rising within him. He had always believed that as long as he was careful, nothing would go wrong. Besides, he still had Qiming's Immunity 1 and Countermeasure 1. But now that people who took the medication had fallen ill, Chen Mingyuan couldn't guarantee he'd be safe either. Director Wang, are you certain they? Dr. Chen, do you think I would lie to you about this? Director Wang shook his head repeatedly after speaking, then sighed and said, Dr. Chen, given your current condition, you really shouldn't go to the ward. Whether you truly have a cold or not, your immunity is at its lowest right now. Even with Immunity 1, who can guarantee you won't get infected? Chen Mingyuan nodded and placed the documents on the table. In that case, Director Wang, please ask the families of these 3 patients if they're willing to participate in Qiming's virus investigation and research. You mean Qiming wants the patients to come over? Yes. I intended to inform you once confirmed, but Zero is currently outside Linya City. What? Director Wang jumped to his feet, his face flushing crimson. You mean Zero has actually come to Forestry City? That's far too dangerous. Though he desperately wanted to see Zero, Director Wang knew Zero's status was too sensitive. If anything happened here in Forestry City, no one could bear the consequences. Chen Mingyuan understood Director Wang's concerns all too well. He sighed helplessly. I felt exactly the same way at first. But Zero made one valid point. Without understanding the virus's evolution, how can they accelerate their research? Director Wang froze. Not only Zero's attitude, but also his determination. He really is. Director Wang pressed his lips together, sighing helplessly. I understand. I'll go ask him now. What good would more words do now? They couldn't refuse Qiming's assistance. Besides, deep down, Director Wang also wanted to halt this outbreak within Forestry City. And now the virus was infecting everyone equally, even drinking immunity number 1 wouldn't help. Thank you. Director Wang took the list and left, while Chen Mingyuan coughed incessantly inside the room. Cough, cough, cough. His chest trembled uncontrollably as a thick, metallic taste of blood spread in his throat. Chapter 124, Worsening Condition and Experiments. After making his rounds through the wards, Director Wang noticed more eyes fixed on him than usual, clearly due to the earlier incidents involving the medication and staff collapsing. The hospital was already severely understaffed, with major problems in every aspect. He clenched the paper in his hand, the intricate spiderweb pattern unfurling beneath his fingers a testament to Director Wang's complex emotions. What was more terrifying than the virus was the human heart. At first he didn't want to admit it, but now that this has happened, Director Wang has no choice but to acknowledge that the reason they've been struggling so much is precisely because they're not united. Within the hospital, people were constantly speculating about each other, even engaging in malicious conjecture. 3 families agreed to the experiment after all. They had no other hope left. They could only pin their hopes on Qiming's research yielding results. Director Wang understood their helplessness. Finally, Chen Mingyuan fell ill. Director Wang, returning to the ward, discovered him. No matter how he shook him, Chen Mingyuan showed no signs of consciousness. This sent an inexplicable panic through Director Wang. Damn it! How could this happen? Director Wang cursed under his breath, hastily setting aside his documents. He rushed Chen Mingyuan to a dedicated ward, then fumbled through his clothes to retrieve his phone, searching for Zero's contact information. Fortunately, Chen Mingyuan had been cautious about his phone being seen. He had labeled Lin Hao's contact simply as Zero, so Director Wang didn't notice anything amiss. After dialing Zero's number, Director Wang nervously retreated to a corner, pacing back and forth in the confined space. A wave of dread washed over him. When the call finally connected, Director Wang was momentarily speechless, his heavy breathing the only indication that someone was on the other end. Hearing the breathing, Lin Hao couldn't help but frown. His expression turned serious as he asked, "Who are you? Where's Uncle Chen?" The electronically synthesized voice that came through stunned Director Wang momentarily. He then registered Lin Hao's address and felt a pang of curiosity. But Director Wang dared not ask anything. He could only obediently reply, "Well, Zero. Academician Chen seems to have been infected, so he's temporarily unable to communicate with you. However, the patients Academician Chen selected have already signed informed consent forms. I'll package the information and send it to you." Ding! As Director Wang finished speaking, the package data arrived. Lin Hao opened the file to review it. The patients selected by Chen Mingyuan were perfectly suitable, and since they had already signed the agreements, they could be sent over immediately. Alright, send these patients to the address I provided. As for Uncle Chen, if he's willing to participate in the experiment, just send him over directly. Personally, Lin Hao hoped nothing bad would happen to Chen Mingyuan. Understood. After hanging up, Director Wang realized his hands were trembling uncontrollably. That deep-seated mix of excitement and dread made him instinctively pinch his cheeks, trying to steady himself. Despite the voice's apparent calmness, Director Wang sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, a presence so formidable it made even him, a man of authority, feel intimidated. Was this the legendary Zero? Truly a legendary figure, utterly formidable and commanding respect. Director Wang acted with remarkable efficiency, not only calming the family but also getting the patient transported within an hour. The clear signs of viral infection made Lin Hao nod in agreement, instructing the accompanying researchers to take notes. Detected source of viral mutation. Hybrid isolation agent compatibility, 97%. Severe pulmonary organ lesions detected. Lung tonifying traditional Chinese medicine compatibility, 90%. As the data streamed in, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew it. Once he arrived in Forestry City, the virus situation here would naturally be resolved. The first batch of system-provided medication had arrived remarkably timely. Yet some individuals, harboring inexplicable motives, deliberately chose not to collect their doses. Instead, they swelled the ranks of the population, ultimately causing the medication supply to fall short. Lin Hao wouldn't concern himself with such matters. The higher-ups would naturally deal with those individuals. Pulling his thoughts back, Lin Hao filled in the patient's information and provided the name of the medication to be administered. The precise name piqued curiosity, but he said nothing more. 2 hours after the medication distribution. The precise timing confirmed, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, instructing Assistant Ma to handle the remaining tasks. Assistant Ma stared in astonishment at Lin Hao's retreating figure, momentarily speechless. It all felt utterly unbelievable. It seemed as though Lin Hao had long been aware of the ailments plaguing Forestry City. This visit was merely an opportunity to observe firsthand and test the potency of his medication. It must be said that Lin Hao's actions were consistently impressive, leaving Assistant Ma inwardly marveling at his capabilities. 2 hours later, after the medication was administered, they began documenting the patient's conditions. Inside the ward, Chen Mingyuan slowly regained consciousness, staring blankly at the white ceiling for a long while. What's happening to me? His head felt like it was splitting open, the pain unbearable, while an indescribable ache spread throughout his entire body. Cough, cough, cough. A muffled cough rose from his throat. Chen Mingyuan's eyes stung, and cloudy tears rolled down his cheeks. Academician Chen, you're finally awake. Do you have any idea how terrifying it was when you collapsed? Hearing Director Wang's words, Chen Mingyuan stared blankly, unable to speak for a long moment. Academician Chen. You're infected. Those simple words exploded like thunder across Chen Mingyuan's forehead. Snapping back to reality, Chen Mingyuan stumbled backward several steps, his voice urgent. Then stay away from me. Don't let yourself get infected too. Academician Chen, it seems none of us can escape this fate now. Director Wang spoke slowly, his expression grim as he stared at Chen Mingyuan. Before, he hadn't seen anything wrong with this, but now, having witnessed too much suffering, his initial confidence had vanished. Director Wang, what do you mean by that? Cough, cough, cough. Now that Zero has arrived, nothing can go wrong. Rest assured. Let's hope so. Director Wang sighed helplessly, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Chen Mingyuan watched Director Wang's retreating figure and called out from a distance, has the person been delivered to Zero and the others? They've been delivered. Director Wang paused mid-step as if remembering something. Would you like to go to Zero's place too? I told them you were sick, but Zero said you could just come directly. Got it. Thanks. Chen Mingyuan was certainly no fool when it came to risking his life. He knew all too well what this virus was capable of. He was merely curious why Director Wang had developed such thoughts. Chapter 125, Crisis Averted, Nationwide Medication Distribution. By the time Chen Mingyuan was transported outside Forestry City, the progression of his illness had left him barely conscious. Academician Chen, how could you? Director Wang couldn't help but sigh, feeling utterly exhausted. Before Director Wang could dwell on how to handle the situation, a volunteer approached him, face beaming with excitement. Director Wang, come quickly. A truck driver claims this is medicine from our hospital specifically for the current patients. We're unsure what to do. Why don't you take a look? All right. Director Wang hurried over, his expression complex as he stared at the large truck before him. It definitely wasn't the usual delivery driver, he looked completely unfamiliar. Excuse me, who might you be? We're agents sent by Zero. This is a cure. The instructions are written on it. What? Director Wang's voice rose sharply. Zero sent you here? Director Wang had long known Zero was coming, but he never imagined that within just a day or two, Zero would already have delivered the medicine. It was simply unbelievable. Director Wang frantically scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering especially on the items the truck driver had handed over. The sight made his heart sink. In just 2 days, Zero had not only identified all the viruses but also developed a cure for them. This dealt a crushing blow to Director Wang's confidence. It is indeed our serum. Now hurry and bring it inside. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the volunteers sprang into action. Boxes of medicine entered the hospital. Many family members, hearing the commotion, gathered nearby, their eyes fixed on the supplies with hungry stares. Is this the new medication? I think they're different from the previous ones too. Maybe we should go ask, these volunteers should know. Volunteers bustled back and forth, each overwhelmed with tasks, yet the relatives kept crowding around. Upon hearing that Zero had developed new serums, Qiming's people erupted in excitement. Some even abandoned their tasks to rush to Forestry City, but they were all stopped in the end. Are you kidding? If all those medical researchers went to Forestry City, what if they got infected? Even if Zero invented a cure. Though their bodies were held back, their hearts were already racing toward Forestry City, desperate to know what kind of serum Zero had created. They had studied the virus to varying degrees, but later discovered it wasn't as straightforward as they'd imagined. In fact, it was incredibly complex. Yet barely had news of Zero's departure from Qiming spread when reports emerged that Forestry City had found an antidote. With this news, praise for Zero grew ever louder. As the medication was distributed throughout the facility, the effects of the virus gradually began to fade. The joy emanating from the wards infected Director Wang, who then fainted. Though it caused a slight panic, with sufficient supplies of the medication, no one paid it much mind.
At the temporary research institute outside Forestry City, Chen Mingyuan felt slightly better. With a complex expression, he stared at Lin Hao. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you.
Uncle Chen, you're too kind. This whole situation is thanks to you. Without your help, Forestry City wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Hearing this, Chen Mingyuan smiled bitterly, his heart heavy with unease. He couldn't quite describe it, only that it felt unbearably painful. I didn't really do anything, he said. Instead, I just made myself feel this miserable. As the words left his mouth, Chen Mingyuan lowered his head and smiled bitterly, truly feeling utterly useless. He had come here claiming to offer assistance, yet now he was the one needing help in front of others. This left Chen Mingyuan's old face nowhere to hide, his heart aching deeply. Yet, facing Lin Hao, Chen Mingyuan couldn't vent his frustration freely. Zero, you really shouldn't dwell on this incident. It's all because I didn't follow your instructions, it's entirely my fault. Lin Hao accepted Chen Mingyuan's apology and added that once Chen Mingyuan recovered, they would return together. After being gone so long, Lin Weining was already beside herself with worry. On the way back, Lin Hao noticed the simple roadblocks had been removed, restoring the streets to their former state. It seemed the outbreak would soon be over. Seeing this scene, Chen Mingyuan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. After nearly half a year, everything was finally getting back on track. When Lin Weining's residential compound was finally unlocked, she had expected trouble from those involved. However, Zhu Jinfang had already been dealt with, and the others dared not come looking for her. News of Zhu Jinfang's fate had spread throughout the residential complexes during the lockdown. Consequently, people now harbored fear toward Lin Weining, who had said nothing and done nothing. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Weining was no ordinary person, there was clearly something off about her. Xiao Hao, you're finally back. The car pulled up below the building. Lin Weining, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward to greet him, her face lit with a smile. Lin Hao walked up to Lin Weining, a gentle smile on his face. I'm back. Is everything okay at home? Everything's fine. This illness came on so suddenly. I heard people from other countries are still hospitalized. Lin Weining recalled the recent news reports. Although foreign countries were desperately trying to suppress the spread of information, the news had long since become unstoppable, turning the United States into the topic of their casual after-dinner conversations. After all, the United States had been the first to loudly demand accountability from their country. Now that the other side was suffering, they couldn't be happier. Especially since their own country had effectively controlled the virus and even developed a specific immune-boosting treatment, leaving them completely worry-free. Xiao Hao, now that you're back, things should be less hectic, right? Hearing Lin Weining's anxious words, Lin Hao nodded slightly, indicating that matters had temporarily settled. With the outbreak under control, Dragon Nation had become the global spotlight. Nearly every nation had witnessed the virus's terrifying nature firsthand. That Longwa could develop defensive measures so swiftly and effectively eradicate the disease was nothing short of a fairy tale. The White House, United States. In this hallowed hall, the current U.S. President, Odyssey, frowned as he stared intently at the report before him. That damn Dragon Nation, spreading such propaganda. It's utterly disgusting. Mr. President, it's a hoax. Chapter 126, is that serum real or fake? Odessi's expression remained grave, paying little heed to his secretary's words. Recently, the number of infected individuals in the United States had been substantial, and the populace simply refused to heed their directives. Achieving the level of control seen in Dragon Nation was utterly impossible. This had led to an unstoppable surge in per capita infections across the United States. Crucially, their healthcare system was completely overwhelmed. Infected individuals, knowing they had no hope of survival, triggered a dramatic surge in crime rates. Robberies occurred almost constantly. Even hospitals required armed guards, otherwise, medications and supplies would be looted. Crime rates have surged another 30% recently. As for the hospitals, enough. What's the situation in Dragon Country? Is that serum real or fake? Odyssey cared about nothing else. He only wanted to know if the Dragon Nation's serum was genuine. If it was, the United States would naturally want it. If it was fake, he could use it to attack the Dragon Nation internationally and gain some advantage. Up to now, the US didn't believe Longwa was capable of such a feat, but he simply held too little evidence. Moreover, with this virus continuing to rage, he didn't know if he could even hold on to his position as president. Mr. President, we've already initiated an investigation with Dragon Nation. The serum should be delivered within a few days. Listening to his secretary's report, Otzi stared silently at the man before finally nodding with measured gravity. Whatever course of action he might take would have to wait until the serum arrived. He needed to see its effects first. Since lifting the lockdown, the people of Dragon Nation were buzzing with excitement. Previously, they'd longed for rest, but after finally getting it due to the virus, they now felt restless and eager to get out and move about. Immunity 1 was distributed nationwide, followed by the normal restart of the economy, causing minimal damage to Dragon Nation. Everyone knew this was all thanks to Qiming and Zero. Had Zero not swiftly developed the cure, how could Longwa have lifted its lockdown so quickly? With the nation recovering, Lin Hao wrapped up matters with Qiming and returned to school once more. After so long apart, the class reunion was nothing short of fervent. Everyone embraced each other wildly, as if they hadn't seen each other in lifetimes. Even those who had once disliked each other now found themselves strangely drawn to one another, reluctant to let go of the moment. Even Lin Hao got a bear hug from his deskmate, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. "Hey Lin Hao, you have no idea how bored I was at home. And why didn't you reply to my messages?" "I was busy with some things, so I didn't reply." He offered a brief explanation, unwilling to elaborate further. But his deskmate seemed determined not to drop the subject. "Listen, Lin Hao, you have no idea." Ding dong. Lin Hao felt a bit awkward as soon as his deskmate started talking, his mood turning complicated. He was generally friendly toward this classmate as long as the requests weren't too unreasonable, he wouldn't make things difficult for him. But this guy really did talk way too much. The ringing of the bell brought Lin Hao a sigh of relief, easing the weight on his chest. In class, Lin Hao remained as attentive as ever. Even the other students, unusually eager for knowledge, stared intently at the teacher on the podium. The intensity of their focus surprised the teacher, but reflecting on recent events, the teacher understood why. Time flew by in their focused state. His deskmate didn't think much of it, turning to chat with others, and Lin Hao was happy to have some quiet time, occasionally glancing at his watch. Since their parting in Forestry City, the other wristbands had entered the market and commenced nationwide testing. Despite the expanded scope, the bracelet's alerts hadn't increased. It was unclear whether this decrease stemmed from infections prompting many to undergo physical examinations. Regarding the two subsequent pharmaceuticals, Lin Hao entrusted Qiming with further research. While his country no longer needed them, that didn't mean the rest of the world didn't. The situation abroad was far from good. In fact, it could be said that citizens and state officials alike were suffering from severe illnesses, surviving almost entirely on expensive pharmaceuticals. The rest of the populace wasn't so fortunate, which directly led to a sudden surge in internal conflicts. The Dragon Nation watched this spectacle with glee, while the entire nation's post-dinner chatter turned to American affairs, especially their reckless actions. Good heavens! Are those Americans idiots? They actually dare to go out to parties at a time like this. Don't even mention it. Word is they've already started looting stores they can't afford food anymore. Thank goodness we have Qiming. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get out either. Life behind closed doors is no picnic. Lin Hao got off the bus after school and looked at the people at the entrance. They looked like thugs, no different from street punks. Who are these people? Although this illness didn't last long, many businesses still went under, and now there are more unemployed people. Hearing this, Lin Hao said no more. Such matters were for the state to handle, they had nothing to do with him, and there was nothing he could do about it anyway. Xiao Hao, come taste my cooking. I learned a bunch of new recipes online recently. Hearing this, Lin Hao's gaze was drawn over, and the aroma of cooking wafted toward his nose. It was a long-forgotten taste that stirred deep nostalgia within him. Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. It had been ages since he'd tasted Lin Weiniing's cooking. Though Qiming's meals were 5-star quality, they simply couldn't compare to hers, they lacked that homey flavor. Alright. Several months of leisure time left Lin Weiniing with plenty of free time, and she managed to whip up quite a few things. Xiao Hao, try this. It's pretty good. I learned how to make it straight from the internet, and it tastes great. The oddly shaped pastry sat before Lin Hao, and a faint smile touched his lips. Sure. He agreed immediately and took a bite. The soft, fragrant flavor spread through his mouth, a hint of surprise flashing in Lin Hao's eyes. The pastry tasted surprisingly good, fluffy, soft, and sweet. Delicious, right? Take it to school tomorrow and share it with your classmates. Sure. Lin Hao nodded, not refusing Lin Weiniing's suggestion. He knew she was doing this because she wanted him to have a better time at school, surrounded by friends. After the harmonious and pleasant meal, Lin Hao returned to his study to check his recent messages. As he scrolled through his messages, Lin Hao noticed that Chen Mingyuan hadn't sent anything over, which surprised and puzzled him. Chen Mingyuan was not the type to break his word. Chapter 127, Mass Poisoning. Could it be that something had happened to Chen Mingyuan? Or was it? After a moment's thought, Lin Hao sent Chen Mingyuan an email to inquire, lest something happened to him without Lin Hao knowing. After all, the incident in Linya City was ultimately his failure to handle properly. If the medication hadn't been compromised, Chen Mingyuan wouldn't have contracted the virus. Regarding the Forestry City incident, Lin Hao felt no guilt toward others, but he harbored deeper feelings for Chen Mingyuan and truly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Several peaceful days passed. If not for Lin Hao remembering his own identity, he might have convinced himself he was just an ordinary student. He attended classes punctually with no other complications, which had lifted Lin Weiniing's spirits considerably lately. Xiao Hao, shall we go explore the neighborhood today? Hearing Lin Weiniing's suggestion, Lin Hao hesitated. Though he had nothing pressing to do now, deep down he didn't want to go out. Setting aside Zhu Zhenfang's situation, he simply wasn't a child at heart. Even if he mingled with those kids, he wouldn't be able to play along with them.
Most of the time, Lin Hao could only put on a childish act, speaking words that sounded innocent but were actually quite mature. Later, Chen Mingyuan sent back several messages. It turned out that after he returned home, his family was extremely worried. They took him to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, which involved a lot of arrangements. Chen Mingyuan was exhausted from dealing with his family's concern and had forgotten to reply to Lin Hao.
No thanks. Final exams are next week and I need to study. What a wonderful excuse for loving his studies. As his mother, how could Lin Weining possibly refuse such a reason? Still, Lin Weining hoped Lin Hao would go out and make more friends. In her eyes, he was always a child. Even with his remarkable achievements, she never saw him as arrogant. Lin Hao had been remarkably mature since childhood, and now he had become the pillar of the family. As his mother, Lin Weining felt helpless that she couldn't assist him in any way. Just don't study too late. You need to balance work and rest. I know. I've got it under control. Lin Hao entered the study. Lin Weining watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. As his mother, she had no choice but to support him. She only wished he could have peers around him, so others wouldn't gossip about him. Ordinary schoolwork posed no challenge to Lin Hao. His sole focus now was researching enhancement potions. Beep beep beep. The alarm, not particularly shrill, caught Lin Hao's attention. He lowered his gaze to the displayed panel. Mass poisoning incidents reported in Longcheng. Long City? Poisoned? The 4 words made Lin Hao's expression grow serious, his gaze deepening. The information on the wristbands was shared across the network. If Lin Hao saw it here, Chen Mingyuan should have received the alert almost simultaneously. Beep beep beep. The cursor flashed on the computer screen. Lin Hao answered the call. The blinking cursor transformed into individual avatars, but Lin Hao's remained blank. Only a floating sound bubble indicated his voice. 0. The wristbands in Longcheng are detecting mass poisoning incidents. I know. What are your thoughts over there? Lin Hao responded indifferently, his curiosity piqued. How could such an incident occur so suddenly? The virus outbreak had only just ended, yet now this? It was hard not to wonder who was behind it. A large-scale poisoning operation was definitely not something ordinary people could pull off. Authorities are investigating, but no suspects have been identified yet. However, according to reports from Longcheng Hospital, while everyone appears to be poisoned, the symptoms manifest differently in each case. Yes, some suffer organ damage, while others show symptoms directly on their faces. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his expression turning grave. After all, poisoning should typically manifest similarly. Yet this situation defied all expectations. Lin Hao gave nothing away, and the silence made the other party feel slightly uncomfortable. For a moment, neither spoke. Lin Hao, meanwhile, stared intently at the system's notification. Detected, multivalent virus presence. Multivirus neutralizing agent compatibility, 99%. Delivery time, 3 hours. The system's response was unusually swift, and Lin Hao's expression grew exceptionally grave. The system had appeared without issue during every previous outbreak. But the problem was that the solution it provided wasn't what was needed. In fact, it could even be said that detected genetic virus emergence. Gene optimization agent at 76%. Serum distribution time, 8 hours. Genetic virus? Lin Hao's expression grew grave as he stared blankly at the words floating in the void. Based on current intelligence, we suspect the situation is now quite clear. It likely relates to the issue on Longcheng Mountain. We've investigated extensively. Regarding Longcheng matters, I don't know if you're aware, our field team reported that a certain herb on the mountain has been infected. Lin Hao snapped back to attention, his interest piqued by the virus's origin. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling these investigators were barking up the wrong tree. Although they had visited the same location, the genetic virus didn't appear to be a naturally occurring wild strain. It seemed more like the work of outsiders. The meeting concluded swiftly, yielding few new insights for Lin Hao. Some began to question whether he truly understood the nature of the poisoning. Yet, given the formidable reputation of 0, they dared only entertain such thoughts privately, to entertain any further doubts. As for Lin Hao's true capabilities, that was beyond their realm to probe. Longcheng People's Hospital. Given Longcheng's proximity to the wilderness, the hospital had extensive experience treating poisoning cases. But this sudden influx of patients had the doctors at Longcheng People's Hospital questioning their very existence, wondering if all their years of experience had been wasted. Director, it's not that we don't want to, but this virus is unprecedented. The poisoning has caused problems in every organ of the body. Yes, we've done everything possible. The serums available on the market are completely ineffective. We suspect it might not be snake venom. Patients in our wards also have sharp puncture wounds. We suspect they might not be, possibly other viruses, or even a hybrid virus. Doctors from Longcheng People's Hospital gathered in the main conference hall, collectively studying the sudden outbreak of this strange, mass-affecting virus.
The number of infected individuals was staggering, arguably encompassing the majority of Longchang. Chapter 128, Deliberately Engineered Toxin. Experimental Product. Longchang People's Hospital Ward. The patients lying here were all victims of the recent poisoning incident on Longchang's West Mountain. They weren't locals, they'd come here for a hike and ended up collectively poisoned by sheer misfortune. Why did this happen to us? This hurts like hell. My whole body feels numb now. Look at my face. It's hideous. This happened on Longchang's West Mountain. Aren't the local authorities going to do anything about it? The entire ward echoed with nothing but complaints. With so many of us affected, do you think this toxin might? No way. Think about it, they handled that deadly virus in Forestry City, didn't they? This is nothing compared to that. We'll be fine. Worrying needlessly. Nothing bad will happen to us. Hearing this, everyone agreed they truly didn't think anything bad would happen to them. Society had advanced so much now, how could anyone possibly die from poisoning? Regarding this poisoning incident, none of the patients believed they would face any serious consequences. They all dismissed it as a simple case of poisoning. It wasn't until the first person was wheeled out covered in a white sheet and quickly taken downstairs that fear first took root in their hearts. Someone's dead? I saw he was wearing the same fitness tracker as us. Was he one of us? Impossible. This is just a simple virus, right? The fear of death spread like wildfire, plunging everyone into silence. They felt their own injuries weren't severe, yet now someone had actually died from this. How could they, fellow survivors, not be afraid? But fear alone was useless. The hospital situation was precarious, and Lin Hao's serum was being delivered under Qiming's name, multivirus neutralizing agent. Upon hearing this name, many couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. True to Zero's reputation, but why multiple viruses? Looks like a neutralizing agent. Could it be that neutralizing it internally creates a counterbalance, rendering our intervention unnecessary? Everyone harbored doubts, unsure what actions to take next. As the serum took effect, the initial victim's physical conditions visibly improved, though they remained unconscious. Doctor, why hasn't he woken up yet? Shouldn't the antidote have worked by now? Those with milder symptoms had regained consciousness, but the more complex cases were not doing well. In fact, they were quite serious. Faced with such confusion, the doctor found it difficult to answer. They hadn't even fully researched the virus yet. They'd simply handed it over to Qiming for analysis, and then the antidote appeared. Lin Hao sat in his study, his eyes fixed on the message, multiple virus neutralizing agent deployment successful. He contacted his contacts in Longchang to confirm the situation. The patient's conditions were indeed improving significantly. However, a handful still showed no response, leading them to suspect incompatibility due to differences in the toxins that poisoned them. We've now conducted a full investigation into their poisoning. They passed through the exact same locations as those others. We've also thoroughly investigated the western hills of Longchang, even extending to surrounding areas. Nothing suspicious. Nothing suspicious? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, recalling the system's words, and couldn't help but exhale. Didn't you investigate anything else? The Longchang official froze, sensing Lin Hao seemed privy to something. Qiming has already analyzed the virus samples. I suspect they didn't originate from the western mountains of Longchang. You should be aware that while Longchang's western mountains attract numerous tourists annually, actual incidents are extremely rare. Moreover, based on your clinical reports, each victim exhibited different symptoms. You should also know that the antidote we sent from Qiming is a multivirus neutralizing agent. I now suspect the toxins affecting the remaining victims are fundamentally the same, with only slight variations. This might even be a deliberate experiment. What was meant to be a brief meeting turned somber as Lin Hao voiced his concerns. If this incident truly unfolds as suspected, it may be beyond Longchang's control. Longchang is right on our border. For these people to do such a thing is utterly heartless. It's disgusting. Every speaker wore a face twisted with rage, their eyes blazing with fury. Truthfully, Lin Hao felt a bit troubled inside. Longchang's proximity to Southeast Asia made it inherently dangerous. And now this incident had occurred. Even those in higher positions found it unbearably troublesome. Damn it! How could this happen? What do we do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch? Anger was a natural reaction to such events, but it didn't last long. Anger was the least productive approach. Without evidence, even if they suspected someone, there was nothing they could do to uncover the masterminds behind these attacks. They needed more intelligence. Do you think this virus was created through human research? It probably is. The situation is actually quite simple now. We don't need to find so-called evidence. We just need to save them. Listening to Lin Hao's words, many felt a bit resentful inside. They'd been humiliated right to their faces, yet they offered no fight back. Doesn't that just make them look like pushovers? Rest assured, since they resorted to such methods, we won't let them walk away unscathed. Lin Hao's voice was deep and cold. He knew these people inside out and wasn't the least bit concerned about their choices. Those attending this meeting were undoubtedly the most formidable figures in Longcheng. A cold smile curved his lips. With mixed feelings, Lin Hao exited the meeting and disseminated the necessary information. Upon returning home, Lin Weiniang found the television cold and the study door still tightly shut. It was obvious that Lin Hao hadn't emerged from there at all. The thought of him holed up in his room all day filled her with unease, though she didn't take any specific action. Knock knock knock. Lin Weiniang cut up some fruit in the kitchen and came to Lin Hao's door. Knocking on it. Xiao Hao, come out and have some fruit. I just bought this, it's so sweet. Coming. Lin Hao had just finished organizing his manuscript. Setting his things down, he walked over to open the door, a smile lighting up his face. Chapter 129, The Grand Finale. Lin Hao sat beside Lin Weiniang, watching TV obediently while eating an apple. The crisp, sweet juice burst in his mouth as he ate contentedly. His thoughts still lingered on the matter in Longcheng. Everyone knew Longcheng had been targeted deliberately, but without evidence. They couldn't say anything. Lin Hao stared blankly at the news broadcast on the TV in front of him, most of which covered infections abroad. The sight of those frenzied actions and the government's inaction made Lin Hao chuckle involuntarily. As someone who had personally investigated the virus, Lin Hao understood its lethality better than anyone. He was simply curious. He couldn't understand why things had come to this. Those in power couldn't possibly be unaware of how dangerous this situation was, yet they still chose to let it run its course. Lin Hao simply couldn't fathom their motives. These people overseas are truly strange. Isn't this virus supposed to be untransmissible between humans? Though Lin Weiniang didn't know the specifics, she understood the virus couldn't tolerate human contact and was highly contagious. Yet the foreigners hadn't stopped it. They probably have their own reasons for acting this way. True. I bet they'll keep messing around for ages. Their approach is completely unsuitable for managing this virus. Hearing Lin Weiniang's words, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. If even Lin Weiniang, who wasn't involved in the matter, could see through it, those in politics would understand it even more clearly. It was just that they didn't consider human lives to be important, so they simply didn't care. Lin Hao's gaze grew increasingly cold, especially as the death toll climbed in the news reports. The numbers doubled daily, far surpassing the total deaths in Dragon Nation over half a year. They're truly beasts. Though she was a foreigner, Lin Weiniang was still furious. They clearly don't value human life at all. Kind-hearted by nature, Lin Weiniang couldn't help but feel sorrow for these people upon hearing such words. Born into a country that disregarded their existence, they were reduced to this state. Such tragedy could only elicit pity from others. There was nothing else to be done. The news kept repeating the same stories, and Lin Hao found it rather tedious. No matter what happened in other countries, Lin Hao would only sigh a few times. He wouldn't say another word about it, let alone discuss it with others. Even if he felt soft-hearted and provided them with so-called medicine, Lin Weiniang found her son's cold indifference puzzling. Knowing he studied medicine, she expected him to feel compassion for these people. Meeting his mother's concerned gaze, Lin Hao smiled faintly and remarked, "If I recall correctly, this America isn't exactly a paragon of virtue, right? They even accused our Dragon Nation of spreading the virus. Utter slander." "True, I almost forgot about that." Recalling the incident, Lin Weiniang felt a surge of anger. The incident had caused quite a stir back then, spreading countless rumors and smearing Dragon Country with mud, forcing it to bear untold criticism. "You're absolutely right, my son. You never disappoint." After a brief vacation, Lin Hao faced his final exams. The exams came quickly, and the wails of despair from his classmates left Lin Hao speechless. "It's okay. Even if you don't do well on the finals, your parents won't say anything to you." Lin Hao spoke patiently. He couldn't imagine that with how much parents doted on their kids these days, they'd ever resort to physical violence over a single exam at most. They'd just scold them a couple of times. "You don't know my parents. They said if I mess up, they'll treat me to bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork." Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. The exam's starting. I'll be going now." Lin Hao grabbed his pen and left the classroom, heading toward his exam hall. The exam time passed quickly, and Lin Hao walked out of the school gates in a good mood. The air was thick with the joy of vacation spreading through the campus. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Hao noticed the expressions around him and couldn't help but smile too. Joy was contagious, lifting Lin Hao's spirits and making him smile too. "Lin Hao, let's walk home together after school." "No need. Someone's picking me up." Lin Hao politely declined. His desk mate, Wang Tao, looked a little hurt, but he didn't seem to mind much. After all, Lin Hao was equally indifferent to everyone. As Lin Hao got into the car, he noticed the driver's grim expression. Raising an eyebrow, he turned his head to look outside. "What's wrong?" "The patient in Longcheng passed away." Death was a common occurrence for ordinary people, but few individuals could elicit such solemnity from the driver when mentioning them. The ones who were poisoned? Yes. We're persuading the family to conduct an autopsy. We suspect foul play. The test results were perfectly normal the day before, but the next day. Understood. Lin Hao nodded. Send me a copy of the autopsy virus report. No problem. The conversation ended abruptly. Lin Hao couldn't help but ponder the matter. His mood complex. It seemed the patient in Longcheng had triggered a sense of crisis in those behind the scenes, otherwise, they wouldn't have orchestrated something like this. Home remained as peaceful as ever. Every time he returned, Lin Weiniang's gentle smile warmed his heart, reminding him that all his hard work wasn't in vain. Only when Longhua thrived could he ensure this beautiful family remained intact forever. Xiao Hao, come quickly. I made soup today, you absolutely must try it. Sure. Lin Hao obediently sat down at the table. Recalling their conversation in the car, he remained silent. The incident in Linya City had already caused Lin Weiniang immense worry. If she were to learn about the events in Longcheng now, who knew how she would react? But with the people of Longcheng dead, the virus within them would surely mutate. If he didn't go personally, this calamity upon Longcheng might be impossible to avert. Those damned bastards. Clearly, knowing the infected had received treatment, they panicked and chose to eliminate the remaining survivors outright. Such ruthless tactics darkened Lin Hao's expression. These people had harmed the citizens of their own dragon nation, and naturally, he felt deeply unsettled. The steaming soup warmed his heart as it reminded Lin Hao of his current life and those people. After finishing his meal, Lin Hao entered his room without a word. Lin Weiniang watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. This child is perfect in every way, why does he have to be so obsessed with research? Lin Weiniang couldn't fathom why Lin Hao found such monotony appealing. But what could she say? All she could do was take good care of him. Fortunately, Lin Hao's efforts weren't in vain. The truth behind the Longcheng incident was finally uncovered. Everything unfolded exactly as Lin Hao had suspected. It was an organized, premeditated biological attack orchestrated by foreign forces, aimed at sowing panic within the country. Fortunately, Lin Hao had promptly refined the gene optimizer through the system, enabling effective treatment for the survivors. He further assisted security agencies in identifying the traitors who had provided support to these foreign forces, once again contributing to the nation's security. With this, Qiming once again captured the attention of everyone. The Chinese people held Lin Hao and Qiming in deep respect and admiration, while certain foreign factions seethed with hatred toward them. Under Lin Hao's guidance, Dragon Nation's biological research technology achieved unprecedented advancement, propelling it to the forefront of global innovation.